Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 297, 297. Earth, Wind, Water, Fire. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Around the same time, the other 4 Kage, aside from the Raikage, also received intelligence reports with nearly identical content. The land of Earth. Beneath towering mountains, surrounded by sheer cliffs, lay the hidden stone village. Damn it. Do they really think I'm easier to handle than that brute, the Raikage? The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, slammed his fist on the table and roared in anger after reading the report. You could say this intelligence is the general consensus of the shinobi world's ranking of the 5 Kage's strength. Kuratsuchi, standing beside him, couldn't help but chuckle. Grandpa, the number of bounty hunters targeting you is the lowest. Though you can't compare to the Raikage, who no one dares to provoke, the fact that you, at your age, rank second in the 5 Kage's strength hierarchy is pretty impressive in my eyes. What did you say, you ungrateful brat? Anoki leaped onto his chair, eyes bulging as he pointed furiously at Kuratsuchi. I am the strongest of the 5 Kage. How can those greenhorns and little girls compare to me? Kuratsuchi swiftly dodged the flecks of spit flying from Anoki's mouth and reluctantly placated him. Grandpa. Of course, I know you're the strongest Kage. She shook the paper in her hand. This is just the baseless perception of those ignorant rogue ninja. At your age, why bother with such meaningless reputation? Brat. Stop reminding me that I'm old. Anoki's bellow grew even louder. Crack. Suddenly, his movements froze. My back. You stubborn old men, isn't it about time you accept your age? Kuratsuchi quickly steadied him. Getting this worked up isn't good for your health. It's all because you youngsters in the village are so useless. Anoki grumbled, clutching his aching back. At my age, I shouldn't still be laboring so hard for the village. Yeah, Kuratsuchi cut him off impatiently. Here comes the lecture again. I've memorized every word by now. Humph. Such an inconsiderate brat. The land of wind. Deep within the desert, shrouded in swirling sands, lay the hidden sand village. Gaara silently handed the intelligence report to Kankuro and Temari. Who would have thought that in their eyes, Gaara ranks third among the 5 Kage? Kankuro laughed. And he's the youngest Kage, too. However, Temari didn't share his amusement. She slammed the report onto the table, furious. Putting the female Mizukage and Hokage at the bottom. Damn it. Do those bastards look down on Kunoichi? And not necessarily. Kankuro shrank back, not daring to provoke his sister, and awkwardly explained, it's just, the hidden mist has always been shrouded in secrecy. No one really knows much about the 5th Mizukage. And the 5th Hokage is widely known as a medical ninja. Gaara, at least, has some reputation. What the hell are you saying, you idiot? Temari's fist collided with Kankuro's face. Gaara is ranked third because he's genuinely strong. Kankuro's body flew backward, crashing into the wall before sliding down limply. Sister. Gaara watched Temari, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Gaara. Temari turned, planting her hands on the table and locking eyes with him. Listen to me. At this 5 Kage summit, you must not let the hidden sand's reputation suffer in front of the other Kage. As for those opportunistic rats lurking along the way, leave them to me and Kankuro. She then turned her murderous glare toward Kankuro, who had finally managed to stand up. Right, Kankuro. Why yes, understood, sister. Kankuro immediately straightened up and answered loudly. Gaara. Temari's gaze shifted back. I understand. Gaara nodded obediently. Humph. Temari finally seemed satisfied. No one will underestimate the hidden sand. The land of water. Amidst towering peaks and thick mist, the hidden mist village lay concealed. Ranked 4th. The 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, smirked, twirling a lock of her lush hair. Is it because I'm not famous enough? What do you think? She tossed the report aside. Ayo. Mizukage-sama. Ayo caught the paper and bowed respectfully. Given the Hidden Mist's traditional emphasis on secrecy, we need not concern ourselves with the ignorant opinions of outsiders regarding your strength. Mei tapped her lips thoughtfully, her tone casual. Oh. But didn't I implement policies to open up the Hidden Mist? Well, that's because you haven't been in office long enough for your reputation to spread across the shinobi world, Ao stammered nervously. Every ninja in the Hidden Mist knows that possessing 2 Kekkei Genkai makes you an undisputed powerhouse. TCH, whatever. Mei snatched the paper back and skimmed it again, muttering to herself, the top 3 are all men. I wonder if any of them are good catches. Ah, Mizukage-sama. The Tsuchikage is an old man, and the Kazekage is just a child. Ao hastily interjected. Ao. Mei's smile turned dangerous. I believe the Raikage isn't exactly young either. That's correct. Ao felt a chill run down his spine. Still smiling, Mei suddenly backhanded him across the face. Are you implying the only man I'm suited for is that oafish Raikage? The land of fire. Nestled within verdant forests at the foot of Rocky Mountains, the Hidden Leaf Village stood proudly. A loud crash echoed from the Hokage's office at the center of the village. Damn those scum. Tsunade's fist reduced her desk to splinters. How dare they look down on me? Tsunade-sama. Shizune immediately knelt to gather the scattered documents. Jiraiya, tell me. Tsunade stomped over to Jiraiya and shoved the report against his chest. Those bastards ranked me as the weakest of the 5 Kage. Am I really that pathetic? Gah. Jiraiya winced, rubbing his chest as he took the report. After a single glance, he shook his head. Those rogue ninja know nothing. Why care about their opinions? He looked up at her. Anyone who truly knows you would never call you weak. Tsunade clenched her fists, pacing the room like a caged beast. By the way. Jiraiya flicked the paper. Should we assign ANBU to clear out the bounty hunters along the way? Tsunade whirled around, her glare sharp as a blade. Jiraiya quickly backtracked. As Hokage, you shouldn't waste time dealing with those nuisances. And you can't afford delays on your way to the 5 Kage summit. No ANBU. And no delays. Tsunade declared firmly. She seized Jiraiya's collar, snarling. Enough nonsense. Those trash think medical ninja are weak. The number of fools lying in wait to claim my bounty is the highest. Well, I'll make sure they learn with their own bodies. Tsunade, the Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, is far more than just a medic. Chapter 298, 298. Searching for Karen. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Southern Land of Rivers. Has the shinobi world suddenly gotten way too lively lately? Sasuke and Neji walked side by side along a narrow country path. Probably because the 5 Kage summit is about to begin, Neji replied, wiping blood from his fingers with a handkerchief. TCH. We ran into 3 separate bounty hunter groups on this mission alone, Sasuke muttered irritably. Can't be helped. Both the Sharingan and the Byakugan are listed on the underground black market's bounty board, Neji said, unfazed. Besides, I've told you before, places like the black market can never be fully eradicated. Sasuke shot Neji a glance before looking up at the sky. Hurry up. We should try to reach the southern outpost before dark. The person Orochimaru wants us to meet this time is named Karen, right? Neji asked. Are you planning to recruit her into our team? Sasuke thought for a moment. According to Orochimaru, this Karen specializes in chakra sensory abilities, which overlaps with your role in the squad. No sensory technique can compare to the Byakugan, Neji declared with pride. But Karen also has healing abilities. We could use a medical ninja, Sasuke added. If her medical ninjutsu is advanced enough, she might fill a gap in our team. Neji nodded. In that case, we'll decide after meeting her. As they spoke, the two simultaneously quickened their pace, swiftly crossing the inhabited fields and disappearing into the mountains. After traversing several ridges, Sasuke and Neji arrived at the sea. They walked across the water's surface as if it were solid ground, soon spotting a desolate island ahead. Speeding up once more, they landed on the island. This is the place, right? Sasuke glanced at Neji. Neji instantly activated his Byakugan. This way. He leapt into the air, clearing several massive boulders before leading Sasuke to the entrance of a hidden cave. It's here. There are quite a few people imprisoned inside. Then let's go in. Sasuke gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist and stepped into the cave. The two first passed through a stretch of natural cavern before entering an artificially carved tunnel. The pitch-black environment posed no issue for the Sharingan and Byakugan users. Tap, tap, tap. Their footsteps echoed faintly in the empty, silent passageway. After several turns, light finally appeared ahead. At the same time, another set of footsteps, not theirs, approached from the opposite end of the tunnel. Sasuke and Neji stopped simultaneously. Sasuke and Neji, I presume. A woman's voice rang out as a figure emerged from the darkness into the dim glow of a wall-mounted oil lamp. A girl with wild, fiery red hair, dressed in a cropped top and shorts, adjusted her glasses and stared unerringly at the two in the dark. Come out. Orochimaru-sama informed me of your arrival. You're Karen. Sasuke stepped forward into the light. First time meeting. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. Your sensory skills are impressive. Neji followed. Hyuga Neji. Nice to meet you. Follow me. The red-haired girl's expression remained indifferent as she turned and led them deeper into the base. Passing several prison cells, each holding groups of people, they entered a relatively well-lit stone chamber and sat on a couch. Ahem. Karen adjusted her glasses again, her gaze fixed intently on Sasuke. Orochimaru-sama already told me your objective. But I don't have any reason obligating me to join your team. Is that so? Sasuke leaned back casually on the couch, glancing at her. Well, we don't have any reason forcing you to join either. What? Karen's voice rose involuntarily. Then why are you even here? Simple. To relay Orochimaru's orders, this outpost is to be abandoned effective immediately. Sasuke's gaze drifted away dismissively. And to casually evaluate whether you're qualified to join our squad. Why you? Looking down on me. Karen gritted her teeth, visibly angered. Also, if we're abandoning this place, what happens to me and the prisoners here? Sasuke looked at Neji. Per Orochimaru's orders, the prisoners are to be released, Neji took over. As for you, you either join our team or report to Orochimaru's current base. I wasn't asking you. Karen shot Neji a glare before pulling a set of keys from her pocket and tossing them at him. If that's the case, you handle releasing them. Neji reflexively caught the keys and looked at Sasuke for confirmation. Sasuke gave a slight nod. Fine. Neji turned and left the chamber. Humph. Karen pretended nonchalance, pacing the room before stopping near the door, her hand hovering as if to lock it. Pointless. Sasuke's voice cut in. Neji's from the Hyuga clan. A mere door won't block the Byakugan. Karen yanked her hand back, stammering, I was just adjusting it. Whatever. Sasuke's attention shifted away again. So. What's your decision? I suppose I could reluctantly join your team. Her voice trailed off as she slowly moved back to the couch. Removing her glasses subtly, she sat close to Sasuke, leaning in. So. Sasuke, you really want to test me, huh? Stay back. Sasuke pushed her away. Your sensory skills are decent, but they overlap with Neji's Byakugan. I'm more interested in evaluating your medical ninjutsu. What? Karen stubbornly latched onto his arm. Sasuke, have you completely forgotten about me? You even said it was our first meeting earlier. I don't remember you. Sasuke frowned, pulling his arm free. You saved me during the Chunin exams in Konoha. Karen lunged closer, her face flushing. Ever since then, I've. TCH. Don't get near me. Sasuke swiftly shifted to the other end of the couch, studying her face as he searched his memories. There might have been something like that. After a pause, he added, I don't remember trivial things clearly. But your hair is distinctive, so I guess it rings a bell. Ah, really? Karen's face turned crimson as she touched her hair. I'm so glad you remember. Click. The sound of the door unlocking made Karen instantly snap back to reality, hurriedly putting her glasses back on. Damn it, I got too excited and forgot to sense him. She scowled as Neji re-entered. Well, Sasuke. Neji ignored Karen. Does she pass? Before Sasuke could answer, Karen shot to her feet. Of course I pass. I'm not just any medical ninja. She whipped out a kunai and slashed it across her own palm, then bit her arm. Within moments, the wound on her hand closed up completely. She triumphantly raised her healed palm, glaring at them. Well. All right. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, impressed. You're in. Neji nodded. No objections here. Then let's go. Sasuke stood and walked out without another word, Neji following. Humph. Karen adjusted her glasses again, shouting after them. Sasuke. Since you clearly need my help so badly, I'll gracefully accept. Sasuke didn't turn or respond, already rounding the corner out of sight. You. Karen stomped her foot furiously before rushing after them. Those two jerks hadn't even waited for her. Chapter 299, 299. The glowing pool. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Time passed swiftly. As the date of the 5 Kage summit drew near, the current leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages each departed from their homes, accompanied by their guards and farewells. On the same day, Kaito received a peculiar message. Near the northern border of the Land of Fire, close to the Land of Iron, one of his paper clones had inadvertently discovered an extraordinary limestone cave. Upon entering, the clone found a luminous pool deep within the cavern. At a glance, Kaito recognized the layers of cursed seals hidden beneath the water's surface. This was a concealed passage interwoven with genjutsu and spacetime ninjutsu. Though the clone lacked the power to determine the exact destination of the passage, it concluded that the discovery was worth investigating and promptly relayed the information to the main body. Without informing anyone, Kaito left another paper clone in Konoha and had the clone stationed at the northern border summon him directly to the site. Is this the place? Kaito gazed at the faintly glowing pool beneath his feet and activated his Ryumaika communication mode. So that's it, he mused, stroking his chin. No wonder I've been subconsciously delaying my trip to the moon. My instincts as an onmyoji were telling me there was still a chance for a turnaround. A passage to the moon. The paper clone chuckled. Seems it wasn't a coincidence that I stumbled upon this place on a whim. The main body and the clone exchanged knowing smiles. After a brief laugh, Kaito swiftly exited the communication mode and pulled out a messenger paper figure to contact Sasuke. Simultaneously, the paper clone left behind in Konoha discreetly made its way to the Hyuga clan compound. Now, we wait here. Kaito and his clone stared at each other in silence for a long moment before he suddenly reached out and dispelled the paper clone. Might as well summon Madara and Izuna first. Clapping his hands together, he called out, summoning Jutsu, Gate of the King of Hell. An ethereal gate materialized before him, and 3 figures stepped through. The moment their feet fully crossed the threshold, their forms solidified into physical bodies. Senior Madara, Senior Izuna. As the gate dissipated into scattered points of light, Kaito greeted the two with a smile before turning to the third person. And this must be Senior Hikaku. The young man with a high ponytail grinned warmly. Indeed. It's been a long time, clan head. I didn't expect Senior Hikaku to come out as well, Kaito said cheerfully. Perfect, with 4 of us here, we can play cards. He promptly spread a blanket on the ground and produced a deck. Hey, kid, Izuna's irritated voice cut in. Where exactly are we? You didn't summon us just to play cards, did you? Didn't I mention it? Kaito pointed at the glowing pool nearby. This is a passage to the moon. What? The other 3 immediately rushed to the edge of the pool and crouched down to inspect it. This water. Hikaku stirred the glowing liquid with his hand. Lord Madara, Lord Izuna, there's something odd about it. Izuna dipped his fingers in as well. Seems it doesn't wet clothes. Amen. Madara activated his Rinnegan to peer beneath the surface. The water is laced with intricate cursed seals designed to distort vision. Kid, let's head down and check it out. What are we waiting for? Izuna's tone was eager. For Sasuke and the Hyuga clansmen to arrive, Kaito explained. The moon was established by Hamura. Bringing along shinobi of his bloodline might prove useful. So, you summoned us just to keep you company playing cards, huh? Izuna plopped down onto the blanket and glared. Exactly. Kaito began shuffling the deck with flair. It'll take Sasuke at least 2 days to get here. Waiting alone would be too dull. You could have just left a paper clone here and had it summon the rest of us later. Izuna snatched the cards from Kaito's hands. Well, I also wanted to study the cursed seals here in detail. Kaito gave a sheepish smile before glancing back at the pool. Besides, it's lonely by myself. TCH. Then go study properly. Izuna kicked Kaito away and waved at Madara and Hikaku. Brother, Hikaku, ignore this brat. Let's play without him. Very well. Madara smiled and took a seat, while Hikaku amiably followed suit. I could always study after a round or two. Kaito stubbornly rolled back over. This isn't like you, clan head. Hikaku eyed him curiously. Kaito slung an arm around Hikaku's shoulders and grinned. No need for formalities among comrades, Senior Hikaku. As Izuna dealt the cards, he shot Kaito a disdainful look. This brat alternates between pretentiousness and shamelessness. Suit yourself, Hikaku. Is that so? Hikaku laughed heartily. That's fine by me. It seems the clan head truly considers me a comrade. Of course. Senior Hikaku was Senior Madara's right-hand man in the past. Kaito patted his shoulder and settled into his spot. And I can be yours in the future, clan head, Hikaku quipped, though his eyes held sincerity. Meeting his gaze, Kaito smiled again. Naturally. I'd be honored. In the land of waves, Sasuke retrieved the executioner's blade from Zabuza's grave with his newly formed team. Sasuke. Where are we headed next? Karen clung to his side, pressing against him at every opportunity. Another new member of the team, a pale blue-haired boy with shark-like teeth, carried the massive sword on his back. He smirked at Karen's antics and taunted, "Hey, Karen, you only joined this squad because you've got a crush on Sasuke, don't you? You bastard, Suigetsu." Karen spun around and punched his head into a splash of water before turning back, her face flushed. I'm only here on Lord Orochimaru's orders to assist Sasuke." Ah. The boy, Hozuki Suigetsu, hailed from Kirigakuru's Hozuki clan. His body, capable of liquefying at will, made him impervious to physical attacks. As his head reformed from the water, he sneered, "Anyone can see you're obsessed with him, you violent fangirl." "What did you say?" Karen's face burned crimson as she raised her fist again. "Enough." Sasuke cut in. "We're moving out immediately. Our destination is the northern border of the Land of Fire, near the Land of Iron." With that, he dashed ahead at full speed. "Sasuke." Karen hurried after him. "You still haven't told us what the mission is. Such a troublesome woman." Suigetsu clicked his tongue and glanced at the boy walking beside him. "Hey, Hyuga. You don't get along with her either, right?" "Hyuga Niji." Niji coldly corrected him before speeding up without another word, leaving Suigetsu behind. "Ugh. I swear, none of you are my type." Suigetsu groaned loudly before reluctantly giving chase. Chapter 300, 300. The weight of a Hokage. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. It was winter, and heavy snow fell across the northern lands of the Fire Country. In the snow-covered forest, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Takuma dashed across the white expanse, their footsteps kicking up flurries of snowflakes. "Hokage-sama," Takuma suddenly halted. Tsunade stopped and turned. Again. Yes. 36 enemies, 500 meters ahead, Takuma reported the ambush with precision. "Well, guess it's my turn this time." Kakashi pushed up his forehead protector, revealing his left eye, and prepared to charge forward. "Wait." Tsunade raised a hand to stop him. "Hokage-sama." Kakashi looked at her helplessly. Tsunade clenched her fists, the knuckles cracking audibly, her face darkening with anger once more. "Don't interfere this time either. I told you, I'm going to make those bastards understand the true weight of a Hokage." With that, she flashed forward. Boom. Soon, earth-shaking tremors erupted in the distance. Kakashi lowered his forehead protector again, his visible eye drooping in exasperation. "Takuma, how many has Tsunade-sama taken out on this trip so far?" "Probably over 150, Takuma's lips twitched. Ever since those guys ranked her 5th on that list, the Hokage's been holding a grudge. So, including this batch, that makes around 180, huh? Kakashi muttered as he jogged forward at a leisurely pace. Takuma kept pace beside him, sighing. "I just hope those idiots get the message soon and stop throwing their lives away like this. Who knows?" As they crested a small hill, Kakashi's gaze fell upon the scene ahead, and he suddenly froze. Somehow, I get the feeling that from now on, the Hokage's reputation as the legendary medic might take a slightly different turn. Takuma swallowed hard. Very likely. Before them, the distant forest was a horrifying sight. Giant trees lay shattered, the thick blanket of snow completely obliterated, revealing a blackened earth split apart in jagged fissures. The enemy's corpses were strewn everywhere, blood splattered so violently that even the snow on the treetops had been dyed crimson. And in the center of it all, Tsunade stood tall, casually shaking out her still delicate-looking fist. What are you two standing around for? Let's go. She glanced back at them before striding forward, stepping over the corpses and leaving a trail of bloody footprints in the snow behind her. You go ahead and follow the Hokage, Kakashi said, snapping out of his daze and moving to the edge of the battlefield. I need to clean this up. Hurry up. Takuma passed him, chasing after Tsunade's retreating figure. Yeah, it'll be quick. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth-style river. The ground churned, a surging river of mud swallowing all traces of the carnage and burying it deep beneath the earth. That should do it. Kakashi lowered his hands and dashed forward in an instant. A faint whistling sound reached his ears. Mid-air, Kakashi twisted his body with fluid grace, narrowly avoiding several shuriken that had been aimed at his back. He landed smoothly. Who's there? Even Takuma's detection missed you. Then, he quickly pieced it together. Ah, hiding deep underground, huh, he mused aloud. Takuma usually doesn't skin too far down to conserve chakra. Pushing up his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, Kakashi's expression turned serious. You're not on the same level as the previous bunch. There must be more ambushes ahead, trying to split the three of us up. Silence. No response. TCH, fine, I'll just leave then. Kakashi turned and sprinted in the direction Tsunade and Takuma had gone. After all, my job right now is to guard the Hokage. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. Flames roared, fanned by the wind, a blazing inferno swallowing Kakashi in an instant. Two hooded figures in long cloaks and animal masks materialized. I said. A hand burst from the ground, seizing one ninja's ankle. Your outfits and tactics are awfully familiar. Earth release, Headhunter Jutsu. Just as the ninja was about to be dragged underground, the other reacted swiftly, drawing a kunai from his back and stabbing downward. TCH. Kakashi burst from the earth, dodging the blade. You're remnants of Root, aren't you? His gaze sharpened. Attacking the Hokage now, are you betraying the village? The two former Root operatives remained silent, swiftly flanking Kakashi from both sides. Kakashi blocked their kunai and tanto with his own, still talking. Trying to avenge Danzo, that criminal. Shut up. One of them finally snapped. You, and Tsunade, are the real traitors to Konoha. And why's that? Kakashi kicked one away, then drove a fist into the other's chest. Don't think we don't know. You've already sold the village to Uchiha. Wind release, Vacuum bullets. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. The two launched a perfectly synchronized combination attack, razor-sharp wind bullets and searing fireballs raining down on Kakashi. Earth release, multiple earth-style walls. 3 layered barriers of earth rose to block the assault. At the same time, a piercing crackle of electricity filled the air. A dazzling chain of lightning, wielded by 2 identical figures, sliced through the former Root members in an instant. Lightning release, Lightning Cutter. As the two collapsed, Kakashi's shadow clones dispersed. Stepping out from behind the earthen walls, he looked down at their bisected bodies. Whatever your reasons, attacking the Hokage is inexcusable. Without waiting for them to fully expire, Kakashi turned and dashed away. After crossing another stretch of snowy forest, the sounds of battle reached him once more. Takuma was locked in combat with 2 more Root survivors, evenly matched. Kakashi immediately slipped into stealth, silently closing in. The crackle of lightning returned as his right hand pierced through one enemy's chest. Already aware of Kakashi's approach thanks to his Byakugan, Takuma expertly kept the other occupied. Kakashi withdrew his bloodied hand as the corpse fell. Dismissing the lightning, he drew a kunai and blurred forward, overwhelming the remaining Root ninja. Let's finish this quick, Takuma said, the veins around his eyes bulging. The Hokage might need backup. Got it. Kakashi intensified his assault, forcing the enemy to falter. 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher. Seizing the opening, Takuma slammed a palm into the ninja's chest. Ack! Blood sprayed from behind the mask as the man was sent flying, crashing through a tree. Go. Kakashi hurled his kunai, embedding it straight into the ninja's heart. Without a backward glance, he and Takuma raced toward Tsunade's location. Chapter 301, 301. Something's amiss. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Lord_Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Takuma, how's the Hokage's situation? Kakashi increased his speed once again. The Hokage isn't in immediate danger, but she's trapped inside the four violet flames formation, Takuma replied, his Byakugan observing Tsunade's battle in the distance. What a pain, those root bastards, Kakashi muttered under his breath. The two of them soon arrived outside the barrier. Inside the formation, Tsunade was breathing slightly heavily as she stood off against a group of masked former root shinobi. Out of respect for your origins as Konoha shinobi, I've already given you all a chance. She lifted her foot and lightly stomped the ground. Cracks immediately spread outward from where she stood. Next. Her sharp gaze bore into the enemies as she clenched her fist. If you still refuse to stand down, I'll personally eliminate every last one of you traitors. You're the real traitor of Konoha. One of the former root members tore off his mask, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Tsunade. Lord Danzo did everything for the sake of Konoha. He was the true shinobi who walked in the shadows. And yet, 5th Hokage, not only have you failed to clear Lord Danzo's name, you've even tried to hand Konoha's power over to the cursed Uchiha. His emotions were clearly running high, his face twisting with fury as he hurled accusations at Tsunade. Tsunade listened expressionlessly, though the veins on her forehead bulged more and more. Are you done? She stared coldly at the young shinobi who had removed his mask. What a waste. A talented young Konoha Jonin, yet you've completely inherited Danzo's fanatical ideology. The young man only screamed louder. Lord Danzo was the one most worthy of being Hokage. You people, who've strayed from the essence of being shinobi, will only lead Konoha to ruin. Oh. Tsunade's voice was eerily calm now. Her eyes swept over the surrounding enemies. So this attack wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment act. You had inside information and a carefully laid-out plan. Then tell me, after assassinating the current Hokage, who exactly did you plan to put in my place? The former root operatives remained silent. So there is someone. Tsunade nodded in understanding. In that case, why hasn't this person shown themselves? If they're so eager to replace me, why don't they have the courage to face me directly? A spineless coward like that has no right to call themselves Hokage. Her words rang out powerfully, but the forest remained deathly silent, save for the howling wind carrying snowflakes through the trees. Well, seems like the person backing you is nothing but a coward, Kakashi remarked lazily from outside the barrier. Launching an attack on the Hokage right before the 5 Kage summit. Not exactly a strategic masterstroke. Found them. Takuma narrowed his eyes slightly before suddenly pivoting and thrusting his palm toward a specific point in the forest. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A thick cedar trunk exploded, and 3 shadowy figures leaped out from within. Hollowed out the tree and set up a chakra-concealing barrier inside. Huh? Takuma's Byakugan observed the fallen cedar. If I hadn't been vigilant, you might have actually slipped past me. TCH. As expected of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The 3 revealed figures stepped forward openly. So it's you. Kakashi turned to face them, his gaze calm as it settled on the leader. Shimura Kazutaru. As for the other 2. He glanced at the remaining men. Tomoyuki and Yasuke, if I recall correctly. Weren't you 2 part of the former advisor's direct forces? I see. Tsunade's voice carried over. So even Koharu and Hamura couldn't resist stirring up trouble. Lord Hokage. Tomoyuki spoke first. He was a middle-aged man with a somewhat simple and honest face, a former direct subordinate of advisor Utatane Koharu. Known for his diplomatic finesse, Tomoyuki had been a skilled negotiator and mediator, assisting Koharu in numerous diplomatic dealings between Konoha and other villages. Even now, despite openly opposing Tsunade, he still maintained a respectful tone. The 2 former advisors truly supported your leadership in the beginning, he said smoothly, his voice measured. Even as they lay bedridden, they continued to care for the village's development and have praised many of your decisions since you took office. So what changed? Tsunade crossed her arms, standing fearlessly in the center of the encirclement. Her eyes remained fixed on the 3 newcomers, ignoring the root operatives entirely. Yasuke snorted coldly. A direct subordinate of advisor Mito Kaito Hamura, Yasuke had previously assisted the elder in managing Konoha's economic affairs. He was known for his strict, no-nonsense attitude and blunt honesty. Now, his expression was as cold as ever. Lady Tsunade, after the 3rd sacrifice, it was the 2 advisors who endorsed you as Hokage to lead Konoha. Yet now, you've betrayed their trust. Spare me the noble rhetoric. Tsunade waved a hand dismissively before pointing straight at Shimura Kazutaru. If those 2 old fools seriously think they can prop up this worthless idiot as Hokage, their motives can't be pure either. Kazutaru immediately bristled. Why you? Shut up. You're nothing but a puppet in those old bastards' hands. Tsunade cut him off ruthlessly before turning back to Tomoyuki and Yasuke. Unlike this fool and these emotionless root shinobi, the 2 of you should know better. Even if I died here today, there's no way the Shimura clan reject could ever become Hokage with the forces you have. She narrowed her eyes. At first, I thought this was just Root acting out of vengeance for Danzo. But since you two are here, this isn't just some impulsive move. And this kind of reckless attack doesn't match those two old schemers' usual cautious nature. A mocking smile curled her lips. What, are they so close to death that they've decided to go out with a bang? What did you say? Kazutoru's eyes widened in shock. He glanced back uncertainly at the two men behind him, hesitation creeping into his stance. Heh. Look at him, utterly pathetic. Tsunade clicked her tongue in disdain. As much as I hated Danzo, even I almost feel sorry for him now. Even the former Root operatives inside the barrier seemed unsettled, their attention shifting toward Tomoyuki and Yasuke. Yet the two men remained unfazed, one still wearing a polite smile, the other as cold as ever. Please remain calm, Lord Kazutoru. Tomoyuki spoke soothingly. You know our plan is flawless. Oh, of course I know that. Kazutoru seemed to regain his composure, puffing out his chest before shooting a haughty look at Tsunade. Chapter 302, 302. A subtle standpoint. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Can I ask something? Kakashi suddenly raised his hand. Since your plan is foolproof, that means you must have other allies, right? Indeed, Takuma replied, lifting his chin proudly. Otherwise, you people would never be able to defeat us, or the Hokage. Not just that, but also those within Konoha. Kakashi pointed out. Tsunade also sneered. So, you actually have a way to deal with both me and Jiraiya at the same time. Kakashi added with a smile, and our teacher. If they intend to incite a rebellion in Konoha, Sensei would never stand by and do nothing. Not to mention all the other Konoha comrades who have always supported the Hokage. Which is why your actions are extremely suspicious. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Tomoyuki and Yasuke. As expected of the Hokage and Kakashi, Tomoyuki said with a grin. It seems nothing escapes your notice. *K. What about me? Takuma glared at him indignantly. Blame yourselves for sacrificing Konoha's interests by collaborating with Uchiha Kaito, Yasuke said coldly. They're here. Takuma suddenly shouted, looking up at the sky. Everyone followed his gaze. A familiar giant clay bird was flying toward them from the horizon. You. Tsunade's expression completely transformed. A violent aura erupted from her body as she instantly smashed the ground with a single punch, sending the surrounding shinobi tumbling. You bastards actually thought to ally with the Akatsuki. They killed so many of our comrades not long ago. In a flash, Tsunade lunged forward, both fists striking out. The bodies of two former Root shinobi were sent flying, crashing into the barriers of the four Violet Flames formation in a spray of blood. This is no joke, Kakashi's eyes turned cold, lightning crackling in his hand. It seems there's no turning back today. His figure blurred with lightning as he closed the distance, his Raikiri piercing straight through Shimura Kazutoru's chest. Hey, Kakashi, Kazutoru grinned eerily. I'm the real shinobi here. With a poof, his body dissolved into smoke. A shadow clone. How cautious. Kakashi immediately turned and struck at Tomoyuki instead. At the same time, Takuma dashed toward Yasuke. Oh ho. Already fighting, huh? Deidara's voice rang out from above, but the battle below was too intense for anyone to respond. Deidara let out an annoyed tch and started complaining. That damn leader said there wouldn't be any missions for a while, and now he sends the two of us to deal with this mess. So annoying, He glanced at Sasori. What do you think, Sasori? Sasori, however, was greedily observing Tsunade, Kakashi, and Takuma in battle. For someone lacking high-quality materials, this is perfect. Ahahaha. Deidara suddenly burst out laughing, pointing at Tsunade. Hey, if I remember right, wasn't the legendary Tsunade Heim sealed by you and that giant guy? Then I heard Uchiha Kaito rescued her. Maybe she's already his puppet now, You idiot. Sasori glared at him furiously. Are you implying that Uchiha Kaito's puppet techniques surpass mine? I never said that. Deidara grinned. But aren't Onmyoji supposed to have Shikigami? Kinda like puppets, right? Sasori grew even angrier. What do you mean, kinda like? Keep insulting my art, and I'll turn you into a puppet. No way. A supreme artist like me would never become part of your mediocre craft. Deidara lifted his nose arrogantly. You little, a cold glint flashed in Sasori's eyes as he reached for a scroll. Gentlemen. Tomoyuki, barely holding his own against Kakashi, suddenly shouted. Please remember the purpose of this mission. TCH. Sasori glanced downward. Inside the 4 Violet Flames formation, Tsunade had already defeated every shinobi except the 4 maintaining the barrier. Her face was dark as she stared at the Violet Flames. Meanwhile, Tomoyuki and Yasuke were clearly outmatched by Kakashi and Takuma, especially Tomoyuki, who was on the verge of defeat. Sasori leaped down from the clay bird, spewing a volley of poison needles. However, he deliberately slowed their speed, allowing all 4 combatants to dodge and separate. Ahahaha. Perfect timing. With Daidara's laughter, 2 lumps of white clay landed and transformed into snakes, coiling around Kakashi and Takuma. Katsu. A flash of fire erupted as the clay snakes exploded, sending wooden debris flying. TCH. Daidara's clay bird descended. No matter. There's plenty of time left, you can slowly appreciate my art, Kakashi and Takuma, having substituted with logs, reappeared on the other side of the barrier, facing Sasori and Daidara through the violet flames. Tell me. Tsunade's voice was deadly calm as she glared at Tomoyuki and Yasuke. What did those 2 old fools promise the Akatsuki? Tomoyuki and Yasuke, panting heavily, remained silent. Ahahaha. Poor Tsunade-heim, let me enlighten you, Daidara said cheerfully from the ground. Their bargaining chip with the leader was the 9 tails, Have you all lost your minds? Tsunade's fists clenched, her eyes burning with fury. Even though our positions are complicated, I kinda agree with you, Daidara nodded sagely. Is it really so hard to understand? Sasori sneered. Ever since Uchiha Kaito openly appeared in Konoha, certain people have been sitting on pins and needles. Kakashi sighed. So they were scared of Kaito. From what I know of him, his revenge ended a long time ago. You don't understand the lust for power that drives those people, Sasori's weathered voice clashed with his youthful appearance. After reviewing the intel before this mission, it's clear that if things continued this way, the faction loyal to the elders would have been completely pushed out of power. I see. Even if the 2 former advisors did nothing, their followers, already branded as part of their faction, would never accept it. Kakashi's gaze turned complicated as he looked at Tomoyuki and Yasuke. Takuma exclaimed in shock, for something like this, you'd abandon a tailed beast. Just a temporary alliance. Wasn't the 5 Kage summit about to convene to deal with the Akatsuki? Sasori mocked mercilessly. First, use us to eliminate your enemies. Then, after inciting hatred by having the tailed beast stolen, unite the villages to destroy the Akatsuki. That was the plan, right? How naive. Ahahaha. Daidara doubled over laughing. Gentlemen. Tomoyuki's usual amiable expression faltered. This might be a misunderstanding. T/N, join my Patreon using the code below to get 50% off. Code, GREEN. Chapter 303, 303. A rare explanation. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. A misunderstanding. Sasori turned his head to look at the 2 men, his face twisting into a stiff smile. There is no misunderstanding. Our 2 esteemed advisors came with genuine sincerity. Tomoyuki's expression had returned to normal, his tone dripping with earnestness. Heh. Sasori let out a derisive snort, utterly unimpressed. It seems even you, the so-called negotiation expert, have slipped up this time, Tomoyuki. Kakashi's voice cut in at just the right moment. Did it never occur to you? The reason you were once undefeated in negotiations wasn't just because of your own skills, there was another crucial factor. Tomoyuki looked up, stunned, his gaze fixed on Kakashi standing on the other side of the 4 Violet Flames formation. Back then, you had the entire Hidden Leaf village behind you. Kakashi's voice grew colder. But now, you can only speak for your own small faction. Tomoyuki opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Tsunade's stern voice echoed in agreement. Kakashi is right. The moment you decided to betray the village's interests, Konoha ceased to be your shield. A pity you failed to consider the consequences of your betrayal. Kakashi sighed, then locked eyes with Sasori again. I'm guessing the Akatsuki never actually intended to make a deal with them, did you? Ha 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 ha. Daidara couldn't hold back another burst of laughter before clapping mockingly. Damn, you're sharp. Impressive, yeah. What? Tomoyuki and Yasuke's faces twisted in horror as they immediately tried to retreat. After all these years, I still encounter self-proclaimed geniuses like you. Sasori's voice was icy. In an instant, two puppets materialized behind Tomoyuki and Yasuke, their blades piercing straight through their hearts. G-H. The two men gasped, their bodies stiffening instantly from the potent venom. Blood gushed from their mouths as they collapsed. Cooperation. There was never such a thing. Sasori tilted his head slightly. We simply used you to sow chaos in Konoha and track down Lady Tsunade's whereabouts. Too bad Lady Hokage's journey was so eventful that her location was never really a secret. Leader's plan was redundant, yeah. Deidara shrugged. Not entirely. Sasori turned his gaze toward Tsunade, still trapped within the barrier. At the very least, by the time Konoha learns of their Hokage's death, they won't be able to send reinforcements in time. I see. Tsunade frowned at the lifeless bodies of Tomoyuki and Yasuke before shaking her head in resignation. So your true objective is? Her voice hardened as she stared at Sasori. To abduct Naruto in the chaos. Or sabotage the 5 Kage summit. Naruto, that's the name of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, isn't it? Sasori flexed his fingers, and the two puppets discarded the corpses before floating back to his side. The Nine-Tails isn't our mission. With his free hand, he unfurled a scroll he had been holding all along. After this summit, the final war between the 5 great nations and the Akatsuki will begin, or so our leader originally planned. 8 more figures emerged from the scroll, lining up before him. With a flick of his wrists, each of his fingers connected to a puppet. But now that you've been rescued by Uchiha Kaito, it's unclear whether Konoha, still largely intact, will even join the war. So. Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. You're trying to assassinate the Hokage to ensure Konoha participates in your planned war. Takuma glared furiously. A mere rogue ninja organization, daring to challenge all 5 great nations at once. You're even more arrogant than I thought. Arrogant? Maybe. Deidara grinned wildly. With the chakra of all the tailed beasts, the Akatsuki will reshape the world's rules after this 4th Shinobi World War, yeah. What is the Akatsuki's true goal in collecting the tailed beasts? Tsunade demanded suddenly. To make the world know pain. Deidara mused, sounding unsure. Yeah. Idiot. Sasori's puppets levitated menacingly. Through devastating war and the power of the 9-tailed beasts, we will force the world into submission, and then create peace. So they really don't know anything. Having learned the full truth from Kaito, Tsunade couldn't help but look at them with pity. What's with that look? Sasori's voice sharpened with anger as his fingers twitched again. 8 of the 10 puppets surged forward, bypassing the 4 violet flames formation and unleashing a barrage of weapons toward Kakashi and Takuma. At the same time, Deidara hurled a swarm of clay insects, though he shot Sasori a puzzled glance. Weird. For once, Sasori actually bothered explaining things before attacking. Yeah. Consider it a final mercy before they become my newest puppets. Sasori's fingers danced as he maneuvered the 8 puppets against Kakashi and Takuma, all while circling the barrier. His voice was cold. And you, don't you dare blow up my future collection. Huh. Deidara, mid-hand seal, scowled. Why should my art take a backseat to your puppet show? Yeah. Don't test me, Deidara. Sasori's tone was dangerously calm. TCH. Deidara reluctantly lowered his hands. Fine. Only 'cause we've been partners this long. Yeah. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Takuma fought back-to-back against the relentless puppets. These ones aren't human puppets. Kakashi noted as his kick connected with solid wood instead of flesh. Lady Tsunade destroyed all of Sasori's human puppets in their last fight, Deidara chimed in, barely hiding his amusement. So now you two will be his replacements. Yeah. Deidara. Sasori growled. Kakashi suddenly exchanged a glance with Takuma. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Takuma spun rapidly, his defensive technique deflecting the puppet's assault. Seizing the opening, Kakashi sank into the ground. Oi oi, running away and leaving your comrade behind. Deidara taunted. Of course not. Kakashi reappeared directly in front of Sasori's real body, his Sharingan morphing into a new pattern. Kamui. A spatial vortex materialized, its crushing force wrenching at Sasori's body. Crack. Sasori's form shattered into pieces, only his right arm was caught in the vortex before it vanished. Clutching his bleeding left eye, Kakashi barely had time to react before. Click, click, click. I've been waiting for you to use that technique. Sasori's dismembered limbs flew back together, reassembling seamlessly. His remaining left hand extended, a pipe emerging from his palm as purple smoke billowed out. Hatake Kakashi, today, you become part of my collection. T/N, join my Patreon using the code below to get 50% off. Code, GREEN. Chapter 304, 304. Tsunade breaks the barrier. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Ugh. Caught off guard, Kakashi inhaled a mouthful of poisonous smoke. He immediately held his breath, lowered the hand covering his left eye, and reactivated his dojutsu. Kamui. A spatial vortex spun rapidly. Sensing danger, Sasori swiftly dispersed his body into segments again. Kakashi hurriedly shifted his gaze, locking onto the core embedded in Sasori's chest. Crack. Under the distorting force of space, the left side of Sasori's chest began to fracture. Explosive clay puppet technique. Deidara's voice rang out just in time. An abstract clay doll rushed forward and knocked Sasori's body aside, sacrificing itself to be swallowed by Kakashi's Kamui. By the time Sasori reassembled his body, Kakashi had already deactivated his dojutsu. Staggering slightly, he retreated beyond the range of the poisonous smoke. He quickly pulled an antidote from his ninja pouch and injected it into himself, gasping heavily. It's not over yet. Deidara stretched out his arms, sending several more clay puppets charging toward Kakashi. At the same time, Takuma, who had rushed over due to the unmanned puppets on the other side, leaped into the air and struck at Deidara with a palm strike. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. TCH. Deidara dodged, disrupting his control over the clay puppets. Seizing the opportunity, Takuma swiftly grabbed Kakashi and retreated further, shielding him with his body. Meanwhile, Sasori had already reattached his right arm, and the chakra threads extending from his fingertips reconnected to all his puppets. Deidara, leave the rest to me, Sasori declared firmly. Your fighting style is too wasteful, you'll just blow them to pieces. Deidara withdrew his clay puppets, grumbling, seriously, the puppets you're using now aren't even as good as my dolls, You almost died just now. Shut up. Sasori snapped impatiently. Whatever. Kakashi, how are you holding up? Tsunade, still trapped inside the barrier, sounded anxious. I'll manage, Kakashi replied, his condition seeming to stabilize slightly. Thanks to the antidote you prepared, Hokage-sama. No, a general-purpose antidote won't fully neutralize such a potent toxin. We need a specialized antidote. Tsunade clenched her fists. Kakashi-senpai. Takuma frowned in concern. Watch out. Kakashi barely managed to block an incoming puppet attack. Takuma immediately moved to protect him, engaging Sasori's puppets head-on. However, unlike when fighting human opponents, the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, which specialized in targeting internal organs and chakra pathways, was far less effective against puppets. The usual tactic for Hyuga ninja against puppeteers was to use the Byakugan and gentle fist to sever the chakra threads. But now, with Takuma forced to defend Kakashi in his weakened state, he had no choice but to clash directly with the puppets, quickly putting him at a disadvantage. 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher. Takuma unleashed one of his most effective techniques against the puppets, shattering one that was about to strike Kakashi. But in doing so, he failed to dodge a thin poison needle, which embedded itself in his arm. Takuma. Both Kakashi and Tsunade shouted in alarm as the needle pierced Takuma's flesh. Your name is Hyuga Takuma, right? All the puppets abruptly stopped moving as Sasori's voice, laced with delight, reached them. Then you'll join Kakashi as part of my collection. GUH. With his Byakugan, Takuma could clearly see the poison spreading through his arm. Gritting his teeth, he made a split-second decision, grabbing a kunai and slashing at his own arm. I can't allow that. A puppet's arm suddenly elongated, precisely blocking Takuma's kunai. Since you're already a designated addition to my collection, even you don't have the right to damage yourself, Sasori's voice carried a hint of anger. Damn it. Takuma's vision darkened, his body swaying unsteadily. Takuma. Kakashi reached for another antidote, only for it to be shattered by a thrown projectile. You bastards. Tsunade, witnessing this, finally snapped. Dispel this barrier right now. The former root members maintaining the barrier exchanged glances but remained unmoved. Save your breath, Tsunade-sama, one of them spoke up. After Danzo-sama's death, we lost our purpose. Since our original goal is now unattainable, venting our anger for Danzo-sama seems like a fitting end. You worthless scum. Fury burned in Tsunade's eyes, but then, inspiration struck. She bit her right thumb and swiftly drew a bloody seal on her left palm. Summoning Jutsu. A cloud of white smoke erupted as the massive form of Katsuya materialized, instantly bursting through the confined space of the 4 violet flames formation. Tsunade vanished in the chaos. Boom. 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 Four rapid impacts resounded like drum beats. When the smoke cleared, Tsunade stood protectively in front of Kakashi and Takuma. Katsuyu, heal Kakashi and Takuma. She flicked the blood from her fist and turned her glare toward Sasori and Deidara. Meanwhile, the dissipating smoke revealed Katsuyu's scorched body, its surface blackened by the violet flames. Beside her, the four former root members lay motionless, their chests caved in from Tsunade's devastating strikes. Understood, Tsunade-sama. Katsuyu shed the burned portions of her body, her form shrinking slightly as she regenerated seamlessly. Two smaller slugs, each about half a meter long, split off and crawled onto Kakashi and Takuma. Throughout this, Sasori made no move to stop them. Well aware of Tsunade's combat prowess, he knew his current arsenal of standard puppets wouldn't last a single exchange against her. I forfeit. Sasori severed his chakra threads in frustration, letting all 10 puppets collapse to the ground. In a flash, he appeared on the back of Deidara's clay bird. My art has poor compatibility with the legendary Princess Tsunade, Sasori said, his tone disinterested. The rest is up to you, Deidara. Ha 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 ha. Deidara leaped onto the bird as well, laughing uproariously. To think even you would give up on a potential addition to your collection. The slug princess of Konoha truly lives up to her reputation, Tsunade ignored their taunts, her focus solely on her comrades. How are they, Katsuyu? Do not worry, Tsunade-sama, Katsuyu's soothing voice replied. I can stabilize them. Once the battle is over, you can develop the antidote in time. Good. Relieved, Tsunade turned her attention back to Deidara and Sasori. Now, it's my turn to perform, Deidara's clay bird flapped its wings, ascending rapidly. I can't let him gain altitude. Tsunade's eyes sharpened as green markings spread across her face. In the next instant, she lunged at Deidara, her fist driving straight through his chest. This feeling. Realizing something was wrong, Tsunade tried to pull back, but the Deidara in front of her dissolved into white clay, rapidly expanding and ensnaring half her body. The real Deidara emerged from the clay bird's body, leaping down with Sasori. The clay clone on the bird's back continued swelling, completely encasing Tsunade. Hey, just like with Sasori no Dana. Who'd have thought the great Tsunade would fall for the same trick twice, Deidara formed a hand seal. Art is an explosion, Katsu. T/N, join my Patreon using the code below to get 50% off. Code, GREEN. Chapter 305, 305. The Ultimate Masterpiece. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the clay clone enveloping Tsunade and the giant clay bird detonated simultaneously, painting the snowy field crimson with flames. Hokage-sama. Kakashi, who was receiving treatment from the small slug, immediately tried to stand up in panic. At that moment, the massive slug blocking their path suddenly split apart. A figure shot forward like lightning, reaching the laughing Deidara in an instant and driving a fist into his chest. The same trick won't work on me twice. Deidara's vision was filled with Tsunade's face, marked with green curse-like patterns. A violent shockwave erupted, sending Deidara flying backward at high speed. He crashed through several large trees before finally slamming into the snow. You're next. Tsunade retracted her fist and turned to face Sasori, who stood on the other side. Sasori stared at her impassively and asked, Hey, Deidara, are you finally dead? Cough, cough. In the distance, Deidara weakly moved his limbs, struggling to pull his head out of the snow. Got careless, cough. Not dead yet, cough, but close, yeah. He lay on his back, blood gushing from his mouth as he spoke. TCH. Sasori frowned. Annoying. If you dare attack me, be prepared to die. Tsunade clenched her fists and dashed toward Sasori. Flame emission. Sasori raised his hands, and scorching flames erupted from the pipes in his palms. Tsunade abruptly halted her charge and stomped the ground. The tremendous force caused the earth to upheave, blocking the flames for a brief moment. As the fire melted through the rock and soil, Tsunade swiftly retreated. At the same time, the slug, moving in perfect sync, opened its mouth. Tongue-toothed sticky acid. A tidal wave of corrosive acid spewed forth, covering the area where Sasori and Deidara stood. Sasori ceased his flames and leaped back, extending his right hand to manipulate Deidara's body with chakra strings, pulling him out of the acid's range. With that, the two sides were fully separated. Puffed. Deidara spat another mouthful of blood. Sasori, my organs, probably got punctured by broken ribs, yeah. After this, I'll turn you into a perfect piece of art, Deidara, Sasori replied calmly, retracting his chakra strings. Bastard. Deidara collapsed again. Before I die. I'll take all of you, with me. Sasori ignored him, reaching behind his back to retrieve his fourth scroll while opening a compartment on the right side of his chest. I hadn't planned to use this here. He unfurled the scroll, and several figures swiftly emerged, positioning themselves in front of him. This is... Tsunade's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the 6 new human puppets. Though she didn't recognize all of them, some familiar faces instantly revealed their identities in life. My art knows no limits. Sasori's lips twisted into a grotesque smile. This is my latest and greatest masterpiece. Chakra strings extended from his chest, connecting to the 6 puppets. Secret technique, Jinchuriki formation. He gazed at the 7 figures before him and sighed regretfully. A shame I couldn't complete the set of 9 before unveiling them. So, these are the Jinchuriki who died after having their tailed beasts extracted, Tsunade muttered, bracing herself. Even Deidara was stunned. Lying in the snow, he turned his head to look at the puppets and spat bitterly, to think, the leader actually. To think the leader entrusted me with such high-quality materials. Sasori finished coolly. Don't act so surprised, Deidara. This is his recognition of my art. Humph. Deidara, despite his condition, sneered defiantly. You could never have collected all 9 anyway, Sasori. The 3 tails Jinchuriki died long ago, pfft. You should stop talking, Deidara. Sasori's voice darkened as the 6 human puppets sprang into action. Killer Bee, wrapped in dazzling lightning, extended blades from his body and spun forward in a whirlwind of attacks. At the same time, Han, clad in red armor, released steam from his body and charged with a mighty punch. TCH. Tsunade realized the dire situation but had no choice but to meet them head-on. Perfect. Sasori manipulated the puppets with fervor. A debut like this deserves an opponent of your caliber. Next, Rashi, armored in lava release, joined the assault. Tsunade swung her fists, wreathed in green senjutsu chakra, but Sasori's puppets moved fluidly, taking turns to engage and retreat, refusing to clash directly. Not just these 3, the remaining puppets seized openings to attack from afar. Yujito spat searing fireballs, Utakata blew explosive bubbles, and Fu scattered poisonous scales. Even Tsunade, enhanced by senjutsu, was momentarily suppressed. Damn it. Enraged, Tsunade slammed her fist into the ground. The snowfield split apart violently, rocks and dirt flying in all directions. Sasori leaped back, maneuvering his puppets to evade. Seizing the brief respite, Tsunade shattered Rashi with a single punch. Ha! I knew you and I were incompatible. Sasori's eyes flickered with irritation as Yujito and Utakata abruptly turned, launching fireballs and bubbles toward Kakashi and Takuma in the distance. Katsuyu! Tsunade shouted, simultaneously striking at Han. Understood. The giant slug shielded Kakashi and Takuma with its body, enduring the flames and explosions. Meanwhile, Han's steam-powered fist collided violently with Tsunade's. Crack! Tsunade's advance was halted, and Han's arm shattered. Heh! Sasori suddenly smirked. Tsunade whirled around just in time to see Killer Bee, crackling with lightning, dart past Katsuyu, twin blades raised to slash Kakashi and Takuma. Kakashi. Takuma. Tsunade lunged forward to intervene, but the one-armed Han blocked her path again, his remaining fist propelled by steam toward her face. Get out of my way. Tsunade charged recklessly, obliterating Han's other arm. But in that split second, Killer Bee's blades had already sliced through the small slug that leaped up to protect Kakashi and Takuma, now mere inches from their bodies. Kakashi struggled to activate his dojutsu, Kamui, but the poison coursing through his veins disrupted his chakra flow. So this is how it ends. He watched the descending blade with resignation. Screech! The piercing cry of 1,000 birds erupted as a brilliant lightning spear shot from afar, severing Killer Bee's sword at the last possible moment. T/N, join my Patreon using the code below to get 50% off. Code, GREEN. Chapter 306, 306. The battle ends. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon, patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Is that Sasuke? Kakashi turned his head toward the source of the lightning spear. I never expected to see you in such a sorry state, Kakashi. From a distance, Sasuke smirked, his right hand gripping the lightning spear, twisting slightly as Chidori's sharp spear slashed horizontally, forcing Killer Bee back. The lightning spear in Sasuke's hand retracted, arcs of electricity crackling around him as he instantly appeared beside Kakashi. "Well, thanks for the assist, Sasuke," Kakashi said with a wry smile. "What brings you here?" "Just passing by." Sasuke replied nonchalantly before turning his gaze elsewhere. "Are you all heading to the 5 Kage summit?" "That's right." Kakashi struggled to sit up. "Need help?" Sasuke glanced at Tsunade, who was surrounded by puppets, and asked casually. "Sasuke, I need you to protect Kakashi and Takuma," Tsunade said sternly, nodding at Sasuke before glaring furiously at Sasori. "Leave the fighting here to me." "Understood." Sasuke had no objections. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasori's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Deidara, lying battered on the ground, had been caught in the aftershock of Tsunade's earlier earth-shattering punch and was now barely clinging to life. "Looks like there's no chance left. Sasori, let me." With trembling hands, he slowly pulled open the front of his robe, revealing the stitched-up incision over his heart. "You idiot." Sasori extended chakra threads from his fingertips, latching onto Deidara's body to stop him. "Don't. Try to stop me." Deidara coughed up another mouthful of blood, mustering all his remaining strength to resist Sasori's control. "My final art. TCH." While maneuvering his puppets to fend off Tsunade's relentless assault, Sasori used his only free hand to unfurl another scroll. Boom. A cloud of white smoke erupted, scattering countless paper fragments. The fluttering sheets coalesced, revealing Conan's figure amidst the chaos. Sasori discarded the scroll and spoke bluntly. "Mission failed. Get us out of here." Conan surveyed the battlefield with a frown before nodding. "Trying to run." Tsunade roared in fury. Ignoring her injuries, she smashed through Fu and Utakata with 2 consecutive punches, charging straight at Conan. "Stay here and die together. I'm just a paper clone." Conan's body dissolved into countless sheets of paper. The remaining Killer Bee and Yujito immediately moved to intercept Tsunade. Meanwhile, white paper swirled around the barely breathing Deidara, lifting him into the air. Conan, now only her upper half remaining, spread massive paper wings from her back. With one hand gripping Sasori's collar and the other guiding Deidara's floating body, she soared upward. Sasuke, arms crossed, watched them ascend and asked again, "Want me to help stop them?" "Then I'm counting on you." Tsunade shattered Yujito with another punch but found herself entangled by Killer Bee, whose body suddenly sprouted razor-sharp blades. "You heard her." Sasuke smirked. "Time to get serious." "Ha ha ha ha." An abrupt laugh echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see Suigetsu leaping down from the towering snow-cap for trees, his executioner's blade slicing through the air toward Conan. TCH. Sasori, still dangling from Conan's grip, scowled. Tilting his head back, he unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons from his mouth. Just as Suigetsu seemed ready to recklessly tank the projectiles, Niji materialized in front of him. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. A rapidly spinning sphere of chakra deflected both the incoming weapons and Suigetsu's descending blade. "What the hell are you doing?" Suigetsu bellowed in outrage. Niji ignored him. As the rotation ceased, he planted a foot on the flat of the executioner's blade, using the momentum to launch himself higher, chasing Conan's retreating form. "You damn Byakugan bastard." Suigetsu, kicked backward by Niji's maneuver, cursed furiously. "Idiot Suigetsu. Those projectiles are poisoned." Karen, who had leaped out from behind a lower tree branch, punched Suigetsu's foot upward. "Go again." By now, Tsunade, having sacrificed her own well-being, finally destroyed Killer Bee. As she regenerated her injuries, she glanced upward. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Niji, now above Conan, activated his technique once more. The force of the rotation sent Conan and her 2 companions plummeting downward. Perfect. Water release, violent water wave. Below, Suigetsu's arms bulged monstrously as he swung the executioner's blade upward in a devastating arc. Conan flapped her wings to evade, while Sasori blasted flames from both hands, one aimed skyward, the other downward. Suigetsu's face paled. He hurled his blade to block momentarily while his hands flew through seals. Water release, water wall. Above, Niji had no choice but to use revolving heaven for the 3rd time. Seizing the opportunity, Conan's wings beat frantically, accelerating past Niji and ascending into the sky. Karen, who had already secured a spot beside Sasuke, clicked her tongue in frustration. "These 2. Useless men. Bastards." Tsunade chopped down a fir tree with a single strike, hefted the massive trunk, and hurled it at Conan. With a boom, Conan's paper clone disintegrated entirely. The papers enveloping Deidara scattered, sending both him and Sasori into freefall. "Ha, cough." Ha ha ha. Deidara, mustering the last of his strength, laughed weakly. He yanked open the stitches on his chest and shoved a lump of explosive clay into the mouth embedded there. Behold, my ultimate art. Deidara, you fool. Sasori reached out to stop him again but hesitated. Forget it. He had no more cards to play. This was the end. What a shame. He couldn't help but feel bitter. Princess Tsunade's abilities had proven far more troublesome than anticipated, completely countering his puppetry. His newest masterpiece had been destroyed before it could achieve its destined glory. How infuriating. The others, unsure of Deidara's intentions, watched warily as his chest-mouth chewed the clay. No. He's going to self-destruct. Karin, hypersensitive to chakra fluctuations, screamed in panic. Sasuke. Stop him. No need. Sasuke remained unmoved. Niji, it's your turn. Got it. Niji, descending from above, had already analyzed the flow of chakra within Deidara's body. An explosive surge was spreading from his heart throughout his entire system. Gray markings spread across Niji's face as he formed sword-hand seals, striking the air in rapid succession. Sage art, gentle fist, remote point striking. Needle-thin chakra projectiles shot from his fingertips, piercing precise tenketsu points on Deidara's body and sealing his chakra pathways completely. Guh. Deidara convulsed, blood spraying from his mouth before he crashed lifelessly to the ground. This moron. Seeing Deidara's kamikaze attempt fail so spectacularly, Sasori swiftly changed tactics. A rope shot from his abdomen, latching onto a distant tree branch. With a sharp tug, he swung himself away. Die. Tsunade's voice thundered as an enormous shadow loomed over Sasori. A massive tree trunk smashed down onto him with catastrophic force, crushing his body instantly. Sasori's form shattered beyond recognition. T/N, join my Patreon using the code below to get 50% off. Code, GREEN. Chapter 307, 307. Parting Ways. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sean Collins. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Boom. Tsunade twisted her waist and flung away the massive tree she had been holding, then strode step by step through the scattered remains of Sasori's body before crushing his regeneration core under her foot. He's not dead yet, Niji remarked, standing beside Deidara as he observed the internal condition of the latter's body with his Byakugan. Oh. Tsunade turned and walked over, bending down to deliver a swift, decisive punch. Her fist collided with Deidara's chest, producing a dull thud. Deidara's body convulsed, his eyes widening as a fountain of blood gushed from his mouth. Tsunade sidestepped the splattering blood and casually said to Niji, now he's dead. Eek. Suigetsu, who had been standing beside Niji, was so startled by her brutal action that he ducked behind Niji for cover. Ah. Niji, faced with the Hokage, felt slightly awkward but still bowed politely. Lady Hokage. Tsunade gave a slight nod before striding past the 4 members of Sasuke's team and approaching Kakashi and Takuma. Lady Hokage, please check on Takuma first, Kakashi said. His poisoning is much more severe than mine. Quiet, you. Tsunade shoved the seated Kakashi onto his back. After examining both of them, she ordered bluntly, someone get me some water. I'll do it. Sasuke pulled a basin from his ninja pouch, ignoring the odd looks from the others, why does he have everything, and scooped up clean snow from the side. He then melted it into water using fire-natured chakra in his hand. Here. He carried the basin over and set it down beside Tsunade. Thanks. Tsunade dipped her hands into the water, drawing out 2 separate orbs of liquid, which she then placed on Kakashi's and Takuma's chests. As green chakra glowed, the water seeped into their bodies. Mystical Palm Jutsu, Extraction. With a swift motion, Tsunade pulled out the water orbs, now tainted with poison, and tossed them aside. She repeated the process several times. As the toxins were gradually purged, Kakashi and Takuma's complexions slowly returned to normal. Finally, Tsunade used a basic medical ninjutsu to fully restore their bodies. Done. She stood up and faced Sasuke's group, finally finding the time to ask, why are you all here? Just passing through. Sasuke had no intention of elaborating. Passing through. Tsunade pressed. Are you also heading to the 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron? Karin immediately stepped in front of Sasuke, glaring defiantly. Hey. Why should Sasuke tell you anything about our plans? Besides, we just saved your lives. TCH. Tsunade crossed her arms and chuckled, then studied Karen with sudden interest. Girl, what's your name? I am Karen. What about it? Karen's bravado faltered as she couldn't help stealing envious glances at Tsunade's ample bust. Karen. Tsunade smirked playfully. You seem awfully protective of Sasuke. That's because Sasuke is our team leader. Karen stammered, her face turning red. I don't like him or anything. You like him? Tsunade's grin widened. I never said that. Why you? Though seething inside, Karen didn't dare retaliate against Tsunade. In the end, she could only adjust her glasses awkwardly. Amused, Tsunade turned and walked to a nearby tree, picking up her Hokage hat and placing it on her head. Anyway, thank you for your help this time. And thank you for saving my life, Sasuke, Kakashi said as he finally stood up. Sasuke gave him a cool glance. It was nothing. No need for thanks. By the way. He reached into his ninja pouch again and tossed a scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi caught it and frowned. What's this? We ran into someone who attacked us out of nowhere. This is his body. Sasuke turned away. He was a Konoha ninja, something like Shimura, I think. Shimura Kazutaru? Kakashi asked, surprised. Not sure. Sasuke didn't look back as he walked off. We're leaving now. Niji, Karen, Suigetsu. Sasuke. Wait for me. Karen hurried after him. Yeah. Suigetsu also dashed off in Sasuke's direction. Still as independent as ever, Sasuke, Kakashi sighed, watching his retreating figure. Niji. Takuma approached Niji as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he only silently patted his shoulder. Take care. Niji bowed once more before departing. That girl. Tsunade stared thoughtfully at Karen's retreating figure. You mean? Kakashi seemed to catch on. Yeah. Tsunade sounded uncertain. She might be a surviving descendant of the Uzumaki clan after the fall of Uzushigakure. Kakashi nodded. She does have the same red hair as Kushina-sensei. All right. Tsunade shook off her thoughts. You two, clean up the battlefield. Take the bodies of those Akatsuki members and the Jinchuriki with us. Yes. Kakashi and Takuma immediately got to work. Lady Hokage, Kakashi suddenly called out to Tsunade, who was standing beneath a tree. Should we contact the village? Might as well. Though those fools won't cause much trouble. Tsunade pondered briefly. Notify Jiraiya. Understood. Kakashi summoned his Ninken, Pakken, relayed the message, and then dismissed the summon. Once the battlefield was cleared, the three of them resumed their journey toward the Land of Iron. Takuma glanced at Tsunade's back and asked, Lady Hokage, is it really alright to leave Uchiha Sasuke and his team unchecked? It's fine. Tsunade didn't slow her pace. Uchiha Kaito sent me a message earlier. I see. Takuma said no more. As one of the influential figures in the Hyuga clan, he was privy to many inside details, such as the collaboration Kaito had discussed with Hanabi. What he didn't know, however, was that Hayashi had actually been the first to reach a secret agreement with Kaito. Meanwhile, after speeding up for a while, Niji finally caught up with the other three. By then, Suigetsu was already busy provoking Karen again. Sasuke, that Hokage was right. Karen totally has a thing for you. Shut up, idiot Suigetsu. Karen, predictably, flew into a rage. Suigetsu cackled. Ha! Weren't you the one who got tongue-tied earlier? You bastard. Karen punched his head clean off. Obsessed much. Suigetsu's head dissolved into water before reforming. I'll smash you into puddles and freeze you into ice. Violent stalker. You're here. Sasuke, completely ignoring their bickering, turned to Niji. Uncle should be nearby. I'll leave it to you to pinpoint his exact location. Leave it to me. Niji remained equally composed as he activated his Byakugan once again. Chapter 308, 308. They have arrived. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sean Collins. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. The dimly lit cavern was illuminated by a faintly glowing pool. By the water's edge, spread across a fur rug, Madara, Izuna, and Hikaka sat idly playing cards. Meanwhile, Kaito was seated alone nearby, scribbling furiously on parchment. For the past 2 days, he had been deeply engrossed in studying the various curse techniques and genjutsu within the passage before them. He had even ventured deep inside several times, gaining considerable insight. This passage was likely constructed by the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. The structure of its curse techniques bore a direct lineage to the sealing inscriptions left by Kaguya on the consciousness of the divine tree. Unlike the techniques displayed in combat, researching curse inscriptions allowed him to understand the Otsutsuki clan's knowledge more directly and accurately. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the cavern, Sasuke's team of 4 encountered 3 Hyuga clansmen who had set out from Konoha. "Niji and Ai-san." Hinata exclaimed in delight upon seeing him. Niji, however, frowned disapprovingly. "Lady Hinata, what are you doing here?" I wanted to help Hanabi by doing more," Hinata replied, mustering her courage. Niji stared at her silently for a moment before sighing. "Do as you wish. I'll do my best." Hinata clenched her fists, refusing to back down this time. "That's good." Niji then nodded at the other 2. "Sister Toka, Ruka and I. It's been a while, Niji," Hyuga Toka greeted him warmly. "Indeed," Ruka agreed, clapping him on the shoulder enthusiastically. "Actually, we should be thanking you, Niji." "No." Niji shook his head firmly. "I didn't do anything worth gratitude. In the end, I was just acting impulsively and selfishly for my own freedom." "But you gave us hope," Ruka insisted. "And because of you, Lord Kaito developed the technique to remove the caged bird seal." Toka smiled gently. "Niji, regardless of your motives, we of the branch family have benefited from it." She then turned to Sasuke, her smile widening. "And this must be Sasuke-kun. What an outstanding young man. Thank you for looking after our Niji." "Niji is my chosen teammate," Sasuke replied awkwardly before turning away and striding into the cavern. "Let's go find my uncle first." "Oi, Sasuke, are you blushing?" Suigetsu teased loudly. "Shut up." Karen punched him again before hurrying after Sasuke. "That girl's impossible to get along with," Suigetsu muttered, taking a swig from his water flask before glancing at Niji. "Right, the Akugan brat. No, I think you're the difficult one." Niji shot him a deadpan look before walking past him into the cavern. "Hey, wait for me." Suigetsu scrambled after him. My, let's go as well," Toka chuckled, covering her mouth before leading Hinata and Ruka inside. Deep within the cavern, Kaito suddenly set down his brush. "They're here." He rolled up the scroll he had been writing on and tucked it, along with the brush, into his sleeve. Finally. Izuna tossed his cards aside. Madara shook his head and also set down his hand. "Huh. We're not finishing this round." "Lord Madara, Lord Izuna." Hikaku gathered the scattered cards. "Card games are unbearably dull," Izuna grumbled, rubbing his neck. "Especially for Uchiha with the Sharingan. When everyone could read and calculate each other's moves, there was no fun left in it." "Well then, let's take a break with some tea, Izuna-senpai." Kaito knelt beside them, flicking his sleeve to reveal a low table and tea set in the center. He then began preparing the tea with graceful, fluid motions, the aroma soon filling the cavern. Thus, when Sasuke and the others arrived at the heart of the cavern, they were greeted by an almost ethereal sight. The shimmering glow of the water, an elegant tea master performing a refined ceremony, 3 distinguished figures lounging casually on the rug, steam curling upward like mist in a dreamlike scene. "You've arrived." Kaito poured the tea into small cups, set down the pot, then smiled warmly as he straightened his sleeves. The group was momentarily stunned by the serene beauty before them. "Uncle." Only Sasuke remained unaffected, stepping forward to sit on the rug. "Grandfather Madara, Grandfather Izuna. And this is Grandfather Hikaku," Izuna added, gesturing to the men beside him. "Ahaha." Hikaku laughed awkwardly. "Well, chronologically speaking, grandfather is accurate, but considering the years I've actually lived, it feels a bit strange to be called that." "You could always have Sasuke call you Hikaku and I instead," Izuna remarked dryly. "As long as you don't mind calling me grandfather." "Ahaha." Hikaku coughed, lifting his cup. "Tea. Let's just drink tea. Lord Kaito." The others approached and bowed respectfully. "Please, sit." With another flick of his sleeve, Kaito conjured 2 more rugs. He then began preparing tea for the newcomers. "Sasuke," he said, glancing at Suigetsu and Karen. "I see you found new companions." Sasuke nodded, sipping his tea. "Yes. These 2 are Suigetsu and Karen. They were originally under Orochimaru's command, but he recommended them to me." "Oh." Kaito's gaze swept over them, sharp enough to make both flinch. "Interesting." He smiled. "A Hozuki and an Uzumaki. Uzumaki, Izuna, Madara, and Hikaku all turned to Karen. That bright red hair does resemble the Uzumaki, Madara mused. Uzumaki. Karen blinked in confusion. Is that some famous clan? Having grown up with only her mother in the harsh conditions of Kizugakure, she had never known she belonged to a clan, let alone had a surname. It was strange, wasn't it? If she had a family, why had she and her mother lived such isolated, miserable lives? Why had her mother been drained of chakra until she died in agony? The Uzumaki clan once ruled the land of whirlpools, neighboring the land of fire. They specialized in sealing techniques and were known for their vibrant red hair and immense vitality. Kaito explained kindly. Unfortunately, the clan was nearly wiped out after the fall of Uchiha. Wiped out. Karen's emotions churned violently. When? During the Second Shinobi World War, Kaito said. I suspect you are a descendant of one of the survivors. Chapter 309, 309. The Twin Pools. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sean Collins. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. I don't know. Karen's voice trembled with unexpected panic as her fingers unconsciously tightened around Sasuke's sleeve. I grew up with my mother in Kizugakure village, but she passed away not long after. She shook her head in confusion, murmuring, Mom never mentioned any of this to me. The Uzumaki clan possesses a unique physical constitution, I couldn't possibly mistake it. Uchiha Kaito set down his teacup with a gentle smile. But since these are matters of the past, there's no need for you to dwell on them. Karen found herself inexplicably soothed by the aura he exuded, staring blankly as she stammered, Why yes. I understand. Kaito merely glanced at her and Sasuke with an amused expression before shifting his attention elsewhere. It wouldn't be a bad thing if Sasuke were to marry an Uzumaki in the future. He exchanged a meaningful look with Izuna. Izuna nodded subtly in understanding. A union between the Uchiha and Uzumaki bloodlines might yield some interesting results. Kaito blinked and turned to the other side of the room. As for the 3 members of the Hyuga clan, has Lady Hanabi already briefed you on the specifics of this mission? Toka and Irika exchanged glances, silently deferring to Hinata to handle the conversation. Yes. Hinata fidgeted under the collective gaze but steeled herself. I can't embarrass Hanabi or the Hyuga clan. She repeated the mantra in her mind. Hanabi has already explained everything, she replied, her voice trembling slightly. For this mission, we will follow your lead, Kaito-sama. There's no need to be nervous. Kaito smiled reassuringly. This operation isn't particularly dangerous. Why yes. Hinata nodded, feeling a little more at ease. Uncle. Sasuke yanked his sleeve free from Karen's grip and spoke up impatiently. Can we start the mission now? Eager, aren't you? Kaito cast him a sidelong glance. No need to rush, we'll depart shortly. His gaze swept over the group as he continued leisurely, however, before we proceed, there are a few things I'd like to clarify. At his words, everyone except the 3 elder Uchiha immediately straightened, adopting serious expressions. See that glowing pool behind me? Kaito pointed to the shimmering water surface. This is the direct passage to the moon. Despite having heard about this beforehand, the members of Sasuke's team and the Hyuga squad still eyed the luminous water with skepticism. Soon, we'll pass through this unique gateway to reach the moon, Kaito explained. Though I'm not entirely certain about the current situation there, I've already scouted the conditions within the passage. He proceeded to outline the mission plan, detailing precautions for traversing the passage, arrangements after landing on the moon, and contingency measures for unexpected situations. Understood, he finally asked. Yes. Good. Kaito stood up. Then let's move out. The group gathered at the edge of the pool. Madara took the lead, diving in without hesitation, and the others followed suit. Kaito took up the rear. As they descended through the strangely dry water, they soon emerged into an even more peculiar abyss, a second pool filled with densely packed golden orbs of varying sizes, their reflections dancing across the surface. Spherical rocks floated along the edges. Avoid touching those golden spheres, they're products of genjutsu. Kaito flicked his wrist, sending talismans flying from his sleeve to attach themselves to everyone except the 5 Uchiha. But don't be too tense. Even if you accidentally fall under the illusion, these talismans will wake you. The group acknowledged his words and carefully navigated through the second layer of water, finally arriving in a dimly lit cavern. However, the moment they landed, a barrage of bubbles shot toward them. After evading the attack, Kaito observed the enormous, menacing crab and casually ordered, "Sasuke, leave this thing to your team." "Got it." Sasuke's hands flew through a series of seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. A blazing sphere intercepted the crab's bubble assault. My turn. Water release, surging water arm. Suigetsu's arms bulged as he swung the Kubikurabocho, severing the crab's massive claw in one strike. 8 trigrams mountain crusher. Niji descended from the cavern ceiling, his palm striking the crab's shell with enough force to shatter its carapace. The resulting shockwave obliterated its internal organs, delivering the final blow. So amazing. Hinata whispered in awe, watching as the three effortlessly dispatched the creature. Niji and Ai-san has grown even stronger. I promised to protect Hanabi, I have to work harder too. She clenched her fists, silently renewing her resolve. Sasuke. Karen immediately latched onto his arm. As expected of you, you were incredible. Hey. Suigetsu hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, scowling. Niji and I did most of the work, you know. Humph. Karen coldly ignored his protest before turning back to Sasuke with a pitiful expression. Sasuke. The mission ahead seems dangerous. Please protect me, okay? Just stay out of the fights. Sasuke impassively shook her off and strode deeper into the cavern. Sasuke. Karen hurried after him. Wait for me. Heh. Kaito chuckled. Our Sasuke is quite popular with the ladies, it seems. Indeed, far more so than his uncle, apparently. Izuna remarked dryly. Ha ha ha. Kaito sounded oddly pleased. That's fine. The future of the Uchiha clan rests on that boy's shoulders. Hikako laughed. True, but unlike nobles, shinobi don't usually take multiple wives. No matter. Sasuke doesn't have to remain a shinobi. Kaito waved a dismissive hand. Up ahead, Sasuke's ears burned crimson as his elders' shameless discussion continued. Karen, walking beside him, seethed internally. Ha! As if Sasuke would ever be unfaithful. She studied his barely contained fury. See. He's about to explode. You corrupting old men. Yet the conversation behind them marched on. Family legacy is important, after all. Hikako mused. Perhaps the clan leader should pull some strings, buy the boy a noble title. Then he could marry as many women as he likes and father plenty of heirs. Buffed, ha 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 ha. Suigetsu finally burst out laughing. Chapter 310, 310. Princess of the Byakugan. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Listening to the teasing words of his elders, Sasuke's forehead kept twitching with irritation. He was both embarrassed and furious, desperately wanting to turn around and roar at them. But to maintain his composed image in front of his teammates, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and pretend he hadn't heard anything. Meanwhile, Karen's heart was a mix of sweetness and fury. What made her happy was that Sasuke's elders seemed to regard her as a potential future wife for him. Just thinking about it made her blush, pink bubbles practically floating around her. However, the moment she recalled those same elders joking about Sasuke marrying multiple wives, her temper flared. She barely restrained herself from lashing out. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that you're Sasuke's elders, I'd beat you all up. Karen adjusted her glasses in a self-deceiving manner, then couldn't help but sneak a glance at Sasuke's reaction. We're here. The unbearably tense Sasuke spotted the faint light streaming down from the cave's exit not far ahead and suddenly felt relieved. I'll check it out. He dashed forward like a gust of wind, leaping out of the cave's exit without hesitation. Emerging from the cave, Sasuke found himself in a dense, shadowy forest. The sound of waves echoed in the distance, and a soft, artificial sun hung in the blue sky. Soon, the others followed, jumping out of the cave one after another, surveying their surroundings. This is the moon. Suigetsu muttered in disbelief. It looks no different from the shinobi world. And that thing up there, a sun. No, that's not a sun, Niji said, activating his Byakugan. It's a large, artificially constructed device. There's even a castle inside it. Ruka also activated his Byakugan. Good. Madara smirked. Seems our target is right there. There's also an abandoned village over there. Niji shifted his gaze downward, spotting the ruins by the seaside. Let's check that out first. Kaito gestured for Niji to lead the way, then glanced up at the sky. As for the castle above, we'll deal with it later. Understood. Niji took the lead, guiding everyone toward the abandoned village by the shore. They soon arrived, weaving through the broken walls and collapsed structures. It seems this was once inhabited by the descendants of Hagoromo's brother, Kaito observed, studying the ruins around them. There. Niji suddenly froze, his Byakugan locking onto something. What is it? Kaito turned to him. It's an underground cemetery. Niji's expression grew distant as he unconsciously stepped onto a narrow path. Follow him. Noticing Niji's strange demeanor, Sasuke immediately went after him, the others close behind. Niji swiftly navigated the desolate path, stopping before a stone door embedded in a rocky cliff. With a heavy groan, the sealed door slowly opened before him. Niji. Sasuke called out, but Niji didn't react, stepping into the darkness beyond the door. TCH. Electricity crackled around Sasuke as he accelerated, rushing in after him. Hey! Niji. Sasuke. The impatient Soijetsu and Karen also sprinted through the stone door. Ah, that kid Sasuke, really? Kaito sighed, continuing at his leisurely pace. Completely ignoring the plan we discussed earlier. It's fine. Hikaku shrugged. Young people are bound to be impulsive. Let them suffer a little. It'll do them good. Izuna smirked coldly. Only Madara remained silent, his sharp eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the door. Kaito-sama. Hinata spoke up hesitantly. Kaito turned to her. What is it? Will they be okay? Hinata frowned worriedly. Niji and Iisan seemed off just now. They'll be fine. Kaito gave her a reassuring smile before walking toward the stone door. If you're worried, let's go down and take a look. Yes. As they stepped inside, Kaito ignited a blue spiritual flame in his palm, illuminating the surroundings. Descending the stone steps, the space gradually expanded. Kaito flicked his wrist, sending the flame into the air, where it split into multiple glowing orbs, casting dim light across the vast underground cemetery. Countless tombstones stood in dense rows, stretching endlessly. The sound of fighting echoed from ahead. Following the noise, they saw Niji aggressively attacking Sasuke and Soijetsu, who were struggling to defend themselves without hurting him. As the group approached, Niji forcefully pushed Sasuke and Soijetsu back, his gaze sweeping over them. Shinobi of the Earth. A hoarse, ancient voice emerged from Niji's mouth. This is no place for you. Hagoromo. Recognizing the voice, Kaito stepped forward, studying Niji closely. You know my name. Niji, or rather, the presence controlling him, scrutinized Kaito in return. How? Did the summoning beasts tell you? No. You're not Hagoromo. In a flash, Kaito appeared before Niji and lightly tapped his palm against his chest. Exorcism. A burst of spiritual light erupted as a translucent figure was forcibly ejected from Niji's body. Kaito caught the collapsing Niji, then looked up at the floating specter of Hagoromo. Or rather, you're not the complete Hagoromo, Kaito said, smirking. You're merely a fragment of chakra he left behind. You seem to know much. Hagoromo stared down at him imperiously. Indeed. Kaito tossed Niji toward Sasuke. It seems the real Hagoromo hasn't returned here in a long time. Hagoromo remained silent. Then, can you tell me what happened on the moon? Kaito pressed. This place is in ruins, and I doubt many remain in that artificial sun's castle. I have nothing to say to you. Hagoromo refused to divulge anything, but his gaze suddenly shifted to Hinata in the distance. Princess of the Byakugan. He drifted toward her, slowly extending a hand. Such pure eyes, truly rare. Princess. Hinata instinctively stepped back. A pity. Just as his hand was about to reach her, glowing blue seals suddenly lit up across his translucent form, freezing his movements. Yes, a pity. Kaito flicked out a talisman, which stuck to Hagoromo's back. His figure grew fainter and fainter until he vanished entirely. Kaito caught the returning talisman between two fingers. A pity the real Hagoromo isn't here. Chapter 311, 311. Main family and branch family. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. As expected. Madara glanced around at the countless graves surrounding them, suddenly feeling a sense of weariness. He turned and walked toward the exit of the underground cemetery, saying, after you obtained the power of Enma, the Sage of Six Paths and his brother would no longer appear before you. True enough. Kaito chuckled and addressed the group, let's head out first. We can talk more outside. Sasuke supported Neji as they walked at the back of the group. Hey, you alright? Suigetsu leaned in to examine Neji before turning to Karen. Hey, Karen, hurry up and heal Neji. No need. Before Karen could respond, Neji refused outright. I'm just weakened from excessive chakra depletion. I'll recover after some rest. Suigetsu pressed closer, curiosity burning in his eyes. So, that ghostly old man absorbed your chakra. And earlier, it looked like you were possessed, what did that feel like? Neji, still leaning on Sasuke, kept his head lowered, his eyes fixed on the ground. He had no intention of answering Suigetsu's questions. Hey. Neji. Suigetsu waved a hand in front of his face, undeterred. We really owe Sasuke's uncle this time. So this is what an Onmyoji is like, just like the legends say, exorcising ghosts and demons. He seemed unusually excited, rambling on without pause. Shut up. Sasuke shot him an impatient glare, his voice sharp. TCH. Suigetsu muttered under his breath, still unfazed. It's my first time seeing something like this, so of course I'm amazed. You've probably seen it all before, that's why you're so calm. Heh. Up ahead, Kaito, who had already reached the exit, suddenly turned back to stare at Suigetsu, a faint smile playing on his lips. Hozuki boy. Suigetsu, standing on the stone steps below, looked up. Backlit by the light, Kaito's silhouette carried an indescribable eeriness. What is it? Suigetsu found himself inexplicably nervous. From what I've observed, many of the shinobi from Kirigakure likely have traces of yokai blood in them. Kaito's voice was low and ominous. After all, quite a few shinobi born in the land of water possess inhuman traits, don't they? Is that so? Suigetsu stammered. That's just the result of ninjutsu. So, Suigetsu must have yokai blood too. Karen immediately seized the opportunity to mock him, pretending to have an epiphany. Uncle, you should exorcise this idiot yokai right away. Perhaps we should test it. Kaito raised a finger, the tip glowing with a faint blue spiritual light. At the same time, the others who had already stepped through the stone gate turned to look down at Suigetsu from above. Sasuke, save me. Suigetsu instantly ducked behind Sasuke before peeking out again. I'm not a yokai. I am Sasuke's comrade. Heh. Kaito suddenly retracted his finger, his smile widening. Just a joke. Hurry up and come out. With that, he stepped through the stone gate and into the sunlight outside. Ah! Karen burst into exaggerated laughter, pointing at Suigetsu. Suigetsu, you coward. Ha ha ha. You vicious fangirl. Suigetsu glared at her venomously. Enough. Sasuke cut them off sharply, still supporting Neji as he ascended the steps. Suigetsu and Karen obediently fell silent, though they continued to exchange heated glares. The group made their way back through the abandoned village. Throughout the journey, Suigetsu kept his distance from Kaito, always positioning himself as far away as possible. Though Kaito had seemingly only joked, Suigetsu's instincts screamed at him to stay away, something about the men unsettled him deeply. Kaito noticed his reaction but merely smiled faintly, choosing not to provoke him further. Let's rest for now. Kaito took out the talisman that had absorbed Hagoromo's chakra earlier. I need to examine the information Hagoromo left behind. With that, he formed a one-handed seal. Summoning Jutsu. A surge of purple energy manifested in the open space as the massive head of Enmo slowly emerged. Kaito tossed the talisman forward. Enmo's mouth opened wide, an eerie hand stretching out to snatch the talisman before retreating inside. Then, the deity began chewing. Kaito stepped closer, his black eyes shifting into the Mangekyo Sharingan, its five-pointed star pattern identical to Enmo's. After a few seconds of silent exchange, he nodded. I see. Kaito pressed his palms together, and Enmo's head gradually sank back, the purple energy dissipating. As you all know, chakra contains spiritual energy. Kaito addressed the group, who were watching him with keen interest. What Hagoromo left behind in the underground cemetery wasn't a simple clone, it was a construct created using advanced yin-yang release. By having Enmo read Hagoromo's chakra memories, I've learned what truly happened to the descendants of Hagoromo on the moon. His gaze swept over the members of the Hyuga clan present. To put it simply, the main family and the branch family went to war, and in the end, the branch family won, slaughtering every last member of the main family. What? The Hyuga members paled. Ha! Neji let out a bitter laugh. Even the descendants on the moon were divided into main and branch families. Indeed. However, the moon shinobi didn't have the caged bird seal. Kaito looked up at the sun in the sky. And the branch family didn't wage war against the main family because their freedom was restricted. Then, what was the reason? Hinata clasped her hands tightly, her voice trembling slightly. The branch family believed that the world created by the Sage of Six Paths was a failure, that shinobi had never ceased waging war. Kaito sneered. They saw themselves as the inheritors of Hagoromo's will, destined to destroy the shinobi world forged by the sage and create a new, better world in its place. The main family, on the other hand, held the opposite view. They believed that despite the constant wars, the shinobi world would gradually improve over time. When the two sides went to war, the branch family sacrificed their eyes to create an immensely powerful weapon, fusing all their Byakugan into a single construct, which ultimately secured their victory. Following Kaito's gaze, everyone looked up at the sun in the sky, its golden light radiating ceaselessly. So that's the weapon they created by combining all their eyes. Madara narrowed his eyes. The energy it emits is astonishing. I never imagined the Byakugan could be used like this. Izuna, however, focused on another detail, his tone laced with irritation. A failed world. Destruction and rebirth. Who do they think they are, gods? Just then, a rift tore open in the sun. Countless figures astride flying birds surged forth, raining down a barrage of golden beams upon the group below. Chapter 312, 312. Ultimate Evolution. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Finally, a reaction. Madara stood motionless, gazing up at the densely packed enemies descending from above. Kaito clasped his hands together, and a translucent blue barrier materialized, shielding the group. Golden beams rained down from the sky, exploding upon impact and causing the barrier's surface to ripple like disturbed water. Those are just puppets controlled by the Tensigan, Kaito declared loudly. The only remaining moon ninja on the lunar surface is a single boy now. Boring. Madara immediately withdrew the overwhelming aura surging around him. If it's just a boy, Izuna turned his head. Sasuke, leave it to you. Understood. Sasuke responded promptly. In that case, I'll withdraw the barrier. Everyone, be careful. With that warning, Kaito dispelled the barrier. The group scattered swiftly, leaving Sasuke alone on the battlefield. Susanoo. A half-bodied giant manifested, encasing Sasuke in its protective form. Sasuke glanced upward at the swarm of puppets, bit his thumb, and performed the summoning jutsu. Caw. 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 A chorus of rough caws echoed as a flock of pitch-black crows materialized behind him. Enter. Transformation Jutsu. Sasuke rapidly formed hand seals. Got it, caw. The crows suddenly compressed together. Poof. A cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a massive crow flapping its wings. Go. Dismissing the Susanoo, Sasuke leaped onto the crow's back. Caw. The crow took flight, evading the golden beams fired by the puppets. Suigetsu. The crow streaked toward Suigetsu's location. Hearing his name, Suigetsu immediately jumped high, landing perfectly on the crow's back. Ascend. Caw. The crow weaved through the golden beams, carrying the two upward. Water release, water gun jutsu. Suigetsu extended his right hand like a pistol, firing condensed water bullets from his fingertips. One shot pierced straight through a flying puppet and the humanoid puppet riding it. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly, now dual-wielding his water bullets with both hands. Twin water guns. Not to be outdone, Sasuke drew the katana from his waist. Thunder crackled as blue lightning enveloped the blade, then rapidly extended. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. The electrified blade, now over 10 meters long, slashed through multiple puppets in a single swing. As Sasuke and Suigetsu soared through the sky on the crow, shattered puppets rained down. Soon, the once overwhelming swarm was more than half cleared. Keep going. Under Sasuke's command, the crow shot straight toward the sun. The two deflected the puppets' energy attacks with their jutsu, retaliating with even greater force. Upon nearing the sun, Sasuke swung his blade at its sealed surface. Clang. The impact reverberated, forcing Sasuke's arm back, yet the sun remained unscathed. TCH. Sasuke extinguished the lightning on his blade. Suigetsu, take over defense. Crow, fall back. Got it. Caw. Suigetsu activated exploding water arm jutsu, swelling his arm as he drew the executioner's blade. He spun the massive sword like a whirlwind, blocking the golden beams. Caw. Caw. The crow flapped its wings, retreating. Meanwhile, Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun, summoning an incomplete Susanoo, only its two massive arms manifested, drawing back a colossal bow. Kagetsuchi. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Black flames erupted violently along the arrow knocked in the Susanoo's bow. Fire. The blazing black arrow shot forth, striking the golden sun. Crack. A fissure split its surface. Before it could regenerate, the black flames of Amaterasu engulfed it. Ha 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 ha. Suigetsu laughed maniacally, alternating between swinging his sword and firing water bullets. On the ground, Kaito shielded his eyes as he observed the battle above. It seems the artificial sun can replenish its energy via the Tensigen. Breaking through won't be easy. Tensigen. Izuna turned to him curiously. MHM. Kaito explained, both you and Madara-sama have seen it, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's evolved Byakugan is called the Tensigen. Thus, his descendants named the weapon they created by fusing Byakugan the same. Niji couldn't hold back his question. Uncle Kaito, can the Byakugan evolve like the Sharingan? It can. Kaito nodded firmly. Then, how? Niji's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. If the Rinnegan is the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha Sharingan, then the Tensigen is the pinnacle of the Hyuga's Byakugan, Kaito elaborated. The other three Hyuga, Hinata, Toka, and Ruka, listened intently. As for how to evolve the Byakugan into the Tensigen, Kaito met Niji's hopeful gaze but shook his head. Given the genetic disparity between the Hyuga and the Otsutsuki, achieving this evolution is nearly impossible. Why? Niji clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept this. Kaito chuckled lightly. The Uchiha clan, across countless generations, produced only one, Madara-sama, who attained the Rinnegan, the same eyes as the Sage of Six Paths. And even that involved immense serendipity. As he spoke, he winked at Madara. Humph. Madara turned his head away, understanding Kaito's implication. His Rinnegan was the result of too many coincidences, being the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, Hashirama as Azura's vessel, and Black Setsu's manipulations. Without any single step, it would have been impossible. Niji's expression darkened, but he pressed on. At least Madara-sama succeeded, didn't he? Unlike Hinata's obliviousness, Toka and Iruka were stunned. Madara? Was this overwhelmingly powerful figure traveling with them the Uchiha Madara? Exchanging glances, they struggled to suppress their shock. This was the legendary figure who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the first Hokage. Was this Kaito's trump card? Kaito sensed their turmoil and nearly facepalmed. The presence of Enma Daioh didn't faze them this much. Do they think I just named my summon after the King of Hell? Shaking his head slightly, he answered Niji, the essence of a shinobi's power is chakra. Whether it's ninjutsu or Kekkei Genkai, all derive from variations of chakra. Seeing Niji nod, he continued, to put it bluntly, the Otsutsuki are inherently unique. Without their lineage's chakra, natural evolution of your eyes is improbable. So, there's no path to strive for. Niji's fists trembled with frustration. Not necessarily. Niji's eyes lit up as Kaito pointed at the artificial sun above. There's a ready-made Tensigen right there. If you can absorb its ocular power, evolution isn't out of reach. Chapter 313, 313. Untimely. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Evolution. The Tensigen. Both Niji and the duo of Toka and Ruka found their breathing growing uneven. At that moment, Izuna suddenly spoke up, forget the thanks, why did that Hagoromo guy earlier try to control this kid into going to the underground tomb? Kaito glanced at Niji and explained, ever since Hagoromo last met us in the Hall of the King of Hell, he never returned. The other Hagoromo left on the moon wanted to take over Niji's body to go to the shinobi world. So, Hagoromo has already followed the Sage of Six Paths to the Pure Land, Izuna mused, crossing his arms and sneering up at the sky. That guy still has another descendant living inside the artificial sun, doesn't he? Why not take over that boy's body instead? The Hall of the King of Hell. The Sage of Six Paths. The Pure Land. Aside from the three Uchiha, everyone else was utterly lost. Were these two being serious? Why was the conversation getting more and more outrageous? Unlike the somewhat confused Hinata and Karen, or Niji, who was already somewhat accustomed to such things, Toka and Ruka, as seasoned shinobi, felt like they had suffered more shocks in a single day than they had in their entire 20-plus years of life combined. Yet, Kaito showed no intention of sparing their feelings. "That boy was born without eyes and has never left his castle," he said, raising his gaze to where Sasuke and Suigetsu were still struggling to breach the surface of the artificial sun. He chuckled helplessly. It seems Sasuke still needs some help. While Amaterasu's flames can damage the outer protective layer, the Tenseigion's immense energy is constantly repairing it. Uncle Kaito. Niji forced himself to calm down and pointed at Hinata. Why did that person say Hinata-sama eyes are Byakugan of exceptionally rare purity? Exactly what it sounds like, Kaito replied, turning to look at the flustered Hinata. In terms of innate talent, Hinata is likely the most gifted member of the Hyuga clan today. That's impossible. Niji found it hard to accept, and his feelings toward Hinata grew even more complicated. If that were really the case, why was Hinata like this? It was nothing short of a waste. Hearing Kaito's words, Toka and Ruka also cast complicated glances at Hinata, sharing the same thought. I'm not. Under the weight of everyone's stares, Hinata completely panicked, waving her hands frantically, her face filled with distress. You. Seeing her like this only irritated Niji further. He scoffed and turned away. Niji and I-san. Hinata bit her lip, lowering her head in shame and frustration. Are you all wondering why she hasn't demonstrated strength matching her talent? Kaito raised an eyebrow. Niji shook his head. I've said it before, Hinata-sama's personality is too kind. She's simply not suited to be a shinobi. Hinata's body trembled slightly, and she buried her face even deeper. What should I do? What can I do? Niji continued mercilessly, someone who hesitates to hurt others at every turn, whose fists waver with uncertainty, can never master the Hyuga clan's gentle fist taijutsu. Suddenly, he let out a mocking laugh. And yet, this kind of person is the most talented one. How ridiculous. What should I do? Hinata clenched her teeth, desperately holding back tears. I don't want to cry. If I really am the most talented, why do I always fail? Hey. Karen, who had been watching silently, suddenly couldn't take it anymore. Rolling up her sleeves, she stormed over angrily. Grabbing Niji by the collar, she glared at him fiercely. What the hell are you saying, you stupid bastard? This has nothing to do with you. Niji coldly slapped her hand away. Karen responded by throwing a punch. Aren't you a brother? Why are you spouting such pointless nonsense? Slap. Niji caught her fist, his expression still icy as he stared at her in silence. Is kindness a mistake for a shinobi? Karen's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, her voice growing increasingly hysterical. Is kindness a sin? Niji was momentarily stunned but stood his ground. Kindness isn't wrong, but for a shinobi, being too kind is simply untimely. Is that so? Karen suddenly withdrew her hand, her legs giving way as she slumped to the ground. Untimely, huh? She took off her glasses, roughly wiping away her tears. Are you okay? Hinata, who had been frozen in shock, hurried over to help her up. No need. I'll just sit here. Karen put her glasses back on, hugging her knees as she looked up at Hinata. So, your name's Hyuga Hinata. You really are as kind as he said. Why yes. I'm Hyuga Hinata. Nice to meet you. Hinata stammered out her introduction, awkwardly crouching beside her. My mom was someone just as kind as you, Karen suddenly said, for some reason opening up to Hinata. Hinata blushed, offering a shy smile. Maybe that bastard Niji isn't entirely wrong, Karen muttered, resting her chin on her knees. If mom hadn't been so kind, if she hadn't tried to save others, those scum from Kusagakure wouldn't have discovered her special abilities. We wouldn't have been captured, and she wouldn't have died. The fiery-tempered girl now looked unbearably fragile, leaving Hinata even more at a loss. She wanted to say something comforting, but her words failed her. All she could do was gaze at Karen with worried eyes. Even though I know it wasn't mom's fault, it was all those bastards doing. Karen suddenly gripped Hinata's hand tightly, staring straight into her pure white eyes. But I hated her kindness back then. It put both of us in danger. Hinata let her hold her hand, staring back in stunned silence. Untimely. Karen tightened her grip, then suddenly laughed. That idiot Niji put it perfectly. If you don't have the strength to protect yourself and the people you care about, kindness is untimely. Hey, princess, she suddenly adopted a tough girl tone, patting Hinata's head with her other hand. You're lucky you grew up in peaceful Konoha. Your kindness hasn't cost you anything, yet. Hinata suddenly felt a pang of sorrow, her eyes reddening. Maybe I'm being selfish, but I don't want to change who I am. Then you'll have to work even harder, Kaito's voice cut in. Hinata startled, turning to him. Kaito-sama. You can hold on to your kindness, Kaito said with a faint smile. But you'll need the strength to protect it. I understand. Hinata's gaze grew resolute. Without power, kindness can bring disaster. She turned back to Karen, offering a timid smile. Thank you, Karen. I'll do my best. Karen blinked, then looked away with a huff. TCH. Whatever. Chapter 314, 314. Inside the Sun. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Caw. 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 Accompanied by the grating cries of crows, Sasuke and Suigetsu returned to the ground empty-handed. Yet, everyone else was focused solely on Hinata and Karen, not sparing the two a single glance. Just saying you'll work hard is useless, Karen stood up again and looked down at Hinata. Never show mercy to enemies who would harm you or those important to you. Before Hinata could react, Karen lunged toward Sasuke, trying to cling to his arm. Sasuke. You're back. Sasuke dodged her with visible irritation, his gaze darkening as he stared at the artificial sun in the sky. At least you took care of those puppets, Kaito patted his shoulder reassuringly. And no new ones have appeared since, Hikaku added with a smile. Let me handle this, Izuna stepped forward. That brat Kaito mentioned probably doesn't dare show his face now. Give it a try, Madara narrowed his eyes. If you fail, I'll take over. Don't underestimate me, brother. A flash of red light gleamed in Izuna's eyes as he instantly activated the complete form of Susanoo. The winged Tengu-like warrior giant raised its sword, its massive wings flapping as it soared into the sky. Susanoo hovered just outside the artificial sun, its colossal blade poised for a strike. Swish. The sword cleanly sliced through the protective layer covering the sun's surface. Yet, energy surged, and the thin barrier instantly repaired itself. TCH. Izuna manipulated Susanoo to raise the sword again. Swish. 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 A rapid succession of slashes struck the same spot. Then, just as the fissure began to close, Susanoo thrust the blade deep inside. Let me open the path. Kaito leaped into the air, riding the currents of natural energy to fly toward the artificial sun. In moments, he reached his destination, landing atop Susanoo's massive sword. The five-pointed star in his eyes spun as his hands formed a rapid series of seals. With another leap. Izuna. At Kaito's signal, Susanoo's blade swung horizontally, widening the fissure on the sun's surface. Kaito's gaze locked onto the crack. With a sharp exhale, a pentagram pattern materialized over the rupture, instantly forming a barrier that bridged the inside and outside of the artificial sun. Come up. Kaito gestured to the group below before stepping into the barrier's passageway. Izuna dispelled Susanoo and followed. Below, the others were ferried up one by the crows, even Madara lazily hitched a ride. Once everyone passed through the barrier, a bizarrely structured, towering castle came into view. Let's go. Kaito led the way toward the castle gates. Clank. 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 Countless mechanized puppets of varying design surged from the castle, unleashing another overwhelming barrage of golden beams. Then let's each handle our share. Kaito flicked his sleeve, a defensive barrier enveloping him. Several talismans shot out, their inscriptions glowing blue. In an instant, the talismans multiplied, streaking through the air in dense arcs before slamming into the puppets. TCH. Eager to redeem himself, Sasuke dashed forward, unleashing a massive fire-style jutsu. Fire-style, Great Fire Annihilation. Sasuke. Don't hog the spotlight. Suigetsu grinned, forming hand seals. Water-style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Hikaku stood beside Madara, sighing nostalgically. It's been a while since we fought alongside you two. These worthless puppets don't require our combined effort. Izuna drew his ninjato, flames erupting along its edge. Uchiha style, Blazing Sword Dance. He flashed into the puppet swarm, cleaving through several in a single slash. You go ahead. Madara crossed his arms, yawning. Such opponents aren't worth my time. As you wish, Lord Madara. Hikaku darted to Izuna's side, their synchronized attacks swiftly decimating the enemy forces. Meanwhile, the others joined the fray, until only Kaito and Madara remained idle. Kaito eventually withdrew, walking over to Madara. Wonder if we'll find Kagaya's seal here, Madara mused, scanning their surroundings. Unlikely, Kaito replied indifferently. And it's not yet time for Kagaya's return. Boring. Madara sat on a nearby rock. I never expected the moon to be like this. Had I known, I wouldn't have mobilized everyone. Kaito shrugged helplessly. Seems I overestimated the situation. By then, the group had cleared the puppets, advancing toward the castle's interior. Let's take a look. Kaito motioned to Madara. Truthfully, I came mainly for the possible archives and texts left by Himura's descendants. Madara stood. He, too, held some interest in the remnants of the Otsutsuki clan. Just then, the battle ahead took an unexpected turn, the remaining puppets swiftly encircled Hinata. Princess of the Byakugan. A white-haired youth descended gracefully, standing before Hinata with a polite bow. His eyes remained closed. To think you'd come here willingly. Perhaps this was fate all along. Who are you? Hinata assumed her gentle fist stance, wary. I am Otsutsuki Tonari. His unseen gaze fixed on her face before he dropped a bombshell. Your fiancé. A fiancé. Hinata recoiled, only for the puppets to block her retreat. You must be mistaken, she shook her head frantically. I have no fiancé. You may have forgotten. Tonari's voice dripped with feigned tenderness. We met in childhood. From that moment, you were destined to be my bride. No. Hinata spun, shattering a puppet with a palm strike, only for another to immediately fill the gap. Then I'll have to subdue you myself. She lunged at Tonari. Gentle fist art. Chapter 315, 315. Destroying the world. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Hinata mustered her courage and took the initiative to attack, but unfortunately, she posed no threat to Tonari. After only a brief exchange, she inevitably found herself at a disadvantage. At that moment, the others finally arrived at the outer perimeter of the encirclement formed by countless puppets. Toka and Ruka anxiously tried to break through the puppet defenses but lacked the strength to do so. Though the group had managed to defeat some of the puppets, an endless stream of new ones continuously flew out from the castle, replenishing the encircling forces. Leave it to me. Niji's face became marked with grace and Jutsu seals as he swiftly dashed past the two. His figure weaved through the dense swarm of puppets, his hands striking their bodies with the precision of fluttering butterflies. The dull thuds of impact rang out incessantly, and one after another, the puppets shattered and collapsed to the ground. Niji has gotten much stronger, Toka remarked, staring at Niji's back in astonishment. Though he wielded the Hyuga clan's traditional gentle fist technique, the destructive power in Niji's hands was clearly on another level compared to anyone else. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. A massive sphere of chakra spun rapidly, violently repelling all the puppets surrounding Niji. Meanwhile, at the center of the encirclement, Hinata's battle had grown increasingly perilous. Stop running away, Hinata, Tonari said calmly as he effortlessly dodged her attacks. This is the destiny of your Hyuga clan. I've never heard of such a thing. Hinata was slightly out of breath, but for once, she did not retreat. Steadying herself, the chakra erupting from her hands blazed like blue flames. Gentle step twin lion fists. The chakra around her hands took the form of roaring lion heads as she launched another assault against Tonari. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tonari blocked Hinata's twin lion fists with his hands, quickly finding an opening and striking her abdomen with a palm strike. Ugh. Hinata's movements froze, and her body went limp. Come with me obediently. Tonari caught Hinata as a circular platform suddenly rose beneath their feet, swiftly lifting them into the air. Hinata. Niji, witnessing this, desperately accelerated his advance. However, the puppets around him surged forward in waves, frantically obstructing his path. Niji. Sasuke's voice rang out as a massive, translucent chakra arm stretched out from another direction, grabbing Niji and hurling him toward the ascending platform. Niji shot through the air, closing in on the floating platform, and thrust his palm toward Tonari's chest. Tonari, who had kept his eyes closed the entire time, suddenly smirked in triumph. The platform beneath his feet shifted automatically, evading Niji's attack. At the same time, several flying puppets emerged from the castle, each holding golden orbs that fired beams of light at Niji. With no other choice, Niji activated Revolving Heaven once more to block the attack, but the force sent him plummeting back to the ground. I'll help you. Suigetsu, also thrown by Sasuke Susanoo, swung his Kubikurabocho at the platform beneath Tonari's feet. Tonari manipulated the platform to ascend rapidly, gazing down at them from above before declaring loudly, "Fools! Your arrival is timely, witness the destiny of Hamura." TCH. Suigetsu and Niji landed on the ground together, their attacks having failed. "Oh. What do you mean by Hamura's destiny?" Kaito, who had been standing at a distance without intervening until now, finally spoke up. "The destruction of the world created by the Sage of Six Paths, of course," Tonari replied, opening his eyes, revealing two hollow, pitch-black sockets. "From the moment you set foot on the moon, annihilation was inevitable." "Pretentious nonsense." Uchiha Izuna, standing nearby, scoffed. "A brat like you thinks he can destroy the world." "You wouldn't understand," Tonari said with a faint smile. "Once the moon fully descends, the shinobi world will meet its end." "What do you mean?" Sasuke frowned, looking up at the sky. Kaito spread out his sensory perception and instantly grasped the situation. "I see. You sensed it, didn't you?" Tonari asked proudly. "The moon is moving toward the shinobi world." "Yeah." Kaito showed little surprise. "I didn't expect the Tensigen to have such an ability." He suddenly levitated into the air and addressed the others, "I'll leave this place to you. Don't let him capture any of the princess." With that, he turned and flew swiftly in the direction his senses guided him. "Stop him!" Tonari commanded. A swarm of puppets immediately pursued Kaito, firing golden beams at his retreating figure. "Looks like I'll have to put in some effort after all." Izuna sighed as his colossal, fully formed Susanoo materialized, intercepting all the puppets in its path. "Save Hinata." Sasuke's half-formed Susanoo reached toward the sky. Kaito, without looking back, disappeared into the castle. Navigating through a series of winding corridors, he soon arrived in a vast hall. This must be it. He leaped onto a massive device in the center of the room. Countless Byakugan had been gathered together, forming a golden orb that emitted a soft, radiant glow. "So this is the so-called Tensigen." Madara's voice sounded from behind him. "You came too." Kaito didn't turn around. "Indeed. I never imagined that combining so many Byakugan could grant the power to move the moon. What do you plan to do with it?" Madara stepped beside him. "Ordinary people can't touch it," Kaito said, narrowing his eyes. "The Tensigen's curse technique absorbs the chakra of anyone who isn't a descendant of Hamura." He placed his hand on the surface of the Tensigen and grinned. "But I won't have that problem, since I don't possess chakra." Madara chuckled. "You intend to claim this for yourself?" "Exactly." Kaito nodded. "Whether as a weapon or an energy source, it'll be useful in the future. Do as you wish." Madara took one last glance before jumping down from the device's base. Kaito followed, clasping his hands together. Summoning technique, gates of the underworld. An enormous gate materialized out of thin air, swinging open to reveal Kaito standing at its entrance. "Little Kaito. Clan leader. Kaito. Everyone." Kaito waved at the gathering clansmen. "Please clear the area in front of the gate. I need to bring in something big." Once the space was cleared, he turned and clasped his hands again. "Susanoo." A half-formed giant of Susanoo appeared within the limited space. "Let's begin." The Susanoo reached out, gripping the Tensigen device and lifting it with tremendous force before placing it inside the gates of the underworld. "What is this? So many eyes." Curious exclamations echoed from within the gate as Kaito stepped inside. "Hey!" Indra grabbed the wrist of a curious young clansman before he could touch the device. "Don't." He turned to Kaito at the entrance. "What's the meaning of this?" Chapter 316, 316. Witnessing the spectacle. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Moe. Nathan King. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. A flash of red light flickered in Kaito's eyes as he transmitted the entire sequence of events to Indra through Genjutsu. "So that's how it is." Indra's gaze darkened, his expression remaining cold as he turned to look at the massive Tensigen device. The result of countless ocular powers stacked together. He sneered. "It seems not only the descendants of the old men but even Uncle's lineage are still killing each other. Why do you think Otsutsuki Hagoromo didn't stop any of this?" Kaito raised an eyebrow. "Just like how the Sage of Six Paths never stopped the generations-long feud between you and Azura." TCH. Indra's voice was icy. How would I know what the old man and uncle truly thought? Kaito only smiled faintly. Then let's discuss it later, senior. For now, I need to close this door to sever the connection between the Tensigan and the moon. Do as you wish. Indra grabbed the young boy who had tried to touch the Tensigan earlier and strode deeper into the hall. See you later. Kaito waved at the clan members still watching him before stepping outside. As he clasped his hands together once more, the gates of Enma Palace slowly closed, then dissolved from solid to intangible, vanishing into thin air. 5 minutes earlier, outside the castle. After Kaito and Madara left, the battle outside quickly reached its conclusion. Otsutsuki Tonari had severely underestimated the strength of the intruders who had come to the moon. Though he had taken Hinata hostage, he was soon overpowered once Izuna and Hikaku began fighting in earnest. Niji seized the opportunity to rescue Hinata, and Tonari was swiftly defeated and captured. Yet, he refused to surrender, still commanding an endless stream of puppets in an attempt to free himself. If only I had obtained the eyes in time. Tonari, now seated on the ground with most of his chakra pathways sealed, glared at Hinata with his empty eye sockets. Hinata, who had just regained consciousness, stood nearby with her head lowered, unease written all over her face. You wanted Hinata's eyes. Niji, who was guarding Tonari, pressed a finger against him again, cutting off the chakra flow in another pathway. Your eyes aren't bad either. Tonari looked up at Niji and smiled faintly. But I wanted the best. Now you'll get nothing. Niji's voice was laced with scorn. Gathering your clansmen's eyes to slaughter the other half of your kin, only to end up as the blind last survivor. A fitting curse for your lineage. We were right. Tonari's voice suddenly rose sharply. Hagoromo's destiny must be fulfilled. No one can stop it now. Is that so? Niji's gaze shifted past the others still fighting the puppets, toward where Kaito had gone. At that moment, all the puppets suddenly stiffened, collapsing to the ground with a cacophony of clattering metal. Simultaneously, the golden spherical barrier enveloping the castle began to crumble and dissipate. It seems they've succeeded. Niji looked down at Tonari. Impossible. No one without Hagoromo's blood can interfere with the Tensigan. Tonari roared in disbelief. I don't know how it happened, but the moon should have stopped moving now, Hikaku remarked, looking up at the sky. Yeah. Izuna glanced at Tonari, whose composure had finally shattered, and smirked dismissively. And here I was, expecting this moon expedition to be more exciting. What a letdown. It's not over yet. Kaito's voice carried from a distance. Oh. Izuna turned to see Kaito and Madara approaching. Let's regroup first, Kaito said as he landed beside Izuna. Everyone, head into the castle and find some food. Understood. Sasuke glanced up at the towering castle before turning to Kaito. There were a lot of things I didn't understand during this operation. Feels like I missed a lot. We'll talk later. Kaito patted his shoulder and led the way into the castle. Rest for now. The 5 Kage summit is about to begin. Oh. You've meddled in that too? Izuna asked. Of course. Kaito's voice carried amusement. It's a rare gathering that will decide the future of the shinobi world. How could I miss it? I doubt the Akatsuki will either. Most of those present were already accustomed to Kaito's shocking statements. As for the newcomers, Kaito glanced back at the 3 Hyuga ninja and the 2 new members of Sasuke's team, all staring at him in stunned silence. He could ensure they wouldn't leave the moon before things were settled. Land of Iron. Amid the swirling snow, Tsunade finally arrived at the venue of the 5 Kage summit, accompanied by Kakashi and Takuma. Welcome, Hokage-sama. A lean, long-bearded samurai stepped forward. I am General Mifune of the Land of Iron. Thank you. Tsunade removed her hat. Have the other 4 arrived yet? Mifune answered honestly. Only the Mizukage has yet to arrive. I see. When does the meeting begin? Tsunade looked up at the imposing castle ahead. Mifune gestured for her to follow. The summit will commence tomorrow. For now, please allow my subordinates to escort you to your quarters. Much obliged. Guided by 2 Iron Country samurai, Tsunade and her entourage entered the castle and were led without delay to their prepared rooms. Once inside, Tsunade sat down and asked the samurai, we didn't run into anyone from the other villages on the way. I take it our lodgings are spaced out. Ah, yes. The masked samurai's tone carried slight awkwardness. Tomorrow, once the meeting begins, all the Kage will convene. Got it. Tsunade waved them off. You may go. Understood, Hokage-sama. Once the samurai left, Tsunade turned to Kakashi and Takuma. You 2 must be exhausted from the journey. Get some rest. Hokage-sama, Kakashi, and Takuma exchanged glances. We'll take shifts. You're seasoned shinobi. Suit yourselves. Tsunade stood and walked into the inner chamber. As the door closed, a figure abruptly appeared by the low table near the windowsill. What are you doing here? Tsunade's tone lacked surprise as she sat across from the figure, setting her hat aside. Kaito smiled, pouring 2 cups of tea. Please. He slid one toward her. Tsunade picked up the cup, sniffed it, then eyed the composed young man. Are you the real one or a clone? A clone. Kaito cradled his cup. Just here to witness the spectacle. Chapter 317, 317. Undercover departure. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Moe. Nathan King. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. I suspect the Raikage called this 5 Kage summit to demand answers, Tsunade said, lowering her gaze to the tea in her cup. According to intelligence, the Akatsuki has ties to every major village, except Kumogakure. Kaito nodded. From what I know, the Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki are as close as brothers. If he can't swallow this humiliation, his ultimate goal is to use this as leverage to unite the villages and pool their strength to eradicate the Akatsuki. True. Tsunade lifted her eyes, giving him a knowing smirk. And that's exactly what you anticipated, isn't it? Kaito smiled faintly, turning his gaze to the snow-covered landscape outside the window. Under normal circumstances, even with leverage, the Raikage demands would be difficult to fulfill, he said, shifting his attention back to Tsunade. But now, with Nagato, who also seeks war, in the picture, the 5 great shinobi villages, despite their mutual hostility, will have no choice but to unite. Only after confirming that Nagato possesses power beyond what any single village can handle alone, Tsunade remarked, well aware of how difficult true cooperation between the villages would be. That day will come, Kaito said with certainty. Tsunade shook her head. Who would have thought that the current state of the shinobi world, including the impending war, has been secretly orchestrated by you? No, this time, I won't be doing anything. Kaito gave a mysterious smile and set his teacup down on the table. Fate tends to follow its original trajectory by inertia. In the past, I merely nudged things slightly. You've already done more than enough. Tsunade also set down her cup, stretching as she stood. Who knows where you'll ultimately lead this world? As someone who's already died once, I don't have the energy to worry about it anymore. She walked to the bed and turned to glare at him. Whatever you plan to do at the 5 Kage summit, I'm going to rest now. You should leave. Kaito remained unfazed. Lady Tsunade, your current body is essentially a vessel crafted from the divine tree. You don't actually need rest. When I say I'm resting, I'm resting. Tsunade tossed her outer robe aside and flopped onto the bed unceremoniously, still glaring at him. Understood. I won't disturb you further, Lady Tsunade. The corner of Kaito's mouth twitched as his figure abruptly shrank, leaving behind only a small paper doll in his place. The paper doll nimbly leaped onto the table, then onto the windowsill, slipping through a gap in the window and vanishing into the snowstorm outside. Tsunade closed her eyes, settling into a light repose. Outside the window. The small white paper doll swirled amidst the flurrying snow, rising and falling with the wind until it was finally swept downward by a fierce gust. At the castle gates, the Land of Iron's general, Mifune, stood waiting with several samurai for the Mizuki's arrival. The paper doll silently attached itself to the back of one of the samurai, gradually merging into the gaps of his armor. Unseen beneath the armor, a faint spiritual glow flickered as the mental energy stored within Kaito's paper clone quietly invaded the samurai's consciousness. Compared to Konoha's Yamanaka clan, Kaito, as an onmyoji, held a far greater advantage in mental manipulation. The samurai's body stiffened for an instant before returning to normal. Mifune immediately turned his head sharply. What's wrong, Kotaro? My apologies, General, Kaito, controlling the samurai, bowed his head. Mifune wasn't overly harsh, merely asking, you seemed distracted just now. What's the matter? Having previously investigated the basic details of his targets, Kaito's paper clone awkwardly rubbed the back of his fully enclosed helmet. I forgot to buy the gift I promised my wife, he admitted softly. Mifune burst into laughter, clapping him on the shoulder. Ah, newlywed troubles, eh? I remember you just got married. Can't neglect your wife's happiness. The surrounding samurai joined in with good-natured teasing. A real man doesn't forget his promises to his wife, Kotaro. Better hope she doesn't kick you out of bed tonight. Laughter echoed through the group. Kaito chuckled along awkwardly before bowing again to Mifune. My apologies, General. Don't let it happen again, Mifune said sternly, then addressed the others. All of you, during the 5 Kage Summit, maintain the highest vigilance. Ensure the conference proceeds smoothly in the Land of Iron. Yes, General, the samurai chorused. Mifune nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze back to the road ahead. They're here, he announced, straightening. Prepare to welcome the Mizukage. Kaito, still controlling Kotoro's body, looked into the distance. 3 figures gradually emerged from the snowstorm, a slender woman wearing the Mizukage's hat, a middle-aged man with an eye patch, and a young man carrying a massive sword. Soon, they arrived at the gates. Welcome, Lady Mizukage. Mifune stepped forward to greet them. After brief formalities, a designated escort led the Mizukage and her entourage into the castle. Kaito had never investigated Kirigakure's affairs before, making this his first encounter with the 5th Mizukage, who had never before appeared in the shinobi world. Her strength seems decent, he assessed silently, having subtly probed her as she passed. Everyone, Mifune addressed the samurai once the Mizukage had entered. Now that all 5 Kage have arrived, carry out your assigned guard duties without fail. Yes. The samurai dispersed after Mifune, with Kaito's controlled Kotaro remaining by Mifune's side, eventually standing guard outside the general's quarters. However, shortly after Mifune entered, the towering figure of the 4th Raikage appeared at the end of the hallway. Lord Raikage, Kaito stepped forward. How may I assist you? The Raikage, barely spared the fully armored samurai a glance, speaking in a commanding tone. Inform your general. I have matters to discuss with him. Ah. Kaito exchanged a glance with the other guard. A's expression darkened, his presence oppressive. Is there a problem? Before they could respond, the door slid open, and Mifune stepped out. Lord Raikage. General Mifune. A gave a curt nod. The two locked eyes for a moment before Mifune reluctantly stepped aside. Please, come in. Appreciate it. Though his words were polite, A strode into the room without hesitation. As the door closed, Kaito extended his sensory perception inside. To what do I owe the pleasure, Lord Raikage? Mifune's voice came through clearly. General, A's voice was firm. I'm here to propose an alliance. Chapter 318, 318. Before the meeting. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Moe. Nathan King. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Cooperation. Lord Raikage, forgive my bluntness. Mifune's voice was firm. You must be aware that the Land of Iron has always maintained a neutral stance. Though I serve as its general, I cannot bypass the daimyo to privately form an alliance with Kimobakure. Inside the room, Mifune sat facing A, the 4th Raikage. A, despite his reputation as a hot-headed warrior, spoke with measured calm. Of course. I have no intention of forcing the Land of Iron to abandon its neutrality. Mifune gave him a surprised glance before asking patiently, in that case, what kind of cooperation did you have in mind, Lord Raikage? I want you, General Mifune, to facilitate a united front among the 5 great shinobi villages during the Kage Summit, to eradicate the Akatsuki once and for all. A's words were laced with fury, his thoughts undoubtedly on his kidnapped brother, Killer B. This. Mifune appeared deep in thought. General Mifune, A pressed on, aside from Konoha's 9 tails, the Akatsuki has already gathered the power of 8-tailed beasts. They are now a threat to the entire shinobi world. We cannot allow them to continue unchecked. Very well. I agree. Mifune needed only a few seconds to make his decision. This shouldn't be difficult. Every major village has suffered losses at Akatsuki's hands. I imagine they all share the desire to eliminate them completely. He met A's gaze. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have proposed the same. Then I thank you, General Mifune. A nodded. There's one more thing. There's more? A flicker of understanding passed through Mifune's eyes. He had suspected the Raikage's motives weren't so straightforward. Given that the Akatsuki had already become a global threat, no shinobi village would tolerate their existence. If that were the only goal, A wouldn't have needed to seek a private alliance. Though Mifune harbored these thoughts, he remained courteous. What else would you propose, Lord Raikage? I want you to fully support my appointment as the Allied Shinobi Forces Supreme Commander. A revealed his true objective. This, in principle, does not violate the Land of Iron's neutrality. In exchange, you may name your terms. I see. Mifune fell into contemplation once more, visibly conflicted. A, however, waited patiently, making no effort to rush him. Outside the room, Kaito, relying on his extraordinary sensory abilities, listened silently to their conversation and smirked. The fourth Raikage, A, truly lives up to his title as Kage. The Land of Iron, despite its strict neutrality to avoid entanglement in shinobi conflicts, was not entirely incorruptible. In this case, as the summit's moderator, Mifune indeed held the authority to propose motions. Moreover, given his neutral position, his suggestions, though not decisive, would carry significant weight. Technically, such actions wouldn't violate his principles as the Land of Iron's general. And since there were negotiable terms, Kaito was certain Mifune was tempted. But Kaito didn't care. Even if these villages inevitably formed alliances, they would soon realize their efforts were meaningless once they faced the Ten Tails. The coming war was nothing like what they imagined. This wasn't about interests or past grudges, it was a battle for the survival of the entire world. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, at the quarters where Tsunade resided, Gaara, accompanied by Temari and Kankuro, knocked lightly on the door. When the door opened, Kakashi was surprised to see them. Gaara, no, Lord Kazekage. Please, come in. However, upon entering, Gaara found Tsunade engaged in lively conversation with another kunoichi. Gaara. Tsunade smiled at him. This is the fifth Mizukage. Lord Mizukage. Gaara nodded politely. My, so this is the Kazekage. The Mizukage turned to him with an alluring smile. A pleasure. I am the fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi. Fifth Kazekage, Gaara. He took a seat on the sofa, posture rigid. Mei chuckled. So young, yet already a Kage. Impressive. You flatter me. Gaara replied stiffly. Mei's playful gaze lingered, making Gaara feel increasingly uncomfortable. Sensing his discomfort, Tsunade intervened. Gaara, was there something you wanted to discuss? Regarding tomorrow's summit, I assume you've already formed some conclusions. Gaara remained formal. Since Sunagakure and Konoha are allies, I hoped we could align on certain issues. I see. Tsunade glanced at Mei, who was still eyeing Gaara with amusement, and her eyebrow twitched. Mizukage, what are your objectives for this meeting? Objectives. Finally diverting her attention from Gaara, Mei ran a hand through her hair and smiled. Broadly speaking, the annihilation of the Akatsuki. In that case, would you like to join our discussion? Tsunade asked neutrally. It would be my pleasure. Mei agreed without hesitation. After all, she hadn't sought out the Hokage without an agenda. Elsewhere in the castle, in the Tsuchikage quarters. Old man. Kuratsuchi burst into the room. Anoki, leisurely sipping tea, looked up. Brat, what's the matter? Old man. Kuratsuchi snatched the teacup from his hands and set it down forcefully. How can you just sit here drinking tea? TCH. Anoki frowned. The summit doesn't start until tomorrow. What else am I supposed to do? Old man. Kuratsuchi leaned in and whispered urgently. The Raikage met privately with General Mifune, and the Mizukage and Kazekage both went to the Hokage's room. Oh. Anoki picked up his teacup again, unfazed. They're all forming alliances. Kuratsuchi fretted. You're the only one left out. If this continues, you'll be at a disadvantage in the negotiations. Humph. Anoki smirked dismissively. No need to worry. Mifune won't abandon the Land of Iron's neutrality. As the moderator, he can propose motions but can't dictate decisions. So even if he agreed to A's demands, it won't change much. As for the other three. His eyes narrowed. They'll never truly unite. Chapter 319, 319. The meeting begins. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Moe. Nathan King. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. As Kaito had anticipated, Mifune ultimately reached a consensus with A. During the upcoming 5 Kage summit the next day, Mifune would not only support A's proposal to unite the major shinobi villages in a joint operation against the Akatsuki but would also endorse A as the commander of the allied forces. Once the two had settled their terms and solidified their agreement, A promptly took his leave. Afterward, Mifune spent some time in contemplation before summoning several subordinates to issue new orders. In his view, a full-scale war against the Akatsuki was now inevitable following this summit. Even if it remained uncertain whether the Land of Iron would participate in the conflict, it was necessary to begin preparations for war in advance. Based on Kaito's private observations during this time, Mifune was, by all accounts, a man of integrity. His agreement to cooperate with A was likely because the Raikage's proposal aligned with his own thoughts. After all, the eradication of the Akatsuki had become a shared goal among the shinobi villages, and the Raikage of Kimogakure, the only village with no known ties to the organization, was indeed the most suitable candidate to lead the allied forces. With that settled, the night passed without incident. Kotaro, the samurai under Kaito's control, was relieved from duty in the middle of the night and managed to rest for a few hours. The following morning, after breakfast, Kaito, still disguised as Kotaro, followed Mifune to the top floor of the castle, where the summit was officially set to take place, and resumed his role as a guard. Before long, the 5 Kage from the great shinobi villages arrived on time, each accompanied by their respective bodyguards. The conference hall was arranged with a massive U-shaped table, and the walls were adorned with 5 flags, each bearing one of the following characters in order: lightning, earth, fire, wind, and water. As the attendees entered the room, the 5 Kage took their seats beneath their respective banners, while their guards positioned themselves on the elevated platform behind the flags. Finally, Mifune sat at the head of the table in the moderator's seat, flanked by 2 samurai standing behind him. Meanwhile, Kaito remained stationed outside the conference hall doors, keenly perceiving every development within. "Welcome, everyone. I am Mifune, the moderator of this summit. With that, the 5 Kage summit shall now commence." Mifune's voice rang out, officially declaring the meeting open. "Listen up." The Raikage, slammed his palm on the table. "You all know why I called for this summit, don't you?" "Humph, the Raikage would do well to curb his arrogance," Anoki retorted with a sidelong glance. "Please conduct yourself appropriately, Lord Raikage," Mifune reminded him. TCH. A's gaze swept across the other 4 Kage with visible irritation. "Whether it's Iwa, Konoha, Suna, or Kiri, the Akatsuki is made up of missing nin from your villages. I have reason to suspect that some of you are secretly pulling their strings." "Impossible," Tsunade stated flatly. "And how can you be so sure, Hokage?" A's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "After all, some of you have exploited the Akatsuki's power more than once." As he spoke the last sentence, he shot a pointed glare at Anoki. "What is the meaning of this?" Gaara inquired, prompting curious looks from the others toward the Tsuchikage. Anoki didn't deny it. "I merely hired them to carry out certain wartime missions to minimize my village's losses." "The Akatsuki did operate as a mercenary group in the past," Gaara acknowledged. Anoki nodded. "But that doesn't mean I could control them," he said calmly. "Now that nearly every village's Jinchuriki has fallen into the Akatsuki's hands, Konoha seems the most suspicious." "I said it's impossible," Tsunade replied coldly. "Konoha wouldn't do such a thing," Gaara spoke in her defense. "I was once a Jinchuriki captured by the Akatsuki, and my tailed beast was extracted. Konoha was the only village that answered my plea for help." A scoffed. "So what if they helped? You still lost your tailed beast in the end. And let's not forget, the masked man who captured Killer Bee possessed the Sharingan." "There's something I should mention," Mei Terumi interjected. "In Kiri, we have long suspected that the previous Mizukage, Yagura, was under someone's control, likely the Akatsuki's doing." Anoki immediately seized the opportunity. "Yagura was a Jinchuriki, wasn't he? Such a feat could only be accomplished by the Sharingan. Are you all unaware?" Tsunade tapped the table sharply, producing a crisp sound. "Not long ago, the Akatsuki attacked Konoha to capture the 9 Tails. We suffered heavy losses, many of our comrades died in that battle. Even if it wasn't Konoha, it could still be someone connected to it." Anoki remained unmoved. "From what I've heard, Kaito has appeared in Konoha before. The Tsuchikage certainly has his ways of gathering intel on other villages," Tsunade remarked dryly. Anoki didn't deny it. "This is merely standard intelligence gathering, something every village engages in." "Hokage." I slammed the table again. "Is Kaito connected to the Akatsuki?" "In a certain sense, the Akatsuki is indeed under my control." Hearing this, Kaito, still standing outside the conference hall, allowed himself a silent smirk. "No," Tsunade denied firmly. "Kaito has clashed with the Akatsuki on multiple occasions. And as I've said before, the Akatsuki does not answer to any single force." "How can you be so certain?" Gaara asked. "Because." Tsunade's voice grew grave. "As the village that has fought the Akatsuki directly, I possess verified intelligence, their leader possesses the Rinnegan." "What? Is this true?" The others reacted with shock. The revelation was staggering. Even Gaara and Mei, who had spoken privately the day before, were hearing this for the first time. The Rinnegan. Anoki's brow furrowed deeply. The legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. Mei turned to Tsunade. "It seems the Akatsuki is far more dangerous than we imagined." "Indeed," Gaara agreed. This means they don't just have a few S-rank missing Nin and the power of 8-tailed beasts, they possess something far greater. If it's the Rinnegan. A's suspicion towards Tsunade only intensified. Then how the hell did Konoha manage to repel them? Konoha paid a price in exchange for intelligence from Kaito, Tsunade revealed her prepared answer. Jiraiya exploited the element of surprise and defeated their leader. Intelligence. Inoki's interest was piqued. At this point, Lady Hokage, shouldn't you share this information with the rest of us? I'm willing to pay for it. A declared bluntly, cutting straight to the point. Everyone, Mifune spoke up from his seat. I propose that, for the sake of eliminating the Akatsuki, a threat to the entire shinobi world, you unite and form an allied shinobi force. The 5 Kage exchanged glances, each showing varying degrees of consideration. I agree, Gaara was the first to voice his approval. Tsunade and Mei also nodded in assent. I'm in, A stated decisively. Inoki was the last to respond. Naturally, I have no objections. However, once this alliance is formed, who will command it? Chapter 320, 320. Nagato declares war. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. It had arrived. A and Mifune exchanged a glance. After a light cough, Mifune took over the conversation. From all considerations, I propose that the position of Allied Forces Commander should be entrusted to Lord Raikage. Heh. Inoki chuckled twice. In terms of experience, I believe I am the more suitable candidate. I refuse to back down. Among those present, I am the only one who has no ties whatsoever to the Akatsuki. Lord Hokage, Lord Kazekage, Lord Mizukage, what do you think? Inoki attempted to shift the discussion toward the others. In his mind, no matter who was seated here, they would surely want to seize the position of commander for themselves. Even if A had colluded with Mifune, it would be futile. However, the other three remained silent, seemingly content to watch as A and Inoki clashed. Yet it clearly had no intention of letting them remain on the sidelines. He pressed them to voice their opinions. The three of you, it would be best to speak your minds. Indeed, Mifune chimed in again. Everyone, it would be wise to settle the matter of the Allied Forces Commander during this meeting so that we can proceed with planning our next steps. Is that so? An unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed through the conference room. A swirling spatial distortion abruptly appeared in midair. So, you still haven't chosen a commander? Who's there? The 5 Kage looked up sharply. Simultaneously, the guards stationed on the second floor leaped down, landing on the conference table in defensive stances, shielding their respective Kage. A blurred figure emerged from the spatial vortex, gradually becoming clearer. Hello, greeted a strange man wearing an orange-yellow spiral mask as he landed in the center of the room, waving his hand in an almost comical manner. Obito. Kakashi instinctively called out. The masked man turned his head slightly to glance at Kakashi standing on the table but did not respond. You bastard. A flash of lightning erupted as A's fist suddenly pierced through Obito's body. You dare show your face before me again? Ah, Lord Raikage. Obito remained unfazed, looking down at the fist embedded in his chest, his voice growing colder. There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. After all, I successfully took the 8 Tails Jinchuriki right under your nose, didn't I? B. A's eyes widened in fury, his emotions erupting to their peak. Bolts of lightning crackled from his body, shattering the conference table and forcing the others to swiftly retreat. Enough. Obito twisted his body and phased away. Today's main attraction isn't me. By now, due to the unexpected disturbance in the conference room, Kaito had already assumed a guarded stance and rushed in alongside the other samurai guards from the corridor outside, watching the blood puppet's performance. This guy. Kaito was slightly surprised. Was the blood puppet always this lively? It must be influenced by Obito's body. He remembered, Obito had been exactly this lively in the past. Ah, and that white Zetsu, who was turned into a consciousness vessel, was the same way. In any case, Kaito refused to acknowledge that the blood puppet's personality was shaped by his own spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the standoff on the field continued. The enraged redirected his fury toward Konoha, glaring at Kakashi and Tsunade. You know him. This bastard who kidnapped me really is a ninja from your village. Keh, that's right. I was indeed once a shinobi of Konoha. Obito seized the opportunity to activate his dojutsu once more, and another figure emerged from the spatial vortex. But that's all irrelevant now. He now stood behind Nagato, his hoarse voice dripping with cold amusement. From here on, let the leader speak to you. Everyone. Nagato's icy, indifferent gaze swept across the room. I am Nagato, leader of the Akatsuki. You're the leader of the Akatsuki? A charged forward. Where is my brother? The Eight Tails. Nagato extended his hand calmly, releasing a localized burst of repulsive force that blocked A's sudden assault. He's already dead. A's eyes bulged with rage as he was sent flying. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Anoki, floating in midair, thrust his hands forward, unleashing a beam of white light. Pretapath. Nagato fearlessly reached toward the beam, instantly absorbing all the chakra composing the technique. Impossible. Anoki froze in shock. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, standing behind Anoki, stared in disbelief. He actually caught the Tsuchikige's dust release with his bare hands. Kuratsuchi exclaimed. That's the power of the Rinnegan, Tsunade interjected. He can freely absorb chakra. Then we'll use taijutsu. A lunged forward again with a punch, while Darui followed closely with a slash of his sword. Enough. Nagato's body suddenly levitated, hovering above them as he looked down. Fighting now is meaningless. I am merely a shadow clone. Indeed, the blood puppet chimed in from his perch on the windowsill, grinning. The leader means to say it's not yet time for battle. Nagato, leader of the Akatsuki, Gaara, who had remained composed throughout, spoke up. What is your purpose here? My purpose? There is one. Nagato's voice remained devoid of emotion, as if he were a god gazing down upon mortals. The Akatsuki has gathered the chakra of all the tailed beasts and will soon awaken the invincible ultimate weapon, the demonic statue of the outer path. What? When? Gaara stiffened, turning to Tsunade. Naruto. Tsunade shook her head. Don't worry. Naruto is safe. Though we didn't obtain the Nine Tails, Obito sighed in mock disappointment before immediately brightening, we did acquire the Nine Tails chakra from the Gold and Silver brothers. Darui frowned. How? Those two have been dead for years. There are always ways, Obito replied cheerfully. Orochimaru. Kakashi immediately pieced it together. I looked confused. What do you mean? Edo Tensei, Kakashi said grimly. Do not speak of unnecessary things, Obito. Nagato reprimanded him before addressing the group again. The demonic statue possesses the power to destroy the world. From this moment onward, the Akatsuki will dictate the rules of the shinobi world. What is your goal? Anoki demanded. The Akatsuki's long-held desire, Nagato declared, spreading his arms. World peace. The room fell into stunned silence as everyone stared at the floating figure, wondering if they had misheard. You don't believe me. Nagato's cold eyes swept over them. For years, you great nations have waged war for your own gains, while the smaller nations caught in your conflicts have suffered endlessly. From today onward, your era is over. So, you mean? Gaara, still skeptical, looked up at him. You intend to use this ultimate weapon to intimidate the great nations into achieving peace. Correct. Nagato nodded. So, resist me. Only by experiencing pain will you understand the value of peace. I await you all in a Megakure. Poof. His body dissolved into white smoke. I hereby declare, the Fourth Shinobi World War begins now. Chapter 321, 321. About to begin. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservant of cosmos. Just replace the at with a. That's how it is. Standing on the windowsill, Obito's body gradually vanished into a swirling spatial vortex. Well then, farewell, everyone. Obito. Kakashi lunged forward, reaching out, but he was a step too late, his hand closed around nothing but empty air. Damn it. I took several deep breaths, barely suppressing his explosive fury. He strode forward, grabbing Kakashi by the collar with a cold, menacing tone. You know that guy? He was a former teammate of mine, Kakashi muttered, his voice hollow as he hung his head. Uchiha Obito. Another Uchiha. I snapped his head toward Tsunade, his glare sharp. Hokage, you owe us an explanation. Obito was. Kakashi raised his head, his gaze firm. The mastermind behind the Nine Tails attack on Konoha 15 years ago, and the reason the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life. Anoki, floating nearby, suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder such a thing happened back then. I always thought it was strange that Konoha would suffer the Nine Tails rampage and lose the fourth Hokage. But now that we know the enemy possesses spacetime ninjutsu and the Mangekyo Sharingan, it all makes sense. A released Kakashi but remained aggressive. Right now, Konoha holds the most intel on the Akatsuki. Since we've all agreed to form an alliance, you should share it. I have no objections. Tsunade agreed readily but added, however, it would be best to disclose the intel after we've confirmed the alliance's commander. The earlier discussion about selecting a commander had been abruptly interrupted. Now that Tsunade brought it up again, tensions flared once more. The Raikage and Tsuchikage remained locked in a stalemate over the position of alliance commander, while the other three Kage continued to observe. Only Mifune attempted to mediate. Seeing this, Kaito quietly followed the other samurai out of the meeting room. To him, it didn't matter who became the commander of the Shinobi Alliance. As for the impending war between the Shinobi Alliance and the Akatsuki, he had no intention of making an appearance right from the start. Sending a paper clone here was merely to witness the spectacle. What happened next would depend on how the Kage resolved their discussions. Inside the Moon's castle. After securing food and eating a meal, Kaito instructed Team Sasuke and Team Hyuga to find rooms and rest. Tonari, now completely stripped of his chakra, was imprisoned alone in a room sealed with barriers. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Kaito recounted the events of the five Kage summit to Madara, Izuna, and Hikaku. So, the war is about to begin, Izuna mused, a hint of anticipation in his voice. That means your plan has entered a new phase. Kaito nodded. We don't need to intervene at the start. Everything is leading to the final battle against Kaguya. In that case, those fools stand no chance against the Ten Tails, Madara scoffed dismissively. Kaito smiled faintly. The main actors must always make their entrance at the critical moment. Speaking of which, Izuna shot him a sidelong glance. What about that yokai revival plan of yours? If it doesn't succeed soon, it'll be too late to matter. Kaito sighed. It's still not quite there yet. Then what's the point? Izuna sneered. With so many Uchiha now under your command, you already have plenty of cards to play. Yokai are just yokai, even if you revive them, controlling them won't be easy. Kaito shook his head. Aside from Kaguya, there are other Otsutsuki out there in the cosmos. You can never have too many cards to play. As for the greater yokai, I don't need absolute control over them. An alliance against the Otsutsuki will suffice. And after this war, we'll secure complete control over the Pure Land. As long as you know what you're doing, Izuna relented, dropping the subject. I do, Kaito assured. This war will also accelerate the revival plan. Patriarch, Hikaku raised his hand. If the war is about to start and you still have other matters to attend to, why are we staying on the moon? Simple. Kaito stood up, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. We're here to inspect Kaguya's seal. And if possible, lay down some preparations in advance. Madara's interest was piqued. You can locate Kaguya's seal. Kaito walked to the castle's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant floating stone shrine in the sky. We'll start by going there. How do you plan to do it? Madara asked. The other three joined him by the window. We'll figure it out once we arrive. Kaito flicked a talisman into the air, transforming it into a small paper crane that flew out of the room. First, I'll assign Sasuke a task. Looting the castle will be his responsibility. Then, he stepped onto the balcony outside the window and leaped over the railing. The wind howled as Kaito glided effortlessly through the air, landing gracefully before the shrine's massive stone gate. When he turned, he saw Madara flying toward him, carrying Hikaku and Izuna by their collars. Hikaku, held in Madara's left hand, looked around in awe, while Izuna, dangling from his right, wore an expression of utter resignation, his small ponytail fluttering in the wind. Pfft. Kaito stifled a laugh, quickly turning back to the shrine's gate with a neutral expression as they landed. Hey, brat. Izuna suddenly slung an arm over Kaito's shoulder from behind. Were you just laughing at me? Kaito turned, feigning innocence. What do you mean, senior? Don't play dumb. Izuna scoffed before shooting a glare at Madara. I was planning to come here on my own. Kaito sighed dramatically. Senior, there's no need to explain. I didn't find anything about the situation laughable. Izuna turned away, sulking. Kaito blinked, glancing at the other two. Hikaku offered an awkward smile. Madara, however, remained utterly indifferent, striding past them into the shrine without a word. Kaito shrugged at Izuna before quickly following Madara inside. The two soon found themselves in the shrine's main hall. After a long silence, Hikaku, seeing that Izuna still hadn't moved, grinned and slung an arm over his shoulder. Let's go, Lord Izuna. Meanwhile, the two who had entered first surveyed the shrine's interior. Kaito chuckled. Senior, do you enjoy teasing your little brother sometimes? How mischievous. Ha. Madara smirked slightly. Someone without a brother wouldn't understand. I suppose not. Kaito walked to the center of the hall, gazing up at the enormous stone sphere resting on the platform. This is. He stroked his chin, circling the sphere and examining the intricate patterns carved into its surface. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with realization. Chapter 322, 322. The Moon Temple. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Did you find anything? Madara walked over. Kaito's eyes, marked with a 5-pointed star pattern, spun slowly as spiritual light flickered in his palm. He pressed his hand against the stone sphere. A blue aura enveloped the entire sphere before gradually fading away. As I thought. I wasn't mistaken. He muttered to himself, withdrawing his hand before turning to Madara. This sculpture, representing the Tensigen, is connected to the entire moon, more specifically, to Kagaya's seal beneath it. He paced around the sculpture once more before continuing. To be precise, this is an artifact meant to suppress the seal. What do you mean? Izuna's voice came from behind. Was I not clear enough? Kaito glanced at Izuna and Hikaku as they approached, then pointed at the Tensigen sculpture. The Tensigen stone carving, the actual Tensigen within the castle, and the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal, put them together, and the answer should be obvious. He spread his hands. Surely you can see it. Are you saying? Izuna stepped forward, examining the sculpture before scanning the ancient hall. He turned back to Kaito. That the sculpture, the real Tensigen, and the caged bird seal are all connected to Kagaya's seal. Kaito smiled and nodded. As expected of you, Izuna. Impossible. Izuna shot him a sidelong glance. Based on the stories you've gathered, the appearance of the Tensigen and the era of Kagaya's sealing are too far apart. That's true. Kaito didn't argue. Instead, he raised his hand and traced the patterns on the spherical sculpture in the air. I used to think the same way. Is there more to the story? Hikaku asked curiously. Indeed. Kaito continued tracing the patterns. If I hadn't examined the sculpture up close, I wouldn't have noticed. Madara frowned and cut straight to the point. Explain. Let me demonstrate visually. Kaito clenched his fist, then suddenly opened his palm. A surge of translucent blue spiritual energy erupted from his hand, forming two spheres in the air, one large, one small. This is our planet and the moon. He tapped the two spheres, and their surfaces gradually transformed, displaying the rough terrain of both celestial bodies. By the way, while there's a legend in the shinobi world that the moon was created by the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, Hamura, to seal their mother Kagaya, I believe that's incorrect. He smirked. The moon has existed since ancient times. Historical records and myths even refer to the sun and moon as Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. I agree, Izuna chimed in. The moon is far too massive to have been created by ninjutsu. Hikaku stared at them in confusion. Ahem. Back to the main topic. Kaito tapped the spiritual energy sphere representing the moon. A long-haired woman with horns appeared at its center. This is Kagaya, sealed within. He then flicked 2 points of spiritual light from his fingertips, which floated near the moon. These 2 points represent the castle housing the real Tensigen and the temple where this sculpture resides. The 2 points of light morphed into miniature versions of the castle and temple. For a long time, I believed one of the purposes of the caged bird seal was to serve as Hamura's means of monitoring Earth. As soon as Kaito finished speaking, countless fine threads emerged from the planet representing the shinobi world, stretching toward the moon. They share a subtle connection. The model in midair demonstrated how these threads ultimately linked to the temple. Yes. Kaito turned his gaze to the massive spherical sculpture beside him. The final connection point is here. What's the purpose of this? Izuna furrowed his brow in thought. Kaito didn't keep them in suspense. Its primary function is to catalyze the artifact, reinforcing the seal's suppression. Madara let out a low chuckle. So even after the Sage of Six Paths and Hamura established the seal, it wasn't completely foolproof. Everything in this world is subject to the erosion of time. Kaito's tone was profound. If the seal were truly unbreakable, Hamura wouldn't have needed to station himself on the moon to maintain it. He paused before continuing. While Hamura was alive, his presence alone was enough to sustain the seal. But after his death, something else had to take his place. So the caged bird seal and the Tensigen sculpture were his contingency plan. Hikaku nodded in understanding. Speaking of which, Izuna interjected, why couldn't the Sage of Six Paths and Hamura achieve immortality like Kagaya and Ishiki? Kaito raised an eyebrow. Hagoromo and Hamura were born after Kagaya consumed the chakra fruit and absorbed the planet's energy. But Lord Saimai had long since cursed the chakra fruit's power through Ryumayaku, stripping them of the Otsutsuki clan's natural immortality. A curse can be that powerful. Hikaku gasped in surprise. Kaito grinned. The true terror lies not in the curse itself, but in the one who cast it. Continue, Izuna urged. Very well. Kaito turned his attention back to the floating model. With the Hyuga clan unknowingly sustaining it from afar, the sculpture became the instrument that replaced Hamura in maintaining the seal. He tapped the temple in the model, and a beam of light shot from its base, piercing through the moon like a sword and pinning Kagaya firmly in place. Of course, this is just a simplified representation. He went on, however, Hamura likely never anticipated the existence of Black Zetsu lurking in the shadows. Over time, Black Zetsu's resonance with Kagaya gradually weakened the seal. The model shifted accordingly, the sword of light stabbing through the moon dimmed. And then, for whatever reason, the Tensigen appeared, filling the gap. Izuna concluded. Exactly. It seems you've already pieced it together. Kaito tapped the castle in the model, and a bright light, representing the Tensigen device, flared within. A transparent spherical barrier encased the entire castle, giving it the appearance of a miniature sun. Finally, with the immense power of the Tensigen, formed from countless Byakugan. Kaito swiped his finger, and a thread of light extended from the sun, connecting to the temple. The seal was restored to full strength. In the model, the beam of light beneath the temple grew brighter once more. But too much time has passed, and the seal's effectiveness has waned. Day by day, Kagaya has managed to extend her influence beyond it. In the model, the woman at the moon's core stretched out her hair like tendrils, breaching the seal. So. Kaito turned to Izuna. That's why we encountered Kagaya's spiritual form during our dream journey. I remember, Izuna mused, stroking his chin. Black Zetsu scolded us for interrupting his rare moment of communication with his mother. Precisely. Kaito nodded, a sly grin spreading across his face. Now that we know all this, tampering with Kagaya's seal should be a simple matter. Chapter 323, 323. Marking complete. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. After demonstrating what he intended to convey, Kaito waved his hand, dispersing the spiritual energy model he had conjured. Madara shifted his gaze from the sky and said to him, so, you previously erased the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal, and this time, you've taken the Tensigen. As a result, the seal suppressing Kagaya has weakened. Indeed. By a twist of fate, I ended up helping Kagaya instead, Kaito replied, his tone devoid of regret. But there's no need to worry. Even though the seal's power has diminished, Kagaya still won't be able to break free anytime soon. Meaning it will at least hold until our plans come to fruition? Izuna asked. Kaito shook his head. No. For Kagaya, even 10 years would be considered a short time. I see. So it won't affect the clan leader's plans at all, Hikaku remarked. Exactly, Kaito said, turning his head. However, we might need to stay on the moon a little longer. The other three showed no objection to this. In that case, we'll need to summon Elder Chiri to assist us. Kaito clasped his hands together. My. I thought you'd forgotten about me. A gentle voice rang out as Chiri's figure suddenly appeared, shifting from blurry to clear. Elder Chiri, Kaito said with an ingratiating smile. How have you been lately? Chiri surveyed their surroundings before offering the group a warm smile. I've been fine. But you, little Kaito, seem to have gone through quite a lot. That's true, Kaito sighed. The past while has been eventful. Chiri shook her head. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Meanwhile, poor little Uriai has been worried sick about you. Huh. Kaito blinked in confusion. That can't be. My paper clone left in Oyama would have kept her updated. Chiri gave him a resigned look, deciding it wasn't worth continuing the conversation, and instead turned to chat with the other three. Kaito, now even more perplexed, brushed it off and let Madara and Izuna explain the situation to Chiri while he busied himself around the stone statue. From his sleeves, he continuously retrieved small dragon vein crystals, arranging them in a specific pattern around the statue. As time passed, his working area expanded, forcing the others to step back repeatedly until they were eventually standing at the entrance. Done. Kaito placed the final crystal near the doorway, clapped his hands, and stood up. 365 dragon vein crystals in total. He then took out a slightly larger crystal and held it in his palm. As it gradually dissipated, a golden mist enveloped his body. Now, let's begin the formation. Kaito crouched and pressed his palms against the ground. Golden lines rapidly spread from his hands, connecting the scattered crystals and swiftly forming an intricate, sprawling array. Within the array, aside from complex lines and runes, the most prominent features were the patterns of 3 Tomo Sharingan, 364 in total, formed by the melted dragon vein crystals. At the center of the formation, closest to the stone statue, was a single crystal that had transformed into a petal-like pattern identical to Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan. Elder, Kaito called out as he stood. You understand the significance of what comes next, right? Chiri nodded and gracefully leaped into the air, landing within the pattern representing her eye. She turned her head and smiled. Understood. Let's begin. Kaito nodded and pressed his palms together. Summoning Jutsu, Gate of the King of Hell. The ancient, imposing gates of the King of Hell materialized once more, creaking open as they solidified from illusion into reality. Indra's face appeared in the gap between the doors, his cold eyes sweeping over Kaito before he spoke in an impatient tone. You again. What do you want this time? Senior Indra, Kaito bowed slightly. I require the assistance of 361 clansmen with 3 Tomo Sharingan or higher. Indra clicked his tongue but turned and barked an order. A clamor erupted from within the hall as the clansmen inside began arguing over who would get to go. Hurry up, Indra snapped, his expression darkening. The noise inside abruptly ceased, followed by the sound of countless footsteps. The gates swung wide open. Everyone, Kaito raised his voice as the Uchiha clansmen filed out. Please disperse and stand on the Sharingan patterns within the formation. Understood, clan leader. The 361 clansmen quickly took their positions, filling the temple hall until it was packed. Kaito turned to Madara, Izuna, and Hikaku. Seniors Madara, Izuna, and Hikaku, please join as well. The 3 nodded and stepped into the formation, filling the remaining gaps. With that, all 361 positions were occupied. What's this about? Indra stepped forward, followed by a group of curious children. Kaito smiled. You already know, this is the moon. Of course I know that. Indra's gaze was drawn to the stone statue at the center of the temple. I see. What are you planning? I'm preparing a little gift for your grandmother, Kaito said, winking. But this is only possible thanks to the unique ocular technique born from Elder Chiri's Mangekyo Sharingan. Oh. Indra's eyes flicked toward Chiri, standing at the center of the formation. That woman. What's so special about her? You'll find out soon enough. Kaito chuckled lightly before floating into the air, passing over the crowd to land atop the stone statue. Everyone, once the formation activates, please continuously channel your ocular power into it. His hands moved rapidly through a series of hand seals before he clapped them together. The golden array covering the temple floor erupted with blinding light. Formation, activate. In that instant, the eyes of every Uchiha clansman within the formation gleamed crimson. A blood-red hue rapidly spread through the intricate lines of the array, converging toward Chiri's position. Elder. At Kaito's signal, the combined ocular power of the entire clan surged into Chiri. Her eyes, which had been closed until now, snapped open. A brilliant red beam shot from her right eye, connecting directly with the Tensigan stone statue beneath Kaito's feet. Now. Kaito's hands blurred through another series of seals before he slammed his palms together once more. Go. A blinding scarlet light flooded the temple before fading away. The formation beneath their feet gradually dissipated. Most of the clansmen who had contributed their power collapsed to the ground, drained. Only a handful remained standing. Is it over? Chiri asked, looking up at Kaito. Kaito grinned as he leaped down from the statue. It's done. The marking is complete. Chapter 324, 324. Piercing the Moon. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Inside the castle. Sasuke led his 3 teammates as they meticulously searched through the rooms of the enormous castle, collecting scrolls and ancient texts inscribed with writings, as well as various objects emitting chakra reactions. At that moment, the 4 of them were walking down a corridor lined with floor-to-ceiling windows. That. Karen, the most sensitive to chakra fluctuations among them, suddenly gasped in shock. The other 3 turned their heads in unison, their eyes locking onto a distant temple floating in the air. Uncle and the others seemed to have gone there, Sasuke muttered. Did something happen? Meanwhile, Neji activated his Byakugan and couldn't help but exclaim, so many people. What? Sasuke hurriedly stepped toward the window, pressing his face against the glass and squinting to get a better look at the distant temple. Hundreds of shinobi have emerged from a door that appeared out of nowhere, Neji swallowed hard. And, they all seem to be members of the Uchiha clan. Impossible. Unless. With a sharp kick, Sasuke shattered the stained glass window and leaped through the broken frame without hesitation. Wait, Sasuke. The other 3 followed, jumping down from the castle and sprinting after him toward the floating temple. In the room where the Hyuga team was stationed, Hinata sat quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery outside. Toka and Ruka sat on the other side of the room, conversing in hushed tones. Sasuke-kun. Hinata suddenly stood up and walked around a partition wall onto the suspended balcony. Lady Hinata. Toka and Ruka immediately rushed after her. What's wrong? Sasuke-kun and the others, they suddenly left. Hinata pointed toward the 4 figures dashing across the landscape outside the castle. Toka and Ruka exchanged a glance before simultaneously activating their Byakugan. That's. Their eyes widened as they caught sight of the floating temple in the distance. How? Hinata, belatedly activating her own Byakugan, let out a stunned gasp. Sasuke. Karen shouted. We won't make it in time. TCH. Sasuke came to a halt at the edge of a cliff, tilting his head up to stare at the temple suspended in the sky. A golden light radiated from the temple, gradually shifting into a deep, blood-like crimson. The red glow intensified, spreading until it dyed the surrounding sky in its hue. Such terrifying energy. Karen trembled beside Sasuke. That's. Neji's voice was grave. The combined ocular power of hundreds of advanced Sharingan, all linked together. What the hell are they doing? Sasuke could clearly sense the ever-growing surge of ocular power emanating from the temple. They're converging the ocular power of every single person onto one individual. Neji's voice shook slightly. Hey, hey, hey. Suigetsu let out a strained laugh. You've gotta be kidding me. The Uchiha clan was hiding this many people all along. That's seriously messed up. Damn it. Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration. I don't know the specifics either. Though he had a vague idea of what was happening, he couldn't be certain. The blinding red light saturated everything in its glow, and the massive floating temple began to tremble faintly. Uchiha. Standing on the castle's balcony, the 3 Hyuga could only watch in stunned silence. What's going on? Tonari, locked alone in his room, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. It's starting. Karen suddenly screamed, covering her ears and crouching down. It's starting. Neji narrowed his eyes into slits. It's starting. Sasuke didn't even blink, his gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. The crimson light that had dyed half the sky abruptly contracted, vanishing into the temple as if it had never existed. Silence. Then, in the next instant, a massive red beam erupted from beneath the temple, piercing downward in the blink of an eye and connecting with the surface of the moon below. Sasuke immediately leaned over the cliff's edge, watching as the red beam stabbed into the moon like a colossal sword. Yet, within mere seconds, the beam rapidly shrank before dissipating entirely. The moon's surface remained completely unscathed, as though nothing had happened. What the hell just happened? Suigetsu looked around in utter confusion. No idea. Sasuke kept his eyes on the temple. Neji. Neji reopened his eyes. Those people are still there. Wait, I didn't notice earlier, there's a door that appeared out of nowhere. People keep entering and exiting through it. Damn it. Sasuke paced restlessly along the cliff's edge, barely suppressing his burning curiosity. That bastard uncle. He didn't even bother to call me. Inside the temple, Kaito summoned more people from the gate to assist the clan members who had temporarily exhausted their ocular power, helping them return. I think we need to have a proper talk. Indra was the last to step through the gate, leaving behind only those words. I'll make time to speak with you in detail later, Elder. Kaito waved his hand as the gates of the underworld palace slowly closed, fading into transparency before vanishing from sight. Then, he turned to Chiri, his tone apologetic. I'm sorry, Elder. You may have to remain here alone for a while. It's fine. I've long grown accustomed to solitude. Chiri smiled faintly. Back in the Great Mountain, I spent years guarding the castle tower alone. You have my deepest gratitude. Kaito bowed respectfully. Thank you. No need for formalities. Chiri gently patted his shoulder. You've worked hard to achieve your goals as well, Kaito. Not at all. I've enjoyed every moment of it. Kaito straightened up, his smile bright. As long as you're happy. Chiri turned and walked toward the stone statue, seating himself calmly before it. I understand what must be done next. You all may go. Then we leave this place in your hands, Elder Chiri. Thank you for your hard work. We're counting on you. With one last glance at Chiri's composed figure, the four Uchiha stepped out of the temple's gates. That brat Sasuke. Izuna chuckled as he spotted the boy below. He's probably furious. There are some things he shouldn't be too involved in, Kaito said coolly. The living and the dead belong to separate worlds. Aeon Myoji stands at the boundary between them. Sasuke is the only pure living member of the Uchiha clan, he shouldn't get too close to the realm of the dead. That night, countless people across the shinobi world witnessed an unprecedented phenomenon. The moon, ever constant in the night sky, was momentarily pierced by a beam of red light. The light lasted only a brief moment, so fleeting that most didn't even notice it, preventing widespread panic. However, the major villages, having confirmed the anomaly, were thrown into unprecedented tension. As for the Kage still in the Land of Iron, aside from Tsunade, who had some prior knowledge, the others began suspecting this to be another sinister plot by the Akatsuki. Thus, with unspoken agreement, they concluded their negotiations with unprecedented efficiency before hurrying back to their respective villages under the cover of night. T/NP Atrian discount code, 2025, use this to get 50% off your first month. Chapter 325, 325. Greater Potential. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Lord_Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Back inside the castle, Kaito began organizing the materials Sasuke had collected from the fortress, burying himself in the vast sea of written records. Sasuke, however, had yet to receive a detailed explanation from Kaito or the others regarding the earlier incident. Frustrated but with no other recourse, he could only sulk in silence before dragging his team members into an intense training regimen. Niji and Soijetsu adapted well to the brutal sessions, but Karen suffered immensely. As a specialist in both sensory and medical ninjutsu, combat was not her forte. Yet, when it came to training, Sasuke was utterly merciless. Days passed, and no matter how much she cried, whined, or threw tantrums, none of it worked. She still ended up battered and exhausted every single day, pushed to her absolute limits. Listen to me. Karen clutched Hinata's hands tightly, tears streaming down her face. That bastard Sasuke has no idea how to treat a girl with care. Even if she had an incredible healing ability, that didn't mean he had to beat her half to death. I'm a girl. A girl, she roared. And he even hit my face. My face. You. She released Hinata's hands and covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Every day feels like hell. And. She hiccuped mid-cry. And, if this keeps up, I'm gonna start hating him. Hinata stared at her blankly, unsure how to respond. Hang in there. Wah. Karen suddenly wailed even louder, making Hinata flinch. Hang in there. If I hang in there anymore, I'll die. You. Karen glared at her accusingly. I am sorry, Hinata stammered meekly. Hinata, hick. Karen grabbed Hinata's shoulders, her grip unsteady from her sobs. We're friends, right? I even, hick, helped you yell at that, hick, bastard brother of yours. You. All right. Hinata's voice wavered slightly. Hick. What did you say? You. Karen glared at her, dissatisfied. Why yes, Hinata quickly nodded. So then, hick. Karen seized her hands again, eyes brimming with desperate hope. Hinata tilted her head. So. Please be my training partner. Karen bellowed. Hinata blinked. Okay. You. I just, hick, can't stand training with those stupid boys anymore, hick. Karen continued to grip her hands like a lifeline. Okay, I'll do it, Hinata repeated firmly. You mean it? Karen stared at her, needing absolute confirmation. Hinata nodded resolutely. You. Karen immediately pulled her into a crushing hug. Thank you. You. Who would have thought I'd ever be this desperate to escape Sasuke? Karen marveled at her own predicament internally. Hinata, still in her embrace, blinked before offering a small smile and gently patting her back. The next day, outside the castle. You. Just let me go. I'm a medical ninja. Karen shrieked as she scrambled away, arms flailing. You're slacking again. A dark figure closed the distance in an instant, delivering a sharp kick to her back that sent her face first into the dirt. Damn it. You bastard, Sasuke. Karen punched the ground in frustration. Sasuke walked over, his expression cold. Get up. Again. You jerk. Absolute jerk. Karen wailed, refusing to move from her sprawled position. Stop acting like a child. Sasuke nudged her lightly with his foot. No. Karen lay there like a lifeless fish, all ambition drained from her. I need a break. TCH. Sasuke clicked his tongue in disapproval. Even medical ninjas have to fight on the battlefield. Humph. There's no one on any battlefield worse than you freak. Karen grumbled internally, still stubbornly glued to the ground. Hey, Karen, you look pathetic. Suigetsu's mocking voice rang out. Even the Hyuga princess is putting in more effort than you. You. The mention of Hinata only deepened Karen's despair. You. That traitor. She turned her head to glare at Hinata, who was currently sparring with Neji. Stabilize your stance. Niji's voice was sharp as he effortlessly deflected Hinata's strikes and sent her stumbling back. Hinata staggered several steps before regaining her balance, quickly resetting her stance. Again. Yes. Neji lunged forward, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange of gentle fist techniques. Before long, Hinata's movements faltered, her guard breaking under Niji's relentless assault. Be more decisive. Neji didn't hold back, striking her shoulder with enough force to make her wince. Yes. Hinata gritted her teeth and charged again. That girl. Karen watched, stunned, as Hinata kept getting knocked down but refused to stay down. She's really going all out, huh? Hey, Sasuke, why don't we have a sword match instead? Suigetsu suggested eagerly. Karen just needs to learn how to run away, right? Sasuke glanced down at Karen, still sprawled on the ground, and sighed. Fine. Drawing his blade, he smirked. But don't expect me to go easy on you, Suigetsu. Water release, hydraulic arm. Suigetsu's arm swelled with chakra-enhanced water as he swung the massive Kubikurabocho. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you're looking down on, Sasuke? I'm not Karen. Clang. Their blades clashed, sparks flying as the two gradually moved farther away in their duel. What the hell? Karen slowly pushed herself up, dusting off her clothes. That jerk Sasuke. Couldn't he have tried a little harder to convince me? She removed her glasses, wiped her tears, then put them back on before silently sitting on a nearby rock, watching both fights unfold. If you keep this up, you'll fall behind. A calm voice spoke from behind her. Huh. Karen turned to see Kaito standing there, observing Sasuke and Suigetsu's battle with a faint smile. What? Her jaw dropped in shock. Surprised you didn't sense me? Kaito chuckled. Why yeah. Karen hung her head dejectedly. See. Even innate talents can fail you sometimes, Kaito mused. Willing or not, once you've chosen the path of a shinobi, there's no turning back, even for a girl like you. Karen nervously twisted the fabric of her shirt. Keep at it, little Uzumaki. Kaito's eyes glinted mysteriously. Who knows? You might have hidden talents waiting to be uncovered. With that, he turned and walked back toward the castle. Sasuke likely has some Uzumaki clan records in his possession. Try earning his recognition. T/NP at Trian discount code, 2025, use this to get 50% off your first month. Chapter 326, 326. That's all. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Lord_Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Jacob Moe. Nathan King. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Konoha, Uchiha Cemetery. Inside a wooden house lined with bookshelves, Itachi sat hunched over a desk by the window, flipping through the pages of a thick book while occasionally jotting down notes with a brush. The cold winter sunlight streamed in through the open window, casting a pale glow across his face. Suddenly, Kaito's figure appeared outside the window, casting a shadow over the desk. A clone. Itachi set down his brush and looked up. Of course, Kaito chuckled, resting his hands on the windowsill. The real me is on the moon right now. Is that so? Itachi stood, neatly organizing the scattered papers on his desk before slipping a bookmark into the unfinished book. Once done, he walked around to the other side of the house and stepped outside, stopping beside Kaito. In that case, the disturbance on the moon that night was your doing. It was the Uchiha's doing, Kaito replied with a cryptic smile. A collective strike from generations of Uchiha, aimed at the progenitor of chakra. What are you trying to say? Itachi turned and walked toward another wooden hut. None of this concerns me. I've awakened and gathered the souls of every Uchiha who has ever died in history, Kaito's calm voice carried from behind him. Itachi stopped in his tracks and glanced back. Those who wish to fight, I've granted them bodies capable of battle once more, Kaito continued. As for the rest, they now have an unshakable sanctuary. You intend to overturn the entire world, Itachi stated with certainty. As expected, reading broadens the mind. Kaito tilted his head up, gazing at the pale winter sun. If I have the power, why not try to reshape the world? Itachi frowned, his tone academic. How can you be sure your changes will make the world better? Why should I be sure? Kaito's expression turned reckless. I'm simply acting on my own desires. Itachi opened his mouth as if to argue, then sighed. Truly, I must be the anomaly among the Uchiha. Do you think I'm too reckless? Kaito suddenly laughed. Haven't all world changers throughout history been the same? Why overthink it? History has its own momentum, it always moves forward. Itachi disagreed. I've read many of the records you brought from Oyama. Unlike you, both the Sage of Six Paths, founder of the Ninja Creed, and the first Hokage, who established the hidden villages, sought peace, or at least, the happiness of the majority. Let me correct you, Itachi, Kaito said dismissively. While I don't particularly care about world peace, I'm not reshaping the world out of malice either. If you wanted to, could you achieve it? Peace, I mean, Itachi asked abruptly. No. Even with all my efforts, the most I could manage would be fleeting stability. Kaito shook his head. I've pondered this before. Once I realized it was impossible, I gave up on the idea. Itachi finally voiced the question burning in his mind. Then what do you truly want? Haven't I said? Kaito mused. Unlike you, Itachi, you see humanity. I see the world itself. The world itself. Itachi's eyes flickered with surprise. I understand now. You've placed yourself on the level of a god. No, I am human, Kaito denied firmly. I'm acutely aware of that. If you're aware, then why do your eyes overlook humanity? Itachi clearly didn't believe him. Don't humans exist within the world? If the world improves, so will humanity's lot, Kaito said as if it were obvious. We seem to be discussing different things, Itachi said, his interest in the conversation waning. Still, in some ways, I admire you, Itachi. Kaito stepped closer, circling him. You have a broad mind, though before, your vision was limited. Itachi met Kaito's gaze steadily. Don't jest. You don't truly agree with me. I didn't agree with the Itachi of the past, Kaito admitted as he paced. But you've changed. I've read your recent writings. Your ideas aren't wrong, our goals just differ. Itachi fell silent for a moment before asking, then, to what extent do you plan to go? That depends on how far I can go, Kaito answered flippantly. Why tell me all this now? Itachi turned to face him fully. You're an Uchiha too, Kaito said simply. That's all. Itachi nodded. I see. He turned and walked back into his hut, lighting a fire to prepare a meal. Nagato has already declared war on the 5 great nations at the Kage summit, Kaito said, leaning against the doorframe. The 4th great ninja war is about to begin. Thank you for informing me. Itachi's hands paused briefly before resuming his task. By the way, Kaito added, you've written so much lately. Have you considered publishing? I wouldn't mind helping. Then I'll trouble you. I'll organize my draft soon, Itachi replied without refusal. No need for formalities. Kaito smirked faintly before vanishing without a sound. Itachi glanced at the now empty doorway, lowered his eyes, and continued cooking. Meanwhile, outside Konoha's gates, the figures of Tsunade, Kakashi, and Takuma appeared in the distance, catching the attention of the guards on duty. That's Lady Hokage. Izumo Kamizuki elbowed his partner, Kotetsu Higane, excitedly. Lady Hokage is back. I can see that. Kotetsu grumbled but stood up eagerly. Still the two of you, Izumo, Kotetsu. Tsunade strode through the gates, stopping at the registration desk where the two stood. Lady Hokage, Izumo, and Kotetsu bowed in unison. Welcome back. Kakashi and Takuma too, good work, Izumo added, waving at the two behind her. HN. How's the village been in my absence? Tsunade glanced toward the village. Well. Izumo and Kotetsu exchanged looks. I already have an idea of what happened, Tsunade said. Just speak plainly. Don't worry, Lady Hokage, Kotetsu laughed awkwardly. The troublemakers were dealt with. Lord Jiraiya was here to handle things. Whatever. Tsunade turned away. I'll go find Jiraiya myself. Understood. Take care, Lady Hokage. Izumo and Kotetsu watched her retreating back, exhaling in quiet relief. T/NP Atrian discount code, 2025, use this to get 50% off your first month. Chapter 327, 327. The right time. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Goha. Jacob Moe. Nathan King. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade and Jiraiya met and immediately began exchanging detailed intelligence about their recent activities. Meanwhile, Kaito silently appeared at the doorstep of Minato's house and gently knocked. Kaito. Kushina opened the door. What brings you here? Come in. Where's Minato? Kaito stepped inside. Upstairs, helping Naruto with his homework, Kushina replied with a smug grin. Ah. Kaito's expression froze for a second before smoothly shifting into a smile. Seems like your discipline is working wonders, Kushina-ne. Humph, go ahead and laugh, Kushina huffed as she headed toward the kitchen. I'm making lunch. Go on up if you need him, you're staying to eat with us. No need, I'm a clone, Kaito declined firmly. TCH, suit yourself. Kushina was visibly displeased. Ha ha ha, I'll head up then. Kaito quickly made his way to the second floor. Kaito, you're here. Minato was sneakily standing outside Naruto's room, waving at him. What's going on with you? Kaito eyed Minato's disheveled appearance with surprise. It's nothing, Minato forced a smile and hurried over. You need me for something? Let's go right now. Go. Kaito peeked into the room and saw Naruto, wearing a headband, slumped in the middle of a pile of scrolls. His eyes were glazed over, his expression completely blank, as if his soul was about to leave his body. Go where? Kaito turned back to Minato. I didn't come to take you out. No, you definitely need me for something. Without waiting for an explanation, Minato grabbed Kaito's wrist and dragged him downstairs at lightning speed, shouting, we're heading out for a bit, before Kushina could even respond. He practically bolted out of the house. All right, all right. Once they were on the street, Kaito quickly shook off Minato's grip. Just a while ago, you were desperate for me to summon Kushina-ne for you, Kaito teased. Now you're fleeing your own home. Getting tired of domestic life already. Spare me the sarcasm, Minato sighed. Naruto and Kushina are driving me insane. Ah, the sealing techniques again. Kaito started walking toward the Hokage building. Minato nodded with a pained expression. Kushina insists that since Naruto carries the Uzumaki name, he has to master sealing techniques. So when she couldn't teach him properly, she dumped the responsibility on you. Kaito understood immediately. Exactly, Minato said, torn between laughter and frustration. She said since I'm not Hokage anymore, I have nothing better to do at home anyway. Kaito shot him a sidelong glance. Honestly, compared to you, Naruto's the one who's really suffering. And you just abandoned him back there. Naruto's still young, Minato replied with a benevolent smile. Youngsters need more training, it's good for them. Sure, if you say so. Kaito shrugged. Minato coughed awkwardly before changing the subject. Anyway, what did you come to see me for? Tsunade-sama's back, Kaito said. We're heading to the Hokage building to discuss the upcoming war. War. Minato paused, then quickly grasped the situation. The enemy is Akatsuki, he asked. Did something happen at the 5 Kage summit? You already know, don't you? Yeah. Kaito didn't beat around the bush. Nagato showed up and declared war on the 5 Kage. Minato wasn't overly surprised. From what Kakashi reported earlier, Akatsuki members Deidara and Sasori were killed by Tsunade-sama. At this point, Akatsuki shouldn't have any manpower left. With the power of the Ten Tails, Nagato doesn't need subordinates anymore, Kaito said calmly. The Ten Tails. Minato touched his stomach. I've already talked to Kurama about this. Kaito turned to look at him. Naruto and I can't get too close to the Ten Tails, Minato said. Otherwise, Kurama might be extracted. Expected. Kaito continued walking. So Naruto and I will probably have to sit out this war, Minato said regretfully. Kaito neither agreed nor disagreed. Given Naruto's personality, stopping him won't be easy. That's why I wanted to ask for your help. Minato looked slightly embarrassed but quickly steeled himself. I don't mind, but if Naruto loses Kurama, he'll die. Kushina and I can't bear the thought of him facing that danger. We'll discuss this later. As long as you're all in agreement, I can help. Kaito looked up. By now, the two had arrived at the Hokage building. With Minato present, they passed through without issue and reached the Hokage's office. Lord Fourth, Lord Kaito. Shizune, standing guard outside, greeted them respectfully. Shizune. Minato reverted to his usual cheerful demeanor. Is Tsunade-sama inside with Jiraiya-sensei? Come in. Tsunade's voice came from inside. Pardon the intrusion. Minato pushed the door open. Inside, Tsunade and Jiraiya were seated on the sofa in the reception area, deep in conversation, while Kakashi and Takuma stood nearby. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama. Kaito followed Minato inside. Kakashi, Takuma. What brings you two here together? Jiraiya waved them over. I asked Minato to come along. Kaito took a seat beside Tsunade. There are some things we need to discuss in advance. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi tactfully excused himself. Takuma and I will take our leave. Go get some rest. Tsunade waved them off. We'll call you if needed. The two quickly left the office. Once the door closed again, the remaining three turned their attention to Kaito. Go on. Tsunade leaned back lazily on the sofa, crossing her legs. I could use some rest too. Your current body doesn't even need rest. Kaito held back the retort and got straight to the point. The war is about to begin, he said. Even though Nagato holds the power of the Ten Tails, the major villages will still have to bear the brunt of the initial battles. Are you saying you won't be contributing? Jiraiya frowned. Correct. Kaito nodded. I have to make my move at the right time. But. Jiraiya hesitated. Just how strong is the Ten Tails? If we can't hold out, there will be heavy casualties. I'll be monitoring the battlefield the entire time, Kaito assured. At least until Nagato decides to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. T/NP Atrian discount code, 2025, use this to get 50% off your first month. Chapter 328, 328. Rain in the Hidden Rain. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Lord Clamoral. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. The Land of Rain. The most distinctive structure in Omegakure, the Hidden Rain Village, was an absurdly designed high-rise building, shaped like a giant humanoid figure sticking out its tongue while holding a smoking pipe. Nagato sat alone on the extended tongue of the giant figure, the cold drizzle splattering tiny droplets against his robes. Nagato. Conan emerged from the mouth behind him, stopping at the edge of the rain curtain. The forces from each shinobi village have begun mobilizing, advancing toward the Land of Rain from all directions. Nagato closed his eyes, raindrops dripping one after another from his trembling lashes. After listening to Conan's report, he asked in an eerily calm tone, how long until they reach Omegakure? The main forces move slowly, and the distances between each village vary. With their lack of unity, I estimate it will take them at least 10 days to fully assemble, Conan answered cautiously. Nagato acknowledged before falling silent again. Nagato. Conan stepped forward into the rain, standing behind him, her face betraying a trace of worry. Are you truly confident? Or should we strike first, ambushing them on their march to weaken their forces? Nagato turned his head and opened his eyes. Don't be foolish, Conan. The ghetto statue has awakened. There are no opponents left who can stand before me. And only by defeating them openly will they bow to my will. Conan still hesitated. But the incomplete Nine Tails remains a potential threat. Nagato stood up, turning fully to face her. He reached out, gripping her shoulders, then slowly leaned in until their faces were close, their eyes locked. Don't worry. I have a plan. He lifted one hand from her shoulder, gently brushing past the paper flower in her hair. All you need to do is watch. Nagato. Conan stared at him blankly. For some reason, an overwhelming sorrow suddenly swelled in her chest, and tears spilled uncontrollably. I know. You're hiding something from me. She clutched his collar, her expression pained. As the person who understood Nagato best, how could she not sense the shifts in his emotions? But since he didn't want to speak, she hadn't pressed him. Just like now, as she studied his expressionless face and emotionless eyes, she finally just said, "But it doesn't matter. No matter what you do, I'll support you." Nagato's hand slid from the top of her head to the back of her neck, applying slight pressure to guide her head onto his shoulder. From an angle Conan couldn't see, his expression flickered through several emotions before settling back into blankness. "Don't overthink it." His tone remained icy. Conan's voice was muffled. "I understand." She gently pushed out of his embrace, her face hardening into the same detached coldness. "I'll organize the evacuation of Amagekiru's civilians." With that, she turned and walked toward the passage inside the mouth, stopping only when she reached the shadows of the building. "You should rest, Nagato." She didn't look back. After speaking, she disappeared completely into the dark corridor. Nagato watched her figure vanish into the depths of the passage before turning back to stand in the rain. He closed his eyes again, sensing everything within Amegakure through the endless downpour. After a long while, he reopened them, gazing toward a distant rooftop where two figures stood separated from him by layers of rain. Nagato stepped forward into the air, his body floating as he drifted toward them. "Leader." Kisame grinned as Nagato approached, revealing his jagged teeth. Keh. He let out a strange laugh, his tone mocking. "How pitiful. The Akatsuki only has 4 members left now. It doesn't matter." Tobi also scoffed. Like Deidara himself said, it's their own fault for being too weak. Nagato landed in front of them, his feet touching the rooftop. "Kisame." He stared directly into Kisame's eyes. "Can you capture Naruto under the current circumstances?" "Naruto." Kisame thought for a moment. "That's the name of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, right?" "Correct." Nagato kept his gaze fixed. "The great shinobi villages have mobilized. Konoha's defenses are weakened, and Naruto likely won't be allowed to participate in the war." "I see." Kisame shook his head. "But the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is the 4th Hokage's son, isn't he? I don't have confidence in snatching him away under the 4th's protection." Nagato shifted his attention to Tobi. "What about you?" Tobi also shook his head. "The Flying Thunder God technique is too troublesome. If they want to escape, even I can't stop them." "I can still try." Kisame volunteered. "Even if I fail, escaping should be possible, especially since the 4th would prioritize protecting the Jinchuriki." Nagato gave a slight nod. "Then I'll leave it to you. Just completing a mission as a shinobi." Kisame grinned. Tobi suddenly interjected, "The Jinchuriki might not even be in Konoha. Hiding him would be the logical move. Then there's nothing to be done." Kisame shrugged. "Tracking people isn't my specialty. Which is why I'll provide you with assistance." Nagato called out a name, Soften. "I've always been here, Lord Nagato." A bizarre voice answered as a white humanoid figure slowly emerged from Nagato's body, its upper half now visible. Its face bore a stiff, eerie smile as it fully detached from Nagato. "Zetsu." Kisame blurted out before realizing his mistake. Studying Sofen's eyes, which held the same Rinnegan as Nagato's, and the black rods piercing its body, he corrected himself. "No, not Zetsu. So this is how you knew about the Eye of the Moon plan." Tobi stepped forward curiously, examining Sofen. "You've been hiding many secrets, Nagato." Nagato ignored Tobi, speaking only to Kisame. "Sofen possesses the same abilities as Zetsu. He will help you locate Naruto." "Understood. Then I'll be in your care, Sofen." Kisame's grin turned savage, he didn't care who his partner was. "I shall fulfill Lord Nagato's every desire." Sofen's unnatural smile remained fixed, its voice unnaturally rigid. "Since the mission's clear, I'll set out now." Kisame turned and strode toward the edge of the rooftop. "I will follow." Sofen's body gradually sank into the ground. "Kisame." Nagato spoke again. "Any other orders, leader?" Kisame paused, glancing back. "If the situation becomes untenable, inform Naruto that all-out war has already begun." "Understood." Kisame didn't ask why. He turned and leaped off the rooftop. Given Naruto's personality, he'd probably come running on his own. Tobi suddenly laughed. Nagato's body had already begun floating again. He turned, fixing his gaze on Tobi's single visible eye. "Next, I will complete the infinite Tsukuyomi. I hope you don't interfere unnecessarily." "Tobi." "Of course not. I've been looking forward to this." Tobi's voice dripped with anticipation. "See that you don't." Nagato's figure drifted back through the rain, returning to the mouth of the giant humanoid statue. Chapter 329, 329. The Vessel of Reincarnation. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord Clamoral. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Moon. Inside a spacious room of the castle, Kaito sat cross-legged, surrounded by countless scrolls and books of various kinds. Holding a thick tome in his hands, he flipped through the pages rapidly, murmuring to himself. At this moment, his consciousness was linked to the countless clones he had left in the shinobi world. It was as if he possessed multiple brains operating simultaneously, allowing him to read, comprehend, and memorize the contents of these ancient texts at several times his usual efficiency. Footsteps echoed from behind him. Sasuke stopped a few meters away, frowning at the cluttered floor in front of him, finding no place to step. "Uncle!" Sasuke called out. Kaito didn't pause his movements. His eyes remained fixed on the book in his hands as he responded, "What is it, Sasuke?" "The war in the shinobi world is about to begin, isn't it?" Sasuke said. That's right," Kaito replied absent-mindedly. "Orochimaru contacted me just now." Sasuke lightly kicked aside the scrolls and books in front of him, clearing a path before sitting down beside Kaito. Kaito remained as indifferent as before. TCH. Sasuke shot him an annoyed glance but continued speaking as if accustomed to his behavior. "To be precise, I summoned Shinya from Ryuchi Cave earlier." Kaito asked casually, "Oh. What does Orochimaru want?" "He wants you to contact him as soon as possible," Sasuke said. "Because you unilaterally cut off communication recently." "Ah, that's true." Kaito nodded. "Tell him through your summon not to worry. When the right time comes, I'll notify him." "When are we going back?" "Those two from the Hyuga clan have been restless these past few days," Sasuke pressed. "Also, you promised Niji something before. Have you forgotten?" "We'll return when the time is right." "What about Niji?" Kaito's response was still half-hearted. "The Byakugan evolution. Didn't you say the Byakugan could also advance?" Sasuke reminded him, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Ah, my apologies. I forgot about that." Kaito admitted bluntly, yet made no move to act. Sasuke stared at him intently, his gaze boring into Kaito's unmoving figure. All right. Without shifting his posture, a paper shikigami slipped out from Kaito's sleeve and transformed into a humanoid form. "Let's go." "Don't disturb the main body," the newly formed paper clone said as it walked out of the room on its own. Sasuke snorted and followed. The two moved through the corridor in silence before arriving at the castle's grand hall. "We'll do it here," the paper clone turned to Sasuke. "Stand further away." "Why?" Sasuke halted. "The realms of Yin and Yang are separate. There are some things you shouldn't get too close to," the clone warned solemnly. "Fine." Sasuke reluctantly retreated, stopping at a distant corner of the hall. The paper clone nodded and clasped its hands together. Summoning technique, Gates of Enma's Palace. A series of eerie, luminous patterns materialized in the air, forming grotesque depictions of spirits and demons before coalescing into two massive doors. The doors solidified, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. From afar, Sasuke watched the terrifyingly ornate gates and suddenly felt the temperature in the hall plummet. A chilling, ghostly energy swept over him. He shivered involuntarily and took another step back, retreating into the corridor. Creak. The massive doors slowly opened a sliver. Creak, creak. The gap widened, revealing the scene beyond. Sasuke strained his eyes. Inside, all he could see was darkness, punctuated only by flickering indigo flames and the indistinct silhouettes of countless figures moving about. Suddenly, one tall figure emerged from the gloom, stepping forward until it crossed the threshold and became clearly visible. Long hair, short eyebrows, crimson eyes, and intricate markings beneath the lower eyelids. The figure wore a white robe adorned with tomo patterns, his handsome face carrying an air of cold arrogance. "Finally decided to show yourself." He lifted his chin, looking down at Kaito with disdain. "You brat, how dare you break your promise to me?" The paper clone blinked. Now that he mentioned it, Kaito had promised to speak with him a couple of days ago. "You forgot." Indra's expression darkened, fury simmering in his eyes. "Not at all." The paper clone denied immediately. "I've just been busy these past few days." "Liar." Indra narrowed his eyes, the tomo in his pupils spinning before morphing into a peculiar spiral pattern. With a derisive snort, he grabbed the clone by the collar, his smile laced with anger. Well done. You actually had the gall to send a clone to brush me off. It's the same thing. The main body is occupied, the clone replied, meeting his gaze with an unyielding look of its own. Fine. After a long standoff, Indra finally released him and turned to walk back toward the gates. I'll let it slide this time. We'll talk when you're ready to show some sincerity. Understood. The clone smiled as it watched him leave. Just as Indra was about to step through the gates, he suddenly turned back, his eyes locking onto Sasuke in the distance. A cryptic smirk played on his lips. Oh. So this brat is the vessel for my chakra's reincarnation this time. Sasuke stepped forward, his brow furrowing deeply. What do you mean? Who is this man? At that moment, he could also sense the strange, intangible connection between them. Ask Kaito, Indra replied with another faint smile before vanishing into the darkness beyond the gates. Wait, Sasuke took a few steps forward. Stand back, the paper clone ordered. But, Sasuke tried to advance again. I said step back. The clone's gaze turned stern. We'll discuss this later. Sasuke clenched his jaw, glaring defiantly, but ultimately retreated with reluctance. TCH. He clicked his tongue and withdrew into the corridor once more. Chapter 330, 330. The Four-Pronged Advance. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The boundless, endless sea stretched into the horizon. A massive white ship cut through the calm waters, leaving ripples in its wake. Standing at the bow, Naruto faced the wind, his arms spread wide as he laughed heartily at the vast scenery before him. Naruto. Kushina and Minato stepped out from the cabin. Dad. Mom. Naruto turned around, beaming as he waved at them. You seem happy, Naruto, Kushina said, walking over to stand beside him. Yeah. Naruto nodded vigorously. Having both you and Dad here with me, even taking me out like this, it's something I never even dreamed of before. I'm really, really happy. He turned back, one hand gripping the ship's railing while the other ruffled his own hair, his grin widening. Oh, and thanks to Erosenin's jutsu, my hair's grown back too. As long as you're happy, Kushina said, smiling as she patted his head. Your father and I couldn't be there while you were growing up, so now, we just want to see you happy. Really? Naruto raised his hands excitedly. Does that mean I don't have to study sealing techniques anymore? Nope. You're still an Uzumaki, Kushina firmly shut him down. Ah, come on. Naruto wilted instantly, memories of his grueling training days flooding back. And this trip isn't just for fun, Naruto. You need to be prepared, Minato added, placing a hand on his shoulder from behind. What else? Are we going on a mission as a family? Naruto perked up again. Training, Minato said. Training to become a true Jinchuriki. Naruto blinked. Ah. What do you mean? Right now, you still can't freely use the Ninetales chakra in battle, Minato explained. We'll be focusing on that during this trip. Oh. Got it. Naruto nodded eagerly. As long as it wasn't sealing techniques, he was fine with any other kind of training. Minato continued, also, we'll be borrowing a training ground from Kimogakure. Make sure to thank them properly when we get there. Kimogakure. Naruto looked puzzled. Why are we going there? You'll find out soon enough, Minato replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Konohagakure, Hokage headquarters. Lady Hokage, Shizune entered the office. The daimyo of the Land of Fire has reached an agreement with the Land of Lightning. They've granted permission for Kimogakure's forces, along with samurai from the Land of Iron, to pass through our territory. I see. Tsunade glanced at the map hanging on the wall. Where are Kimogakure and the Land of Iron's forces now? Shizune walked over and pointed at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice. They've already reached the border and will soon enter our territory, heading toward the Land of Rain to rendezvous with Lord Jiraiya and our Konoha shinobi. Good. Tsunade stood and approached the map. Any updates today on Kirigakure's movements? That's the next report. Shizune traced a curved line along the map. Kirigakure's forces are taking a maritime route and should land on the southern coast of the Land of Rivers by this afternoon. Then it's time for me to set out as well. Tsunade tapped the map decisively. The Allied forces will advance into the Land of Rain from 4 directions: Land of Earth, Land of Wind, Land of Rivers, and Land of Fire, before converging outside Omegakure. Understood, Shizen confirmed. The reinforcements set to depart with you are ready to move at any time. Are the village's defensive arrangements in place? Tsunade turned to the window. Yes, all preparations are complete, Shizen replied. The remaining Jonin have been assigned their duties during the war. Tsunade nodded. Keep a close watch on any troublemakers in the village during this period. Everyone is aware of the situation, Shizen assured. Good. Tsunade strode toward the door. Then let's move out. Yes. Western border of the Land of Fire. A Konoha battalion had set up camp at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Lord Jiraiya. A scout hurried into the central tent. Jiraiya looked up from his seat. Any updates? Yes. The scout handed over a scroll. Jiraiya skimmed its contents before tossing it to Shikaku beside him. Take a look, everyone. The scroll quickly made its rounds among the gathered shinobi. Once Kumo and Kiri are in position, we'll advance into the Land of Rain, Jiraiya announced. Lord Jiraiya, one shinobi raised a hand. Even though this is a joint operation, splitting into 4 separate routes could leave one vulnerable to an ambush by Akatsuki. Reinforcements from the other 3 fronts wouldn't arrive in time. Kakashi sighed. Given the history of conflict between the villages, smooth cooperation was never going to be easy. Choza frowned. Our division is supposed to work alongside Kumogakure and the Land of Iron Samurai. Let's hope there aren't any complications. At this, the room's attention shifted to the Hyuga representative, Takuma Hyuga. No clan in Konoha bore deeper resentment toward Kumogakure than the Hyuga. Rest assured, Takuma said calmly, eyes lowered. I will ensure my clansmen conduct themselves appropriately. That aside, another shinobi interjected, we should be more concerned about whether Akatsuki will attempt to pick us off one by one during the advance. There's no need for excessive worry, Shikaku reasoned. Our enemy is unique. Even under Akatsuki's control, Omegakure lacks the military strength to pose a serious threat to any of our forces. True. The village has declined significantly since Hanzo's death. But we can't afford to let our guard down. What if the Akatsuki leader, the one with the Rinnegan, personally intervenes? Not to mention they've already captured 8-tailed beasts. That won't happen, Kakashi said. Akatsuki's goal is to establish dominance over all villages. Their leader will wait for the war to come to him, just as he declared. Our scouts outside Omegakure report no movement aside from Kisame Hashigaki's departure. How can you be so sure? War isn't that simple. Victory is all that matters in the end. Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi turned to him, what's your take? You knew their leader, didn't you? Jiraiya exhaled slowly. It's been years. I can't claim to understand him anymore. But if Nagato truly seeks to fulfill his ambitions, he'll want to crush us head-on. Highly likely, Shikaku agreed. We'll see soon enough. Chapter 331, 331. The Yokai Banquet. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Mount Oyama, Ancient Forest. Once again, the leaders of the yokai gathered beneath the vast shade of Shigeru's towering true form. Come, drink. Seated on the ground, they raised their sake cups and downed the contents in unison. Shigeru refilled their cups, his deeply lined face wearing a benevolent smile. My friends, the war we have awaited for 1,000 years is finally upon us. Once more, this old man wishes you all glorious fortune in battle. Hurrah! Glorious fortune in battle. They drank again, their voices ringing through the forest. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kaito's paper clone sat apart from the revelry, unable to partake in the drinking. He had originally wanted to sit beside Yurei, but she had mercilessly shooed him away. Ever since an incident where he had angered her, Yurei had treated his paper clone with outright disdain, a stark contrast to her attitude toward his true self. Sigh. It's still me, just a different form. Why the discrimination? Propping his chin on his hand, Kaito sulked as he stared at Yurei's back. As if sensing his gaze, she turned her head and shot him a cold glance before resuming her cheerful banter with Ki. I've been waiting for this day, for so long. After several cups of sake, Kamaitachi Santoro's eyes reddened. Kaito. He suddenly turned toward the paper clone. Here. Kaito raised his left hand in response. You tell me. Santoro stood up, his face flushed as he staggered toward Kaito. What's wrong, Santoro? Kaito quickly reached out to steady him, taking the opportunity to rub the soft, furry ears on his head. Tell me. Santoro looked up at him with watery eyes. We're definitely going to defeat Kaguya, right? Yes. Kaito smiled, ruffling his hair. Hey. What are you doing? Santoro smacked his hand away, puffing up in anger. I'm your elder. Right. Kaito humored him but couldn't resist giving his head another affectionate pat. Who could blame him? The guy looked like a 4 or 5-year-old kid, adorable. Hick. Santoro hiccuped, then dissolved into a gust of wind, reappearing at the banquet and collapsing onto Yuta's plush belly. Tell me. He pointed accusingly at Kaito from across the gathering. Are the legends of the Kamaitachi brothers popular among humans? Hick. Can my big brothers still be revived? That day will come eventually. Kaito's voice was gentle. Hick. Wah. Santoro suddenly burst into loud, drunken sobs. Liar, Hick. Their Yuki flames haven't even been reignited yet. His crying intensified until he reverted to his true form, a small, furry ball curled up pitifully. It's all right. Yuta quickly scooped him up, soothing him with gentle pats. Ki-ai suddenly shot Kaito a sidelong glance, her crimson lips parting. Speaking of which, lately, it's been this one alone guarding the castle tower. Certain people haven't shown up in ages. Well, Kaito's been busy outside lately, Yuri quickly interjected, shielding Kaito from Ki-ai's glare. Don't complain so much. Ki-ai poked Yuri's forehead with a slender finger. Spineless. Kaito raised his hands defensively. No need to worry, Lady Ki-ai. Though I haven't visited in a while, I'm fully aware of the situation. Then enlighten us, Ki-ai said, pushing Yuri aside. From what this one has observed, those fools haven't made any progress at all. The moment Ki-ai brought up the topic, the atmosphere shifted. The resurrection plan was of paramount importance to the yokai. After all, the revival of the great yokai meant the restoration of Mount Oyuma's full strength. It seems everyone is concerned. Kaito smirked mysteriously, letting the anticipation build before finally explaining under their impatient gazes. Rest assured, we are still in the stage of accumulating power. It's simply that the critical point hasn't been reached yet. Anakiri cut straight to the point. Explain. It means the plan is nearing success, Kaito said, still enigmatic. In fact, this war might serve as a crucial catalyst. Ki-ai's eyes narrowed dangerously. This one doesn't understand. That's because you're slow, Yuri muttered under her breath. Ki-ai turned to her with a dangerously sweet smile. Yuri quickly averted her gaze, pretending to sip her sake with exaggerated elegance. Still don't get it. Kaito pondered for a moment. Then let me put it this way, the vessel is nearly full. And in this war, I will do everything in my power to ensure the plan's completion. So then. A vein pulsed on Ki-ai's forehead. Could you kindly explain what exactly this catalyst is, and what the plan entails? No need to rush. Kaito smoothed his sleeves. It's not yet time for a full explanation. Unbelievable. Ki-ai turned away in frustration, downing another cup of sake in one gulp. Still unsatisfied, she spun back and spat a web of spider silk straight at Kaito. Oh my, no need for violence. With a flick of his finger, a shimmering talisman sliced the web in two, sending the strands fluttering to the ground. Ki-ai lost all interest in further conversation. Shigeru, watching the exchange, simply chuckled. Kaito, as long as you have a firm grasp on the situation, this old man trusts in your abilities. I appreciate your faith, Lord Shigeru. Kaito bowed slightly. Come. Yuta raised his cup again. Let's have another round. Cheers. Once more, the cups were emptied. Right. Kaito turned to the silent Higanbana. Lady Kaori. Kaori tilted her head slightly, her cool eyes questioning. I've successfully contracted with Enmadeo and the Court of Judgment, Kaito said. Once this war concludes, the land of Yomi can be rebuilt. Thank you, Kaito. Kaori's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Kaori. Yuri wrapped her arms around Kaori's, pressing her cheek against the other woman's shoulder. If Yomi is restored, will you leave Mount Oyuma? Kaori nodded. Yuri, I am the Higanbana of Yomi. That is my home. I know. I just don't want you to go. Yuri nuzzled against her. Kaito interjected, as a yokai, you can visit Yomi, Yuri. Who said I wanted to? Yuri immediately bristled. This lady is a butterfly of Mount Oyuma. Seeing her resistance, Kaito quickly backtracked. Of course, it's entirely up to you. Yet for some reason, Uriai seemed even angrier. Shrugging it off, Kaito blinked and moved to sit beside Onigiri, discussing the finer details of the war. The yokai would be participating in the battle, with Onigiri, the strongest warrior among them, leading the combat units. Having once been a warrior's blade, he was well versed in strategy and command. The banquet lasted well into the night before the group finally dispersed, thoroughly sated. On the way back, Uriai followed silently behind Kaito. No matter how much he tried to engage her in conversation, she refused to respond, yet she maintained a steady distance, trailing him all the way to the Uchiha residence. Coming in. Kaito pushed open the gate. Uriai sniffed haughtily and strode past him. Amused, Kaito shook his head and followed, closing the gate behind them. What's this about? As he walked, a faint golden mist began to swirl around him. Uriai slipped off her sandals, stepping barefoot onto the engawa before turning to look down at him. Ah, I see. Kaito clasped his hands together. I'll summon my real self right away. Uriai nodded, a small, satisfied smile gracing her lips. Chapter 332, 332. Rain and Tears. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Lord _Clamoral. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. A new day. At the western border of the Land of Fire, Tsunade and Jiraiya stood at the edge of a forest with a group of elite shinobi, awaiting the arrival of the combined forces from Kimogakure and the Land of Iron. They're here. A line of figures appeared on the distant horizon, moving swiftly toward them. At the forefront were the 4th Raikage, A, and the Land of Iron's general, Mifune, leading their respective troops at a rapid pace. The large force halted about 100 meters away from the Konoha contingent. A and Mifune, accompanied by a few subordinates, strode forward. Welcome, Lord Raikage, Lord Mifune, Jiraiya greeted them first. Jiraiya, A acknowledged before glancing behind him and nodding at Tsunade. Princess Tsunade. Tsunade stepped forward and gave them a curt nod. You've made good time. And thank you, Lord Raikage, for accommodating Naruto. No need. I acted for the greater good, A said gravely. At this point, we cannot allow the Akatsuki to obtain the 9 tails. Tsunade nodded. According to our communications, all village forces are in position. As planned, we'll advance into the Land of Rain in 2 hours. Jiraiya added, your troops have traveled far. You can take this time to rest before we move out. A turned and signaled to his forces. The Kimonin immediately began settling in, while the samurai of the Land of Iron also relaxed their formation. Princess Tsunade, A turned back to her, there have been many rumors among the wandering shinobi lately. Seems you've made quite a name for yourself. Just some fools who didn't know their place, Tsunade replied dismissively. Pressed further. It's said that on your way to the 5 Kage summit, 2 shinobi riding a giant white bird appeared along your route. According to intel, they were Akatsuki members, correct? They were, Tsunade confirmed without hesitation. Daidara and Sasori, missing Nin from Iwagakure and Sunagakure. They're dead by my hand. So Akatsuki had already suffered losses before this. I questioned. Why didn't you mention this at the summit? It wasn't necessary. Nagato is the true threat we must focus on, Tsunade said. A's tone turned firm. Since I've been chosen as the Alliance's commander, Konoha should cooperate fully from now on. Hand over all intelligence on Akatsuki. We will cooperate, Tsunade replied, pulling out a scroll from her robes and tossing it to him. This is all the intel Konoha has. It's yours now. Good. I caught it, unsealed it on the spot, and skimmed through the contents. So the remaining Akatsuki members are Nagato, Konan, Kisame Hashigaki, and Obito Uchiha, he summarized before passing the scroll to Mifune. All possess Kage-level strength. Troublesome indeed. Jiraiya interjected, against the combined forces of the 5 great nations, even a few Kage-level shinobi won't stand a chance. The only real threat is the tailed beasts in their possession. No matter the cost, Akatsuki must be eradicated. I declared fiercely. That is the purpose of this war, Mifune agreed after reviewing the intel. The leaders then discussed the Alliance's advance routes and troop deployments once they entered the Land of Rain. 2 hours passed quickly, it was time to move out. The forces of Konoha, Kimogakure, and the Land of Iron stood assembled, covering the plains beyond the forest. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Mifune stood at the forefront. At the same time, At the northern border of the land of rivers, the northeastern border of the land of wind, and the southern border of the land of earth, the forces of Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure stood ready under the command of their respective Kage. Move out. Tsunade and Mifune crossed the border between the land of fire and the land of rain first. The massive army roared in response before surging forward behind them. Advance. Mei Terumi led her troops across the border between the land of rivers and the land of rain. The Kirigakure shinobi moved in disciplined silence. It's time. Proceed. Gaara stood atop a floating platform of sand, gliding over the border between the land of wind and the land of rain. The Sunagakure forces, most with white cloth covering their faces, charged out from the desert. Move. Anoki's small figure hovered in the air as he flew past the land of earth's border into the land of rain. The Iwagakure shinobi followed, their heavy footsteps shaking the wilderness. They must have entered the land of rain by now, the allied shinobi forces. Nagato remained seated on the tongue of the colossal statue, letting the rain pour over him. I'm sorry, Konan stood at the edge of the rain's reach. With our lack of manpower, we could only send a few squads of Omega Kure shinobi to scout. We don't have precise intel yet. It doesn't matter. Nagato gazed down at the desolate village below. You evacuated the civilians. Yes, Nagato. Konan's voice wavered slightly. What is it? Nagato seemed indifferent to her hesitation. I still don't understand, Konan murmured. Why did you choose the land of rain as the battlefield? Are you blaming me? His tone was cold. Nagato, we started on this path because our country was turned into a battleground by the great nations. Our original goal was to save this land shrouded in rain. Her voice was soft but carried an undertone of pain. HN. Nagato gave a noncommittal grunt. Konan's voice rose slightly. This war, the 5 great nations' forces are closing in from all directions. Have you considered what will happen to the civilians in the towns along their path? Are we repeating the same tragedy we suffered as children? Nagato remained unmoved, his voice icy. So what? These are the sacrifices necessary for peace. I'm not blaming you, Nagato. Konan's voice trembled. We're past the point of return. I didn't stop you before, and now I come to you with these words. Maybe I'm just a hypocrite. Do what you must. Nagato closed his eyes, tilting his face upward to let the rain wash over him. Forgive me. I lost my composure. Konan turned away. I'll monitor the enemy's movements and report back. Nagato listened in silence as her footsteps faded. For a brief moment, a flicker of anguish crossed his face, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. The rain streamed down his cheeks like tears. Forgive me, Konan. You've always been kind. But this world has no place for kindness. Our dream has long since shattered. That's why, this world means nothing to me now. From the moment I chose destruction, the land of rain had no future left. Chapter 333, 333. Hard to say if good or bad. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. The moon. After spending a quiet night in Oyama, Kaito was silently summoned back by the paper clone he had left in the lunar castle, right on schedule. His spiritual perception unfurled from within the room, swiftly enveloping the entire castle before expanding outward. In the adjacent room, Madara, lounging lazily on his couch, keenly sensed something and instantly activated his Rinnegan. A few seconds later, the purple hues faded from his eyes, and he lazily rolled over once more. In another room, the imprisoned Tonari sat motionless like a puppet whose strings had been cut, his eyes closed. Niji sat cross-legged in his own room, deep in cultivation. A golden crystal hovered before his eyes, wisps of ocular power being drawn from it into his pupils. His eyes remained wide open, unblinking, his brows furrowed as if enduring pain, sweat beading on his forehead. In yet another room, Toka and Ruka were engaged in conversation. Toka sat composed as ever, while Ruka paced anxiously in circles. The silent corridors were filled with wind rushing in through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows. In the vast hall, remnants of a meal still littered the dining table. Outside the castle, Sasuke sparred with Suigetsu in a duel of swordsmanship. Wielding Itachi, Sasuke nimbly dodged and weaved through the gaps of Suigetsu's sweeping greatsword strikes. Meanwhile, Izuna and Hikaku clashed in a battle of ninjutsu. The two wielded an array of fire-style techniques with godlike precision, heating the surrounding air to scorching temperatures, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Karin and Hinata engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Both seemed to have improved significantly recently, though their fight remained far from intense. Seems like everyone's doing well. Kaito stretched lazily, withdrawing his spiritual perception before pushing open his door and stepping out. As he passed the neighboring room, Madara also emerged. "Good morning, Madara-senpai." Kaito waved casually. "What are you up to?" Madara leaned against the doorframe, his robes disheveled, as he combed his fingers through his tangled mane of hair. "Just checking in on everyone." Kaito smiled. "Umph." Madara adjusted his clothes, then strode past him, heading toward the Great Hall. "How are things in the shinobi world?" Kaito followed alongside him. "Proceeding smoothly. The 5 great nations' allied shinobi forces have already entered the Land of Rain. How long do you plan to keep watching from the sidelines?" Madara rubbed the back of his neck. Kaito chuckled. "You already know the answer to that." "Heh." Madara let out an ambiguous laugh. "Getting restless?" Kaito asked. "Bored." Madara paused, glancing out through the corridor's broken window at Izuna and Hikaku's battle in the distance. "If you're bored, why not go give them some pointers?" Kaito suggested. Madara shook his head. "No need. Izuna and Hikaku's combat styles are already well established. They just need to keep refining them." "What about Sasuke?" Kaito looked toward the other side. "Maybe he's more your type of fighter." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Madara shot him a sidelong glance. "That kid's too much of a fool." "Sasuke really isn't the strategic type," Kaito conceded with a nod. "If not for you," Madara remarked, "given the circumstances back then, that brat would have been played like a fiddle." Kaito thought for a moment before sighing. "Pretty much. When I first met him, he was about to foolishly walk right into Orochimaru's hands. And with Itachi and Obito in the picture, who knows what would have happened to him?" "Ha ha ha ha," Madara's laughter echoed through the corridor. "He's actually quite sharp when it comes to learning," Kaito mused. "He just doesn't understand people," Madara cut in bluntly. "A shame, but his way of thinking's already set." Kaito shrugged. "Maybe he'll change as he grows older. Even if he doesn't, it doesn't matter." Madara leaped through the broken window, landing lightly before soaring into the air, hands forming seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A sea of flames engulfed both Izuna and Hikaku. TSK, couldn't resist after all, huh? Kaito watched from afar, a smirk tugging at his lips. Shaking his head, he levitated, floating out through the broken window before ascending higher. Gliding over the battlefield, he rode the wind across the sky, arriving at the floating temple. Inside the grand hall, Chiri sat solemnly before the Tensigan stone carving. "Chiri-senpai." Kaito approached from behind. "How's it going?" "Almost done." Chiri's eyes remained fixed on the carving, her pupils flashing crimson. Kaito narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the stone's energy. "Indeed, it's nearly complete, just in time." A note of delight colored his voice. Chiri slowly closed her eyes and smiled. "At least we won't miss the deadline." "You've worked hard." Kaito reached out, hovering his hand over her eyes. A soft glow emanated from his palm before he withdrew. "Thank you." She blinked. "That's much better." Her eyes glowed red once more as she refocused on the carving. "Honestly, your dojutsu isn't something you'd normally get much use out of," Kaito remarked with a laugh. "True. It's too troublesome." Chiri sighed. "When I was young, after learning what my Mangekyo Sharingan's ability was, I was so frustrated that even the joy of awakening it faded." "Is that why you created the Izanami?" Kaito asked. "Izanami?" Chiri chuckled faintly. "Both Izanagi and Izanami are too extreme. If sacrificing these precious eyes was the cost, there were far more possibilities than just those 2 techniques." "Only you would say something like that." Kaito couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. "Not everyone has the talent to create forbidden jutsu like you." "Is that so?" Chiri continued. "Perhaps it was fate. When I used Izanami, I sacrificed my left eye, preserving the right eye's ability, one I'd never used before. And now, it's finally proving useful. Your dojutsu truly feels like it was made for this moment." Kaito nodded in agreement. "Without you, even if I wanted to rebuild the Pure Land, I wouldn't know where to begin. I once thought this ability was utterly impractical, the conditions were too strict. Yet now, it's about to play a pivotal role, with all the pieces falling into place." Chiri's tone turned wry. "Is this what destiny feels like, on my Oji? Though Lord Saimai said the world is merely a collection of natural phenomena, without consciousness." Kaito stroked his chin. "I can't help but feel like it does have a will. My birth, your dojutsu, and so many other coincidences, they all seem too perfectly arranged." Maybe it's the world trying to save itself. Chiri accepted the idea easily. Kaito, however, shook his head. There's no answer to that. And if the world truly has a consciousness, for me, that's something, hard to say if good or bad. T/N, please leave a comment if you enjoy this chapter. Chapter 334, 334. The Waterfall of Truth. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/less a servant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. What is that? Naruto stood at the bow of the ship, staring in astonishment at the island ahead, which was covered in towering spikes. This is our destination, Minato said with a smile before turning to several inconspicuously dressed sailors on the deck. Thank you for your hard work. We're deeply grateful, friends from Kimobukure. The Kimonin, disguised as sailors, merely nodded in silence. Ah. So you guys are shinobi from Kimobukure. Naruto grinned and waved. Thanks a lot. Prepare to dock, one of the Kimonin called out. Get ready. Got it. Naruto replied excitedly, his eyes fixed on the strange island growing ever closer. As the ship reached the shore, a lean, dark-haired Kimonin with vertical face paint on his nose and a scarf around his neck stood waiting on the beach, waving at them. You've arrived, he said. Welcome to Turtle Island. I'm Motoi from Kimobukure. Hello, Mr. Motoi. Thank you for having us, Minato said, leaping off the ship first. Naruto and Kushina followed, stepping onto the island and glancing around curiously. Follow me, Motoi said curtly, his expression unreadable. He nodded to the crew before leading the family of three inland. See ya. Naruto turned and waved again. Once inside the island, the scenery was completely different from its exterior. Though the outside was covered in jagged spikes, the interior was lush with greenery, teeming with diverse wildlife. Animals of all kinds darted through the trees, occasionally peeking out to observe the newcomers with curiosity. This island holds Kimobukure's secret to cultivating perfect Jinchuriki, Motoi declared proudly. Perfect Jinchuriki. What's the secret, Motoi-san? Naruto immediately perked up with interest. The Waterfall of Truth, Motoi replied, glancing at him. Those who face it are forced to confront their inner selves. To pass the trial, one must overcome the darkness within their heart. I see. Naruto fell uncharacteristically silent, lowering his head. Truthfully, he had a vague awareness of the darkness lurking inside him. Kushina and Minato exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with tenderness as they watched their son's subdued demeanor. The couple knew all too well, Naruto, a child who had grown up enduring pain and loneliness, could not possibly be free of inner shadows. But this boy had always instinctively suppressed his negative emotions, burying them deep within, forcing himself to ignore them. He habitually faced the world with relentless optimism, striving with all his might to earn everyone's acknowledgement. The thought brought tears to Kushina's eyes. If it's Naruto, I'm sure he'll be fine, Minato said, resting a hand on Naruto's head, his voice brimming with pride. Oh. Our killer bee from Kimobukure only took a few minutes to pass the Waterfall of Truth's trial, Motoi remarked, his tone tinged with melancholy as he mentioned B, I can do it too. Naruto lifted his head, his eyes blazing with determination as he grinned confidently at B. I won't lose to anyone. Motoi studied his expression before stiffly quirking his lips. Then do your best. I will, Motoi-san. Naruto had already regained his usual cheerful demeanor. We're here, Motoi announced. The sound of rushing water filled the air as the group emerged from the dense forest into a clearing. Before them stood an unremarkable waterfall, cascading into a small, serene pool below. The water was clear, its gentle flow creating a tranquil ambience. This is the place, Motoi said, stopping at the edge of the pool and pointing to a flat stone protruding from the water at its center. Focus your mind there, and it will reflect your inner world. Only by conquering the darkness hidden within can you successfully control the tailed beast's chakra. He turned to Naruto. Well. Will you try? Nothing scary about this. Naruto strode to the water's edge and hopped onto the stone in the middle, flashing a grin over his shoulder. I'll pass this trial easy. Naruto. Kushina's eyes were filled with worry. Having once been the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki herself, she had an inkling of what her son was about to face. It's all right. Let's just believe in him, Minato murmured, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Naruto gave his parents a thumbs up before sitting cross-legged on the stone, closing his eyes to focus. Darkness enveloped him. The sound of flowing water echoed in his ears. When Naruto opened his eyes again, the waterfall remained before him, but everything around it had blurred into obscurity. Why are you so happy now? A figure materialized faintly within the cascading water. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. "You must be really happy these days, huh?" The voice was identical to his own, but thick with resentment. "Well, yeah, I guess," Naruto admitted sheepishly, scratching his cheek. "Umph. Of course you'd be happy. Now that your parents are with you, have you forgotten everything we suffered?" The figure stepped out from the waterfall, an exact replica of Naruto, save for the crimson eyes burning with hatred and malice. You're... Naruto immediately stood up. "I'm the real you," the dark reflection sneered, spreading his arms. "The hatred and pain you've buried inside. Who knew this place would let us meet like this? Pretty convenient, don't you think? So, to pass this trial, I have to beat you," Naruto said grimly, glaring at his darker self. "Fine. I'll take you down. In such a hurry to get rid of me?" "I still have a lot to say to you," Dark Naruto chuckled darkly. "But it doesn't matter what you think. I am you. You can't defeat yourself." "Shut up." Naruto lunged forward. "Running from your own darkness, are you?" Dark Naruto scoffed as their fists collided. "Naruto." Kushina watched her son's motionless back from the shore, her heart heavy with unease. Minato held her tightly, offering silent support. "Naruto is likely battling his other self right now," Motoi explained. "This is the prerequisite for the perfect Jinchuriki training program." "I understand." Kushina clenched her fists, resisting the urge to rush to her son's side. Minato gently rubbed her back, closing his eyes. "Kurama, do you think Naruto will succeed?" He silently reached out to the other half of the nine tails sealed within him. "Umph. How should I know?" Kurama bared his fangs, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. "But the other me probably prefers Naruto's darker side, the one he's facing right now." "Is that so?" Minato forced a strained smile, hesitating to say more. "Even though the halves sealed in you and your brat are both me, don't expect any mercy." The dark, een-aligned nine tails within Minato lashed its shadowy red tails. "I might tolerate you now, but that doesn't mean the other me has to accept your son. Just wait, let the kid struggle his way to me on his own." T/N, please leave a comment if you enjoy this chapter. Chapter 335, 335. A sudden emergence. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Within an unknown space, the majestic and eerie hall of Yama ceaselessly drifted through the gray mist, shifting unpredictably. Though the hall itself was vast, it still felt somewhat crowded due to the gathering of every member of the Uchiha clan, past and present. And this was only because those who had failed to become shinobi, ordinary people, had long since reincarnated. Indra stood atop the high platform where King Yama resided, gazing down at his idle descendants with a slight headache, his brow furrowing. "Father," his eldest son cautiously stood by his side, "are they being too noisy?" "It's nothing." Indra glanced at his eldest son, whose face was lined with deep wrinkles, and immediately averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. "Go. You don't need to stay here either." "Yes." His eldest son immediately retreated from the platform as if granted amnesty. TCH. Indra watched his eldest son slightly hunched back but ultimately couldn't bring himself to reprimand him. "Senior Indra, what troubles you?" Kaito suddenly appeared before King Yama's throne, smiling gently. "So, you've finally shown yourself." Indra spoke irritably, sweeping his robes aside as he sat down on the floor. "My apologies for keeping you waiting." Kaito walked unhurriedly to sit across from him. Indra gave him a glance and snorted through his nose. "There was much to handle, and I never had the chance to properly speak with you," Kaito continued, ignoring his attitude. "Thank you for bringing our clansmen's souls out of the Pure Land." "Thank me?" Indra frowned. "Spare me such ridiculous words." Kaito immediately understood and spoke earnestly. "Yes, all Uchiha are your descendants by blood. Naturally, you should stand with us." "Ha!" Indra sneered. "Save the pretty words, brat. What I do requires no explanation. This ancestor of ours is truly hard to please." Kaito silently grumbled in his heart. "Regardless, as a junior, I still wish to express my gratitude." Kaito bowed slightly. "What is it you want?" Indra leaned forward slightly, his piercing gaze locking onto Kaito's eyes. "Tell me," he enunciated slowly, "about that ambition of yours, so vast that even this planet cannot contain it." "You overestimate me." Kaito smiled shyly. "My ambitions aren't quite that inflated." "Close enough." You still haven't explained what you did to my grandmother last time. Indra straightened back up. A mark, Kaito said. Indra frowned. Elaborate. It relates to two different dojutsu that share the same name, Izanami. Kaito adjusted his wide sleeves. Indra caught on. The dojutsu possessed by that girl named Uchiha Chiri? Yes. Kaito nodded. Ahahahaha, Indra burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. To think, the true Izanami would actually appear. What do you mean? Kaito asked. I know later generations developed the Genjutsu Izanagi, which sacrifices one eye. Indra tapped his right eye, but this is the real Izanami. Kaito was momentarily stunned before realization dawned. I see. I've never used the true Izanami myself, Indra said. I imagine Chiri was the same. Correct. Kaito nodded. The conditions for its use are far too stringent. Chiri never had the opportunity. In the end, she created another genjutsu to counter Izanagi, also naming it Izanami. Indra chuckled inexplicably. So, you intend to use my grandmother as a sacrifice for the true Izanami? Yes. Kaito didn't deny it. What are your thoughts? What thoughts do you expect me to have? Indra smirked mockingly. It seems you have no objections. Kaito understood. That old man was scared witless by grandmother, Indra suddenly said darkly. And because my appearance and temperament resemble hers, he's always held a grudge against me. He sneered again. I'd love to see the look on his face when the time comes. That's an exaggeration. The Sage of Six Paths wasn't scared witless. He just didn't want you to pursue power to the point of extremism. Kaito internally refuted but kept his expression neutral. Speaking of which, he asked gently, why did you suddenly abandon your 1,000-year plan? Your reincarnated chakra still resides within Sasuke, does it not? That old man never truly meant harm to this planet, Indra unexpectedly defended the sage. Oh. Kaito voiced his curiosity. He only ever wanted to protect it. Indra continued, initially, he spread chakra to humanity so that ordinary people could gain strength. Even though grandmother was sealed and Ishiki vanished, the Otsutsuki clan could return. Humanity needed the power to resist them. At the same time, the philosophy of Ninshu was about connection. He wanted all shinobi to unite through chakra. That's why he chose Azura as his successor. Even he himself, after entrusting everything to the next generation, chose to live and die as a human. Kaito listened quietly. Yet, over the long years, he realized the world had not improved. The more people gained power, the more chaotic the world became. Wasn't this initially caused by you and Azura? Kaito's eyes mercilessly conveyed the jab. Indra's face darkened. Do you truly believe the endless wars among shinobi were my and Azura's doing? Kaito shook his head. Even without you two, the world would never have known peace. This has nothing to do with whether shinobi possess power. As long as humans harbor desires, war will never cease. That old man eventually realized this too. Indra suddenly laughed again. The Sage of Six Paths was just that, a sage. He never truly understood human nature. Kaito smiled faintly but offered no comment. Using love to create peace, what a naive notion. Indra chuckled. Those who gathered around him didn't do so out of love. Beneath the veneer of affection lay self-interest. It was only because he was the Sage of Six Paths. So, when the sage realized his original ideals were unattainable, he decided to protect the planet himself. Kaito surmised. Precisely. Only an Otsutsuki can oppose an Otsutsuki. At some point, he came to believe this. Indra grinned in amusement. But then, a freak like you suddenly emerged and completely derailed his plans. T/N, please leave a comment if you enjoy this chapter. Chapter 336, 336. The Rainy Night Camp. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. That night. The combined forces of the Land of Lightning, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Iron had halted their march on a vast plain to rest and recuperate. The relentless rain continued its ceaseless descent, drenching the countless tents that had been erected across the camp. Despite the cold downpour, the shinobi assigned to patrol and guard duty remained vigilant, moving tirelessly through the storm. Inside the largest tent at the center of the camp, dozens of shinobi and samurai from the three nations had gathered, led by the Raikage, the Hokage, and General Mifune. The interior of the tent was brightly lit, with the supreme commander of the allied forces, seated at the head. The others stood in orderly rows on either side. According to the latest intelligence, we have confirmed the positions of all 4 divisions of our forces. Acting as the chief strategist, Shikaku Nara stood beside a hanging map, pointing out 4 marked locations on the land of drizzle. Based on their current pace, all divisions should arrive near Omegakure by noon tomorrow. I see. Withdrew his gaze from the map and swept it across the assembled leaders. Among the 4 divisions, our combined forces from lightning, fire, and iron are the largest and strongest. We should reach the destination first, set up camp, and provide cover for the other 3 divisions. The Raikage makes a valid point. Shikaku nodded. However, we must remain on high alert tonight as well. Then ensure that patrols and defenses are properly arranged. I glanced at Tsunade and Mifune in turn. Understood. No problem. Tsunade and Mifune both nodded in agreement. Afterward, the group began studying the terrain around Omegakure, searching for the most strategic location to establish their base. Once the discussion had settled, Shikaku presented his meticulously prepared plan, which earned unanimous approval from the others. Under the cover of darkness and the relentless rain, Kiba and Shino trudged along the edge of the camp, clad in raincoats, with Akamaru silently trailing behind them. Seriously, at such a critical time in the war, our team sensei, Kurenai, suddenly gets pregnant, and Hinata just disappears somewhere, Kiba grumbled, wiping rainwater from his face and tightening the hood of his raincoat. Complaining won't change anything, Kiba, Shino replied calmly. Right now, focusing on completing our patrol is more important. Our shift is almost over. TCH. Rain like this messes with both my and Akamaru's sense of smell, and your bugs don't fare much better either. In conditions like these, the Byakugan would be way more useful. If only Hinata were here. Kiba rubbed his nose irritably. Woof, woof. Akamaru let out a couple of quiet barks, as if agreeing with him. Soon, their shift ended, and Kiba and Shino handed over their duties to another scouting team before hurrying back toward their own tents in the camp. As they passed by one of the tents, a familiar, energetic voice reached their ears. 2364, 2365. Lee. Curious, Kiba lifted the tent flap and peeked inside. Within, Rock Lee was performing push-ups at an astonishing speed, while Tenten sat nearby, organizing her weapons. Kiba. Lee didn't pause in his exercise, merely glancing up. What's up? Nothing, just heard you and thought I'd check in. Kiba grinned. Is that so? Has my youthful passion inspired you as well? Then join me in training. Lee switched to one-handed push-ups, raising his free hand to flash his signature thumbs-up and gleaming grin. Nah, we just got back from patrol duty. Kiba hastily waved him off, slightly embarrassed. Come in, Tenten suddenly stood up. Shikamaru was here earlier. He said all of us from the same Chunin exam year should gather here. He went to find Sakura and you too. Oh, got it. Kiba stepped inside, followed by Shino and Akamaru. The two shed their raincoats and sat on the ground, while Akamaru shook the water from his fur in a corner before settling beside Kiba. Before long, the Ino Shikacho trio arrived with Sakura in tow. So you two were already here. That's why we couldn't find you earlier, Shikamaru remarked as he removed his raincoat. We passed by after finishing patrol, Kiba said, running a hand through Akamaru's damp fur. Did you call everyone together for a reason? Yeah. Shikamaru and the others sat down as well. Out of our 4 teams from back then, only your Team 10 is still complete, Kiba suddenly commented. Hey. Ino elbowed him sharply in the ribs. Kiba glanced at Tenten and Sakura, who had visibly deflated, and quickly covered his mouth. A heavy silence filled the tent, and even Lee, who had been relentlessly exercising, suddenly collapsed onto the ground. TCH. Shikamaru frowned, feeling the weight of the moment. But this was exactly why you wanted to gather everyone, wasn't it, Shikamaru? Choji's silent gaze conveyed his support. Clearing his throat, Shikamaru spoke. Listen, even though Naruto's situation is special and he has to stay away from the battlefield, there's a chance Sasuke and Neji might show up in this war. Really? Lee immediately sprang up, his eyes blazing alongside Tenten and Sakura's. Yeah, but this is just my personal speculation. Shikamaru scratched his head, lowering his voice. Based on my dad's reactions and some things I've noticed in the village, I've got a theory about this war. The others remained silent, waiting attentively. After all, Shikamaru's intellect was something they all respected. It's pretty straightforward. Shikamaru didn't drag it out. Sasuke's uncle likely has some kind of agreement with the village. Huh? Didn't he just make a deal with the Hokage to remove the Hyuga's cursed seal in exchange for coming to the village? Kiba asked. It's probably more complicated than that, Sakura said hesitantly. Actually, he also helped during the Akatsuki's invasion of Konoha. Shikamaru nodded. Exactly. I don't know the full details, but I trust my instincts on this. Are you saying Sasuke's uncle might send Sasuke and Neji to join this war? Lee exclaimed excitedly. You could say that. Shikamaru's gaze swept over them. Especially since the enemy this time is the Akatsuki, who want to control the world. I doubt any of us would object to stopping them. That's right. Sakura brightened. So, all of you, stay sharp. Shikamaru stood up first. Don't go dying before our comrades return to fight alongside us. Got it. Thank you, Shikamaru. Sakura, Tenten, and Lee looked at him gratefully. Well, everyone should get some proper rest tonight. Shikamaru turned toward the tent entrance, slightly awkward. Good night. Good night. With smiles, they bid each other farewell and dispersed to their own tents. Chapter 337, 337. Standing on one's own. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Genbu. The Waterfall of Truth. Nearly an entire day had passed since Naruto entered the illusionary realm of the Waterfall of Truth, yet there had been no movement or sign of his return. Minato and Kushina, their hearts heavy with worry, refused to leave the pond's edge even for a moment. As night fell, Motoi took it upon himself to light a bonfire beside the water. Why is it taking so long? Naruto, he's going to be okay, right? Kushina muttered anxiously, unable to suppress her unease. He'll be fine. Even if he fails, his life isn't in danger, Motoi reassured her, though it wasn't the first time he'd said it. But Kushina could sense Naruto's chakra gradually weakening, and her heart refused to settle. Believe in Naruto. Believe in our son, Minato said softly, taking her hand and meeting her gaze. He's always been a strong boy, our pride. Under Minato's gentle, steady gaze, Kushina slowly calmed. The two embraced lightly, drawing warmth from each other. You're right. I should trust him. Naruto will definitely succeed, she murmured, resting her head on Minato's shoulder. Let's wait together for the moment of his victory, Minato replied, stroking her long, fiery hair. Under the moonlight, the waterfall stream flowed quietly. Behind Naruto, his youthful parents stood in a tender embrace. Meanwhile, Motoi, sitting by the bonfire, awkwardly averted his eyes, his face flushed red from the fire's glow. Within the illusionary realm of the Waterfall of Truth, Naruto stood panting, locked in a standoff with his darker self. I told you, Dark Naruto sneered. I am you. Our taijutsu, ninjutsu, even our battle instincts, they're all the same. You can't defeat me. It's not over yet. Naruto formed hand seals. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Dark Naruto mirrored him instantly. What? Even the number of clones is the same. Naruto stared in shock at the row of shadow clones facing him. See? Useless. Dark Naruto mocked. Go. Go. All the clones surged forward at once, each pair clashing before vanishing in bursts of smoke. Finally, the two originals collided with Rasenons in hand, both sent flying backward. Why? Dark Naruto's voice dripped with hatred as he glared at Naruto. Why are you so determined to destroy me? Because only by defeating you can I become a perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto pointed at him. Is that really it? Dark Naruto crawled closer across the water's surface until his face was inches away. His crimson eyes bore into Naruto's blue ones as venomous words slithered into his ears. Or, do you just want to deny your past? That's not true. Naruto refused to back down. Then why are you trying to abandon me? Dark Naruto snarled, grabbing Naruto's collar. Now that you've found happiness with your parents, you just want to forget everything we endured. You're right, Naruto admitted, gripping Dark Naruto's wrist. I don't want to drown in the pain of the past. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the man who's going to be Hokage. 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 Is that title really so important? Dark Naruto suddenly roared in fury. How did those villagers treat us before? Have you forgotten? What about me? Tears streamed down his face as he swung a fist at Naruto. If you're moving forward, leaving the pain behind, where does that leave me? You don't have to go anywhere. Naruto suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace. You can become me. Because you are me. I am you. Dark Naruto froze. I will be Hokage. That's what we decided long ago, isn't it? Naruto smiled. And thank you. Naruto continued, just now, you helped me realize something. I don't need to destroy you to erase the darkness in my heart. Dark Naruto's body relaxed, and slowly, he returned the embrace. What I need is to believe in myself, Naruto said, his voice thick with emotion. To believe in the person my parents and others have trusted me to be. Thank you. Dark Naruto's form dissolved into countless shimmering particles, scattering into the air. The moon. Castle Hall. After dinner, Kaito asked Sasuke to stay behind. Tomorrow, I'll send you to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Kaito said. From there, how you proceed will be up to you. What about you? And Grandpa Izuna? Sasuke asked. We'll intervene in the war at the appropriate time, Kaito replied. Until then, you'll have to rely on yourself. Izuna, seated beside Sasuke, patted his shoulder. Be careful. This time, no one will be watching over you in secret. TCH. I don't need it, Sasuke smirked confidently. Is this the final test? You could say that, Kaito chuckled. I'll judge based on your actions whether you're truly ready to stand on your own. Then watch closely, Sasuke stood up from his chair. Oh, I will, Kaito assured. I'll go inform the others to prepare. Sasuke turned and walked toward the corridor at the side of the hall. Wait. He paused, glancing back. Where's Naruto right now? Worried about him. Kaito rested his chin on his hand, still seated. No, Sasuke denied coldly. That idiot keeps shouting about surpassing me. I just want him to understand the gap between us once and for all. Unfortunately, Kaito smiled. Minato was concerned the Ten Tails might steal the Nine Tails from Naruto, so he took him into hiding before the war began. Sasuke clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned away. Fine. At least the dead last won't get himself killed on the battlefield. As Sasuke left, Kaito glanced at Izuna. Satisfied. Oh. Are you worried about him? Izuna threw Kaito's earlier words back at him. I won't lie, I'm not 100% at ease, Kaito admitted. Then it's all the more reason to send him, Izuna said sternly. Only through war can he grow stronger. I know. Don't worry, I won't go back on my decision, Kaito raised his hands in surrender. Good, Izuna said coldly. And this time, you are not to interfere or assist him in any way. But, Kaito frowned. The enemies he'll face aren't ordinary. At the very least, I should ensure he doesn't die. He blinked playfully. Besides, if Sasuke dies, the Uchiha clan will be extinct. He can't afford to grow complacent, Izuna stood. And even if Sasuke does fall, you're still here, aren't you? His gaze swept over Kaito. Unless, your body can't. Spare me, Orochimaru groaned, raising his hands again. I have no interest in children. The duty of continuing the Uchiha lineage falls to Sasuke. Fine, he sighed, standing as well. I'll make it clear to him, this time, he gets no help. He won't take things lightly. But I'll still ensure he doesn't die. Discreetly. Do as you wish. Izuna shook his head and walked away. Chapter 338, 338. The Allied Shinobi Forces. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. They're here. Konan and Nagato stood atop the highest tower in Omega Kure, gazing across the water at the distant horizon, where rows of tiny figures gradually came into view. This direction. It's the combined forces of lightning, fire, and iron. Konan turned to look at Nagato. Aren't you going to make a move yet? Wait. Nagato's expression remained unreadable. Konan didn't press further, silently watching as the allied shinobi forces began setting up camp in a valley roughly 5 kilometers away from Omega Kure. Both sides understood that the scale of this war was unprecedented, past battle experience no longer applied. Against an enemy who wielded the power of nearly all the tailed beasts, the only way to win was through sheer, head-on combat. Because of this, the Allied forces' chosen campsite didn't even attempt to leverage any strategic terrain advantages. Is that Omega Kure over there? Shikamaru stood on a hillside, staring at the cluster of towering buildings rising from the water in the distance. It looks eerily quiet, Choji muttered, carefully munching on chips hidden beneath his raincoat. Like there's no one there at all. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Ino snapped, though she couldn't deny the unsettling feeling creeping up her spine. The village, shrouded in the great curtain of rain, resembled a ghost town. Kiba sniffed the air but caught nothing beyond the earthy scent of rain and his own comrades. Too far, and the rain's messing with my nose, he grumbled, rubbing his snout. Can't pick up any sense from over there. Woof woof. Akamaru barked in agreement. Damn it, if only Hinata were here. Kiba kicked at the mud impatiently. Calm down, Kiba. This isn't our job anyway, Shino's composed voice cut in. If you're wondering why, it's because the army has dedicated sensory units. Our role is simply to follow orders. Yeah, I know, Kiba muttered, still rubbing his nose. I'm just itching to get out there and show what we can do. Oh. Rock Lee suddenly appeared beside Kiba, throwing an arm around his shoulders. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Kiba. Huh. Kiba blinked at him in confusion. Shing. Lee flashed his signature sparkling grin and thumbs up. You're a fellow hot-blooded warrior, just like me. Lee's round eyes gleamed with passion. Let us pour our youth onto the battlefield together. Kiba opened his mouth but had no idea how to respond. Nearby, Tenten rolled her eyes while Ino stifled a laugh. You're overthinking it. There's a good chance we won't even see combat in this war, Shikamaru interjected, dousing their enthusiasm like cold water. When everyone turned to him, he explained, the main enemies here are the Akatsuki and the tailed beasts they control. That level of battle is way beyond us. We probably won't even get a chance to step in. What? Lee protested. Then why did the Hokage bring us here? If we're on the battlefield, we must fight. More likely, it's just for experience, Shikamaru reasoned. Even if we were to engage Amagekyu's forces, the sheer difference in numbers means we might not even get a turn. Most of them accepted this logic, though Lee and Kiba still looked dissatisfied. Meanwhile, inside the largest tent at the center of the camp, the leaders of the three nations' shinobi and samurai forces had gathered once more. Still no movement from Amegakure. The fourth Raikage, asked Takuma, who stood at the center of the tent. Yes, Lord Raikage, Takuma reported. According to our Hyuga scouts, who briefly approached Amagekyu's waters, there's no sign of troop mobilization within the village. Seems the Akatsuki don't even consider Amagekyu's shinobi worth factoring in, mused. Additionally, two figures have been observing us from Amagekyu's highest point, likely the Akatsuki leaders, Nagato and Konan, Takuma added. So they're waiting for our full forces to assemble as well, Tsunade said. How long until the Kiri, Iwa, and Suna reinforcements arrive? Mabui, standing behind the Raikage, stepped forward to answer. Latest reports indicate the other three divisions will arrive within the hour. Then the battle will begin soon, declared, rising to his feet. I'll head out to wait. The others stood as well. Shikaku, expedite the command center setup, ordered as he reached the tent's entrance. Once the fighting starts, the command post will take over deployment. Understood, Shikaku nodded. I'll head to the medical unit. Tsunade exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, who then followed the Raikage outside. Pulling on her raincoat, Tsunade stepped out of the tent, watching the group stride toward the camp's entrance before turning to make her way to the medical division stationed at the rear. Master, you're here. Sakura emerged from a large medical tent just as Tsunade approached. MHM. Tsunade pushed inside without pause. How are preparations? Everything's ready, all medical supplies, and equipment are on standby, Sakura reported, following her. The medical unit can begin operations at any moment. Good. Tsunade began inspecting the medical tents, occasionally offering corrections or advice. The medics, invigorated by her presence, worked even more diligently. Even the Cloud Nin healers couldn't help but watch with reverence. This was Tsunade, the legendary medical master of the shinobi world. Atop a distant hill, a paper clone of Uchiha Kaito stood silently atop a tree, observing the camp in the valley. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, first to one side, then sweeping across the wilderness beyond. His vision pierced through the heavy rain, landing on the far horizon. The forces of Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure were advancing from three different directions, bypassing Amegakure entirely as they converged on the valley camp. Like three surging tides, shinobi from across the nation streamed into their designated positions within the camp. And at the camp's entrance, the leaders of the five great nations stood together. You. Where's your Hokage, Jiraiya? Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, eyed the Sannin with clear displeasure. Tsunade's overseeing the allied medical unit, Jiraiya replied casually. As for frontline command, this sage is more than qualified, don't you think, old man? Anoki remained unimpressed. The Hokage should still be here to greet her allies. Enough. That was my call, cut in. We're at war, save the formalities. Just do your damn jobs. Someone's coming out of Amegakure. Mei Terumi, who had been watching the village, spoke up in warning. The group immediately fell silent, their attention snapping toward the water's edge beyond Amegakure. Chapter 339, 339. On the verge of breaking out. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Above the vast waters surrounding Omega Kure, a lone figure walked leisurely across the surface, moving outward. That's. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, peering at the distant silhouette. Nagato has come out alone. Let's go. The fourth Raikage, A, took the lead. We'll meet the leader of the Akatsuki head-on. He turned to his subordinate, Darui, and ordered, the rest of you, hold your positions. Darui, take command of the troops from here. The other three Kage and Jiraiya similarly signaled their forces to halt. Thus, the 5 strongest shinobi of the allied forces stepped onto the battlefield first. Side by side, their figures varied in height and build, yet their strides were equally resolute as they advanced through the relentless rain, closing the distance between themselves and Nagato, who now stood before them on the water's surface. You've all finally arrived. Nagato allowed the rain to stream freely down his face, his Rinnegan sweeping coldly over the 5 standing before him. The 4 Kage, and my teacher, Jiraiya, he said calmly. Aren't you bringing your armies? Teacher. Though the 4 Kage had already received intel from Konoha during their march, they couldn't help but shoot sharp glances at Jiraiya. Look at what you've done. Their eyes clearly conveyed their accusation. But Jiraiya, a man whose face had long been tempered by years of literary research in bathhouses, remained utterly unfazed, pretending not to notice. Against you, numbers mean nothing, Nagato, he replied smoothly. By the way, where's Konan? Why isn't she joining the fight? I am enough for this war, Jiraiya-sensei. An invisible force erupted from Nagato, repelling the rain around him. His drenched hair and clothes began to dry as the droplets no longer touched him, instead scattering before contact. His voice rose like a proclamation. The 5 great shinobi villages. How many scars have your nations left upon these lands? Starting today, your unchallenged era ends here. Enough talk. A's body crackled with lightning. All I know is that the Akatsuki killed my brother. That is unforgivable. His massive frame blurred forward, closing the distance in an instant. A fist charged with terrifying force shot straight for Nagato's face. Azura path. Nagato's right arm whirred and clicked, transforming in an instant into a complex mechanical construct. Flames burst from the elbow's exhaust pipes, accelerating the forearm with explosive force. A steel-plated fist met A's lightning-wreathed punch. Boom. A dull collision echoed as sparks scattered. The shockwave blasted away the rain around them. Thud. 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 A was forced back 5 steps before regaining his footing. Without pause, Nagato's mechanical arm morphed again. Small missiles streaked out from its structure, trailing flames. Lava release, dissolving jutsu. Mei Terumi spat forth a stream of pale yellow corrosive liquid, melting the missile's midair. Sand burial. The ground beneath Nagato's feet liquefied into a cascading sinkhole of sand. Fighting in the rain severely weakened Gaara's abilities, forcing him to rely on terrain manipulation to restrict Nagato's movements. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Anoki thrust his hands forward, releasing a blinding white beam. Almighty push. Nagato repelled the sinking sand beneath him, launching himself skyward just before the beam struck. Raise-non. Lariat. Jiraiya and A leaped simultaneously from opposite sides, attacking midair. Summoning jutsu. Nagato's left hand slapped the air, unfurling a ring of black seals. Poof. A massive 3-headed crimson dog materialized, tanking Jiraiya's Raise-non and A's elbow strike. As the two retreated, the remaining 3 Kage launched another coordinated assault. At the valley camp. Every eye was locked onto the battle unfolding in the rain. Damn it. Kankuro slammed his fist into his palm. This rain is crippling Gaara's abilities. What can we do? You think we can just stop Amagekyu's eternal rain? Temari glanced up at the storm-heavy clouds. You were right, Shikamaru. There's no way we can intervene in a fight like this. Kiba clenched his teeth, watching the earth-shaking clash in the distance. He knew he wouldn't last more than a few exchanges against Nagato. Whine. Akamaru nuzzled his leg reassuringly. Don't give up, Kiba. Rock Lee's eyes burned with determination. Gaara's our age, yet we're stuck watching from the sidelines. I can't accept this. Remember this frustration, a broad hand clapped his shoulder, and when the time comes, unleash the fires of your youth. Might Guy-sensei. Lee turned, eyes shining. Give it your all. Guy flashed his signature, shining teeth and thumbs up, combo. I will. Lee mirrored the pose with equal intensity. What is that? A sudden outcry drew their attention back to the battlefield. Huh. Lee spun around, only to see a grotesque, towering statue now standing at the center of the battlefield, its form piercing the heavens. Nagato stood atop its head, gazing down at the 5 shinobi below. Ruhar. The statue's deafening bellow shook the earth, sending tremors through the ground. This is. Anoki hovered midair, his expression grave as he stared up at the colossal figure. The Geto statue, having absorbed all the tailed beast's chakra. You may call it the Ten Tails, Nagato declared from above. It is the natural incarnation of this world, a monster beyond your ability to defeat. Let's see just how undefeatable it is. Despite his small stature, Anoki erupted with overwhelming energy. He plummeted downward, slamming his palms onto the ground. Earth-style, Twin Mountain Jutsu. A deep rumbling surged from below as the earth on either side of the Geto statue heaved upward, forming 2 massive hemispherical boulders that slammed toward it. Gruer. The statue roared again, thrusting its arms out to halt the crushing stone. Particle-style, atomic dismantling sphere. Anoki raised his hands once more, conjuring a glowing white cube that expanded rapidly into a colossal beam, lancing toward the statue. Ruer. The Ten Tails opened its maw, spewing forth a chaotic storm of multicolored chakra orbs. The spheres merged midair, colliding with the white beam. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion lit up the sky, bleaching the world in blinding radiance. Anoki gritted his teeth, pushing the beam forward, but the Ten Tails' chakra barrage resisted fiercely. The light slowed, inching forward with increasing difficulty. At last, just before reaching the statue, Anoki's strength gave out. With a frustrated gasp, he released the technique, panting heavily. Chapter 340, 340. Slowly opening. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. That kind of monster. In the Allied Shinobi Forces camp, Kuratsuchi couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock as she watched her grandfather Inoki's strongest technique, the dust release, being effortlessly blocked. How are we supposed to defeat something like that? Have faith in the old men and the others. Her father, Tsuchi, stood beside her, his voice steady and composed. Those shinobi have survived countless battles, they won't surrender so easily. Sure enough, the battlefield soon saw a shift in momentum. Water release, water wall. Water release, water dragon bullet. Mizukage unleashed a series of massive water release techniques, their power amplified by the rainy environment of the Land of Rain. The situation quickly stabilized. Immediately after, Jiraiya slammed his palms onto the ground. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Just as the Geto statue shattered the massive hemispherical rock formation created by Inoki's earth release, mountain sandwich technique, the ground beneath its feet transformed into a churning swamp. Ruer. The towering Geto statue, its colossal frame stretching toward the heavens, slowly began to sink. In response, it unleashed another barrage of multi-natured chakra spheres from its mouth, many of which bore the same elemental properties as the tailed beasts it had absorbed. Dodge. A grabbed the still panting Inoki and flung him onto his back as the 5 Kage scattered. Work with me, old men. Inoki, now perched on A's back, swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, lightweight rock technique. As the jutsu took effect, A's body suddenly became lighter, and his speed increased several times over. Like a bolt of lightning splitting the sky, a shot forward, closing the distance to Nagato, who stood atop the Geto statue's head, in an instant. His fist, crackling with lightning, aimed a devastating blow straight at Nagato's face. At the same time, Inoki, clinging to A's shoulder, altered the technique affecting him. Earth release, heavyweight rock technique. Faced with the terrifying force behind the incoming punch, Nagato merely cast a disdainful glance at the two. In that same moment, enormous vines suddenly burst from the Geto statue's shoulders, lashing out and striking A with brutal force. Thud. A dull impact echoed as A and Inoki were sent flying through the air. Boil release, skilled miss technique. Unnoticed until now, Mei had ridden atop a platform of sand controlled by Gaara, closing in on the Geto statue. From her mouth, she spewed an endless stream of corrosive mist. Wind release, great breakthrough. Gaara followed up with a powerful wind technique, dispersing the acidic mist across the Geto statue's body. However, the sand platform beneath their feet, weakened by the constant rain, began to crumble, sending them into a rapid descent. Summoning jutsu. Jiraiya's voice rang out, and in a puff of smoke, the giant toad Gamabunta appeared. With a flick of his massive tongue, he snatched Mei and Gaara out of the air, depositing them safely onto his head. Oi oi oi. Gamabunta took a deep drag from his pipe. Jiraiya. You trying to get me killed by summoning me against that thing? As if to emphasize his point, the ghetto statue let out an earth-shaking roar. Enormous vines erupted from the ground, lifting it free from the swamp, and it began charging toward Gamabunta with thunderous steps. Though its body steamed from the corrosive mist eating away at its outer layer, its flesh was already rapidly regenerating. I ain't fighting that thing. No way. Gamabunta had no intention of engaging. He immediately leaped away. Earth release, rock golem. At the critical moment, Inoki summoned a colossal rock golem of the same size as the ghetto statue, intercepting its advance. Gamabunta. Jiraiya shouted. Use this chance to disperse the storm clouds above us. Damn it. You always give me the worst jobs. Despite his complaints, Gamabunta stowed his pipe and leaped high into the air. At the peak of his jump, he puffed out his cheeks and aimed skyward. Water release, iron bullet. Several massive water spheres shot from his mouth, piercing holes through the dark storm clouds overhead. Beams of golden sunlight immediately spilled through the gaps. Again. Jiraiya roared. Bastard. You're pushing your luck, Jiraiya. Gamabunta prepared for another leap. I'll help. Gaara, still standing atop Gamabunta's head, manipulated a massive wave of sand to form a temporary platform midair. That's more like it. Gamabunta kicked off the sand with his hind legs, launching himself even higher. This time, we'll do it together. Jiraiya rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. A combination of fire and oil erupted from his mouth, forming a massive torrent of flames that scorched the sky, clearing away another large portion of the storm clouds. Sunlight poured down, and the battlefield was suddenly free of wind and rain. We're falling, kid from the sand. Gamabunta spread his limbs wide, descending rapidly. Understood. Thank you. Gaara and Mei rode a platform of sand away from Gamabunta's head, forming another midair foothold. The Tsuchikage and Reikage won't hold out much longer. Mei's warning prompted Gaara to redirect their flight toward the other battlefront. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Gamabunta coordinated once more. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Another searing wave of flames engulfed the ground beneath the two golems, drying the muddy terrain completely. Rise. Gaara, now flying forward, raised his hands. The earth trembled as a tsunami of sand erupted, forming a towering barrier in front of the heavily damaged rock golem. A and Inoki, standing on the rock golem's shoulder, seized the opportunity to retreat. Sand burial. Gaara continued forming hand seals. Desert funeral. The sand surged again, transforming the ground beneath the ghetto statue into a swirling vortex of quicksand. Simultaneously, two gigantic hands formed from sand shot forward, gripping the ghetto statue's arms and dragging it deeper into the sinking earth. Well done. Mei immediately followed up. Lava release, quicklime congealing technique. A stream of viscous, yellow acid spewed from her mouth, raining down onto the trapped ghetto statue. Shinra Tensei. Nagato floated upward, using the repulsive force to deflect the acid around himself, allowing the rest to pour over the ghetto statue. Aerf. The ghetto statue howled in agony as its body sizzled and smoked under the corrosive assault. It's working. Mei's face lit up with triumph, and she pressed the attack. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Another wave of acidic mist enveloped both Nagato and the ghetto statue. Gaara guided their sand platform to the ground, while the other three Kage flickered into position beside them. The five stood together once more. Did we get them? Gaara frowned, listening to the ghetto statue's agonized cries within the mist. It's not that simple. Jiraiya's voice was grave. Remember, Nagato can absorb ninjutsu. Inoki nodded. Indeed. Even my dust release was absorbed by him earlier. If this is all you have to offer, Nagato's voice echoed from within the dissipating mist, then this war ends here. The acidic fog visibly thinned as it was rapidly absorbed. Just as I thought. The Mizukage techniques were nullified, A muttered grimly. The ghetto statue. Mei's alarmed cry drew their attention upward. There, atop the ghetto statue's head, its 9 previously closed eyes were now, slowly opening. Chapter 341, 341. The Ten-Tails appears. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. Tyler D. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. How could it be useless? In the formation of the Kirigakure shinobi forces, Ao stared at the distant battle with his Byakugan. Mizukage-sama. Beside him, Chojuro muttered with deep concern. Why won't they let us join the fight? We need to help the Mizukage-sama. What is the command center thinking? Tsuchikage-sama. Reikage-sama. Kazekage-sama. Jiraiya-sama. For a moment, all the shinobi began to grow restless. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the towering, monstrous statue looming over them did not instill fear. Instead, their fighting spirit surged, and they clamored to join the battle. Deep within the valley, inside the command center built into the mountainside with earth release techniques, Shikaku Nara focused intently on the sensory device operated by Takuma at the center of the room. Nearby, sitting on the ground with an information transmission headset, Inoichi Yamanaka spoke up. Shikaku, it seems everyone is losing patience. It's not time yet, Shikaku replied, turning his head. Inoichi, relay the message, tell everyone to remain calm. Understood. Inoichi transmitted Shikaku's words to every individual in the camp. Gradually, the heightened emotions of the allied forces settled. That's my father's voice. Shikamaru glanced back toward the depths of the valley. Shikamaru. Something's happening. Ino's sudden cry rang out. That's, Choji's bag of chips slipped from his hand. Whimper. Akamaru, beside Kiba, curled into a ball and whined fearfully. That's. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he watched the colossal statue in the distance undergo a terrifying transformation. Roar. Roar. With an earth-shaking bellow, the Geto statue suddenly dropped to all fours, howling toward the sky as its body rapidly expanded. Roar. A hurricane-force wind erupted. The four Kage and Jiraiya, who had been engaged in battle, were nearly knocked off their feet, swept backward by the gale. The spiraling tempest tore through the sky, shattering rain clouds for kilometers around. The unrelenting downpour that had drenched the allied camp finally ceased. Roar. 10 massive tails erupted from the Geto statue's back, writhing wildly in the air. Its spine bulged grotesquely, forming a towering, spiraled pillar with a sharpened tip. Its mouth stretched impossibly wide, rows of jagged fangs sprouting within. The 9 eyes on its forehead merged into one, reopening as a single, colossal red eye, patterned with 9 tomo, a Rinnegan of unparalleled size. In the valley, every shinobi stared in stunned silence at the monstrous entity, now nearly a kilometer in length. The camp of tens of thousands fell deathly quiet. This. Even Inoki, the battle-hardened veteran, was at a loss for words. Is this, the 10 tails? Jiraiya murmured. Such a monster. Mate Terumi could only feel overwhelming despair. What do we do? Gaara turned to Inoki, the most experienced among them. We fight together, Inoki said, closing his eyes briefly. At this point, we must stake our lives to crush Nagato's ambition here. I will never retreat. A's body erupted with golden lightning, his fierce gaze locked onto the beast. Atop the 10 tails' massive head, Nagato stood calmly. A green vine extended from the beast's flesh, connecting to the back of his neck. Roar. The 10 tails opened its maw again, a terrifying mass of energy condensing within. If the elite of the 5 great nations perish here, Nagato's icy voice echoed across the battlefield, will your nations still cling to their pride? It's a tailed beast ball. The 5 leaders paled, quickly signaling to the camp behind them. Simultaneously, every shinobi in the camp received a telepathic command from Shikaku Nara in the command center. Just then, the 10 tails snapped its jaws shut, compressing the devastating energy within its mouth, before instantly reopening it. A searing, crimson beam of pure destruction blasted toward the allied camp. Move. Inoki slammed into A, who stubbornly tried to block the attack head-on, while the others scattered. The tailed beast ball, now a beam of annihilation, tore through Gaara's sandstorm defenses like paper. Every shinobi in the alliance with earth-release chakra immediately formed hand seals at the command and slammed their palms onto the ground. Earth release, multi-layered earth wall. The earth surged, countless massive barriers rising in rapid succession to shield the camp. Boom. The crimson beam obliterated layer after layer, closing in on the camp with terrifying speed. This is bad. Kakashi crouched low, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the approaching attack. We won't hold it. The moment he spoke, the final barrier shattered. The apocalyptic energy surged toward them. Hehehe. How pathetic. A long-haired figure emerged from the earth before Kakashi, slamming a palm onto the ground. Summoning, triple Rashomon. Clang. 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 3 massive, demonic iron gates erupted diagonally from the earth, intercepting the tailed beast ball. With a cataclysmic explosion, the attack obliterated the first 2 gates, but the third deflected it away from the camp, annihilating a nearby mountainside instead. Orochimaru. Kakashi stood, staring at the long-haired figure before him. Indeed, Orochimaru turned slightly, smirking. Long time no see, Kakashi. Why are you here, Orochimaru? Tsunade appeared beside him in a flash, her expression tense. Heh. Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed with manic fascination as he watched the 10 tails. His tongue flicked out. How could I miss such a grand spectacle? The entire shinobi world is watching, after all. TCH, Tsunade glared as the 10 tails began forming another tailed beast ball. You're risking your life just to show up here. Unbelievable. Kukuku. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. No need to worry about me, Tsunade. Ahead, Inoki seized the moment to alter the terrain beneath the 10 tails with earth release. Caught off guard, the second-tailed beast ball veered off course, detonating in the distant mountain range with another earth-shattering explosion. It's not stopping. Tsunade grimaced as the beast prepared a third attack. Fufufu. Orochimaru watched as Jiraiya and Inoki worked together to redirect the next blast, laughing under his breath. How desperate. That fool Jiraiya. Tsunade shot him an irritated glare. Hey. Did you come here just to mock us? Of course not, Orochimaru replied smoothly, unfazed by the hostile glares around him. No matter how many weaklings gather, it won't change anything. I've come to offer reinforcements, Tsunade. Without another word, he knelt and pressed his palm to the ground. Edo Tensei. 3 wooden coffins rose from the earth in front of him. Chapter 342, 342. I do not approve. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. Tyler D. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. A creaking sound echoed as 3 coffin lids toppled over on their own. Grandfather. Tsunade stared at the 3 figures revealed after the coffins vanished, her gaze fixed on the long-haired man clad in red armor standing on the left. It's the first and second Hokage, and the third. This is incredible. Among the crowd behind her, the shinobi of Konoha erupted in excitement at the sight of the 3 figures. The 3 Hokage opened their eyes and surveyed their surroundings. So it's you again, Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first, locking eyes with his once most promising student. Little Tsunade, you've grown so much. Hashirama beamed at her with grandfatherly affection. Brother. This is a battlefield, stay alert. Tobirama snapped, his expression grave as he took in the monstrous, kilometer-long creature in the distance. Tsunade, what is that? That's the 10 tails, Tsunade replied, watching as the beast gathered another tailed beast bomb. A man with the Rinnegan has taken control of all the tailed beasts. The 5 great nations have actually joined forces. Hashirama's eyes swept over the allied formations behind them before he burst into laughter. How rare. Incoming. Tobirama suddenly shouted a warning. In the distance, the 10 tails had closed its massive maw. Got it. Hashirama leaped forward in an instant. The next moment, the 10 tails opened its jaws, and the tailed beast bomb transformed into a devastating crimson beam, hurtling toward them. Summoning, quintuple Rashomon. Hashirama had already completed the hand seals. He slammed his palms onto the ground. Bang. 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 5 towering demonic gates materialized in a row, intercepting the tailed beast bomb. As the Rashomon barriers were obliterated one after another, he clasped his hands together again. Wood release, wood human technique. A colossal wooden giant, 100 meters tall, erupted from the earth beneath him. The wooden titan emerged halfway before thrusting out its right arm, blocking the tailed beast bomb that had smashed through all 5 gates. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, the wood human's right arm and the tailed beast bomb vanished simultaneously. A violent gale swept across the battlefield, forcing the frontline shinobi to shield their faces with their arms. A second later, the wood human rose to its full height, its right arm rapidly regenerating. It took massive strides toward the center of the battlefield. Let's move too, Saru. Tobirama shot a glance at Hiruzen before vanishing in a body flicker. To think things have come to this. Hiruzen sighed and sped after him. I'll be joining the fight as well, Tsunade said, turning to Orochimaru. What about you? Against a monster like that, I doubt I'd be of much help, Orochimaru replied with an amused smirk, unmoved. Tsunade averted her gaze and sprinted toward the battlefield without another word. Thud. 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 The wood human's thunderous footsteps shook the earth as Hashirama rode atop it, positioning himself at the forefront. So you're the current 5 Kage, he called down to the battered figures below. Covered in dust, Jiraiya shouted up, First Hokage. The other four are Kage, but the fifth Hokage is Tsunade. I'm her comrade. Little Tsunade. Hashirama nearly stumbled before hastily steadying himself, forcing a wry smile. Is Konoha doing well? Don't worry about it. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up, though inwardly, he winced. I'm totally lying right now. As he looked up at Hashirama, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel guilty, remembering Tsunade's current state. Good. Hashirama had no time for further questions and turned his attention to the Ten Tails. You there, who are you? He glared at Nagato, who stood atop the beast's head. So you're the first Hokage, Nagato replied coolly. I am Nagato. Recognizing Hashirama's arrival, Nagato halted the Ten Tails' assault. That's me, Hashirama said, scratching his head in frustration. Mind telling me why you're doing this? Why shouldn't I? Nagato countered icily. Hashirama pressed on earnestly, I heard you've gathered all the tailed beasts and started this war. I want to know your reason. My reason. Nagato answered as if it were obvious, for world peace. What? Hashirama nearly lost his balance at the response, blinking in bewilderment. Tobirama and Hiruzen, who had just arrived, shot questioning looks at Tsunade. She gave them a firm nod. The two immediately exchanged exasperated expressions. You don't understand. Nagato's Rinnegan scrutinized their reactions. Well. Hashirama resumed scratching his head before breaking into an awkward laugh. Haha, yeah, I really don't get it. Nagato stared at the legendary god of shinobi, his lips twitching in disdain. This is the great first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His tone dripped with contempt. Big brother's acting like an idiot again. Brother. Tobirama bellowed, slapping a hand over his face. Ho ho, Hiruzen chuckled, opting to stay silent. Only Tsunade maintained her composure. Yes, this is him. Though she, too, wanted to facepalm, she had to uphold her grandfather's dignity. Nagato fell silent for a few seconds before continuing calmly, First Hokage, I've heard you once sought peace by founding Konoha. So let me ask you, why has the shinobi world known nothing but endless war since the village system began? Hashirama's expression sobered as he regarded Nagato silently. For years, the five great nations have waged war on a whim, driven by greed, Nagato declared. And we, the smaller nations caught between them, have been forced into becoming battlegrounds. Shinobi and civilians alike have suffered endlessly. The battlefield fell eerily quiet, Nagato's frigid voice cutting through the wilderness. I know this, only through experiencing pain can people truly yearn for peace. His words resonated across the field. So now, it's your turn to suffer. He spread his arms passionately. With the ultimate weapon, the Ten Tails, I now possess the power to crush any nation. Only when you've all tasted agony will true peace be achieved. A cold wind howled, chilling the hearts of every shinobi on the battlefield. In the vast valley, tens of thousands of allied forces listened in stunned silence to Nagato's speech. Damn it, morale's going to plummet at this rate. Kakashi grimaced, sensing the shift in the soldiers' resolve. Keh. Orochimaru chuckled ominously. How noble, Nagato. And yet. He turned to Kakashi, smirking. It seems many here also share his ideals for peace. Kakashi's brow furrowed. So that's it. Hashirama's voice suddenly boomed from the battlefield center, breaking the tension. You know, as your elder, I actually admire your determination to seek peace. His words instantly drew all eyes back to him. However. He shook his head firmly. This method of achieving peace, I do not approve. Chapter 343, 343. Impatience. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. Tyler D. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Moon Castle. In the vast, empty hall, Kaito set up an array. Through his connection with a paper clone in the Land of Rain, he projected the scene unfolding on the battlefield in Omegakure. The images and sounds were perfectly synchronized. I refuse to accept this. Hashirama's voice echoed from the array. Madara immediately let out a derisive snort. Hashirama is as naive as ever, thinking he can sway his enemies with words. He's just an idiot. Izuna sneered coldly. Kaito exchanged a glance with Hikaku, the corners of his lips curling into a faint, amused smirk. Peace should come from the laughter and hopes of the people. It should be the result of everyone's collective efforts. Hashirama's voice continued, resolute. Peace achieved through oppression and terror is nothing but a hollow illusion, one that shatters at the slightest touch. Think carefully, young man, he urged. Perhaps we should all sit down and talk this through. No need. Nagato's refusal was immediate. It seems the so-called god of shinobi is nothing more than an overly idealistic fool. Nagato's tone dripped with disappointment. I thought you, of all people, might speak words of truth. But it seems I overestimated you. Now then. Nagato pressed his palms together. Things won't be so easy anymore. So negotiations failed. Hashirama's shoulders slumped. They were never going to work in the first place. Tobirama scowled, glaring at the Ten-Tails as its body began transforming once more. Stop dreaming, you idiot. That's. Tsunade watched as the Ten-Tails form grew leaner, more humanoid, its 10 massive tails elongating further, their tips morphing into clawed hands. Stop it. Anoki raised his hands, a white, translucent cube forming between his palms. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. He thrust his hands forward, a beam of white light shooting straight for the Ten-Tails' now smaller head. Nagato snorted, and the Ten-Tails nimbly dodged. What? Anoki gaped in disbelief. Damn it. That monster. A roared. It's moving even faster now. Gaara's expression darkened. Mei, standing beside Gaara, wore an equally grim look. At that moment, Hashirama clapped his hands together once more, intricate sage markings spreading across his face. Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. The earth trembled as colossal wooden vines erupted from the ground, coiling around the Ten-Tails' body. Wood dragon technique. A deafening roar echoed as a massive wooden dragon soared through the air, its body constricting around the Ten-Tails' mouth. The beast's tails thrashed wildly, their clawed hands tearing at the bindings of wood. Formation. Hashirama bellowed. His wooden clone charged forward. Understanding instantly, Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport Hiruzen and Tsunade into position. What are they planning? Izuna frowned at the projection. Madara smirked. The four red yang formation. Sure enough, in the next moment, the four Hokage took their positions, four crimson pillars of light shooting into the sky. Four red yang formation. A massive red barrier swiftly took shape, sealing the Ten-Tails within. Sage art, gate of the great god. Giant torii gates descended from the heavens, pinning down the Ten-Tails' 10 tails and head. Did they succeed? Izuna arched a brow, his tone conflicted. Kaito, however, shook his head. It's not that simple. What do you mean? Izuna asked. The Ten-Tails isn't so easily subdued, Madara interjected. Shinobi, by nature, lack the power to kill it. Not even Inoki's dust release. Hikaku asked curiously. Kaito shook his head again. The Ten-Tails is the incarnation of the divine tree, the progenitor of chakra. It cannot be harmed by conventional ninjutsu. Right now, it's simply not yet in its complete form. It's splitting apart. Izuna's eyes widened as countless smaller creatures began peeling away from the Ten-Tails' body. It seems Nagato intends to thin the allied forces' numbers this way, Kaito observed, watching as the massive army of shinobi finally mobilized. The allied shinobi forces, painstakingly assembled by the 5 great nations and the Land of Iron, are finally being put to use. Madara crossed his arms. Sasuke should be making his move soon. Yes, Kaito nodded. He's been impatient for this. Outside Omegakure. As the swarm of smaller creatures surged forward, Hashirama opened a gap in the barrier. At the same time, the allied shinobi forces, following the command center's orders, finally entered the battlefield. The horde of Ten-Tails spawn rushed through the opening, only to be met with fierce resistance from the 5 Kage and Jiraiya. Dust clouds billowed as the allied forces charged in, clashing with the monsters. The sky darkened, night had fallen. Streaks of ninjutsu lit up the battlefield in bursts of color. Flames roared, water surged, lightning flashed, wind blades sliced unseen, and earthen walls rose. The hulls of monsters, the battle cries of shinobi and samurai, the clashing of weapons against grotesque flesh, the agonized screams of the fallen. All these sounds intertwined into a symphony of blood and iron. Beast mimicry, 3-headed wolf. Fang over Fang. Parasitic giant insect jutsu. Expansion jutsu. Shadow grasp technique. Sensory lock confirmed. Teleportation, now. Human boulder yo-yo. Leaf great whirlwind. Weapon summoning, heavenly chain disaster. The younger generation of Konoha shinobi unleashed their signature techniques, cutting down the monsters around them. Tenten, look out. Lee's horrified shout rang out as a wooden spike shot toward Tenten's back from a monster's palm. Huh. Tenten turned, only to see the spike inches from her face. Tenten. As Lee's anguished cry tore through the air, a calm voice cut in. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. A visible surge of chakra struck the spike at the last moment, deflecting it. Tenten stared in shock at the figure in white, long hair fluttering as he lunged forward, palm striking the monster's chest. 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher. The monster's back exploded outward as it collapsed. Don't space out in the middle of a battle, Niji chided, glancing back at her. All right. Tenten snapped back to attention, scanning their surroundings. Niji sighed before turning to engage another foe. Niji. Watching from a distance, Lee wiped away tears, his fighting spirit blazing even brighter. Nearby. Sorry I'm late, Hinata said, standing back-to-back with Shino as she settled into a gentle fist stance. Shino, Kiba. Just glad you made it, Hinata. Kiba grinned. Too bad you missed my awesome moves earlier. Boom. A deafening crash echoed as a 100-meter-tall Tengu warrior descended from the sky, massive wings spread wide. A battle like this isn't complete without an Uchiha. Sasuke, piloting his latest achievement, the complete body Susanoo, landed beside Hashirama, drawing back the massive bow in its hands and taking aim at the tentails trapped within the barrier. P.S. Please don't forget to leave power stones and reviews if you enjoy the story. Chapter 344, 344. The Strongest Outburst. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. Tyler D. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Sasuke manipulated the colossal bow in Susanoo's hand, knocking an arrow wreathed in black flames. An Uchiha. Hashirama, while maintaining the 4 red yang formation, looked up at the sudden appearance of the towering entity and laughed with unshaken boldness. I never expected the Uchiha clan to produce another genius who could rival Madara. Inferno style, Susanoo Kagetsuchi. Susanoo's right hand released the bowstring, and the arrow of black flame streaked across the sky, striking the tentails directly. Aya! The tentails let out a piercing shriek, its body convulsing as countless bulges formed across its skin, rapidly spawning more split clones. Far behind the battlefield, Sakura, who was urgently treating the wounded, suddenly raised her head, sensing something. That's Sasuke. Though her expression flickered with excitement, her hands remained steady as she continued channeling medical chakra into the injured. Hey! What's your relationship with Sasuke? A hostile female voice cut in. Heh, maybe she's Sasuke's girlfriend back in Konoha. A teasing male voice followed. Sakura looked up to see a red-haired girl with glasses glaring at her, clearly displeased. Beside her stood a blue-haired boy with shark-like teeth, grinning as he casually rested a familiar giant sword on his back. But Sakura had no attention to spare for the sword. The moment she saw the red-haired girl, her internal rival radar blared at full alert. Ah, she replied, maintaining her healing while forcing what she hoped was a graceful smile. Me. I'm Haruno Sakura, Sasuke's teammate from the same squad. The redhead, Karen, scoffed and retorted defiantly, oh, so you're the one Sasuke left behind in Konoha. I'm Karen, his current squad mate. The deliberate emphasis on current made Sakura's smile twitch, a vein nearly popping on her forehead. Taking a deep breath, Sakura replied sweetly, I see. Has Sasuke been doing well lately? I've always been worried about him. After all, I've known him since we were 6 years old. 6 years old. Karen also inhaled sharply, suppressing her irritation before countering with a fake smile of her own. Sasuke's doing great now. Maybe it's because he's found better teammates, he's way happier than he ever was in Konoha. Ha. Sakura finally finished healing and stood up, emphasizing, I'm sure Sasuke's happiness comes from reuniting with his family. Speaking of which, Karen's cheeks flushed slightly, Sasuke's uncle, Lord Kaito, actually approves of me. He even had Sasuke train with me. What? Sakura's jaw dropped, her entire figure momentarily draining of color. Ah. Suigetsu's voice cut in, didn't he just say that 'cause you kept getting your ass kicked by Sasuke? His face was the picture of genuine confusion. Damn you, Suigetsu. Karen's fists clenched in rage. Sakura instantly regained her composure, shooting Karen a disdainful glance before turning away to resume treating the wounded. Karen slowly turned her head, locking Suigetsu in a death glare. Ruhar. At that moment, the tentail's deafening roar shook the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. Aya. The monstrous beast tilted its head back, jaws stretching to their limit as it spat out a massive red sphere, larger than its own head. This is bad. Inside the barrier, Hashirama sensed the overwhelming threat and bellowed, fall back, now. The red sphere began unfolding like a blooming flower, layer by layer. But the shinobi who had already charged into the barrier were trapped, surrounded by the tentail's clones, unable to retreat in time. TCH. Sasuke maneuvered Susanoo into the fray, frowning at the sea of writhing clones beneath him. Inferno style, Yasaka Magatama. Susanoo's arm swung, scattering countless black flame Magatama that ignited upon impact, instantly clearing a massive swath of clones. Retreat. Susanoo wielded its colossal bow like a shield, covering the shinobi as they fled toward the barrier's exit. Ruhar. The flower from the Tentail's mouth had fully opened, revealing a gaping black void at its core. Boom. The air inside the barrier trembled violently as an unfathomable energy gathered within the abyss. Go. Sasuke fought while retreating, ensuring an escape route for the others. That's. Shinobi across the battlefield froze, their gazes snapping toward the barrier. Sasuke. Karin abandoned all caution, sprinting toward the epicenter, Suigetsu close behind. Sasuke. Behind her, Sakura's eyes widened, tears spilling unchecked. Though her hands never faltered in healing, her teeth had already drawn blood from her lower lip. TCH. Niji's cursed seal markings flared as he weaved through the clones at blinding speed. Damn it. Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan activated as he dashed toward the barrier. Uchiha brat. Hashirama, closest to Sasuke, summoned wood clones to aid the trapped shinobi. By now, the red energy sphere inside the Tentail's flower had grown cataclysmically large. There's no time. Brother, seal the barrier, now. Tobirama's voice was merciless. Sasuke glanced helplessly at the remaining shinobi before Susanoo's wings unfurled, launching him toward the exit. The Tentail's energy sphere grew increasingly unstable. Nagato, standing atop the beast, sank into its body for protection. Seal it. Tobirama roared again. Hashirama's eyes swept over the countless shinobi still near the barrier before he clenched them shut. Forgive me. With a final shout, he sealed the barrier. Hokages. Hashirama bellowed. Hold the barrier. The next instant. An explosion of apocalyptic scale erupted within. Boom. The world went white. The earth trembled violently. The crimson barrier bulged from the energy surge within. The four Hokages maintaining the four red yang formation roared in unison, veins bulging as they strained to keep the barrier intact. Boom. Another deafening blast, the energy, unable to breach the barrier, erupted skyward through the unsealed top. The rectangular barrier now resembled a balloon venting pressurized air. Sasuke. Sakura's anguished scream tore through the chaos, her once steady hands now shaking violently. Sasuke. Karin's legs gave out mid-sprint, sending her skidding across the ground. Hey. No way. Suigetsu stared in disbelief at the most powerful tailed beast bomb he had ever witnessed. Damn it. Niji's Byakugan flared, fractured light shimmering in his pupils. At a time like this. He clutched his eyes. Too late. Kakashi, snap out of it. Guy kicked away a clone lunging at Kakashi, his voice laced with concern. But Kakashi stood frozen amidst the chaos, as if numb to the world. Chapter 345, 345. Special treatment. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. Tyler D. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. On a distant mountaintop far from the battlefield, an origami clone of Kaito stared speechlessly at the bowed head of Sasuke before him. Really? I don't even know what to say to you. He reached out and smacked the top of Sasuke's head hard. If you're going to show off, at least do it properly. What could Sasuke do? He was just as helpless. All he could do was lower his head further and remain silent. Elder Izuna said he wouldn't interfere at all, the origami clone scoffed. If I hadn't used Ryumayuka's power to teleport you out in time, you'd have ended up as one of my Shikigami too. Sasuke's head drooped even lower. Alright, enough. The clone gave him a shove. Go on, let everyone know you're still alive. Yes. Sasuke turned and looked down at the chaotic battlefield on the desolate plains below. Once again, his body was enveloped by the violet chakra of Susanoo. Be careful, the clone grumbled irritably. From here on out, you're really on your own. You know how it is, for an onmyoji, the line between life and death is blurry. I know. Sasuke didn't dare talk back. When the colossal Tengu warrior once again soared into the sky above the battlefield, cheers erupted from the ground below. Sasuke's okay. Sakura's vision blurred with tears, her heart overflowing with overwhelming joy. Sasuke. Karin, sprawled on the ground, laughed even as tears streamed down her face. That jerk who made me cry for nothing. Sensing something, Sasuke glanced down and immediately spotted Karin's unmistakable fiery red hair. Their eyes met. Susanoo dissipated. In one fluid motion, Sasuke drew his sword, lightning crackling along the blade. Using the momentum of his descent, he landed with a sweeping slash that annihilated all the clone monsters surrounding Karin and Suigetsu in an instant. Get up. Sasuke shot a disgusted look at the snot and tears on Karin's face before seamlessly falling into sync with Suigetsu, continuing their relentless purge of the enemy. Yeah. Karin glared at him, wiping her face with her sleeve before rising to her feet. Chains of crimson chakra shot out from her back. Adamantine sealing chains. What had been a two-person team became three, and their efficiency in clearing the battlefield skyrocketed. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Before long, Niji naturally integrated himself into their formation. Niji. Lee and Tenten panted heavily, their expressions complicated as they watched Sasuke's team from afar. They work well together, Tenten admitted grudgingly. What kind of teamwork is this? Lee's round eyes widened further, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Far away, Sakura also witnessed the scene, her nose stinging as she fought back another wave of tears. Sakura, we need your help over here. The calls of other medical ninjas snapped her out of it. Sasuke. Naruto. Even if I'm the only one left from Team 7 now, I won't back down. Biting back her tears, Sakura turned and strode resolutely toward the wounded. Fists surged with force, lightning split the air. Kakashi and Might Guy cleared the monsters around them before standing back to catch their breath. Looks like he's found new teammates. Yeah. That's good. They both turned their gazes towards Sasuke's group, their expressions identical, a mix of relief and reluctant resignation. At the heart of the battlefield, Hashirama smiled faintly in relief as Sasuke reappeared, then reopened the barrier's exit. Sage Art, Gate of the Great God. He clasped his hands together once more, summoning massive torii gates that crashed down onto the blooming bud emerging from the Ten-Tails maw. Seal. Outside the barrier. This is endless. Jiraiya shouted. The 4 Kage and he were once again swamped by the infinite tide of clone monsters. The first Hokage has completely immobilized the Ten-Tails, Inoki said, levitating into the air before charging toward the barrier. We have to take this chance to defeat Nagato. Follow him. Gaara manipulated his sand, carrying the other 4 Kage after Inoki. Coming for me, are you? Nagato's body slowly emerged from the Ten-Tails' flesh atop its head. I really have Obito to thank for this. He pressed a hand to his chest. Thanks to Obito merging white Zetsu cells with me, my body's compatibility with the Ten-Tails grows stronger by the minute. Soon. He watched calmly as the Kage and Jiraiya closed in, his cold violet eyes utterly indifferent. But until then. He raised his right hand. Let's pass the time with something trivial. Nagato. Jiraiya leapt from the floating sand platform first, lashing out with a kick. Have you fallen so low as to resort to taijutsu, Jiraiya-sensei? Nagato blocked the strike effortlessly. Is it because your chakra's running dry? You saw right through me. Jiraiya panted heavily, continuing his relentless assault with fists and feet. Sand binding coffin. Streams of sand surged from beneath Nagato's feet, crawling upward. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya flipped back. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. His wild white hair elongated rapidly, shooting forward like tendrils to ensnare Nagato. Lava release, dissolving jutsu. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Mei and Inoki's attacks followed in quick succession. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? A dual-colored glow enveloped Nagato as he absorbed the chakra from every incoming technique. Whoosh! A streak of lightning flashed past him from behind. Lightning lariat. A's hand, hardened like a blade, severed the vine connecting Nagato's nape to the Ten-Tails. Got him. Ha! With Gaara's sand aiding their movement, Jiraiya and A instantly reversed direction, their fists shooting toward Nagato simultaneously. Almighty push. Nagato didn't even flinch, repelling both attackers with a precise burst of repulsive force. Earth style, rock fist technique. Inoki's right fist encased itself in solid stone. The moment the repulsion faded, he leapt from the floating sand platform. Earth style, ultra added weight rock technique. His stone fist slammed into Nagato's chest, sending him flying. Now. Gaara raised both hands. The sand whirled through the air, crashing into Nagato's body and carrying him even farther from the Ten-Tails. They've separated Nagato from the Ten-Tails. Tsunade, still maintaining the barrier, nearly cheered at the sight. Now all that's left is to take down the one controlling it. Tobirama smirked. Seems I won't be needed this time. Hiruzen watched Jiraiya's fighting form with pride. Ha 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 ha. Not bad at all, you youngsters. Hashirama grinned broadly. You've all worked very hard. Nagato, having absorbed yet another wave of jutsu, hovered in the air, his expression unchanging. As a reward, his left arm morphed into a massive mechanical construct, while his right hand gripped a black rod. I'll grant you all release from this world before true despair arrives. He tilted his head toward Jiraiya. Especially you, Jiraiya Sensor. The cannon on his mechanical arm began charging, its barrel aimed squarely at Jiraiya. To repay your kindness, I'll give you special treatment. Chapter 346, 346. Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. Tyler D. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The sea. A massive island turtle, reared for generations by Kimogakure, drifted along with the ocean currents. Is this the place? Kisame Hashigaki abruptly emerged from the calm, undisturbed surface of the sea. That's right. White spores sprouted from the skin on his shoulder, forming Zetsu's pure white face. Thanks to your ability to mimic others' chakra, Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. We were able to extract intel about the Nine Tails from both Konoha and Kumo Shinobi. No need for thanks. It's all for Lord Nagato's goal. Zetsu's face gradually blurred, and the white spores detached from Kisame's shoulder. This clone ends here. Good luck with your mission. The indistinct features on the spore twisted into an eerie smile before it fell into the seawater. Yeah, let's hope so. Kisame agilely swam toward the turtle's shell. Honestly, even for me, facing the fourth Hokage isn't a fight I can win easily. His body submerged once more, and his muttering voice slowly faded into the depths. On the turtle's back, Naruto lay flat on the grassy ground, panting heavily. Tired. Kushina crouched beside him, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face. Naruto looked up, his clear blue eyes reflecting his mother's gentle expression. Mom. He pressed a hand against his chest. Kushina smiled softly. What's wrong, Naruto? I just feel uneasy. He clutched the hem of her clothes, his gaze unwavering. Did something big happen? Something I don't know about. No, nothing like that. Kushina's hand paused for a fraction of a second before she resumed wiping his face, her smile unchanging. Why would you think that? Naruto sat up abruptly, his expression urgent. I don't know. But my gut's telling me something's wrong. You're probably just overthinking things. Kushina cupped his face with warm hands, her eyes firm. And don't push yourself too hard with training. You've already passed the first trial. I know you'll master the Nine Tails power soon. Yeah. Thanks, Mom. Under his mother's reassuring gaze, Naruto's doubts faded. He scratched his head sheepishly and grinned. It's getting dark. Go get something to eat. Kushina patted his back. We'll continue tomorrow. Okay. Naruto sprang up and dashed toward the campfire where Bee stood guard. Kushina sighed, then wandered through a small grove of trees until she reached the shore, where Minato was cleaning their catch. Minato. Naruto's instincts are sharp. Her voice was quiet, hesitant. Is it really okay to keep him in the dark? Minato rinsed the blood from his hands and stood. I'm sorry. He pulled her into an embrace. For making you bear this. Don't say that. I'm his mother. Her voice was resolute. Maybe this is just parental selfishness. Minato's tone was gentle. His friends might die in this war. Later, he might resent us for keeping him away, might regret not fighting alongside them. He felt Kushina tremble slightly and held her tighter. But neither of us would regret this decision, right? He murmured. To parents, their child's safety comes first. Yeah. Kushina relaxed slightly in his arms, the tension in her chest easing. Naruto. Motoi's sudden shout shattered the quiet. What? Minato and Kushina whipped their heads toward the sound. I'll check. Minato vanished in a flash. What's happening? Kushina sprinted toward the campfire, her heart pounding. As she reached the edge of the trees, the scene by the fire came into view, her pupils shrank, and she froze, ducking behind a thick trunk. Akatsuki. Motoi was glaring in shock at Kisame, who had Naruto in a chokehold. How the hell did you find this place? Let me go. Naruto struggled weakly, but the moment he tried to gather chakra, same Hada, the grotesque sword pressed against him, absorbed it all. Damn it. Kushina bit her lip. Naruto had exhausted himself from training. And because he was still trying to master the Nine Tails power, he couldn't draw on its chakra now. What do we do? Her mind raced. I know you're fast, fourth Hokage. Kisame smirked, his shark-like eyes glinting as he watched Minato hesitate. But can you save him before I slit his throat? Minato frowned, silently calling out to the Nine Tails. Kurama, lend Naruto your other half's power. No. The fox's voice rumbled in his mind. That brat hasn't earned it. I won't yield. Minato clenched his jaw, eyes locked on Kisame. Your goal is to capture Naruto, not kill him here. True. Kisame chuckled. But I don't fancy my chances of escaping the yellow flash while dragging this kid along. Killing him might be simpler. Is that so? Minato suddenly smiled, and disappeared. Here we go. Kisame's grip tightened, same hata swinging toward Naruto's neck. Adamantine sealing chains. Crimson chains erupted from the ground, coiling around same hata. At the same time, a golden flash streaked past, Minato reappeared with Naruto safely in his arms. Another one. Kisame's gaze snapped to Kushina as she stepped out from behind the tree. Guess we've still got our teamwork, Kushina. Minato and Kushina exchanged a brief, knowing smile. Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina. Kisame's voice was eerily calm. So even Konoha's previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was revived. That Uchiha brat's doing. Yep. Kushina's glare sharpened. Most of Konoha and Kyumo don't even know I'm alive. Seems my mission's a bust. Kisame strained against the chains, the grinding of metal filling the air. You bastard. Kushina's red hair whipped wildly as her expression turned terrifying. You dare lay a hand on my son. She stomped forward, the ground cracking beneath her. The chains yanked Kisame into the air before slamming him down with enough force to kick up a dust cloud. Ugh. Naruto shivered at the sight of his enraged mother, then glanced at Minato with newfound awe. Minato blinked innocently. Heh. Kisame's raspy laugh echoed from the dust. How nice. While the whole world's at war, your family's hiding here, safe and sound. Kushina and Minato stiffened, shouting in unison, shut up. But then again, Kisame continued, unfazed, this war, the one dragging every village into the fire, was all to protect your precious Nine-Tails brat. What are you talking about? What war? Naruto turned, his face pale as he stared at the shadowy figure in the dust. Chapter 347, 347. The one who shouldn't have come. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Aziz Makta. Tyler D. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/less a servant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Omega Kure. Conan stood alone atop a tall building at the edge of the village, her gaze fixed intently on the battlefield beyond the water. So, this is where you were, Conan. A spatial vortex swirled in the air beside her, and Toby emerged from it. Heh. His hoarse laughter echoed. Nagato seems to be enjoying himself quite a bit. It's merely a delay tactic, Conan replied calmly. Nagato needs time to fully adapt to becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Moreover, until we confirm that the Nine-Tails truly cannot arrive, it's unwise to act prematurely. I see. Toby chuckled softly again. I doubt Kisame can snatch Naruto away from the fourth Hokage. Then he will deliver the news of the war to Naruto, Conan said. Given the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's personality, there's a high chance he'll come to the battlefield on his own. Toby nodded in agreement. That is indeed a strong possibility. Then we'll wait and see. Conan's eyes remained locked on Nagato's battle within the red barrier on the battlefield. The outcome Lady Conan desires should soon be realized. A white humanoid figure slowly rose from the floor beside them. Kisame has already located the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You've returned, Sofin. Conan turned to look at Sofin's eerie face. Yes. Sofin nodded at her. If this war continues like this, Lord Nagato's victory is all but assured, he said, turning his gaze toward the battlefield. No one can stop him now. Ha. Thanks. Gaara. Jiraiya panted heavily, staring at the sand that had shielded him. Boom. Another explosion rang out as the sand was blasted apart by a laser. Jiraiya barely managed to dodge. So, this is the extent of the 5 Kage. Nagato's body hovered high in the air, looking down at the battered figures below. TCH. I'm not the Hokage, Nagato. Jiraiya reflexively retorted. Though you're not the Hokage, your strength surpasses his, Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato flung a black rod toward him. Clang. Jiraiya blocked it with a kunai. In the next instant, a barrage of black rods came flying at him. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya forced his aching muscles to move, desperately deflecting the rods with his kunai. Meanwhile, the four Kage who were still in the fight launched another assault, trying to relieve the pressure on him. Yet, Nagato remained untouchable. Using the Preta Path's ability to absorb chakra-based techniques and the Deva Path's repulsion and attraction to evade or deflect taijutsu, he effortlessly held his ground against the combined might of the five Kage. Coupled with the devastating firepower of the Azura Path's mechanized weaponry, the five Kage had been forced on the defensive ever since severing his connection with the Ten Tails. However, as time passed, more and more shinobi had breached the barrier, fighting through the Ten Tails' split bodies to attack both it and Nagato. Finally, the four Kage and Jiraiya, who were nearing exhaustion, got a chance to catch their breath. Konoha de Zenpu. A figure cloaked in green chakra spun through the air, kicking away the black rods aimed at Jiraiya. Nice timing, guy. Jiraiya finally had a moment to breathe again. That guy can absorb chakra, so taijutsu is the best way to fight him. Just be careful not to get caught. After quickly relaying the warning, Jiraiya resumed panting heavily. Understood, Jiraiya-sama. Guy gave a thumbs up before flashing in front of Nagato and throwing a punch. Konoha's blue beast, Might Guy, has arrived. You again. Nagato blocked the punch with his mechanical arm. Konoha Senpu. Guy spun midair, his leg wreathed in dazzling blue chakra as he delivered a spinning kick. Still relying on these boring moves. Nagato simply levitated higher, easily evading Guy's attack. Dynamic entry. Another figure, also enveloped in green chakra, suddenly drop-kicked Nagato from behind. Lee. Guy cheered, leaping up in perfect sync. Konoha Gariki Senpu. A powerful elbow strike slammed into Nagato's chest, sending him crashing down. Guy-sensei. Konoha Senpu. Lee followed up with another spinning kick. Whoa, they're insane. The shinobi fighting below gaped as the two green-clad figures darted through the air and across the ground, battering Nagato like a training dummy. Meanwhile, the four Kage and Jiraiya had regrouped within a protective circle formed by their allies, taking the chance to recover. All five chewed on soldier pills as they watched Guy and Lee's relentless assault. What's going on? Anoki muttered, his voice muffled by the pill. At this level, Nagato should be able to counterattack. Why is he just taking the hits? Could he be out of chakra? Mei suggested. Impossible, Ace snapped. Don't forget that bastard already absorbed a ton of ours. I don't know what's happening, Gaara said grimly. But we should warn Lee and Guy to be cautious. You think he's preparing some ultimate technique? Jiraiya frowned. Gaara shook his head silently. Just a bad feeling. Hey, Gaara. Sasuke suddenly appeared beside him. What were you saying? Sasuke. Gaara glanced at him before looking back up. Nagato's behavior is strange. Is it? Sasuke followed his gaze and immediately agreed. True. Someone with the Rinnegan wouldn't be this passive. Hey. Uchiha brat. Anoki suddenly cut in. From your tone, you seem to know more about the Rinnegan. This old man is sharp. Sasuke's expression flickered. So it's true. Anoki scrutinized his face closely. Sasuke remained silent. I recall that Uchiha Itachi is your brother, and Uchiha Madara was your ancestor. Did they tell you something? A also fixed his gaze on Sasuke. Heh. Mei smirked, her red lips curling. Then why don't you share with the class, handsome? Please, Sasuke. Gaara's tone was earnest. Jiraiya pretended to be occupied with the sky and ground, hiding his discomfort. Sasuke stayed quiet. What? Are you hesitating? Anoki smiled, kindly. Since you're here, doesn't that mean your brother and clan have taken a side? Mei batted her lashes. Come on, pretty boy. If you've already chosen to fight for the allied shinobi forces, don't be stingy with a little intel. I shouldn't have come. Regret filled Sasuke's heart at that moment. Asterisk. For just $12/month, you'll receive Blue Book 30 chapters in advance for each of the following. System to dominate football. Dolua Dalu, unlock the body's secrets, rise as the immortal. I am Uchiha Sasuke's uncle. Naruto, saving the Uchiha. Naruto, starting as a defector in the Hidden Mist village. Cross Swords 50 chapters in advance for Cunning 3 Kingdoms. Backhand index pointing right. Join now, use code BEAR at checkout, and grab your 45% off while it lasts. Stay chapters ahead of everyone else. Chapter 348, 348. The Jinchuriki emerges. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Paul Panzer, Austin Levy, Aziz Makta, Tyler D. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@Trian. p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. You all know the immense power possessed by Nagato's Rinnegan. In the end, Sasuke spoke up, though his answer was somewhat evasive. He couldn't bring himself to say that the Rinnegan was the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan, because he couldn't explain how Nagato, who wasn't an Uchiha, had obtained it. The others were unsatisfied with his response and wanted to press further, but a sudden shift in the battle between Nagato, Might Guy, and Rock Lee interrupted them. Boom. Nagato was kicked down from the sky by Guy, crashing directly onto the Ten-Tails' head. Roar. A deep, guttural growl erupted from the Ten-Tails as several thick wooden vines burst from the skin on its head, rapidly intertwining to form a downward-facing hemisphere. This dome of wooden vines firmly encased Nagato, shielding him from Guy and Lee's follow-up attacks. This is... Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, a suspicion forming in his mind. Bam. 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 Guy and Lee, master and disciple, relentlessly assaulted the wooden hemisphere. The vines were continuously damaged but just as quickly regenerated. Fall back. Other shinobi rushed forward to assist, attempting to destroy the vines with elemental ninjutsu. Yet whether it was fire release, lightning release, or wind release, no matter how many techniques intertwined, the wooden vines remained largely intact even after the violent explosions. Guy. Kakashi leapt from another direction. Guy, understanding his intent, jumped as well, allowing Kakashi to step on his shoulder and propel himself even higher. Kamui. Kakashi's left Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, and the space around the wooden vines began to distort violently. Wooden splinters scattered as the thick vines were torn apart by the swirling spatial vortex, vanishing in an instant. Did we get him? Everyone inside the barrier watched nervously. However, once all the vines had been consumed by the vortex, Nagato's figure was nowhere to be seen. Did he merge back into the Ten-Tails again? Suppressing the strain in his left eye, ignoring the bloody tears streaming down his face, Kakashi intensified his ocular jutsu. The spatial vortex above the Ten-Tails had expanded abruptly. If that's the case, then I'll destroy the Ten-Tails itself. The overwhelming spatial jutsu continued its relentless assault, instantly obliterating several of the Ten-Tails' horns before tearing through the skin on its head. Ah! The Ten-Tails, still pinned down by the Myojinmen, let out a piercing shriek that nearly ruptured everyone's eardrums. It seems we can no longer afford to wait. Nagato's calm voice echoed from an unknown source. By now, the battlefield had been cleared of the seemingly infinite Ten-Tails clones, all wiped out by the allied shinobi forces. At this moment, every single person on the battlefield heard Nagato's whisper. In an instant, tens of thousands of gazes converged. The next second, the Ten-Tails' colossal body began shrinking at an alarming rate. Its 10 tails retracted first, slipping free from the Myojinmen, followed by its torso and head. In mere moments, the 10 tails, originally spanning over a kilometer in length, was rapidly compressed toward a single point, as if being swallowed by Kakashi's spatial jutsu. The massive displacement of air created a hurricane-like suction, forcing the shinobi to brace themselves and steady each other. Soon, the 10 tails had condensed into a white, human-sized sphere floating in midair. Ugh. Kakashi, unable to sustain his ocular technique any longer, clutched his throbbing left eye, panting heavily. That is. Sasuke locked eyes with Niji, who stood among the crowd. What is that? Gaara turned to Sasuke, seeking answers. Sasuke's expression darkened. Nagato, he's been waiting for this moment. Crack. At that moment, the white sphere hovering in the air began to fracture. A dazzling white light erupted as the outer shell shattered, falling away in pieces, revealing Nagato in an entirely new form. He has become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke declared loudly. The 10 tails Jinchuriki. Everyone who heard Sasuke's proclamation immediately grasped the terrifying implications of those words. This is bad. He really has become a Jinchuriki. Hashirama withdrew his hands from the barrier, shifting into a battle stance. That bastard. Tobirama's face twisted in fury. To think it would come to this. At this moment, an overwhelming pressure descended upon everyone present. All eyes were fixed on Nagato in the sky. White fragments continued to rain down as Nagato brushed away the keratin-like growths on his face. Now bare-chested, his skin was covered in scale-like armor, with several rows of black tomo patterns etched across his torso and back. Spiked protrusions had emerged along his spine. A cold glint flashed in his violet eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Hashirama launched the first attack. Massive trees erupted from the ground, encircling Nagato in an instant. Ha! Hashirama clasped his hands together again. The verdant forest twisted inward, attempting to bind Nagato completely. A technique of this level. A black orb materialized in Nagato's palm. Is meaningless. The orb rapidly expanded, and wherever it touched, the trees silently disintegrated into nothingness. Nagato effortlessly broke free from the wooden prison. How? Tobirama and Hiruzen were even more shocked than Hashirama himself. To them, Hashirama's wood release had always been the epitome of strength. Yet now, it had been effortlessly erased by an unassuming black orb, a sight that shook them to their core. Nagato moved like the wind, weaving through the crowd. Shinobi screamed as they were either obliterated or collapsed in droves. Anyone who came into contact with the black orb in his hand met the same fate as Hashirama's trees, their bodies vanishing without a trace. Scatter. Get out of there, now. The Kage, hearts heavy with grief, roared commands in desperation. Niji. Sasuke retreated to Niji's side. The two exchanged a glance, and in unison, sage mode markings appeared on their faces. Let's go. In an instant, they accelerated, charging against the tide to intercept Nagato head-on. Clang. Sasuke's lightning-wrapped sword clashed against the black orb in Nagato's right hand. Sage art, gentle fist, vacuum palm. Needle-like chakra shot from Niji's fingertips, aimed at Nagato's vital points. In response, Nagato extended his left hand, conjuring another black orb that instantly morphed into a circular shield, blocking Niji's attack. Simultaneously, spikes erupted from the black orb in his right hand, lashing out at Sasuke. Sasuke stomped the ground, flipping backward to evade. Niji's feet blurred as he instantly repositioned behind Nagato, striking again with pinpoint precision. When Nagato turned to defend against Niji, Sasuke teleported in for another assault. The two youths moved in perfect sync, successfully pinning Nagato in place. The other shinobi quickly retreated from the central battlefield, watching from a distance in astonishment. It's Sage Chakra. Tobirama quickly deduced. It seems the terrifying black substance can only be countered by natural energy. I see. Hashirama exhaled in relief, clasping his hands together. Sage markings emerged on his face as well. Asterisk. For just $12/month, you'll receive Blue Book 30 chapters in advance for each of the following. System to dominate football. Dolua Dalu, unlock the body's secrets, rise as the immortal. I am Uchiha Sasuke's uncle. Naruto, saving the Uchiha. Naruto, starting as a defector in the Hidden Mist village. Cross Swords 50 chapters in advance for Cunning 3 Kingdoms. Backhand index pointing right join now, use code BEAR at checkout, and grab your 45% off while it lasts. Stay chapters ahead of everyone else. Chapter 349, 349. Taking the stage one after another. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Tyler D. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Extra chapter, on every 50 power stones. Moon, inside the castle. It seems it's our turn to take the stage. Kaito stood up, smiling as he observed the scenes projected within the formation. Go ahead. Madara, Izuna, and Hikaku also rose to their feet. My paper clone is already summoning me. Kaito chuckled and vanished on the spot. Outside a Megakure. On a mountaintop near the Allied forces camp. Kaito waved his hand, recalling his paper clone, then formed hand seals. Come forth, seniors. Madara and the other two instantly appeared before him. Kaito raised his gaze toward the center of the battlefield. Nagato is still stalling for time. Heh. Madara smirked. Once Nagato gets serious, Sasuke and that Hyuga boy won't stand a chance. Let's go. Kaito soared into the air. It's time to hasten the arrival of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Center of the battlefield. Sasuke and Niji launched countless attacks, only to be repelled time and again. Though they seemed to have confined Nagato's movements, they couldn't land a decisive blow. I'm here. Hashirama leaped into the fray with agile movements. Fighting alongside the younger generation truly brings me joy. His aura surged as his fists and feet became clad in solidified sage chakra, allowing him to close the distance to Nagato in an instant. Soon after, Tobirama and Hiruzen joined the assault. Sasuke, Niji, fall back for now. Hiruzen gripped the golden staff formed by Enma, glancing at the two youths. You two are far more valuable than us. Let those of us who are already dead test the waters first. Sasuke and Niji exchanged a glance, nodded, and retreated to where Soijetsu and Karin stood. The old man's right. Nearby, Jiraiya was speaking to Tsunade. It's better to let those with Edo Tensei bodies probe first. I'm not exactly alive either. Tsunade. Jiraiya placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her with a sharp look. Now wasn't the time to reveal her condition, it would only dampen morale. Tsunade understood his meaning and fell silent. Keh. Orochimaru slithered out from somewhere, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he studied Sasuke and Neji. What do you want, Orochimaru? Sasuke couldn't ignore his unsettling gaze and snapped impatiently. Fufufu. The two of you have given me quite the pleasant surprise. Orochimaru's long tongue flicked out, licking his lips. Sasuke-kun, Neji-kun. Sasuke ignored him, focusing instead on the battle between the three Hokage and Nagato. Unfazed, Orochimaru shifted his attention to Neji, scrutinizing his eyes intently. Neji-kun, I can sense a change in your eyes. Orochimaru let out a maddened chuckle. How fascinating. Until now, I never knew the Hyuga's Byakugan could also evolve. What? The moment Orochimaru spoke, all eyes turned to Neji. Especially the Hyuga clansmen, who immediately activated their Byakugan to observe the changes in Neji's eyes. Ugh. Not again. Neji clutched his eyes, feeling the strange pulsations within them once more. I see. Your evolution isn't complete yet. Orochimaru's sharp eyes caught the anomaly, and his interest only deepened. Now, tell me, Neji-kun. He leaned in closer. What exactly happened? Orochimaru, stop harassing the young ones. Jiraiya couldn't stand it any longer and yanked Orochimaru back. A murderous chill emanated from Orochimaru as his serpentine eyes locked onto Jiraiya. He shook off Jiraiya's grip but didn't press further about Neji's eyes, instead turning his gaze elsewhere. Whoosh! Two figures cloaked in golden chakra abruptly appeared on the battlefield. Minato. Naruto. What are you doing here? Jiraiya paled and immediately rushed toward them. The five Kage, standing together, also tensed, with four of them shooting accusatory glares at Tsunade. A vein throbbed on Tsunade's forehead as she stomped over to the father-son duo. What the hell are you thinking? She grabbed both Minato and Naruto by their collars, her glare piercing. I told you two to stay hidden. Minato offered an apologetic smile. Naruto, however, shouted defiantly, Granny Tsunade, I know you're trying to protect me, but I can't accept this. His eyes swept across the battlefield, taking in the familiar and unfamiliar faces alike. When he saw the severed limbs and corpses littering the ground, flames of fury ignited in his gaze. Everyone is fighting with their lives on the line. His voice trembled. I can't just hide while others sacrifice themselves. I want to protect everyone too. Do you even understand? Tsunade tightened her grip on his collar. If Nagato captures the Nine Tails, all these sacrifices will be for nothing. Naruto fell silent, meeting her gaze with unwavering determination. You're impossible. Tsunade released him in frustration before rounding on Minato. And you? You're not a child. Lady Tsunade. Minato scratched his head sheepishly. What were you thinking? She barked. Before he could explain, a small doll tumbled from his sleeve, transforming into Kushina's body. Lady Tsunade. Kushina clung to Tsunade's arm like a child. So you're here too. Tsunade's attention immediately shifted. Minato exhaled in relief, sharing a wry look with Naruto before ruffling his son's hair. Naruto. Sasuke approached. I thought you'd keep hiding until the war was over. As if. Naruto bristled. I already told you, I won't lose to you, Sasuke. Oh. Sasuke smirked, turning back to the battle. We'll see about that. At that moment, Nagato suddenly unleashed a powerful repulsive force, sending the three Hokage flying backward. Finally here, are you? He lifted his head, locking onto Naruto. I've waited long enough, Nine Tails. He crouched, then shot forward like a blur, heading straight for Naruto. Too fast, almost a mere afterimage. You won't get past me. Hiruzen intercepted him at the last moment. Out of my way. A black rod materialized in Nagato's hand, piercing straight through Hiruzen's skull. Old man. Hiruzen's body crumbled into fragments as Jiraiya cried out in shock. Third Grandpa. Naruto's rage exploded, and he charged forward. TCH. Sasuke clicked his tongue and hurried after him. Stop. A figure descended from above, arms outstretched, blocking Naruto and Sasuke's path. Uncle. Uncle Kaito. The two skidded to a halt. Kaito stood calmly, an amused smile on his face as he watched Nagato's rapid approach. Stop him. From the other side, Hashirama summoned a roaring wooden dragon that twisted through the air, chasing Nagato from behind. How pathetic, Hashirama. Another figure dropped from the sky, wild hair billowing as he swung a massive golden fan, smashing Nagato backward. Madara glanced at Hashirama, who controlled the wooden dragon to coil around Nagato, and flashed a domineering grin. Asterisk. For just $12/month, you'll receive Blue Book 30 chapters in advance for each of the following. System to dominate football. Dolua Dalu, unlock the body's secrets, rise as the immortal. I am Uchiha Sasuke's uncle. Naruto, saving the Uchiha. Naruto, starting as a defector in the Hidden Mist village. Cross swords 50 chapters in advance for Cunning 3 Kingdoms. Backhand index pointing right join now, use code BEAR at checkout, and grab your 45% off while it lasts. Stay chapters ahead of everyone else. Chapter 350, 350. The Death of Angel. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Dash. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Paul Panzer. Austin Levy. Tyler D. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Extra chapter on every 50 Power Stone. Madara. A flicker of excitement crossed Hashirama's face before his expression grew complicated again. Were you also reanimated by the impure world reincarnation? Absolutely not. Tobirama shouted. Brother, look closely. That guy isn't in a reanimated state. Humph, of course we're nothing like you. Izuna suddenly appeared behind Madara, lifting his chin as he looked down disdainfully at the Senju brothers. So that's how it is. Seeing Izuna, Hashirama recalled their meeting after emerging from the Shinigami's stomach. Regardless, I'm glad we can meet again like this. Hashirama grinned broadly. Enough chatter. Madara turned his gaze toward Nagato. Bound by the wood dragon, Nagato calmly observed Madara. Are you the real Uchiha Madara? Substantial hatred burned in his eyes. Finally, I see you. Oh. Madara hoisted his massive fan onto his shoulder, smiling meaningfully. You have something to say to me? Heh. Nagato let out a cold laugh, his eyes locked onto Madara's face. You already know, don't you? The tips of the spikes on his back suddenly ignited with red flames, and a powerful repulsive force erupted instantly, freeing him from the wood dragon's grasp. Hovering high in the air, he ran a hand over his eyes and spat at Madara with venom. After all, everything I am is thanks to you. What do you mean? Hashirama, standing to the side, stared at Nagato in bewilderment. These Rinnegan eyes of mine, and the fate I've endured until now, Nagato's icy voice echoed across the battlefield, were all bestowed upon me by Uchiha Madara. In an instant, all eyes turned to Madara. That's correct, Madara admitted without hesitation. Those eyes originally belonged to me. Madara. Hashirama roared. What are you trying to do? Madara ignored Hashirama completely, merely casting a dismissive glance at Nagato, with no intention of explaining himself. He only wanted to use me, so he entrusted these eyes to me. Nagato's gaze locked onto Kakashi in the crowd. And Obito, the girl Obito loved, that tragedy was also orchestrated by him, all to mold Obito into the perfect executor of his plans. What? Kakashi's pupils trembled violently, his mind thrown into chaos. Humph. Madara let his wild hair brush past his face, unfazed. Indeed, I, Uchiha Madara, will never deny what I've done. I know what you originally intended, Nagato said to Madara. But now, it seems you've abandoned that plan. A stiff smile suddenly appeared on his face. Still, it doesn't matter. Obito has already betrayed you, and I will carry out the plan you discarded. He spread his arms, his body rising higher. Now, it's your turn to stop me. What exactly is this plan? Hashirama, feeling lost, couldn't help but shout. The Moon's Eye plan, Nagato explained, almost enthusiastically. Using the power of the Ten Tails to project overwhelming ocular power onto the moon, casting the ultimate genjutsu, Infinite Tsukuyomi. He looked down at the tens of thousands of people staring up at him on the battlefield. Infinite Tsukuyomi will trap humanity in an eternal illusion, creating everlasting peace. For a moment, everyone was stunned into silence by Nagato's words. That's not what you said before. Weren't you advocating for peace through pain and fear? Peace through genjutsu. Impossible. That's just a fake illusion. In that case, we'd all be under genjutsu control. How terrifying. Everyone, we can't let him succeed. Madara. Hashirama glared at Madara from afar, his face filled with disapproval. Yeah, I've already given up on it. Madara remained indifferent. Nagato. A flock of white paper butterflies flew down from the sky, gathering together. Konan, her white paper wings spread behind her, appeared before Nagato. "Why are you here, Konan?" Nagato's voice was cold as he studied her expression. "Are you here to oppose me? Why, did you never tell me?" Konan's tone was eerily calm. "Whether I told you or not, it makes no difference." Nagato reached out with his left hand and pulled Konan into an embrace. "Wait for me, Konan." At the same time, a black rod silently pierced through her heart. "We'll see each other again soon," Nagato whispered, his voice softer than ever. "You, me, and Yuhiko will be together forever, living in a peaceful illusion." Ku. Blood spilled from Konan's lips, but she suddenly smiled, her gaze tender as she looked at Nagato. "Sorry for leaving you alone." Her hand fell limply, and countless white paper sheets scattered from her wings. Nagato caught a drifting paper flower from her hair with his right hand. "Konan." Jiraiya's furious voice erupted from the crowd as his towering figure leaped into the air. By now, the two great toad sages stood on his shoulders, his facial features distorted. He had entered sage mode. "Be careful, Jiraiya. Don't act recklessly." Fukasaku and Shima urgently warned him. "Why would you do this?" Jiraiya glared at Nagato, the raisnon in his hand growing larger and larger. "Nagato. And why are you so angry, Jiraiya-sensei?" Nagato released the paper flower in his hand, and black truth-seeking orbs transformed into spears, shooting toward Jiraiya. Konan followed you with everything she had." Jiraiya blocked the orbs with his massive raisnon. "I know." Nagato glanced down at Konan's peaceful face, his expression gentle, but the next instant, it twisted into something monstrous. "That's exactly why this world has no place left for her." Still holding Konan's body, he flashed in front of Jiraiya before the latter could react, seizing his throat with his right hand. At the same time, two truth-seeking orbs morphed into black rods, impaling the two toad sages. "So, you were never fighting seriously before." Jiraiya's raisnon dissipated as he watched the two small bodies of the sages vanish into nothingness. At the same time, the sage mode transformations on his body began fading. "Rather than letting a kind soul like Konan perish with this hopeless world, it was better for me to send her off myself." Nagato tightened his grip on Jiraiya's throat, ascending higher to evade the rescue attempts from below. "The world, perishing." Jiraiya's eyes widened. "Too bad you won't live to see it, Jiraiya-sensei," Nagato murmured. Just then, a uniquely shaped kunai appeared beside them. A golden flash, and Minato materialized, his right hand clamping onto Nagato's wrist. Yama's annihilation, demon-slaying right hand. Minato smirked as his right hand erupted with violet light. "That was close," he said. "If you'd used the technique where you expel black matter from your palm, Jiraiya-sensei would have been done for." Asterisk. For just $12/month, you'll receive Blue Book 30 chapters in advance for each of the following. System to dominate football. Dolua Dalu, unlock the body's secrets, rise as the immortal. I am Uchiha Sasuke's uncle. Naruto, saving the Uchiha. Naruto, starting as a defector in the Hidden Mist Village. Cross Swords 50 chapters in advance for Cunning 3 Kingdoms. Backhand index pointing right. Join now, use code BEAR at checkout, and grab your 45% off while it lasts. Stay chapters ahead of everyone else. Chapter 351, 351. The World-Ending Deity. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Purple energy rapidly crawled from Minato's right hand onto Nagato's right arm, interrupting his process of forming a truth-seeking ball in his palm. Then came an excruciating pain that pierced deep into his soul. What is this? Nagato violently retracted his right hand, staring at the lingering purple energy that seemed vaguely familiar. Minato reached out to support Jiraiya, and in a flash of golden light, they instantly returned to the ground. I remember the last time I had the King of Hell summoned through the Naraka path devour your soul, 4th Hokage. Nagato lowered his gaze, glaring at Minato. After that, I could no longer summon the King of Hell. Minato handed the injured Jiraiya over to Tsunade. And now, you possess the power of the King of Hell. Nagato continued, what did you do? It wasn't me. Minato still smiled gently. Oh. Nagato turned his attention to Kaito. Then it must be you, Uchiha Kaito. Indeed, it was me. Kaito stepped forward from behind Madara and gave a slight nod. It seems I underestimated you. To be capable of such a feat. Nagato's voice was heavy. Perhaps you might even save the world from the legends. Then I thank you for your high regard. Kaito responded with humble courtesy. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, under Tsunade's treatment, Jiraiya coughed a few times and finally managed to speak coherently. Nagato, what do you mean by the world's destruction? Exactly what it sounds like. White spores emerged from Nagato's body, enveloping Konan's form. The infinite Tsukuyomi is not some genjutsu that brings peace. He released his left hand, and the spores encasing Konan fell from midair, merging into the earth. Nagato sneered as he looked at Madara. Even a man like Uchiha Madara was deceived by the rats hiding in the shadows. What's going on, Madara? Hashirama immediately turned to Madara. Heh. Madara scoffed but said nothing more. The infinite Tsukuyomi will summon the deities of creation and destruction. Nagato spread his arms and proclaimed dramatically. This world is already filled with despair for me. So, let us all perish together. Deities. Is that true? How could such things exist? He must have gone mad. At this moment, the vast majority of those present could not believe Nagato's words, instead convinced that he had descended into madness. Nagato. A spatial vortex swirled, and Obito suddenly appeared. You've come, Obito. Nagato's expression grew increasingly animated. Here to question me. But it's too late now. This is the price for your years of deception and manipulation of the Akatsuki. You bastard. Obito roared with deep immersion in his role. Is what you're saying true? Indeed. Nagato looked at him mockingly. A peaceful world constructed by genjutsu does not exist. Even Uchiha Madara has given up on it. In an instant, he flashed in front of Obito, whispering maliciously, so, you can never create a world with Rin. You damn. Sharp wooden spikes shot out from Obito's hands. How pitiful. Nagato waved his hand, and a truth-seeking ball shattered the wooden spikes before crashing toward Obito. Both you and I are the same. If that's the case. Obito activated his intangibility, letting the truth-seeking ball pass through him. I'll stop you. His blood-red eyes beneath the mask glowed crimson. No matter what you plan to do. As you wish. Nagato didn't bother with him further, leaping into the air again to evade attacks from Hashirama and Tobirama. Madara. Hashirama simply ran to Madara's side. Why haven't you two made a move yet? Naturally. Madara looked up at the full moon in the night sky, a wild grin spreading across his face. We are waiting for the deities to appear. He then turned his gaze to meet Hashirama's. So we can slay them. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama suddenly burst into laughter, grabbing his own hair. What are you talking about, Madara? He pointed at the sky. That kid's words sound like complete nonsense. Under Madara's intense stare, his voice gradually trailed off. His expression suddenly changed, and he asked uncertainly, it is nonsense, right? Heh. Madara immediately shifted his attention back to Nagato. What's really going on? Why has the fighting stopped? What exactly is happening? Why haven't the leaders taken action? In this situation, the leadership of both the Uchiha and Konoha sides understood the circumstances and refrained from acting. The others, unsure of the reason, also hesitated to attack recklessly. The battlefield seemed to have reached a stalemate. Obito. Kakashi approached from behind Obito, calling softly. Obito remained silent. I'm sorry. Kakashi continued. I failed to protect Rin. Obito still said nothing, and Kakashi didn't press further. After a long pause, Obito spoke in a hoarse voice. My dream is shattered, Kakashi. Under Kaito's direction, the blood puppet attempted to help Kakashi move on from the past. To achieve an illusory fantasy, a peaceful world where Rin, you, and everyone else could live, I abandoned this ugly reality long ago. Kakashi's body trembled at his words. Sensei. Kushina, and Naruto. Obito turned to look at Minato's family behind Kakashi. I'm sorry. You were all part of the reality I discarded. That's why, the Nine-Tails attack, was my doing. Obito reached up and removed his mask, revealing a face etched with eternal scars and devoid of hope. My life has lost all meaning. His eyes were lifeless. In the end. I just wanted to stand in the past, to make amends for something. On the other side, Kaito watched coldly, his lips twitching. This guy, is he overdoing it a bit? Whatever. Kaito averted his gaze, unwilling to indulge the theatrics. At that moment. In the sky, Nagato suddenly formed hand seals. Boom. The earth trembled and split apart. A colossal tree crowned with an enormous bud erupted from the ground, growing at an alarming rate. It pierced through the clouds in an instant, towering like a pillar holding up the heavens. There are too many ants. Nagato's gaze swept across the densely packed crowd on the battlefield as he formed another set of seals. Giant flowers bloomed from the towering tree. Then, from their centers, equally terrifying tailed beast balls shot out, raining down upon the battlefield from all directions. Stop them. Hashirama immediately sprang into action. Wood release, wood human technique. Flying thunder god, guiding thunder. Kamui. Kurama. Susanoo. Hashirama, Minato, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke acted almost simultaneously, successfully intercepting the tailed beast ball's midair. Check out my new Patreon tier. Small Blue Diamond Pathfinder, $7/month. Get 10 chapters in advance for every ongoing series. Naruto, Tsunade, I am the Hokage, 10 chapters ahead. System to dominate football, 10 chapters ahead. Dolua Dalu, unlock the body's secrets, rise as the immortal, 10 chapters ahead. I am Uchiha Sasuke's uncle, 10 chapters ahead. Naruto, saving the Uchiha, 10 chapters ahead. Naruto, starting as a defector in the Hidden Mist Village, 10 chapters ahead. Cunning Three Kingdoms, 10 chapters ahead. No waiting, no cliffhanger suffering, just more chapters, right away. Chapter 352, 352. Take your revenge on me. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Water release, water severing wave. A high-pressure jet of water erupted from Tobirama's mouth, instantly slicing through the roots of the colossal tree. The towering, sky-piercing giant tree slowly began to topple, forcing the shinobi on the battlefield to scatter and evade in all directions. Nagato, hovering in the air, paid no attention to the collapsing divine tree. Instead, he suddenly flashed in front of the massive golden Ninetales chakra cloak surrounding Naruto and extended his right hand. Dodge, Naruto. The Ninetales inside Naruto urgently warned him. Almighty push. A terrifying gravitational force erupted from Nagato's palm, disrupting Naruto's attempt to evade. The enormous golden Ninetales was instantly immobilized by Nagato's grasp. Then, the golden Ninetales cloak began rapidly shrinking as Nagato relentlessly siphoned away its chakra. Roar. The Ninetales cloak opened its maw, gathering energy to form a tailed beast bomb. Useless. Nagato intensified the gravitational pull around him, accelerating the theft of chakra. The half-formed tailed beast bomb instantly dissipated. Naruto. Minato suddenly appeared beside Nagato, his right hand wreathed in violet energy as he reached for Nagato's neck. Yama's annihilation, demon-slaying right hand. Just before his fingers could make contact, Nagato vanished, reappearing behind Minato and immediately beginning to drain the Ninetales chakra from his body. Adamantine sealing chains. At that moment, crimson chains erupted from Kushina's body, shooting toward Nagato from the opposite side. Nagato swiftly ascended into the air, evading the chains. Seizing the opportunity, Minato grabbed Naruto and teleported them both back to Kushina's side using the Flying Thunder God technique. It seems I won't be able to take the Ninetales after all. Damn right, you won't. Naruto angrily pointed at Nagato in midair. Your plan is gonna fail, you bastard. Then stop me. Nagato's gaze swept across the assembled shinobi below. Stop me with everything you've got. I will stop you. Naruto immediately tried to charge forward, but Minato gripped his shoulder. Wait, Naruto. What is it, Dad? Naruto turned back impatiently. We have to stop him. Calm down. Minato's expression hardened. Naruto, we can't risk him stealing the Ninetales again. But. Naruto still looked defiant. Just stay put, loser. Sasuke suddenly spoke up. You and Minato are the last Jinchuriki left. Protecting yourselves is the priority. Damn it. Naruto clenched his teeth, glancing at everyone before reluctantly holding back. Naruto. Tsunade's face became marked with green sage mode patterns. We adults aren't out of the fight yet. It's not your turn to charge in. That's right. The other four Kage stepped forward beside Tsunade. Kid, we're the Kage, the strongest in the shinobi world. A crackled with lightning. We won't let our subordinates die before us again. Reikage-sama. Sachikage-sama. Kazekage-sama. Hokage-sama. Mizukage-sama. For a moment, shinobi from every village cheered loudly at the sight of the five Kage standing united, their morale instantly restored. Ha ha ha. Little Tsuna's doing great. She's a proper Hokage now. Hashirama laughed warmly. Brother, Tsunade is already in her 50s. Tobirama coldly reminded him. Ha ha ha. Really? She still looks like a young girl, so I didn't notice. Hashirama scratched his head. Now that I think about it, she must be over 50. Grandfather. Tsunade turned back with a murderous glare. What is it, Tsuna? Hashirama tilted his head in confusion. There's no need to remind me of my age. She spoke through gritted teeth. Hashirama, oblivious to his granddaughter's fury, continued, Oh. By the way, are you married? Do you have kids? Tsunade swiftly turned away, taking a deep breath. Fine, don't get angry. I shouldn't argue with my grandfather. She looked up at Nagato in the sky, her body tensing for battle. TCH. Just as the next wave of fighting was about to begin, Madara, still carrying his gunbai, suddenly levitated into the air. Step aside, Anoki, Hashirama's granddaughter. His gaze swept over the 5 Kage. You 5 Kage best not get in the way. What do you mean, Madara? Anoki stared up at him warily. Nothing much. Madara suddenly grinned, his wild hair fluttering in the wind. Just felt like having some fun with this kid. He raised his gunbai, pointing it at Nagato. Come on, brat. Let's see how well you can use these eyes of mine. Madara. Hashirama called out enthusiastically. I'll join you. Stay back. Madara didn't even glance at him. Don't ruin my fun. How could you? Hashirama slumped to the ground in despair, dark mushrooms sprouting around him. Again with this. Tobirama facepalmed. In that case, we should retreat for now. Izuna smiled faintly as he stepped back. What's he planning? Sasuke shot him a questioning look. Just follow along. Izuna returned a meaningful glance. Fall back. After a brief hesitation, Anoki decisively retreated. Let Uchiha Madara deal with that terrifying kid. Either way, it's not our loss. Following this logic, the others also began withdrawing, clearing a vast space at the center of the battlefield. Tobirama grabbed Hashirama by the collar and dragged his despondent brother away. No. I want to fight alongside Madara. Hashirama kept muttering in protest. The surrounding shinobi pretended not to notice, though inwardly, their image of the god of shinobi was thoroughly shattered. Up in the sky. So that's how it is. Nagato stared at Madara before suddenly smiling as well. Fine by me. The truth-seeking balls floating behind him shot toward Madara in rapid succession. The grievances between us. Let's settle them here. You hate me. Madara swung his golden gunbai, forged from dragon vein crystal, deflecting the truth-seeking balls. You should hate me, Nagato. He closed the distance between them, whipping out the sickle attached to the gunbai by a chain. As a shinobi, my life has been filled with tragedy. Madara's red Mangekyo Sharingan morphed into the purple Rinnegan. But I've never regretted a single thing. You manipulated fate as you pleased. Nagato blocked the golden sickle with a black rod, allowing the chain to coil around it. His calm eyes concealed a raging storm. Now, your fate is in my hands. Ha 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 ha. Madara threw his head back and laughed. Interesting. Blue Sage Mode markings instantly spread across his entire body as an overwhelming aura erupted from him, distorting the air with illusions that blurred the line between reality and fantasy. Come, then. He smirked at Nagato. You've gained enough power to take your revenge on me. Check out my new Patreon tier. Small Blue Diamond Pathfinder, $7/month. Get 10 chapters in advance for every ongoing series. Naruto, starting with Azura's Chakra, 10 chapters ahead. System to dominate football, 10 chapters ahead. Dolua Dalu, unlock the body's secrets, rise as the immortal, 10 chapters ahead. I am Uchiha Sasuke's uncle, 10 chapters ahead. Naruto, saving the Uchiha, 10 chapters ahead. Naruto, starting as a defector in the Hidden Mist Village, 10 chapters ahead. Cunning 3 Kingdoms, 10 chapters ahead. No waiting, no cliffhanger suffering, just more chapters, right away. Chapter 353, 353. Heavenly Obstruction Quaking Star. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Nagato's gaze turned cold. The black rod in his right hand tightened the chain, while his left hand swung out, sending the truth-seeking ball spinning rapidly toward Madara once more. Madara leaped into the air, evading the truth-seeking ball. Then, closing the distance in an instant, he swiftly unraveled the chain connecting the sickle from the black rod in Nagato's hand. His figure flickered unpredictably as he dodged yet another pursuing truth-seeking ball from behind. Universal pull. A gravitational force erupted from Nagato's hand. Madara's movements faltered for a split second as several black truth-seeking balls whirled menacingly, closing in on his back. At the same time, Nagato spat out a dazzling blue beam from his mouth. Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fang. The blue beam and the black truth-seeking balls attacked from both front and back, instantly placing Madara in a perilous situation. So this is the power of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. As he spoke, Madara flung his gunbai forward, his body rapidly shrinking into a palm-sized wooden puppet that slipped through the gaps between the truth-seeking balls. The puppet swiftly expanded, and Madara's true form reappeared, his hand catching the gunbai midair before slinging it onto his back. By now, Madara had already ascended higher than Nagato. Sage Art, Fire Release, Blazing Wildfire Arrow. A blinding crimson flame lit up the night sky, shooting downward like a massive arrow from above. Humph. Nagato extended both hands, and all the truth-seeking balls instantly gathered before him, forming a colossal black shield. Susanoo. Behind Madara, chakra materialized into two enormous blue arms, their surfaces etched with curse-like patterns formed from senjutsu energy. Madara raised his right hand, and the massive chakra arms mirrored his movement, manifesting a gigantic blade. With a downward swing, the colossal blue blade cleaved toward Nagato's head. Clang! The black shield shifted on its own, intercepting the enormous blade. Madara smirked as the blue chakra arms continued to press down with immense force. Crack! Tiny fissures spiderwebbed across the black shield constructed from truth-seeking balls. Truth-seeking balls, composed of yin-yang and the 5 elemental chakras, Madara remarked. The key to countering them lies in the omnipresent natural energy. So what if it is? Nagato lifted his gaze. I now understand, the divine tree is the true embodiment of all nature. He abruptly sidestepped the massive blade and formed hand seals. Sage Art, Een Release, Thunder Sect. A torrent of black lightning surged from his palms, instantly filling a vast expanse of the sky. I see. The blue chakra arms behind Madara spread wide as a complete Susanoo rapidly took shape, encasing his body within it. For you now, wielding natural energy has become second nature. The black lightning crackled violently, causing fissures to spread across Madara's Susanoo, which was already marked with senjutsu patterns. Yet, the cracks were continuously repaired by the senjutsu chakra within his body. In that case, Madara's eyes narrowed sharply. Limbo, border jail. At that moment, Nagato's own eyes widened. Boom. The black lightning in his hands dissipated as he raised his arms to block an invisible attack. So this is the power of your Rinnegan. Within the vision granted by his own Rinnegan, Nagato could clearly see 4 white silhouettes identical to Madara. As he fended off their assaults with taijutsu and truth-seeking balls, he couldn't help but marvel, even with the same eyes, the dojutsu they manifest can be entirely different. Indeed. Madara formed another set of hand seals. In my eyes, you haven't even begun to utilize the Rinnegan's full potential, brat. The Susanoo transformed into a twin-faced entity, its 4 arms mirroring Madara's own hand seals. Let me show you what the Rinnegan is truly capable of. Heavenly Obstruction Quaking Star. That's. Nagato instinctively looked up. The night sky was bathed in moonlight. The layered clouds shattered in an instant as an enormous meteor, large enough to blot out the heavens, tore through the atmosphere and plummeted downward. Impossible. That thing. This is. Shinobi observing the battle from the outskirts of the battlefield stared skyward, their minds blank under the overwhelming pressure of the descending meteor. Get out of the way. Someone shouted a desperate warning. The shinobi snapped back to reality and scrambled further back. Hey! Hashirama lifted his head, quickly regaining his composure. Madara's gone too far this time. TCH. Tobirama yanked Hashirama back. I knew it, that man still acts without regard for anyone else. Before he could finish, he suddenly turned his head. Only to meet Izuna's deathly glare. Senju Tobirama. Izuna bared his teeth in a mocking grin, his canines glinting coldly. Care to repeat that? Ha! Tobirama scoffed defiantly. Uchiha Madara disregards the lives of countless shinobi on the ground, is that not the height of recklessness? You. Izuna's fury flared. Worthless Senju Tobirama. The men who had killed him. I haven't even settled my score with you yet. Izuna jabbed a finger at him. And you dare insult my brother? Ha! Tobirama crossed his arms, his expression one of utter disdain. You. Izuna was seething. It's coming. Hashirama abruptly stepped between them. Both turned their heads, the meteor was now terrifyingly close. Nagato stood directly beneath the meteor, gazing upward at the colossal mass that eclipsed the moon. He did not retreat. A meteor. He raised his left hand as his entire body began to mechanize. The sound of shifting machinery echoed as his form transformed into a massive, intricate mechanical base, his left arm morphing into an enormous cannon. Hum. The air vibrated as an intense energy gathered within the cannon's barrel. A meteor is just a bigger rock. As Nagato's voice rang out, a searing, brilliant blue beam erupted from the cannon, striking the meteor's underside. Break! Nagato roared, and the beam intensified. Crack! The meteor, moments from impact, began to fracture. Incredible. How, such power? The distant shinobi watched in stunned silence. Boom. The blue beam sliced through the meteor like a blade of light, shattering it into countless fragments that rained down in a storm of smoke and debris. Stronger than the Ten-Tails tailed beast bomb, Kaito narrowed his eyes. Not only does it contain the Ten-Tails chakra, but it's also infused with natural energy. And with the mechanical amplification of the Azura path, the energy is compressed to an even purer form. Almighty push. A repulsive force exploded outward, hurling the shattered meteor fragments away with tremendous force, scattering them toward the surrounding shinobi. The warriors employed various techniques to block the now smaller debris. Oh. So this level isn't enough for you. Madara's voice echoed from within the floating Susanoo. In that case, let's try this. The twin-faced Susanoo maintained its hand seals. Nagato's mechanical form reverted as he looked up at the now cloudless night sky. This time. Check out my new Patreon tier. Small Blue Diamond Pathfinder, $7/month. Get 10 chapters in advance for every ongoing series. Naruto, starting with Azura's chakra, 10 chapters ahead. System to dominate football, 10 chapters ahead. Dolua Dalu, unlock the body's secrets, rise as the immortal, 10 chapters ahead. I am Uchiha Sasuke's uncle, 10 chapters ahead. Naruto, saving the Uchiha, 10 chapters ahead. Naruto, starting as a defector in the Hidden Mist Village, 10 chapters ahead. Cunning Three Kingdoms, 10 chapters ahead. No waiting, no cliffhanger suffering, just more chapters, right away. Chapter 354, 354. I will slay a god. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. A colossal shadow descended once more. Two meteors, stacked one atop the other, accelerated as they hurtled downward. The turbulent wind stirred by the falling meteors tore through the distant clouds, shredding them to fragments. Nagato tilted his head back, gazing at the meteors as his body underwent another transformation. His hair abruptly turned white, growing rapidly and fluttering wildly in the roaring wind. The scaly keratin covering his body peeled away, replaced by a long white robe adorned with black patterns. A black truth-seeking ball morphed into a long staff, which he gripped firmly in his hand. Unfazed by the massive meteors plummeting toward him, he remained standing directly beneath them and raised his staff high. Superplanetary devastation. Black orbs shot upward at blinding speed, encircling the meteors in an instant. Crack! An infinite gravitational force erupted. The two meteors, which had been falling at breakneck speed, gradually slowed before shattering under the pull of the 9 black orbs surrounding them. Ha 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 ha. Madara flashed backward, evading the gravitational pull before it could seize him. From a distance, he watched the spectacular scene unfold. Not bad at all. His voice cut clearly through the deafening roar. Let's see just how far you can take this. Crack! Crack! The gravitational force exploded once more, and the two meteors instantly fractured into countless fragments. The shattered debris began hurtling toward the black orbs of the planetary devastation, layering upon them in thick strata. Further away, the shinobi had grown numb to the apocalyptic spectacle before them. They could only stare, slack-jawed, utterly speechless. This is the same technique Nagato used back in Konoha. Naruto clenched his fists. It seems to have a sealing effect. That is the ultimate sealing technique of the Rinnegan, planetary devastation, explained Kaito. Those caught within it are imprisoned inside a celestial body before being launched into space, where they become part of a planet. As he spoke, the meteor fragments, now compressed and layered around the gravitational orbs, formed 9 colossal floating spheres suspended in midair. Nagato planted his black staff firmly on the ground. The 9 celestial bodies abruptly scattered, spinning through the air before positioning themselves directly above the Shinobi Alliance, then began their descent. Damn it. Hold them off. How? This. There's no way we can stop this. We're going to die. Some of the weaker-willed shinobi faltered, their faces pale with terror as they stared at the sky. Don't give up. A rallying cry rang out, urging resistance. With style, advent of a world of flowering trees. Hashirama clasped his hands together. Countless towering trees erupted from the earth, surging upward to intercept the falling celestial bodies. Shield of shifting sands. Gaara raised his arms, summoning a tidal wave of sand that surged skyward, forming a massive shield around Hashirama's wooden barrier. Nice one, Gaara. Naruto roared as his golden Ninetales chakra cloak expanded violently, morphing into a gigantic golden fox. The colossal Ninetales opened its maw, energy rapidly condensing within. Tailed Beast Bomb. A highly compressed sphere of chakra blasted forth, obliterating two of the celestial bodies in a single strike. Hell yeah, Naruto. The younger Konoha shinobi erupted into cheers. Not one to let Naruto steal the spotlight, Sasuke activated his Susanoo, drawing back its bowstring. Blaze release, Susanoo Kagetsuchi. A massive arrow of black flames shot forth, piercing through and shattering two more of the celestial bodies. TCH. Feeling Sasuke's provocative gaze, Naruto began gathering another tailed beast bomb. The shattered remnants of the celestial bodies continued to rain down. The shinobi on the ground scrambled to defend themselves, using whatever techniques they could to fend off the now smaller debris. The five Kage fought with particular vigor, doing everything in their power to protect their subordinates. Yet with so many on the battlefield, it was inevitable that some of the weaker shinobi and samurai would be struck by falling debris, their agonized cries piercing the chaos. Nagato soared upward, addressing Madara from afar. Well. Aren't you going to help them? Keh. Madara hovered midair, arms crossed. His only response was a derisive snort. Right. You're Uchiha Madara. Nagato leveled his staff at him. A man as cold as you wouldn't feel even a shred of guilt. At that moment, two figures wreathed in green chakra shot into the sky. Lee. Yes, Might Guy-sensei. Daytime Tiger. The duo unleashed twin shockwaves that roared like a tiger's fury, smashing through two more celestial bodies. Madara spared them a glance before turning back to Nagato. Brat, what exactly are you trying to say? Nothing. Nagato seemed to abruptly lose interest in the conversation, his gaze lifting toward the full moon hanging in the sky. Has the time come? Madara, too, looked up, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Meanwhile, Kaito, who had been standing among the crowd, also sensed something and turned his eyes toward the moon. What is it? Izuna, who had just sheathed his sword after deflecting debris, followed his gaze. Miss Chiri has completed her task. A faint smirk curled Kaito's lips. I see. Izuna's eyes flicked toward Nagato. That guy must have sensed it too. Kaito nodded. Indeed. The time has come. Heh. So it's finally here. Izuna tucked his hands into his sleeves, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. Don't get too worked up, Izuna-sama. Hikaku chuckled. This battle likely won't require your intervention. Izuna shot him a sidelong glance but said nothing more. Orochimaru, who had been observing them covertly, grinned silently. So it begins. Unable to resist, he ran his tongue over his lips, his gaze burning with anticipation as he stared at Nagato in the distance. Don't disappoint me now. I can feel it. The wind carried Nagato's murmur. Soften was right after all. You're welcome. Kaito's silent reply went unheard. The so-called Soften was yet another gift he had bestowed upon Nagato. Now, go ahead and offer yourself as sacrifice, Nagato. At that moment, Nagato remained fixated on the moon. A bulge formed on his forehead before splitting open, revealing a vertical eye. A crimson glow emanated from the fissure as the eye slowly opened. Simultaneously, the full moon above began to stain with the same bloody hue. Nagato released his black staff, letting it hover beside him as his hands flew through a rapid series of hand seals. The moon. What's happening? Don't tell me, this is the genjutsu projected through the moon he mentioned, infinite Tsukuyomi. In that instant, many on the battlefield noticed the moon's transformation, their voices rising in despair. Damn it. Does this mean he's about to succeed? Someone, anyone. Stop him. Madara. Hashirama suddenly burst from the crowd, charging toward Nagato's position. What are you doing? Why aren't you stopping him? I told you already. Madara's cold eyes bore into him. I will slay a god. Damn you. Tobirama, who had been following Hashirama, found Madara's reasoning utterly incomprehensible. He hurled a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Clang. Izuna materialized in front of him, effortlessly deflecting the kunai with his sword. Check out my new P at Tree and Tier. Small Blue Diamond Pathfinder, /$7/month. Get 10 chapters in advance for every ongoing series. Naruto, starting with Azura's chakra, 10 chapters ahead. System to dominate football, 10 chapters ahead. Dolua Dalu, unlock the body's secrets, rise as the immortal, 10 chapters ahead. I am Uchiha Sasuke's uncle, 10 chapters ahead. Naruto, saving the Uchiha, 10 chapters ahead. Naruto, starting as a defector in the Hidden Mist Village, 10 chapters ahead. Cunning Three Kingdoms, 10 chapters ahead. No waiting, no cliffhanger suffering, just more chapters, right away. Chapter 355, 355. Infinite Tsukuyomi. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama's face darkened instantly as he glared furiously at the smirking men before him. Senju Tobirama. Izuna's lips curled into a smile, but his eyes remained icy. With a flick of his wrist, he twirled his ninjato, the cold moonlight glinting off its polished blade. What kind of scheme are you plotting this time? Tobirama demanded, gripping several kunai between his fingers as he warily regarded his lifelong rival. No scheme, Izuna replied, raising his sword to point at him. You're the one who's always scheming. Tobirama scoffed. Then why isn't Uchiha Madara stopping Nagato? Because. Izuna tilted his head upward, gazing at the moon where the pattern of the Rinnegan with 9 tomo had manifested. He wants this to happen. Nonsense. Seizing the moment Izuna averted his eyes, Tobirama activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. TCH. Izuna turned just in time to see the 2 Senju brothers charging toward Nagato's position below. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. Riding atop the colossal wooden dragon, the brothers soared into the sky. Water style, water severing wave. Tobirama unleashed his most destructive water-based technique. Too late. Izuna watched the scene unfold with amusement. At that moment, Nagato's voice echoed across the desolate battlefield. Infinite Tsukuyomi. In the next instant, a blinding white light erupted from the blood-red moon, flooding the earth. Night turned to day in an instant. Meanwhile, Nagato deftly maneuvered through the air, swiftly putting distance between himself and the Senju brothers. You'd better focus on figuring out how to wake everyone from this genjutsu, first Hokage. Second Hokage. His voice carried mockingly from afar. Hashirama and Tobirama turned, and their expressions darkened immediately. Move. Hashirama urged the wooden dragon toward the allied shinobi forces. Everywhere they looked, people stood motionless, bathed in the eerie glow, their eyes transformed into the unmistakable pattern of the Rinnegan. Tobirama was the first to leap down, placing a hand on the shoulder of a Konoha shinobi. Is this the ultimate genjutsu? He shook his head at Hashirama. It can't be dispelled. Let me try. Hashirama channeled green chakra into his right hand and pressed it against the shinobi's forehead. No good. He withdrew his hand and looked up at Madara, who had been silently observing from above. Madara. What is it? This time, Madara obliged, descending to stand beside him. You must know something, Madara, Hashirama said urgently. How do we save everyone? Madara only chuckled. Still so naive, Hashirama. Madara. Hashirama's voice hardened. Want to fight me, Hashirama? Madara grinned, a surge of battle intent radiating from him. That's not what I meant. Hashirama deflated. Madara withdrew his killing intent. Brother. Tobirama's voice was icy. This is undoubtedly an Uchiha plot. Tobirama. Hashirama sighed. Must you always assume the worst? Have you not noticed? Tobirama's brow furrowed. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Kaito, and the others have all vanished. Hashirama quickly scanned the battlefield, but the sheer number of people made it impossible to spot anyone specific. No need to look. Tobirama snapped. Tsunade, that Jiraiya boy, and the other Kage are missing too. Maybe they hid to avoid the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hashirama glanced up at the relentless white light pouring from the moon. Hiding is pointless. Nagato's voice cut through the air. He had reappeared above them, hovering effortlessly. What do you mean? Hashirama narrowed his eyes. The light of the infinite Tsukuyomi penetrates everything. No shelter can block it. Nagato spoke with absolute confidence. As of now, aside from you few, the entire world has been drawn into the ultimate genjutsu. Oh. Hashirama rubbed his chin. Madara is immune due to his Rinnegan, but why are Tobirama and I unaffected? Nagato smirked. Madara's Rinnegan has nothing to do with it. My eyes have surpassed his. He pointed to the crimson Rinnegan with 9 tomo etched on his forehead. As for you two, you're nothing more than reanimated corpses, your souls trapped within artificial vessels. You lack the physical organs necessary to fall under the Genjutsu's influence. So the infinite Tsukuyomi doesn't target the soul directly. Tobirama deduced. Shunshin. In a flash, he appeared behind Nagato, thrusting a kunai toward his neck. Pathetic. Without turning, Nagato summoned a black truth-seeking ball, slamming it into Tobirama's chest. Flying Thunder God, second step. Tobirama teleported above Nagato, striking downward. If I kill you, the infinite Tsukuyomi ends, doesn't it? Nagato's left hand shot up, a black rod materializing in his palm and piercing toward Tobirama's face. Tobirama. At the last second, Hashirama's wooden tendrils yanked Tobirama back, but not before the rod impaled his shoulder. Instantly, his right arm crumbled into gray fragments. Just like Sarutobi, it won't regenerate. Tobirama stared at his ruined shoulder, recalling the third Hokage's fate. Nagato sneered, twirling the black rod. This means that part of your soul has been destroyed. Sarutobi. For the first time, Tobirama's composed expression cracked. Ah. Nagato relished the moment. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not return to the Pure Land as you assumed. He watched Tobirama's face darken before continuing leisurely. Since his head was obliterated by a truth-seeking ball, he may have already been annihilated entirely. A fitting end for the men who invented a jutsu that defile the souls of the dead. You. Tobirama's rage erupted like never before. Tobirama. Hashirama gripped his shoulder, restraining him. I warned you about that technique. Brother. Tobirama whirled on him. I just never thought death wouldn't be the end, Hashirama murmured, his expression somber. Sarutobi merely reached the final destination before us. The first Hokage is correct. Death was never the end. A new voice cut in, unexpected and calm. The group turned to see Uchiha Kaito step forward, as if emerging from an invisible barrier. This is. Nagato's gaze locked onto the space behind him. Noticed it, have you? Kaito smiled as a sealed barrier materialized behind him. Inside stood the 5 Kage, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others, all who had vanished from the battlefield earlier. Check out my new Patreon tier. Small Blue Diamond Pathfinder, $7/month. Get 10 chapters in advance for every ongoing series. Naruto, starting with Azura's Chakra, 10 chapters ahead. System to dominate football, 10 chapters ahead. Dolua Dalu, unlock the body's secrets, rise as the immortal, 10 chapters ahead. I am Uchiha Sasuke's uncle, 10 chapters ahead. Naruto, saving the Uchiha, 10 chapters ahead. Naruto, starting as a defector in the Hidden Mist Village, 10 chapters ahead. Cunning 3 Kingdoms, 10 chapters ahead. No waiting, no cliffhanger suffering, just more chapters, right away. Chapter 356, 356. Guidance and schemes. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. I've never stopped keeping an eye on you. Nagato's slightly altered expression softened, his cold gaze fixed intently on Kaito. Kaito, in my eyes, you are more dangerous than anyone else. Kaito's face showed a hint of surprise before he smiled helplessly. You overestimate me, Nagato-kun. I'm merely an unremarkable onmyoji, nothing more. Nagato let out a noncommittal sneer. You're far from simple. Though I don't know exactly what you've done, I know your shadow looms behind many events. You exaggerate. I'm no schemer. Kaito's gentle smile remained unchanged as he slowly walked to Madara's side. Tobirama glanced at Kaito and couldn't help but let out a soft snort. Lord Second Hokage. Kaito turned his head sharply. Do you have some insight to share? You seem to have anticipated the current situation, Uchiha brat, Tobirama stated bluntly. As expected of Uchiha Izuna's rival, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Kaito offered him a hollow, insincere smile. You truly are as cunning as Izuna-senpai. Nonsense. While Tobirama's face darkened slightly, the other party involved, Izuna, burst out of the barrier in a rage. He pointed at Kaito and shouted, What kind of nonsense are you spouting? How am I rivals with that trash Senju Tobirama? And how am I as cunning as him? He's way more underhanded than me. Ha! Tobirama immediately shifted his focus and retorted mockingly, no need to be modest, you've always been more skilled in that regard. Senju Tobirama, you treacherous bastard. Humph, back in the day, the Uchiha second-in-command had a far worse reputation than this old man. The two began bickering fiercely, their anger escalating. Tobirama. Hashirama pulled his brother back. Now isn't the time for arguments. Ahem, enough. Madara also shot Izuna a look. Humph. Izuna stomped over to Madara's side, glaring at Kaito, who was barely suppressing his laughter. By now, the white light descending from the moon had gradually faded, the infinite Tsukuyomi's ultimate genjutsu had ceased. Right now, saving everyone is the priority. Hashirama's gaze swept over those trapped inside the barrier before settling on the countless people across the battlefield who had fallen under the genjutsu. Save them. You can no longer save anyone. Nagato suddenly formed hand seals again. Shinju Jukai Korin, Divine Tree, Advent of the World of Trees. The earth trembled as towering trees erupted from the ground, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Then, countless root-like tendrils, resembling bandages, unfurled from the trees, wrapping around the genjutsu victims and suspending them like mummies from the branches. Hashirama and Tobirama rushed out, attempting to rescue them, but their efforts were futile. The shinobi protected within the barrier watched in stunned silence. Some fell into despair, others tried to charge out to save their comrades, only to be blocked by the barrier. Damn it. Naruto slammed his fist against the translucent wall of the barrier. Let us out. Don't waste your energy. Sasuke stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Why are you stopping me? Naruto glared at him furiously. I have to save them. It's useless. You can't save them. Sasuke remained unmoved. Naruto shouted, why? And how come that old guy earlier could leave? Sasuke replied, Izuna-san is different from you. He has a contract with Uncle. What contract? I don't care, I'm going to save them. Naruto, frantic, began gathering tailed beast chakra. Naruto, calm down. Minato suddenly grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. He then turned to Sasuke. In that case, why can't Kushina and I leave? Minato-san, Sasuke explained, the contracts are different. Though you and Kushina-san also have contracts with Uncle, the bond isn't as strong. I see. Minato nodded. What are you talking about? The hot-tempered Ace stepped forward, his fierce eyes locked onto Sasuke. Explain yourself, brat. Are you saying all the shinobi villages are just going to die here? Humph. Sasuke, irritated by his tone, turned his head away, refusing to answer. You little. A's rage flared, lightning crackling around him. The others also began glaring at Sasuke with displeasure. Wait. Kakashi quickly positioned himself between Sasuke and A. What's the meaning of this? A's irritation only grew. Sasuke, Kakashi looked back at him, everyone's worried about their comrades. If you know the details, please explain. Sasuke frowned at him. Please, Sasuke. Kakashi smiled. TCH, fine. For Kakashi's sake. Sasuke finally spoke. Just watch quietly. Those people will be fine. How can you be so sure? Jiraiya asked. You'll see soon enough. Sasuke smirked. You're about to witness it. Outside the barrier. So this is how the divine tree harvests chakra. Kaito observed the apocalyptic scene before him with a tone of contemplation. It seems this technique's range spans the entire world. Correct. Nagato watched Kaito with anticipation. Now that it's come to this, how will you turn the tide, Kaito? Unfortunately. Kaito smiled kindly at him. You won't live to see it. So you're saying? Nagato's gaze grew colder. As I thought, you anticipated this situation. Indeed. Kaito nodded. But at this point, there's no turning back for you. I see. You didn't just anticipate it, you guided and orchestrated it. Nagato suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. Kaito watched his frenzied expression calmly, his eyes devoid of emotion. Very well, Nagato muttered. If that's the case, then let it proceed as you wish. Very well. Kaito gave a slight nod. You. Nagato, seeing Kaito's indifferent demeanor, felt his despair give way to fury. Are you truly so confident? In an instant, he appeared before Kaito, swinging the black staff in his right hand downward while thrusting a sharp black rod from his left hand toward his chest. Of course. A transparent glow of spiritual energy enveloped Kaito, effortlessly blocking Nagato's assault. This is a wish spanning 1,000 years. Sage Art, Een Release Lightning Dispatch. Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fong. Azura Path. Shinra Tensei. Nagato unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks upon Kaito. Amid the relentless assault, clouds of dust billowed, and the earth shattered inch by inch. Chapter 357, 357. The Arrival of Kaguya. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Ha. Ha. Nagato panted lightly as he watched the dust slowly settle before him. Not continuing. A faint golden glow shimmered within the dissipating haze. Kaito, enveloped in a golden mist, stepped forward unhurriedly. I never expected. Nagato stared at him intently, that even now, at this stage, I still can't defeat you. Kaito smiled without responding. This is the third time. Nagato's voice was quiet. I once believed that if I obtained the Ten Tails chakra, I could easily eliminate you. Kaito's expression remained unchanged. Apologies, but Shinobi and Onmyoji operate on entirely different systems. You won't find my weaknesses that easily. Perhaps. Nagato's tone was now tinged with resignation. As long as I stand upon this land, you cannot defeat me, Kaito said with a faint smile. Of course, I also cannot kill you right now. Heh. Nagato chuckled dryly. But you don't need to do it yourself, do you? This was your own choice, Kaito replied impassively. Yes, in the end, it was my own choice. Nagato nodded slowly. All of this is just the result of a man who lost his dream, trying to drag the world down with him. Was that truly your dream? Kaito suddenly asked. Or were you merely carrying someone else's? Does it matter? If I hadn't carried something, I might not have survived this despairing world at all. Nagato's voice took on a self-reflective tone. A pity. Despite his words, Kaito's expression remained unreadable. This is fine. At the very least, you don't offer me false pity. Nagato suddenly tossed aside his staff and formed hand seals once more. So it begins. Pity. Non-existent. That was what Kaito thought. So he simply watched Nagato's movements in silence. Though I won't see it. Nagato continued forming seals without pause. Whether it's rebirth or destruction. I hope this so-called God will truly change this world. It will change. Kaito gave him a slight nod. Good. Nagato's expression finally settled into calm. What is he doing? Why isn't anyone stopping him? Hashirama and Tobirama had circled the battlefield, unable to save anyone. Now, they could no longer hold back and rush to intervene. Don't interfere. Madara suddenly blocked their path, hurling two talismans toward them. Just as Hashirama and Tobirama dodged the talismans and tried to bypass Madara, Kaito raised a single hand and formed a seal. The talismans burst into radiant light midair, their inscribed characters glowing brightly. Moving at an impossible speed and angle, they instantly attached themselves to the two Hokage's backs. What? Damn it. Their bodies stiffened immediately, frozen in place. Please remain calm, former Hokage-sama, Kaito's voice carried over. Under normal circumstances, it might be different, but as an Onmyoji, controlling you two through the Edo Tensei is effortless. You brat. Tobirama glared at Kaito's back. What kind of scheme are you plotting? You misunderstand. I simply don't want you disturbing Nagato. Kaito shifted his hand seal, and instantly, Hashirama and Tobirama found themselves unable to speak. Heh. Madara and Izuna smirked in perfect sync, further enraging Tobirama. At that moment, Nagato's hand stilled, the complex emotions in his eyes fading away. Nagato. A pure white figure emerged from the ground beneath Nagato, its face twisted into an eerie, stiff smile. It stared blankly at Nagato before its features and body blurred, dissolving into grotesque spores that seeped into Nagato's flesh. Nagato tilted his head back calmly. The nine-tomo Rinnegan on his forehead aligned with the moon, and a beam of crimson light shot toward it. Simultaneously, a massive scarlet ray descended from the distant moon, piercing through the night sky to envelop Nagato's body. The wind howled. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. An overwhelming aura erupted from Nagato's body. The blood-red light expanded, dyeing the entire battlefield in a ghastly crimson hue. Ah! Nagato's head snapped back as an unconscious scream tore from his throat. Thump, thump, thump. A heartbeat-like sound pulsed through the air. White, fleshy spores surged from Nagato's body, swelling grotesquely like a pulsating heart. The world's fate is now in your hands. Nagato's voice grew fragmented as the spores consumed his face. I hate this world. Thump, thump, thump. The enormous mass of flesh hovered in the air, throbbing violently. The sound grew louder, the tremors intensifying. Kaito smiled, shifting his hand seals once more while his other hand formed a second seal. The restraints on Hashirama and Tobirama dissolved, and at the same time, the barrier trapping the others dispersed. Finally free. What the hell is that? We need to save them. Damn it. What are those Uchiha bastards planning? Kaito ignored the clamor behind him, his focus entirely on the pulsating monstrosity before him. Bzzz. Bzzz. The air trembled violently. The crimson light condensed, converging entirely onto the fleshy mass. Bzzz. Bzzz. The vibrations intensified. The flesh, now dyed deep red, resembled an undying titan's heart, ceaselessly pounding. Is she coming? Madara strode to Kaito's side, his gunbai resting on his shoulder. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Bzzz. The red light erupted once more. The fleshy mass contracted rapidly, reshaping itself into a humanoid figure at blinding speed. Who? A regal, feminine voice echoed. Who dares call upon my name? It seems she's truly emerging. Madara's aura surged violently, his wild mane of hair whipping in the turbulent energy. Madara. Hashirama stepped forward, his expression grave as he observed the coalescing figure. Is this the god you spoke of? I have awakened at last. Long, flowing white hair spilled to the ground. Twin horn-like protrusions crowned her head. Her eyes, pure white and serene, radiated an otherworldly grace. A woman of unparalleled beauty and majesty opened her eyes. What is this? Her gaze swept over the assembled figures. Where is my herald, Black Zetsu? Greetings, Otsutsuki Kagaya, progenitor of chakra. Kaito smiled faintly. Black Zetsu has been sealed away by me. You. Kagaya's focus sharpened on him. Her elongated fingernail traced his cheek, drawing a single drop of blood. You are Hagoromo's descendant. Tears streamed silently from Kagaya's eyes. Chapter 358, 358. Please speak human. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Kaito stood quietly, watching as silent tears rolled down Kagaya's face. My children. Kagaya stepped through the irregularly shaped black spatial gate and appeared instantly before Madara and Hashirama, lifting their chins with both hands. Hagoromo. Hamura. Kaito tilted his head slightly as he observed the scene, raising an eyebrow. Hey. Madara gazed at the woman before him, the progenitor of chakra, the rabbit goddess, the legendary Otsutsuki Kagaya, and slowly curled his lips into a smirk. Have you already forgotten what your own children looked like? Progenitor of chakra. Progenitor of chakra. Hashirama's eyes flickered as he studied the goddess-like being before him. What exactly do you mean by that? You've been calling her that since earlier. Brother. Aniki. Unlike their composed older brothers, Izuna and Tobirama were visibly tense. Danger. From the moment this so-called progenitor of chakra appeared, an unprecedented sense of peril had surged through them, their instincts screaming warnings in their minds. At that moment, the sorrow and tears on Kagaya's face as she gazed at Madara and Hashirama abruptly receded like a tide, replaced by an expression of displeasure at being slighted. Yet even this displeasure felt superficial, devoid of any genuine emotion. I am Otsutsuki Kagaya. She withdrew her hands and slowly levitated into the air, her face now revealing a haughtiness that was unmistakably real. All chakra in this world belongs to me. What do you mean? The others further away glanced around at the endless expanse of giant trees and the rows of people suspended from them. Has everyone's chakra been taken away? I have already said it. Kagaya cast an annoyed look at the crowd. All chakra in this world is mine by right. Sure from Kimogakure, who had been standing close to the Reikage due to the earlier barrier, turned to glance at A before stepping forward cautiously. Even if you say that, everyone worked hard to cultivate their own chakra. No one in this world. Kagaya extended her right hand from her wide sleeve, and a gray streak pierced through Shure's chest. May defy me. That was. Those with ocular abilities clearly saw the attack, a gray bone shot from Kagaya's palm, killing Ash Bones. Kagaya looked down at Shur coldly. In an instant, Shur's body withered like rotting wood before disintegrating into dust. Shur. A and Darui reached out, but only grasped a handful of ash. Silence. Horror. Everyone bore witness to the scene, an overwhelming shadow of dread settling over them. This jutsu. Kaito stroked his chin. It seems the Kagaya clan of Kirigakure are also descendants of the progenitor of chakra. His words drew everyone's attention, and they stared blankly at him as he spoke so casually. Otsutsuki Kagaya, mother of the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo, and his brother Hamura. Kaito continued unhurriedly. Here's what we know, the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans are descendants of Hagoromo, while the Hyuga, with their Byakugan, are descendants of Hamura. Many faces paled at this revelation, their eyes darting between Kagaya and certain individuals in the crowd. This was too shocking. No wonder there are so many bloodline limits in the shinobi world that defy common sense. Many thought the same thing at once. Yet, what was even more surprising was that Kagaya did not interrupt Kaito's speech. Instead, she observed him with faint curiosity. And most importantly, Kaito went on, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra, is originally an outsider who descended upon this world 1,000 years ago. She controlled the divine tree to plunder the planet's energy. Later, in her attempt to gather all chakra into herself, she was sealed away on the moon by her own children, Hagoromo and Hamura. Kagaya's brows furrowed slightly. Do you understand now? The golden energy of Ryumayaku surrounding Kaito grew even brighter. This is an invasion and plunder from beyond our world, the origin of chakra and shinobi. Silence. Whether they had known the truth before or were hearing it for the first time, everyone stared at him in silence. And on my OG. Kagaya suddenly spoke, studying Kaito with a peculiar gaze as her long, flowing white hair, longer than her own body, drifted behind her. Yes. Kaito met her gaze, his expression calm and fearless. I am an inheritor of the Onmyoji arts, Kaito. The Onmyoji. I remember that powerful planetary guardian, Abe no Saimai. Kagaya's demeanor became slightly more serious. How unexpected. My descendant. You have escaped the grasp of chakra. There was no helping it. I was born with a chakra-insulating constitution. Kaito smiled lightly. Perhaps it is a miracle. Kagaya's scrutiny of him grew even more penetrating. Then, my descendant, what do you intend to do, standing before me now? Kaito's expression turned solemn as he spread his arms and spoke with unwavering clarity. O invader of this planet, beneath the moon that once served as your prison, let us reignite the bloody war that spanned millennia. The undying will of guardians who slumbered for 1,000 years shall awaken. Those lost in the allure of power shall find enlightenment once more. The pulse of this world shall guide the path forward. And our journey, led by the bonds of our hearts, shall transcend time and space, until we set foot upon the sea of stars. For a moment, Kagaya was stunned. For a moment, everyone present stared blankly at Kaito's golden, radiant silhouette, utterly bewildered. Except for Minato. Damn it, Kaito. That was so cool. Minato took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling like stars. I need to come up with an even cooler line. He began muttering under his breath. In this field, I, the fourth Hokage, the trendsetter who has always led the way, Namikaze Minato will never lose. What's going on? Those around Minato suddenly sensed an intense surge of fighting spirit emanating from him. As expected of the fourth/Minato/sensei/dad, he's so fired up. Watching Minato's demeanor, the others suddenly felt reinvigorated as well. That's my dad for you. Naruto gazed at his father with admiration. This is what a Hokage is, someone who effortlessly inspires everyone to move forward. Minato is as reliable as ever. Jiraiya grinned proudly. As expected of the sage's most outstanding disciple. TCH. Only Kushina sneered internally, her lips twitching. This guy is definitely thinking something embarrassing. Every month, there are always a few days when I seriously consider divorce. At that moment, Izuna, standing behind Kaito, spoke up softly. Glaring at Kaito from the corner of his eye, he gritted his teeth and spat out a single, deeply irritated phrase. Please speak human language. Chapter 359, 359. Arrival of Vengeance. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/less a servant of cosmos. Just replace the at with a. I understand now. Kagaya suddenly smiled. You dare to defy me? Yes. Kaito nodded. It is only natural. Then let me see if you possess the qualifications to stand before me, on my Oji. Kagaya's right hand emerged once more from the folds of her sleeve. The fate of Kimogakure's hope still fresh in their minds, everyone immediately tensed, bracing themselves. 80 God's vacuum fist. Kagaya swung her palm toward Kaito with a deceptively light motion. That is. Niji, witnessing the attack, froze in shock. Chakra erupted from Kagaya's palm, solidifying into a tangible force, dozens of monstrous fists superimposed into a single devastating strike. Niji saw it clearly. Layer upon layer of chakra compressed and overlapped, surging like a hidden tide, wave after wave. Though the destructive power was incomparable, at its core, it was still the gentle fist. Niji's eyes blazed with realization. Ryumayaku protection. Kaito swiftly formed hand seals. A translucent golden barrier manifested around him, layer upon layer, countless shields stacking in an instant until a blinding radiance engulfed him, obscuring his form within a spherical dome of light. The moment Kagaya's chakra collided with the golden barrier, those standing near Kaito scattered, leaping away in evasion. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, followed by a thick cloud of dust. As the obscuring haze gradually dispersed under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the aftermath of the blast was revealed. The multiple layers of the golden barrier had shattered, leaving only a few remaining around Kaito, the outermost shield riddled with cracks. All killing ash bones. Kagaya raised her hand again, and from her palm, a gray bone shot forth like a shadow, piercing through the remaining barriers before impaling Kaito's chest. So this is how it is. Ignoring the horrified gazes of many, Kaito mused aloud. A technique that ensures certain death. No sooner had he spoken than his body disintegrated into scattered paper fragments. You hid yourself away earlier. Kagaya, floating in the air, abruptly turned. Eh? You noticed already. From the ground nearby, a mass of golden liquid surged upward, elongating rapidly until it took the form of Kaito once more. I was hoping to catch you off guard. He shook his head, feigning disappointment. A fine idea. An irregular black portal yawned open behind him, and Kagaya's voice echoed as another gray bone shot from her palm, aimed at his back. Close call. Kaito twisted his upper body, liquefying it into a bizarre circular shape, allowing the bone to pass harmlessly through empty air. Before Kagaya could react, his entire form dissolved into droplets, merging with the earth. That was really close. Moments later, he emerged from another direction, repeating the same tactic. Kagaya vanished into her portal, instantly reappearing behind him. Thus began a deadly chase, the two traversing vast distances in mere moments. No more running. Kagaya closed in once more, her killing intent palpable. I'd like to take a short break. Kaito stomped his foot. Ryumayaku chains. Golden chains burst from the ground, entangling Kagaya under Kaito's control. After dispersing the chains with a wave of her hand, Kagaya's patience finally wore thin. She opened another portal. By now, the remaining conscious shinobi had regrouped around the battlefield, watching for an opportunity to strike. Right here. Kaito's golden barrier flared to life again, barely withstanding Kagaya's assault. Yet, in this critical moment, he calmly closed his eyes and formed a new set of hand seals. Wind. Fire. Water. Earth. Lightning. 5 figures of varying heights materialized, encircling the combatants. Howling gales, roaring flames, surging tides, jagged earth, and crackling lightning, each element manifested in a grand display around the 5. Kaito's hands froze in the final seal. Ultimate 5-element severance barrier. Pillars of light erupted from the 5 figures, shooting skyward as golden lines etched themselves across the earth, connecting the pillars to form a colossal pentagram. In an instant, a vast sealing array enveloped the entire battlefield, trapping everyone within. At the same time, Kaito's barrier shattered, and he narrowly dodged another strike from Kagaya. This is. Kagaya sensed the array's effect. A spatial confinement technique. Among the crowd, Tobirama and Minato, users of the Flying Thunder God, along with Kakashi and Obito, wielders of space-time dojutsu, suddenly found themselves the focus of many stares. Do you truly believe this can defeat me? Kagaya scoffed. She used her spatial abilities frequently merely for elegance. Heh. Kaito didn't argue. Instead, he replied, from what I know, you possess your own personal dimensions. You even dismantled this world's yomi, the underworld, refining it into your own. Your spatial prowess must have evolved further. Amanamanaka, Kagaya admitted without hesitation. I possess the primal dimension, the core space, as well as 5 others connected to it, all carved from the remnants of yomi. Truly a terrifying ability. Kaito grinned. If trapped within those interlinked dimensions, escaping would be troublesome. Yet Kagaya remained unperturbed. She firmly believed herself to be on an entirely different plane from these insects. Even without relying on spatial manipulation, she was untouchable. Moreover, after a millennium in darkness, she was now thoroughly enjoying this game. There was no need to rush their despair. I can sense. Her gaze swept over the crowd. Some among your allies also wield spacetime techniques. And more importantly, an Onmyoji's strength lies in their summoned Shikigami. This barrier restricts both sides. That's true. Kaito chuckled. But unfortunately, I am not a traditional Onmyoji like Lord Saimai. Suddenly, he raised his voice. You've arrived just in time, Sentaro. Yuta. Kaori. Kiju. Onigiri. Enough talk, Kaito. Sentaro's shrill voice rang out. It's been 1,000 years, Kagaya. We yokai have come for vengeance. Yokai. So they really are yokai. They actually exist. The battlefield erupted in shock as the monstrous figures made their grand entrance. Chapter 360, 360. Siege and Probing. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sessionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Don't underestimate me. Kaito spread his arms with a smile. I've long prepared reinforcements. Come forth, Yama's Hall. A thunderous rumble shook the earth as the ground split apart. A majestic palace of unimaginable grandeur erupted from the depths, towering over all present. Since I knew the barrier would restrict spatial techniques, Kaito said with a grin, of course I made preparations in advance. The structure was awe-inspiring, gray walls, black pillars, gates, and roofs, with eaves that curled upward eerily, dangling massive rusted chains. Lifelike carvings of demonic spirits adorned the walls and gates, their ghastly visages seeming to emit faint, agonized wails that echoed in the ears of those nearby. Why Yama's Hall? Hashirama pointed at the 3 large characters inscribed on the plaque above the gate, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Tobarama, what is this? The palace was colossal, its sheer size and height far surpassing the confines of the barrier. Yet, despite overlapping with the structure, the barrier itself remained undisturbed. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that only the area around the gate was solid, the rest of the hall existed as a spectral illusion. Creak. A murky aura seeped outward as the blackened gates slowly swung open. Tobarama. Hashirama frantically slapped his brother's remaining left arm. G-ghosts are coming out. Brother. Tobirama scowled. You're a ghost yourself. Oh, right. So, Yama's Hall, Kagaya's voice suddenly interjected. This is the thing that once escaped my grasp. Is this your trump card? For reasons unknown, she had calmly observed the gates opening without interfering. Creak. The doors fully parted. Layer upon layer of shadowy figures emerged from the thick gray mist, their crimson eyes glowing faintly like a procession of vengeful spirits. The sight was overwhelming, a nightmarish scene that exuded suffocating pressure. A bone-chilling aura spread further, forcing the living shinobi within the barrier to retreat step by step. That's. At this moment, the crowd glanced between Naruto, who was shivering, teeth chattering, and Hashirama, who was similarly cowering on the other side. Their expressions were indescribable. As the gray mist gradually dissipated, the figures revealed themselves, countless Uchiha clansmen, all with jet-black hair and eyes, clad in traditional dark attire, their pupils burning red. So many Uchiha. Hashirama's eyes widened as he slowly straightened his posture. I feel sick. Tobarama's face darkened further than his brother's hair as he surveyed the endless sea of Uchiha before him, a visceral disgust rising within him. Sasuke, are all these people your relatives? Naruto, no longer frightened, stared in awe at the emerging Uchiha. Sasuke didn't answer. His gaze was locked onto one figure in the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku. Sensing the stare, Fugaku turned, and father and son locked eyes across the distance. Kagaya's gaze swept over the assembled forces before settling on Kaito. No matter the numbers, they are merely the dead. To me, they are nothing more than insects to be crushed. Don't forget about us. Another group marched out from the hall, this time, a contingent of yokai. I see. Kagaya spared them only a glance. So these are the remnants of the yokai that still remain. Damn it. She's ignoring us. Gyur and Futa, standing among the yokai, bristled with anger. Still meaningless. Kagaya's long, silver hair unfurled like a vast, living curtain. Enough. My curiosity is spent. Prepare yourselves. Kaito shouted. Haretsu no Mai, dance of the hairs for needles. Her hair transformed into countless needle-like thorns, raining down upon everyone within the barrier. Uchiha. Several Uchiha leaped to the forefront. Susanoo. Including Madara and Izuna, over a dozen semi-formed Susanoo surrounded Kaguya, their massive chakra arms raising an array of weapons to block the onslaught. Among the spectators, the 5 Kage, save Tsunade, wore uneasy expressions. The Uchiha clan. Gritted his teeth. Kaito is indeed a threat, Inoki said gravely. To think he concealed such power. He summoned every deceased Uchiha elite in history, Mei added, equally tense. Hokage-sama, Gaara turned to Tsunade, did you know about this? Seeing no point in hiding the truth now, Tsunade nodded. Yes. To counter the invasion of the Otsutsuki from beyond the heavens, Konoha entered a cooperative agreement with Kaito. Tsunade. Tobirama appeared beside her. What do you know of this heavenly invasion? Granduncle. Tsunade began recounting the history Kaito had once revealed. Inside the barrier, Madara led the Uchiha warriors, all bearing Mangekyo Sharingan, in battle against Kaguya. Meanwhile, the shinobi of the 5 great nations stood at the edges, absorbing the shocking truth spilling from Tsunade's lips. Naruto listened for a while before giving up and darting back to Sasuke's side. Sasuke. He eyed the battle eagerly. Why aren't you fighting? Sasuke snorted, refusing to answer. Of course he wanted to join his clan, but Izuna had stopped him. We are already dead, Izuna's words echoed in his mind. You and Kaito are the Uchiha's future. That single sentence had rooted him in place. Ah. Ack. 2 screams rang out. Sasuke's fists clenched as he whipped his head toward the source. 2 more Uchiha, their Susanoo and bodies alike, were pierced by Kaguya's Kosei Katsu, bone of destruction, vanishing into nothingness. Damn it. Sasuke's jaw tightened. Am I just supposed to stand here and watch my clan fall again? Another explosion rocked the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku's form disintegrated under Kaguya's Yasugami Kajiki, 80 gods' vacuum fists. Sasuke's eyes widened, he lunged forward, ready to charge in. Don't worry. When their bodies are destroyed, their souls will return to Yama's hall. Only the vessels are lost. Kaito's voice reached him calmly. Sasuke turned sharply, meeting Kaito's reassuring nod before the man resumed his leisurely observation of the battle. Letting out a slow breath, Sasuke forced himself to relax. The fight raged on. With effortless ease, Kaguya dispatched 2 more Uchiha. Kaito gestured behind him, and several more clansmen stepped forward to fill the gaps. Meanwhile, Madara's chakra surged violently, finally unleashing his full power. Chapter 361, 361. The Perfect Battle. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Madara, fighting at full strength, immediately began to give Kaguya trouble. Kaito saw it clearly, though Kaguya possessed power that surpassed all, she could not perfectly wield it. When the gap in strength between 2 combatants was too vast, she could effortlessly crush her opponent with sheer overwhelming force. But now, facing Madara at his peak, she was starting to struggle. At this moment, Madara possessed the Rinnegan, a body reconstructed from the Divine Tree as his vessel, another transplanted eye from Shisui, stolen from Itachi, to replenish his ocular power, and the Sage Art Curse seal developed by Kaito. His current strength far surpassed even his prime in life. Perhaps compared to Kaguya, who now wielded the Ten Tails chakra and endlessly absorbed the chakra of the world through the Divine Tree, Madara still fell far short in raw power. Yet, with battle skills as precise and fluid as a surgeon's scalpel, executed with artistic brilliance, he forcibly suppressed Kaguya, the terrifying progenitor of chakra, in a short span of time. See that? He's too strong. Madara. Hashirama was exhilarated, unconsciously slapping Tobirama's shoulder with excessive force as he laughed with pride. What does that have to do with you, big brother? Tobirama's face darkened another shade. He was annoyed, extremely annoyed. Madara is my best friend. My inspiration. Hashirama proudly raised a thumbs up. TCH. Tobirama felt as if he had just swallowed something vile. He turned his head away, preferring not to see. Still as formidable as ever. Uchiha Madara. Inoki, whose emotions had already been thrown into turmoil by Tsunade's earlier revelation, now watched Madara's full-powered battle with a complicated heart. For a moment, it was as if he had been transported back to his youth. Decades ago, his sole encounter with Uchiha Madara had left an indelible mark on the young Inoki, an overwhelming pressure and awe that remained vivid even now. And today, having exhausted all paths in his long life yet still finding no way to surpass him, that same despair from his youth began to resurface. To think that even at my age, I would have to experience this despair again. A bitter expression surfaced on Inoki's aged face. Most of the adult shinobi present shared Inoki's sentiments. Watching Madara's overwhelming combat prowess, a sense of hopelessness and bitterness welled up in their hearts. But the younger generation was different. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji watched Madara's battle with unblinking focus, as if infected by his soaring fighting spirit. Their chests swelled with fearless valor. I want to become a shinobi that's strong. All three trembled slightly from excitement. Madara's battle was not a mere clash of brute force, nor was it a straightforward exchange of blows. He wielded every ounce of his power with flawless precision. Facing an opponent far stronger than himself, he showed no fear, dancing on the edge of a blade, yet moving with effortless grace, advancing and retreating with perfect control. With peerless combat skill, he forcibly bridged the gap in raw power between himself and Kaguya. This was a perfect battle, where strength and technique intertwined seamlessly. The three youths' faces flushed red, their breathing rapid as they immersed themselves completely in the spectacle before them. At some point, the rest of the Uchiha clansmen had already withdrawn. Even Izuna had silently returned to Kaito's side. Now, at the center of the formation, only Madara remained, standing alone against Kaguya, dancing in solitary splendor. Sasuke forced himself to stay calm, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning at full speed as he desperately absorbed every detail of the battle. He had never witnessed combat like this before. Even Madara's fight against Ishiki Otsutsuki had not been this awe-inspiring. Neji, while observing Madara, focused more intently on Kaguya's movements. He understood, she was the strongest wielder of the Byakugan. If he could glean even the most basic insights into how she utilized her eyes, it would benefit him immensely in the future. Naruto, however, simply felt like his eyes weren't enough. A fire burned in his chest, yet he had no outlet for it. This battle was unlike anything he had ever seen. His body screamed at him to join the fray, yet the last vestiges of his rationality held him back, suppressing the impulse. T/N, for some reason some parts just repeating from the previous parts, that's why this chapter is a bit short, I'm talking about the raw, sorry winky face. Chapter 362, 362. Contract with Hashirama. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. TCH. Kaito, seeing that rescue was no longer possible, frowned. The golden mist enveloping his body transformed into blazing golden flames. Within the array, golden chains multiplied, growing denser and more numerous. The golden light intensified, stinging everyone's eyes. The clattering of chains grew louder, filling their ears. When the light dimmed and the noise ceased, everyone opened their eyes. Layer upon layer of chains tightly bound Kaguya's transformed mass, whether it was the giant rabbit, the heads of the tailed beasts, or the Tentail's tails, all were firmly restrained into a single tangled sphere. Ryumayaku. Kaguya's voice echoed from beneath the chains. So this is your confidence, Onmyoji? Indeed. Kaito formed hand seals as countless talismans materialized in the air, flying toward the chains binding Kaguya at the center of the array. Against you, who have stolen the Tentail's chakra, only the energy of the planet's inner Ryumayaku can stand as an equal. I will not be sealed again. In an instant, the chains shattered into fragments. The white fleshy sphere had already been torn apart, revealing a massive truth-seeking ball at its core. Kaguya reappeared in her true form. Her arms spread wide, her hair billowing, the black truth-seeking ball behind her rapidly expanded. At the same time, she shot toward the edge of the array where the shinobi stood, dragging the enormous truth-seeking ball with her. Is that a truth-seeking ball? Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. A terrifying substance. Hashirama's face once again bore the markings of sage mode, his expression grave. I can sense the power of all 5 elements and yin-yang within it. As he spoke, the truth-seeking ball had already swelled to an unimaginable size, nearing the edge of the array. The shinobi scattered to evade, only to be ensnared by Kaguya's hair. Great King Enma. Kaito pressed his palms together. Beyond the golden flames surrounding him, a torrent of purple energy surged from the gates of the Enma Palace, converging into a towering figure over 100 meters tall that instantly took shape behind him. Yet, by now, Kagaya's expanding truth-seeking ball had already surpassed the height of the great King Enma. With a shout, a pillar of purple light erupted from Kaito's body, shooting into the sky. The great King Enma's form grew infinitely larger, its height instantly surpassing even the Enma Palace itself. Two colossal hands, vast beyond measure, reached out and clamped down on the expanding truth-seeking ball and Kagaya. "You wretched!" Kagaya turned her head, glaring up at the great King Enma. At the same time, a dazzling golden light flickered and intertwined. Minato steadied himself, his right hand, wrapped in purple energy, forming a blade. The severed strands of Kagaya's hair fluttered down around him. Spiral Exorcism Ultra Whirling Roar Fourfold Style. Minato casually retracted his hand blade as the fluttering hem of his Hokage robe settled. He stood up calmly. The others, having freed themselves from the hair's entanglement, were retreating in different directions. Upon hearing Minato's technique name, they all wore expressions of disdain. So embarrassing. Kushina's face flushed red as she unleashed the adamantine sealing chains. Red chains bound Minato before Kushina yanked him toward her with a firm grip. Though the group had momentarily escaped, the colossal truth-seeking ball continued to expand. The great King Enma strained against it, the two locked in a contest of strength. Kaito crouched again, slamming his palms onto the ground. Golden Ryumayaku energy and purple Enma power intertwined, coursing through the erase patterns on the earth, rapidly spreading until they filled the entire formation. Expand. The 5 yokai maintaining the array simultaneously levitated. The 5 colored pillars of light surrounding them carried them backward at high speed, causing the array's boundaries to widen instantly. The expanding truth-seeking ball could no longer keep up with the retreating edge. This is much better. Kaito stood and dusted off his hands. "You vile creature. I will never forgive you." Kagaya's once beautiful face twisted into something ferocious. Several white roots extended from her body, piercing into the great King Enma's hands. As the roots swelled segment by segment, the great King Enma's body began to shrink. The roots of the god tree, she's draining the great King Enma's power. Kaito's eyes sharpened as he assessed the situation. There's still time. He glanced up at the great King Enma's towering form before flashing to Hashirama's side. "First Hokage-sama." He nodded at Hashirama. "I assume you already understand the current situation." Hashirama responded enthusiastically, "Oh. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. I need powerful individuals to restrain Kagaya temporarily. Please form a contract with me, then use your new strength to fight." Kaito's voice carried a persuasive tone. "Together with Madara." As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll and brush from his sleeve and handed them over. "No problem." Hashirama took the scroll without hesitation, unrolled it, and prepared to sign without even reading it. "Brother." Tobirama suddenly grabbed Hashirama's wrist. "Tobirama." Hashirama looked at him in confusion. "Uchiha brat, I don't trust you." Tobirama ignored his brother, his face dark as he glared at Kaito. "The apocalyptic scene the shinobi world faces today, who's to say you didn't have a hand in orchestrating it?" "Second Hokage-sama, you exaggerate." Kaito replied solemnly. "I merely wish to save the world." "Tobirama, I believe him." Hashirama shook off Tobirama's grip and signed his name. "No matter what, I can sense he's not lying right now." "Humph." Tobirama, unable to stop him, stood aside with a scowl. Kaito took the scroll back from Hashirama, tucked it into his sleeve, and smiled in satisfaction. His gaze then swept through the crowd until it landed on the inconspicuous Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, please release the first Hokage's Edo Tensei." "Kukuku." "Understood, Kaito-kun." Orochimaru didn't haggle, swiftly forming hand seals. Hashirama's body emitted a white glow before crumbling into dust. A stranger's corpse collapsed as Hashirama's soul emerged. "To be honest, I've always believed that a puppet made from the god trees would is most suited for you." Kaito tossed a puppet from his sleeve. It struck Hashirama's soul, and he formed another seal. "Manifest." A burst of blue spiritual light erupted as Hashirama's soul fused with the god tree puppet. The puppet rapidly grew, its originally featureless face morphing into Hashirama's likeness. "Amazing." "Ha ha ha." Hashirama flexed his hand. "I feel better than ever." "I'm glad you're satisfied." Kaito smiled before turning to the other side. "Madara." "TCH, understood." Madara, shouldering his massive gunbai, strode over. Kaito produced 2 fist-sized Ryumayaku crystals from his sleeve and tossed them into the air before forming another seal. Ryumayaku empowerment. The crystals shone with golden light before embedding themselves into Hashirama and Madara's chests, fusing with their flesh. A golden mist rose, enveloping both of them. Now, the two of you can freely wield the Ryumayaka's power to combat the truth-seeking ball for a short time. Kaito lowered his hands. Do your best, my dear seniors. Chapter 363, 363. The Final Dojutsu. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Madara. Hashirama. Madara and Hashirama locked eyes, their faces unconsciously breaking into bold, confident smiles. Fighting side by side. Hashirama shifted his gaze toward Kaguya. Even though we've known each other for so many years, this is the first time, isn't it, Madara? Yeah. Madara planted his war fan on the ground. But now, I'm stronger than you. Try to keep up, Hashirama. I will. Hashirama closed his eyes, pressed his palms together, and golden mist began to rise around him as Crimson Sage mode markings appeared on his face. Let's go, Madara. He opened his eyes. Try to keep up, Hashirama. Purple Sage mode markings simultaneously emerged on Madara's face. He lifted his war fan with his right hand, gripped his sickle with his left, and flashed forward. Swish. Madara's figure dashed across the now shrunken hands of Enma, his sickle carving a golden arc through the air as he severed the tree roots embedded in Enma's palms in a single strike. Wood release, advent of a world of trees. Hashirama sprinted forward with his palms still pressed together, massive trees erupting from the ground around him. Sage art, Ryumayaku wood human technique. The trees shimmered with a brilliant golden hue from their roots upward, rapidly merging together to form a colossal wooden humanoid crouched in a ready stance. Hashirama leaped gracefully onto its head, and with creaking groans, the wooden giant stood, its entire body gleaming with golden radiance. The enormous golden wooden human charged toward the expanding truth-seeking ball as Hashirama clapped his hands again. Sage art, Ryumayaku wood dragon technique. A deafening dragon's roar echoed as the remaining trees transformed into a golden wooden dragon, coiling around the wooden human's body. Madara. At Hashirama's shout, Madara descended from the sky, landing atop the wooden human's head beside him. Armored Susanoo. Madara formed hand seals, and in an instant, the wooden human beneath them was clad in violet gold armor. Massive wings unfurled from its back, flapping powerfully as it brandished two colossal blades, each dozens of meters long. Two additional arms sprouted from its sides. The golden giant, now armored and winged, stretched all four arms wide and closed the distance to Kaguya in just a few strides. Sasuke. We can do it too. Watching this spectacle, Naruto bounced excitedly, unable to contain himself. You can armor up my fox. Sasuke's eyes gleamed, though he only snorted in response. You'll have to keep up with me first, dead last. I won't lose to you. Naruto grinned foolishly as he admired the majestic wooden human in the distance. Meanwhile, Kaito ignored the resentful aura emanating from his younger brother, Izuna, his gaze fixed firmly on Madara and Hashirama. You brat. Izuna gritted his teeth. You actually made my brother fight alongside the damned Senju Hashirama. Kaito paid him no mind, lightly stomping his foot. Golden chains burst from the ground once more, encircling the expanding truth-seeking ball, waiting for an opportunity. Roar. The wooden dragon bellowed as it surged forward from the wooden human's body, entangling with the newly sprouted roots of the god tree emerging from Kaguya's form. The wooden human extended its lower two arms, one pressing against the expanding truth-seeking ball, the other gripping Kaguya's body, and exerted force, attempting to tear apart the hair connecting Kaguya to the orb. Insolent fools. Kaguya's fury reached its peak as countless gray bones erupted from her body in an instant. All-killing ash bones. The wooden human's hand clutching Kaguya was instantly pierced, and from the points of contact, it began crumbling into ash. Hold on. Hashirama roared as he and Madara simultaneously pressed their palms together. The Ryumayaku crystals embedded in their chests rapidly shrank, golden flames erupting around their bodies. At the same time, golden liquid surged across the wooden human's pierced hand, slowing its disintegration. Break it. Hashirama shouted again, and with a groaning creak, the wooden human's hands finally pried Kaguya and the expanding truth-seeking ball apart. Madara's eyes widened as he unleashed his ocular power. The wooden human's upper arms raised their massive blades, now coated in golden liquid. Slash. The two colossal swords swung down in alternating strikes, leaving behind two immense golden arcs of energy that lingered in the air, severing the connection between Kaguya and the expanding truth-seeking ball completely. Well done. Kaito clapped his hands together. Violet energy surged once more from the Hall of the King of Hell, flowing into Enma's body. Enma, whose size had diminished after Kagaya's absorption, grew once more, reaching out to seize the expanding truth-seeking ball and lifting it high. Simultaneously, the golden chains that had been lying in wait swiftly coiled around Kagaya's body. Indra. Miss Chisato. Uchiha clan. Kaito suddenly raised his voice. Indra Otsutsuki is here. Uchiha Chiri is here. Indra and Chiri emerged from the Hall of the King of Hell, each leading a squad of Uchiha clansmen. The time has come. Kaito continued. Take your positions. Understood. Indra, clad in flowing white robes, and Chiri, who smiled faintly at Kaito, dashed toward Kagaya's location. Behind them, Uchiha clansmen of all kinds streamed endlessly from the Hall of the King of Hell. Moving swiftly, they soon arranged themselves in a precise formation. Indra and Chiri stood at the forefront, flanking Kagaya on either side. Behind each of them stood 3,000 clansmen, their Sharingan of varying levels gleaming. Position secured. Indra grinned as he observed Kagaya's disheveled state. Let us begin. Chiri glanced at Kaito from afar and nodded lightly. Prepare. Kaito crouched, pressing his hands against the ground. Ha! With his shout, an endless surge of Ryumayaku energy erupted from the earth, dyeing every Uchiha clansman in radiant gold. Golden threads extended from their bodies, interweaving rapidly to form yet another intricate sealing array. Kaito straightened, pressing his palms together once more. Power of Enma. Enma opened its maw, and violet energy condensed into a thread, shooting from its mouth to connect with the array. I took great care in interrogating Black Zetsu. Kaito rose slowly, his demeanor calm and composed. I learned many of your secrets. His gaze settled on Kagaya. Only within your root time-space can you fully absorb the chakra of those trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi. You. Kagaya's body continuously sprouted gray bones. Madara and Hashirama had already retreated, but the golden chains tightened relentlessly. Using the expanding truth-seeking ball before reclaiming all the chakra must be quite draining. Kaito smiled brightly. The greatest difference between myself and Lord Saimai is that I stand upon the foundation laid by countless predecessors, and I know far more about you. This princess cannot die. Kagaya gradually regained her composure. You cannot kill me, on my OG. I, too, once agonized over this problem, seeking help from many allies. Kaito tapped his head as if troubled, then suddenly grinned. Yet, as if by the will of fate itself, first came Miss Chiri, and then, not long ago, Indra-sama appeared. Miraculously, the solution presented itself. What do you mean? Kagaya's expression shifted. You see, the Sharingan is not an ability inherited from the Otsutsuki bloodline. Uchiha Izuna continued. It manifested after you consumed the fruit of the god tree, a fruit born from the planet's energy. What are you implying? Kagaya's patience wore thin. Therefore. Kaito raised his right hand, unfurling a paper fan with a sharp flick. It is no coincidence that, separated by nearly a millennium, two pairs of Sharingan emerged, each uniquely suited to counter you. One could say, this is the world's will. Chapter 364, 364. Gift from Kaito. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. P at Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. As Kaito spoke, the energy threads emitted from Enma's mouth gradually harmonized with the formation composed of 6,000 Uchiha clansmen. The time is almost ripe. With a flick of his sleeve, Kaito slowly ascended into the air, standing above the formation like an immortal riding the wind. All Uchiha. His hands formed seals so rapidly they became a blur. Ha! Every Uchiha clansman in the formation mirrored his hand seals simultaneously. Kaito's hands froze in position. Within the formation, pairs of blood-red eyes ignited one after another. Ocular power fusion. Crimson light connected like threads, rapidly weaving through the Uchiha clansmen before ultimately converging upon Indra and Chiri. The previously closed eyes of Indra and Chiri snapped open simultaneously, blinding scarlet light erupting from their pupils. These eyes of mine are the supreme Sharingan. The gap between us is an insurmountable chasm. Kagaya, restrained by the dragon vein chains, contorted her face in fury. I am immortal. Yet her raving found no audience. Kaito continued leading his clansmen in methodically advancing their plan with flawless precision. The other shinobi and yokai present could only watch in stunned silence. This is the Uchiha. The same odd realization echoed through countless minds. So demonic, yet so powerful. Finally, the accumulated ocular power within Indra and Chiri reached its zenith. Two pillars of crimson light erupted from their bodies, piercing the heavens. Chiri closed her left eye. The petal pattern in her right eye ceased rotating as she whispered. Izanami, first form, heavenly floating bridge. The sound of crashing waves filled the air as the surroundings instantly transformed into an endless ocean. Towering waves surged outward, yet the formation of 6,000 Uchiha remained immovable as bedrock amidst the tempest. Shinobi and yokai initially scrambled to evade the incoming tsunami, only to discover the ocean possessed form without substance, eventually calming their stance. At the formation center, an ancient-looking floating bridge materialized beneath Indra and Chiri's feet, elevating them above Kaguya. Indra closed his right eye. The spiraling pattern in his left eye stilled as he spoke softly. Izanagi, first form, heavenly jeweled spear. Extending his right hand, an intricately spiraled spear took shape in his palm, elongating until its tip reached Kaguya's chest amidst the waves. Kaguya's forehead split open, revealing a Rinna Sharingan with 9 tomo that radiated unimaginable pressure. Her pale eyes locked onto the spear in Indra's hand. Please relinquish your world, grandmother. Indra's right arm descended. The heavenly jeweled spear pierced cleanly through Kaguya's chest. You, son of Hagoromo. Kaguya's body stiffened, staring at Indra in disbelief. To think you could wound me, unforgivable. Indra arched an eyebrow, withdrawing the spear with a casual flick. No blood spilled. Instead, 6 dazzling diamond-like droplets fell from the spear's tip, transforming into shimmering bubbles. Each bubble contained a distinct world: glacial ice, molten lava, corrosive acid, endless deserts, their environments vastly different. The 6 bubbles began orbiting Kaguya. Impossible, my beginning world, and... Kaguya's eyes widened. The lava, ice, acid, sand, and gravity dimensions. Kaito's voice carried from above. Am I correct? Damnable Black Zetsu. Kaguya gnashed her teeth. Kaito continued, though as an Onmyoji, I happen to be Black Zetsu's natural nemesis. TCH. How verbose. Indra tossed the spear aside as scarlet light erupted once more from his left eye. Izanagi, second form, heavenly pillar. The spear rapidly expanded, morphing into a colossal pillar that descended from the sky, hovering above Kaguya to suppress her completely. Such insolence. Unforgivable. Gray bones erupted from Kaguya's body like an enraged porcupine's spines. Yet her all-killing ash bones, normally capable of obliterating all matter, could not so much as scratch the heavenly pillar. Izanami, second form, Yamatsu Hirasaka. Chiri's shout accompanied a crimson arrow shooting from her right eye, piercing clean through Kaguya's chest. Aya. Kaguya's agonized shriek echoed as dark red energy erupted from her body. Impossible. What have you done to me? To ensure Miss Chiri's ocular technique succeeded, I previously visited the moon to deliver you a gift. Kaito's tone remained clinical. Outrageous. Ayahawk. The crimson light impaling Kaguya merged with the dark energy within her. As her screams intensified, the ash bones disintegrated while her flesh began sloughing off, revealing bleached bone beneath. In the distance, Gyur had shrunk into a quailing sparrow-like form perched on Futa's shoulder, muttering, "Th the legends, when the goddess Izanami fell into Yomi, she became a horrific." With each wail, Kaguya's flesh regenerated only to decay again under the crimson light. Her white hair and robes became stained with blood as half her face transformed into a skull while the other half retained its beauty. Her mouth gaped in endless screams, the once divine goddess now a nightmarish specter of the underworld. Kaito's voice carried across the battlefield. 5 elements severing barrier, release. Understood. 5 yokai maintaining the barrier formed synchronized hand seals. The massive 5 elements severing barrier enveloping the battlefield dissolved in cascading colored light. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Kaguya's trembling hands clawed at the air, tearing open a jagged black portal. She twisted toward the dimensional rift. Enma. Kaito clapped his hands. Enma hurled the expanding truth-seeking ball away before leaping skyward, his massive palm slamming down onto the heavenly pillar. Kaguya's movement toward the portal slowed to a crawl yet continued inch by inch. Kaito clapped again. The majestic halls of Enma behind him dissipated into violet smoke. Then, a final thunderous clap. True form of King Enma. Enma's body solidified into corporeal reality, the phantom image of the underworld palace manifesting behind him. Kaito ascended to hover before Enma's face, his body wreathed in gold and purple flames. Seal. The heavenly pillar trembled violently as a deep resonance shook the earth. At the pillar's base, Kaguya's body and the black portal froze simultaneously, as if encased in glacial ice. Chapter 365, 365. The Great Yokai Awaken. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Austin Levy. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@Trian. p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The infinite Tsukimi has been broken. Kaito raised his head, watching as the blood-red hue slowly faded from the moon. Next step, Uriai. He extended his right hand. A faint fluttering sound echoed as a colorful butterfly flapped its wings and alighted on his fingertip. Is it enough now? Kaito nodded, releasing the butterfly with a gentle flick of his fingers. Then, from his sleeve, he drew out a vibrant green branch and tossed it into the air. The branch struck the ground, took root, and began to grow at an astonishing rate. Its trunk stretched endlessly upward, its branches unfurling like a colossal canopy that blotted out a vast expanse of the sky. A face lined with deep grooves emerged from the bark. So, we've reached this point, Kaito. A hunched figure, leaning on a wooden staff, stepped out from the tree. Elder M.O. Kaito descended slowly to the base of the tree, where all the gathered yokai now stood in a circle. M.O. cast a distant glance at the subdued Kaguya, then turned his gaze to the countless human cocoons hanging from the divine tree. It seems Uriai has endured for a long time. There's no time to waste, let us begin. Kaito nodded. Please. M.O. smiled warmly and struck the ground with his staff. A surge of verdant energy rippled outward from the point of impact. This is. All my injuries are healed. Even my fatigue is gone. Like a spring breeze, the green energy swept over the gathered shinobi and yokai, filling them with warmth and restoring them to peak condition in an instant. Amazing. Old man, your ability is incredible. Naruto whooped excitedly. That's the current leader of the yokai in Oyama, Sasuke explained, shooting him a glance. So cool. Naruto continued to stare eagerly at the group of yokai gathered around the massive tree. Wait, does that old man have the same gimmick as me? Hashirama suddenly muttered something incomprehensible, his expression twisted in dismay. TCH. Madara shot him a disdainful look. He predates you by several thousand years. At that moment, the roots of the great tree twisted and coiled, rising from the earth as intricate arrays took shape. Blue spirit flames flickered to life within them. I have transferred all the resurrection arrays here. M.O. turned to Kaito. Uriai. Kaito pressed his palms together. Countless butterflies materialized before him, swirling in the air. A cascade of purple hair in the fluttering sleeves of a brilliantly colored kimono descended as Uriai landed gracefully, her cool expression softening into a faint, elegant smile. You've worked hard, Uriai. Kaito's eyes warmed as he spoke softly. Let's begin. Understood. Uriai spread her arms wide, and from her sleeves, a storm of butterflies surged forth, spiraling upward like a vibrant cyclone. Ding, ling, ling. She raised a bell-adorned drum and began to dance, her sleeves billowing, her hair flowing like silk. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The clear chime of bells resonated across the sky. The sound of fluttering wings returned as shimmering butterflies emerged from the countless cocoons hanging from the divine tree, joining the cyclone above Uriai, forming a vast, multicolored tapestry in the heavens. Phantom dream. Uriai's kimono fluttered. Guiding path. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The crystalline chime of the bells guided the semi-transparent butterflies downward, their swarms weaving into ribbons of color that flowed into the arrays beneath the tree. The blue spirit flames roared to life, their flickering forms gradually solidifying into figures of varying heights and builds, some tall, some short, some slender, some broad. Brothers. Santaro rushed to the edge of one array, his voice trembling as he stared at two small, indistinct figures within. Caw. Caw. The cry of a crow pierced the air as a dark cloud descended from above. Caw. Lord Tengu. A crow, noticeably larger than the others, flew in circles around a figure with majestic wings, an old tattered fan clutched in its beak. Move aside. Futa flapped his own wings, shoving the larger crow away. I should be the first to welcome Lord Tengu. Lord Shuten Doji. Lord Ibaraki Doji. The Oni-born yokai crowded around two towering figures on the other side of the clearing. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. As Uriai spun faster, the endless stream of butterflies poured into the arrays, the figures within growing more distinct with each passing moment. Uriai has accomplished something incredible, Kishi murmured, watching the dancing figure with admiration. Kachi's cold beauty softened as a rare smile touched her lips. Kaito Dano is equally remarkable, Yuta chuckled, patting his soft belly. To have Uriai infiltrate Kagaya's infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing the yokai to manifest within the dream, using the collective consciousness of those trapped to fulfill the conditions for revival. Uriai did most of the work, Kishi sniffed. But fine, I'll grudgingly admit that man is a proper onmyoji. Ding ling ling. Pairs of eyes, glowing in myriad hues, snapped open. Uriai finally ceased her dance. Awake at last. Mo leaned on his staff, surveying the revived yokai beneath the tree. So it's you, Mo. Doji stretched out his hand, a crimson gourd materializing in his palm and expanding in an instant. He raised it to his lips and took a deep swig before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good wine. Never thought I'd wake to taste it again. My friend, is drink all that occupies your mind. Ibaraki Doji's gaze burned toward the distant pillar of heaven. Look who's there. Kagaya. Doji laughed even harder. Ha 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 ha. So she's turned into a demon. Does she fancy joining our ranks? Now that we are awake. Tengu accepted the fan from the crow's beak. With a surge of yoki, the tattered relic restored itself to pristine condition. Shouldn't, Ibaraki, let us finish what we left undone a millennium ago. Behind the three great yokai, the newly awakened beings sought out familiar faces. The Kamaitashi brothers tumbled together in a furry heap. Elder Mo, I leave the explanations to you. Please ensure everyone is prepared. Kaito gave the elder a firm nod before taking Uriai's hand. Together, they ascended into the sky. Now, awaken those still trapped in the dream, Uriai. Kaito smiled gently at her. Thanks to this grand illusion, my yoki has grown significantly. Uriai spread her arms, and magnificent butterfly wings unfurled from her back. Congratulations, Kaito said warmly. Awaken. Ethereal butterflies filled the sky as Uriai raised her bell drum once more. Ding ling ling. The pure, resonant chime carried far and wide. The cocoons suspended from the divine tree began to tremble. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Awaken. Crack. A cocoon split open, and a hand emerged. Crack. Crack. The sound of breaking shells echoed endlessly. We're saved. Everyone's saved. Naruto sprinted across the wilderness, embracing every familiar face he found. Thank goodness, Sakura, you're okay. Shikamaru. Hinata. Choji. Shinobi. Samurai. Kaito's gaze swept over the reviving allied shinobi forces before shifting to the towering tree. Yokai. Then, beyond the battlefield, his eyes landed on a colossal crimson serpent that had just risen from the crushed forest. Summoned beasts. All who were meant to stand upon this stage have now arrived. He gave Uriai a final nod before turning and soaring back to Enmadeo's side, looking down at Kagaya. Now, let it begin. The final act, the fall of the goddess. Chapter 366, 366. The Sealed Truth. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. MP Gaming. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Everyone. Kaito's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it instantly spread across the entire plain. I am the onmyoji, Uchiha Kaito. An onmyoji. Uchiha. What's he going to say? All the awakened yokai, shinobi, and samurai, every living being on the plain, lifted their heads and focused their gaze on Kaito, who hovered in the sky. Kaito's voice drifted like mist. 1,000 years ago, two celestial beings from beyond the stars, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki, descended upon this land with the intent to plant the divine tree and plunder this planet's primordial energy. What? Is this a story? Celestial beings. Sounds cool. Unaware shinobi and samurai began whispering among themselves. The great onmyoji, Abe no Saimai, was the first to confront them, and the two sides were evenly matched, Kaito continued. However, fearing the might of the Otsutsuki clan behind them, Saimai was forced to retreat and guard the Ryumayaku, awaiting the right opportunity. Abe no Saimai. That legendary onmyoji. I've heard stories about him. The shinobi and samurai still didn't fully believe Kaito's words, but the recently awakened great yokai exchanged glances. So that's how it was. Saimai disappeared for this reason. The black wings behind the great Tengu fluttered. I wasn't wrong about him. Saimai always upheld righteousness. Doji took a swig of sake, displeased. That guy Saimai was always like this, trying to carry the weight of the world alone. What arrogance. Oh my, is that a complaint directed at me? Golden energy seeped from the earth, swiftly coalescing into a human form. Saimai. The great yokai were the first to notice the figure. It's been a long time, everyone. Saimai, still clad in his black hat and white robes, smiled gently as he fanned himself. So you really aren't dead? Shouldn't Doji grinned. You bastard. Is that your successor, Saimai? The great Tengu pointed at Kaito with his war fan. Not quite a successor, just an interesting young friend. Saimai covered his mouth with his fan, eyes crinkling in amusement. However, he lowered the fan and spoke solemnly, he is the future I entrusted. Kaito's voice continued to echo. Later, the two Otsutsuki planted the divine tree and began voraciously draining the planet's energy. As a result, vast stretches of land, now the wind country, turned into deserts. So that's why our wind country became a desert. Damn those Otsutsuki. A young shinobi from Sunagakure couldn't help but stomp in anger. Idiot. An older shinobi beside him smacked his head. That's just a story, isn't it? But. The boy glared stubbornly. Are you saying our wind country was always like this? That's so unfair. The older shinobi smiled bitterly. Ha. This world was never fair to begin with. Perhaps, he's telling the truth. A figure with a gourd on his back appeared before the Sunagakure shinobi. Kazakage-sama. Gaara. The sand shinobi, including Temari and Kankuro, stared in disbelief. Let's keep listening. Gaara said nothing more, lifting his gaze toward Kaito. All the planet's powerful beings united to resist, but they couldn't defeat Kaguya and Ishiki, who wielded the divine tree's power. Kaito's voice grew somber, as if the great war from a millennium ago was unfolding before everyone's eyes. On Myoji, samurai, shrine maidens, monks, yokai. In the end, many sacrificed themselves. Kaito's gaze pierced the plain, spotting two groups approaching from the distance. Kaito-kun. The current shrine maiden of the demon country, Cheyenne, emerged from the west with a group of samurai. Namu Amida Butsu. Led by the Fire Temple's monk, Chiriku, a group of monks appeared from the east. Eventually, Saimai used Ryumayaku to curse the divine tree, forcing it to produce a forbidden fruit. Kaito recounted the sealed truth. Kaguya, tempted by the fruit's curse, betrayed Ishiki and consumed it alone. Because the divine tree converted the planet's energy into the Otsutsuki's unique power, chakra, the fruit was also called the chakra fruit. Chakra. Wait, he didn't mention shinobi among the resistance earlier. The shinobi were now torn between doubt and belief. Thus, Kaguya, having gained the divine tree's power, ruled the world. To counter the Otsutsuki clan's insatiable hunger for chakra, she spread it to create her own army. Even some yokai who once resisted her accepted chakra, becoming summoning beasts. Under the world's blessings, she used divine power to bear two sons, Hagoromo and Hamura. Hagoromo is the sage of six paths from shinobi legends. The crowd erupted in murmurs. But Kaito took a step forward, appearing instantly beneath the pillar of heaven, blocking Hagoromo and Hamura, who had suddenly manifested. Well. Did I say something wrong, sage of six paths? The sage, clad in white robes adorned with magatama and wielding a black staff, hovered with 9 truth-seeking balls orbiting behind him. Mother. Hagoromo and Hamura stared with complex expressions at Kaguya, who was pinned beneath the pillar, her form twisted into a demonic visage. You finally arrived as well. In a flash of golden light, Saimai appeared beside Kaito, leisurely fanning himself. Hagoromo, Hamura. Lord Saimai. Hagoromo nodded at Saimai. No need for tension. He turned to Kaito. To think you've accomplished this much. You are a remarkable successor. You flatter me. Kaito bowed slightly, neither humble nor arrogant. But Hagoromo turned toward the center of the ceiling array, where his eldest son stood, and asked gravely. Is this your decision, Indra? Heh. Indra, his right eye still tightly shut, strained to maintain his ocular technique. A cold laugh escaped his lips. When will you understand, old man? His voice was icy. I'm not like Azura, your obedient little child. From the day you abandoned me, I ceased to be an Otsutsuki. Red light flickered around him, his left eye blazing with crimson energy. I am Uchiha Indra. Then I'll be Senju Azura. Azura suddenly popped up beside Indra, raising his hand in protest. Brother. You just ran off without warning. Leaving me to deal with the old man's wrath alone. Azura, why are you here? Indra shot him a cold glance, the red light in his eye forcing Azura back. Eh? What's the big deal? Azura retreated a few steps, then curiously examined the sealed Kaguya, clicking his tongue. So this is our grandmother. Damn, she looks rough. Meanwhile, among the Konoha shinobi. Hashirama shuddered, pointing at Azura. For some reason, seeing that guy makes me inexplicably annoyed. Same here. Naruto mirrored the shudder. I just want to punch him in the face. What's up with that? Heh. Madara and Sasuke smirked coldly in unison. Chapter 367, 367. The Sage of Six Paths endorsement. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. MP Gaming. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Azura. The Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan fixed its gaze on Azura, who had been bouncing around excitedly. Understood, father. Azura obediently retreated behind Hagoromo. Ahem. At this point, you have already won, Lord Saimai, Kaito. The Sage of Six Paths sighed deeply, his voice gradually echoing across the desolate plain. I am the Sage of Six Paths. The ninjas immediately grew excited, nearly jumping in their eagerness to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure. The Hyuga clansmen, in particular, activated their Byakugan en masse, only for their attention to be drawn to Hamura. Mother. The Sage of Six Paths glanced at Kaguya once more. After conquering the world, Kaguya grew increasingly restless and greedy, forever fearing the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan to steal the chakra fruit. She harnessed the divine tree to shatter the yellow spring hell, absorbing the power of the underworld. In the end, she sought to reclaim all dispersed chakra through the infinite Tsukuyomi. Those trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi would gradually be assimilated by the divine tree, transforming into monsters known as White Zetsu, mindless soldiers who obeyed without question. The infinite Tsukuyomi was that horrifying. We almost turned into monsters. Damn it. Many shuddered in fear upon hearing this. To resist our mother's tyranny, my brother Hamura and I rose in rebellion. The sage's voice continued to resonate. In the end, we succeeded in sealing her within the moon. Hamura led a portion of our clan to the moon to guard the seal, while I remained on Earth to establish the Ninshu, redistributing chakra to humanity in hopes of uniting them against the eventual return of the Otsutsuki. So that's how ninjas came to be. Many quick-witted ninjas began pondering. Then why has the history of shinobi been plagued by endless war? Yet, things did not go as intended. The sage's aged voice spoke once more. From the moment my two sons, Indra and Azura, clashed over the succession of Ninshu, the shinobi world has known no peace. So those two were the sage's sons. Hashirama stroked his chin. If I recall correctly, they just referred to themselves as Uchiha and Senju. Madara. His eyes sparkled as he turned to Madara. So our clans are actually related. Get lost. Izuna shoved his way between the two, stomping hard on Hashirama's foot before glaring daggers at him. He then stood on tiptoe to block Hashirama's line of sight. Hashirama slowly crouched down, sinking into a state of dejection. Madara twitched his lips, helplessly patting Izuna on the head. On my deathbed, I divided the power of the divine tree, the 10 tails, into the 9-tailed beasts, teaching them to trust humanity, hoping they would become guardians of this world. Yet, in the end, shinobi sought only to exploit their power for war. This old man still loves lecturing. So annoying. Kurama's indignant voice echoed simultaneously in Naruto and Minato's minds. With the yellow spring hell shattered, the cycle of reincarnation was severed. Thus, after my death, I established the Pure Land as a new afterlife. The sage paused before sighing again. Perhaps I was wrong. Shinobi, their souls too deeply tainted by the foreign power of chakra, became estranged from the world, unable to reincarnate properly. Hearing this, the ninjas felt an overwhelming sorrow rise in their hearts. How could this be? Is this the fate of shinobi? Do we truly have no future? In life, I once discovered the box of ultimate bliss, where Mother had sealed the power of Enma, the king of hell. Yet I could not wield it. The sage glanced up at the colossal figure of Enma floating in the sky. After death, I sought to find Enma's vessel to restore the full power of the king of hell and mend the cycle of the Pure Land, but it remained beyond my reach. His voice grew even more aged. In the end, everything I did in this life was a failure. Hamura silently patted his shoulder. The sage raised a hand to stop him and continued. At first, I sought to unite humanity against the Otsutsuki, teaching my children and the tailed beasts to believe in the power of love. Yet in death, watching the unending wars, I myself lost faith in humanity. I sought to transcend through the Pure Land, using the Otsutsuki's own methods against them. Old man. Azura's eyes shimmered with tears as he watched the sage's hunched figure. Indra's expression was unreadable. All the ninjas stood frozen, unable to process what they were hearing. This was the Sage of Six Paths, the progenitor of shinobi. He seemed to be renouncing his own life's work. Did that not amount to renouncing the very existence of shinobi? This was nothing short of the collapse of faith. Yet it seems that, many years later, a young man has achieved what I once hoped for. The sage turned a benevolent gaze toward Kaito. Kaito shuddered involuntarily, goosebumps rising all over his body. Born into the Uchiha clan, descendants of my eldest son, he was uniquely born without chakra, yet possessed an innate spiritual constitution unmatched in 10,000. He also inherited the legacy of the Onmyoji, preserved by the yokai. The sage's tone carried unmistakable pride. Why is this old man praising me so much? Kaito squirmed uncomfortably, glancing at Saimai for answers. But Saimai only smiled enigmatically, fan in hand. The sage's praise continued. Undaunted by hardship, he reclaimed the demons that escaped the box of ultimate bliss, the Zero Tails of the land of sky, the Wraith of the land of demons, the Shinigami of the land of whirlpools, and Jashin of the land of hot water, ultimately purifying the power of Enma. Not long ago, he even took Enma's vessel right from under my nose. Ugh. Kaito couldn't take it anymore, rubbing his arms to dispel the creeping discomfort. Now, he has led you all to defeat even my incomparably powerful mother. He seeks to reopen the Yellow Spring Hell, restore the cycle of reincarnation, and guide you against the coming of the Otsutsuki. The sage's voice grew more fervent. Children of this world, lend him your strength. This young man's name is Uchiha Kaito. He smiled proudly. And he is my descendant. Uchiha Kaito. Uchiha Kaito. Uchiha Kaito. The deafening roar of the crowd shook the heavens as nearly everyone chanted Kaito's name. What are you trying to do? Kaito's scalp tingled, his handsome face twisting in discomfort. The sage gave him one last meaningful smile before retreating outside the barrier with Hamura and Azura. Chapter 368, 368. The Restoration of the Underworld. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. MP Gaming. Tyler D. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Lord Saimai. Kaito once again turned to Saimai with a pleading look. Saimai tightened his folding fan and gently patted Kaito's shoulder. Don't worry, he said, playfully blinking. No matter the reason, since he said so, you can take it as truth. Moreover, with Lord Hagoromo and me backing you, you already hold righteousness on your side. So, go and do what you must. With those words, he too transformed into a burst of golden energy, flying out of the formation before reappearing at the forefront of the monster faction. Fine. Kaito took a deep breath. There was no need to overthink things now. It was time to act. Children of this planet. Kaito's voice instantly spread across the entire wasteland, and the crowd fell silent. He crouched down and placed his hands on the ground. Countless golden chains erupted from the earth, shooting skyward and spreading outward in all directions from Kaito like a blooming flower. Kaito stood up and spread his arms wide. To thoroughly defeat the invaders and plunderers from beyond the stars. To rebuild the shattered underworld. To restore the cycle of reincarnation. The chains dyed the night sky gold, weaving and stretching endlessly through the air until they reached every living being on the wasteland. Grasp the pulse of this planet and lend me your strength. One hand grasped a chain. 2 hands grasped chains. More and more hands reached out to hold the chains. Even the snakes led by Shinya from Ryuchi Cave and the crows led by Jean clamped their jaws around the chains. Yokai, shinobi, samurai, shrine maidens, monks, summoned beasts. Kaito slowly turned in place, taking in every face, familiar and unfamiliar. Sasuke. Madara. Izuna. Hashirama. Naruto. Tobirama. Tsunade. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Niji. Anoki. Mei. Gaara. Uriai. Gyur. Futa. Kiai. The Kamaitachi brothers. Yuta. Anakiri. The Sage of Six Paths Hamura. Azura. Saimai. Shoten Doji. Tengu. Ibaraki Doji. And us. We'll help too. Me as well. The Great Toad Sage appeared with a group of toads. The White Snake Sage and the 3 Snake Sisters arrived with their serpent kin. The colossal Katsuyu, as massive as a mountain range, loomed in the distance. The Great Toad Sage and the White Snake Sage glanced nervously at Kaito. Kaito frowned but had no time to dwell on it now. Take them. More chains shot forth, reaching the newcomers. The toads eagerly gripped the chains with their forelimbs, the snakes coiled around them, and Katsuyu enveloped an entire bundle. Power began pouring in relentlessly. Additional chains emerged from the ground, and Kaito guided them into the formation. The Uchiha clansmen within the formation shuddered in unison as crimson light erupted from their bodies. Scarlet energy, like lightning, crackled through the formation before converging behind Indra and Uchiha Chiri. The red glow in their eyes grew denser and brighter. Finally, Kaito clapped his hands together. Four enormous Ryumayuka crystals rose from the empty circles at the formation center. The sealed consciousness of the divine tree. The sealed form of Black Zetsu. The sealed body of Ishiki. The sealed soul of Ishiki. He recited them before smiling. For insurance, let's offer these as sacrifices as well. Then, begin. He clapped his hands again, his long black hair and wide sleeves fluttering wildly in the raging wind. Indra and Chiri simultaneously formed hand seals. Izanagi, final act, god of creation. Izanami, final act, god of creation. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, engulfing heaven and earth. The crimson light from their eyes pierced through the four sealed crystals, through the six bubble worlds surrounding Kagaya, through the black spatial gate, and through Kagaya's chest. O ever-turning planet, O world that nurtures all life, hear our plea. By the eyes you bestowed as our guide, by the invaders offered as sacrifice, we beseech you, reopen the sanctuary for wandering souls. Light the path of reincarnation for all. Kaito soared into the air, closing his eyes as he hovered midair. His hands moved like fluttering butterflies, weaving countless hand seals in mere seconds. The defiled goddess of Yomi stands here. Enma Deo takes his throne. The fragments of hell return. The gates of Yamatsu Hirasaka open. The souls of the Pure Land slumber still. His hands stilled, and his eyes snapped open. Rin. Pyo. Tu. Sha. Kai. Jin. Retsu. Zai. Zen. The pillar of heaven dissolved. Kagaya's face twisted into a horrifying grimace as she screamed silently in agony. The bubbles burst. The six miniature worlds flickered between illusion and reality. The sealed crystals shattered. Kagaya. Ishiki's soul shrieked in torment. Mother. Black Zetsu churned like boiling tar. Swiftly, as decreed, Kaito scattered countless paper talismans into the air. The inscriptions on the talismans lit up one after another, linking together as they wove through the formation on the ground. The irregular black spatial gate warped, transforming into an ancient, shadowy stone gate inscribed with the words, Yomi, the underworld. Mother. Black Zetsu's form stretched infinitely, dissolving into the waters of Yomi that poured into the gate. Kagaya. You are a traitor to the Otsutsuki. Ishiki's body melted away, his soul scattering into nothingness. Roar. The divine tree's consciousness flailed wildly as it dissolved. I am the progenitor of chakra. Kagaya finally regained her voice, but despair had already claimed her. Hagoromo. Hamura. Bloody tears streamed from her left hollow socket and her right Byakugan, while the Rinna Sharingan on her forehead pulsed violently. I curse you. My children. Enma Deo's towering form shrank as he descended, his hand closing around Kagaya's throat. Ah. Her horns began to rot. The Otsutsuki will come. Your doom is inescapable. Wretched insects, I await you in the depths of hell. Yomatsuki. The 8 great hells. The 8 cold hells. Open. Kaito bellowed once more. The gates of Yomi expanded instantly, engulfing Enma Deo's colossal form. Kagaya's voice faded as her body crumbled into a skeletal husk. The shadowy silhouette of Enma's palace shrank and hurled itself into the gates. The 6 miniature worlds followed in succession. Enma's vacant eyes gradually gained life. He cast one final glance at Kaito before stepping through the gates, Kagaya's remains in hand. Countless Uchiha souls trailed behind him. Kaito descended slowly, watching as Indra and Chiri, the last to leave, turned and waved. Then, the gates of Yomi closed. And vanished without a trace. Chapter 369, 369. We'll talk tomorrow. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. MP Gaming. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Is it really over? Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke. Yeah. Sasuke's gaze remained fixed, almost entranced, on the spot where the gate of the underworld had vanished. There, Fugaku and Mikoto had stood among the ranks of the Uchiha clan, stepping through the gate together. Before disappearing into the darkness, they had turned to look at him one last time. Now, those final glances from his parents replayed endlessly in his mind. Perhaps they were the most complex expressions he had ever seen in his life. Longing, guilt, encouragement, hope, and above all, love. Maybe it was all just an illusion. Sasuke thought to himself. His mother was one thing, but his father. That man had never shown such emotion before. He couldn't be sure. In the end, I didn't even get to say a proper goodbye. Sasuke murmured. His father had walked into the underworld just like that, while his mother had never even stepped out of Enma's hall. Sasuke remembered what his uncle had told him. As the price for casting the true Izanagi and Izanami, the souls of both the casters, Indra and Chiri, as well as all those who had assisted in the ritual, had been permanently marked by the land of the dead. From now on, the deceased of the Uchiha clan could no longer appear in the world of the living. Perhaps the next time they met would be after his own death. What's wrong? A hand rested on Sasuke's shoulder. Granduncle. Sasuke turned to look at Izuna, wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat. What he really wanted to ask was whether Izuna and Madara would also cross over to the other side, never to be seen again. After years of training and companionship, the two had become important family to him, second only to Kaito himself. Of course, he would never let that unreliable uncle of his know that. The last thing he needed was for Kaito to get even more insufferably smug. At that thought, Sasuke's eyes involuntarily flickered toward the distant figure of Kaito. Kaito stood at the center of the battlefield. Saimai was by his side. The great yokai were by his side. The Sage of Six Paths, his brother Hamura, and Azura were by his side. The five Kage, the samurai leader Mifune, the monk leader Chiriku, and the last shrine maiden Cheyenne were also by his side. Everyone was thanking him. Whether it was the complete annihilation of Kaguya or the re-establishment of the underworld, his deeds were nothing short of monumental for this world. You truly did it, Kaito. The Sage of Six Paths leaned on his staff, his expression solemn. I merely stood upon the foundations laid by those who came before me. Kaito straightened, offering a respectful bow. And I must thank you for your assistance. He understood that, regardless of the sage's motives, his words had dispelled the doubts of the shinobi world, saving Kaito a great deal of trouble. Perhaps, as Lord Saimai once said, the future now rests in your hands. The sage's tone softened slightly. Kaito, however, shook his head. In the end, the future of this world lies in the hands of its people. I was merely fortunate enough to play a part. Then remember those words. I will be watching. With that, the sage's form gradually dissipated. Hamura gave Kaito a nod before following his brother into the beyond. I'm off to the land of the dead to find my brother. Azura waved cheerfully, grinning widely. Do your best, you're his descendant, after all. Don't embarrass him. Of course. Kaito responded with an exaggerated, insincere smile. My brothers and my chakra will no longer reincarnate. Azura's body began to fade. He cast one last glance toward Naruto and Sasuke in the distance. Return our chakra to us after those two boys die. Kaito watched Azura vanish, then suddenly turned to Saimai with a look of realization. Lord Saimai, why does it sound like none of them are willing to reincarnate? He rubbed his temples in frustration. Who knows how many souls currently lingering in the land of the dead will even be willing to enter the cycle of rebirth? Oh. That sounds like a problem for the King of Hell, the ruler of the newly restored underworld. Saimai emphasized the title, King of Hell, before giving Kaito a knowing smile. Kaito's headache intensified. He knew Saimai had seen through his little scheme. The moment the underworld had been reforged, its rightful sovereign, the King of Hell, had naturally ascended, claiming the authority of the realm. The fragment of Kaito's soul that had been placed within the King of Hell's vessel had grown tremendously, nourished by the world's acknowledgement. Now, the King of Hell was no longer an empty shell but a complete being, albeit one that was, in truth, merely a unique extension of Uchiha Kaito himself. An immortal god of the underworld. Kaito could merge with this avatar at any time, fully assuming the divine mantle. But he had no intention of doing so. Recognizing Saimai's teasing, Kaito could only smile wryly before turning his thoughts to the future. Kaito. Tsunade's voice pulled him from his musings. Kaito turned to face the gathered leaders, snapping back to attention. Everyone. He smiled politely, his gaze briefly meeting each of theirs. I propose we convene for a proper discussion. What do you all think? Agreed. The Raikage, answered without hesitation. It's time for us to speak openly. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, nodded sagely. A talk sounds perfect. I have quite a few questions myself. Mei Terumi's lips curled into a smirk. Agreed. Gaara, the Kazekage, was equally direct. Tsunade, of course, needed no convincing. I, too, agree. Mifune, leader of the samurai, gave his approval. Cheyenne and Chiriku also nodded in assent. Kaito. Mo spoke on behalf of the yokai. You have full authority to represent Mount Oyama in these discussions. The great yokai behind him studied Kaito carefully but offered no objection. Kaito blinked in surprise at Mo's trust before nodding firmly. In that case. He glanced toward the faint glow of dawn on the horizon. The sun will rise soon. After fighting through the night, everyone should rest and recover. He smiled warmly. Let's reconvene tomorrow. The leaders dispersed with murmured agreements. The shinobi and samurai forces had already returned to the valley to repair their ravaged camp. At the Kage's invitation, Cheyenne and Chiriku led their own followers to the same location for rest. Kaito, we shall return to Mount Oyama for now. Mo bowed deeply to Saimai before transforming into an emerald light, vanishing into the towering sacred tree. Saimai. Shutendoji raised his gourd with a boisterous laugh. And you, Kaito, was it? He turned to Kaito. Indeed. Kaito, at your service. Kaito maintained his courteous smile. Ha 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 ha. Shutendoji threw his head back, taking a deep swig before wiping his mouth with his sleeve. He raised the gourd again. We'll hold a grand feast at Mount Oyama. You'd better come drink with us. Chapter 370, 370. Farewells one after another. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. MP Gaming. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Facing Shutendoji's invitation, Saimai responded with remarkable ease, agreeing without hesitation. He fanned himself lightly and said, many thanks for your kindness. I am ready to join you now. Ha 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 ha. Then what are we waiting for? Shutendoji was even more direct. He reached out, gripping Saimai's shoulder, and leaped onto his enlarged gourd, carrying them both up to the towering divine tree where Okami's clone resided. I shall look forward to our conversation, Uchiha Kaito. You mustn't be too late for your dear friend's banquet. Tengu and Ibaraki Doji nodded at Kaito before following suit, flying back to the great tree. Soon after, the yokai began bidding their farewells one by one. The lesser spirits merely bowed from a distance before scurrying toward the tree. Then, Gyur was the first to rush forward. Kaito, thank you for saving my life. Wah. Overcome with emotion, Gray wrapped his wings around Kaito in a tight embrace. Please keep your distance. Thank you. Kaito mercilessly pushed him away. Thank you, Kaito. Fuda, now able to follow Tengu, was still trembling with excitement. I knew you would succeed, Kaito. Yuta grinned with simple sincerity. Kaito. You must return soon. My brothers and I want to invite you to our home and treat you properly. Santo, accompanied by his two elder brothers, spoke with heartfelt gratitude. Humph, not bad. Ki swayed past with her usual alluring grace. Kaori remained silent, offering only a deep bow before turning toward the great tree. Lady Kaori. Madara called out to stop her. Returning to the underworld. Kaori turned back and nodded. Make sure to say your goodbyes properly. Kaito waved. Kaori nodded again and walked away. Kaito. Anakiri stood tall before him. The yokai have grown accustomed to Mount Oyama's environment. The rest is in your hands. Rest assured. Kaito replied solemnly. Anakiri gave a slight bow before heading toward the tree. Lastly, it was the graceful Uriai who stood before Kaito. You've worked hard, Lady Uriai. Kaito's smile widened as he stepped forward, taking her hands in his. Humph. Uriai feigned displeasure with a light scoff, though a smile tugged irresistibly at her lips. What's so amusing? Kaito asked. I'm not smiling. She stubbornly denied, yet her upturned lips betrayed her. Very well, you're not smiling. Kaito nodded seriously, playing along. Humph. Their eyes met, and both burst into laughter. Then, Uriai finally surrendered, throwing herself into Kaito's embrace. You did it, little Kaito. She whispered in his ear. Yes. He patted her back gently. You played a part too. Thank you. It was everyone's effort. Uriai tightened her arms around his neck. Now we can be together forever. The thought filled her with warmth. But their tender moment was shattered by Ki's distant shout. Uriai. Her voice carried over. How long are you going to cling to him? We're all waiting for you. Damn that key. That venomous Joragumo. Yuri gritted her teeth in silent fury. Go on. Kaito gave her back another light pat. Wait for me at Mount Oyama. She responded sullenly but didn't move. Yuri. Kii's voice came again, now mixed with the laughter of other yokai. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Flustered and irritated, Yuri dissolved into a flurry of colorful butterflies, darting toward the tree. Kaito felt his arms empty and sighed, watching as the butterflies vanished into the dense canopy. Now, all the yokai stood atop the great tree, waving down at him. Goodbye. Come back soon. We'll drink together. A surge of green energy rose from the tree's roots, enveloping it and the yokai before swiftly sinking into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Kaito shook his head and turned away. Waiting for him were Madara and Izuna. Madara, Izuna. He approached the two. So you haven't forgotten about us after all. Izuna crossed his arms, adopting the air of a senior. Of course not. I merely attended to others first. Kaito's diplomatic response came smoothly. Matters among our own clan naturally come last. Though he snorted, Izuna's expression showed clear satisfaction. Have you achieved all you set out to do? Madara cut straight to the point. Kaito nodded firmly. Good. A faint trace of approval flickered across Madara's face. Kaito. A sudden shout interrupted them. The three turned to see Hashirama, clad in red armor, waving wildly in the distance. Dust billowed as he crossed the vast expanse in an instant, stopping right before Madara. Madara. I can still eat and drink. Isn't that amazing? Come, let's share a drink. Without waiting for a response, he dragged Madara away in high spirits. Only a resigned Kaito and a seething Izuna remained. That damned Senju. Izuna's aura darkened ominously. As if the theft of his brother was an unforgivable crime, Izuna finally snapped and stormed after them. Ha! Left alone in the chilly morning breeze, bathed in the rising sun's light, Kaito felt a distinct emptiness. Speaking of which, where has that brat Sasuke gone? He muttered to himself. Then, his gaze shifted downward. Do you know, Orochimaru? Kukukuku. To think I'd be discovered the moment I arrived. A raspy, eerie chuckle preceded Orochimaru's slow emergence from the earth. I do, Kaito. His serpentine eyes locked onto Kaito's. Sasuke should be with the youths of Konoha. Is that so? My thanks. Kaito turned fully toward him. Have you come seeking me, Orochimaru? Indeed. I came specifically for you, Kaito. Orochimaru's long tongue flicked out, licking his lips habitually. You haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you? How could I? The contract stands. I remember. Kaito met his gaze unflinchingly. Then, have you made your choice, Orochimaru? He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Will you become a yokai, or one of the gods of Yomi? A god. Orochimaru's tongue flicked faster, his eyes gleaming with hunger. What a tantalizing proposition, Kaito. The choice is yours alone. Kaito's tone remained neutral. Well then. Orochimaru suddenly retrieved a test tube from his pouch, gazing obsessively at the tiny fragment of flesh floating within. This is your gift to me, a tissue sample from an Otsutsuki. After a long pause, he tore his eyes away and fixed them on Kaito, burning with desire. Kaito. His voice held rare uncertainty. What if? I wish to become an Otsutsuki. Chapter 371, 371. New friends. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. Clip. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Become an Otsutsuki. Kaito raised an eyebrow as he looked at Orochimaru. I'm afraid I can't be of much help in that regard. You're being too modest, Kaito-kun. Orochimaru tucked the test tube back into his ninja pouch, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. You must have conducted in-depth research on the Otsutsuki clan as well, haven't you? Combining your findings with mine might just achieve the goal I'm aiming for. So, you believe the Otsutsuki's physique holds more advantages than that of yokai? Kaito asked. Hehehe. Orochimaru let out an eerie chuckle before countering, don't you agree, Kaito-kun? It seems our Orochimaru isn't keen on abandoning the identity of a shinobi so easily. Kaito nodded in understanding. After all, Orochimaru's decades of accumulated knowledge were all rooted in the chakra system. Naturally, he wouldn't want to discard it and start anew. A thought flashed through Kaito's mind: this experiment of Orochimaru's might not be a bad idea. At the very least, it would provide more research material on the Otsutsuki. When Kaito had handed over the tissue samples of Otsutsuki Ishiki to Orochimaru, this had been his intention all along. Though both of them were researchers, their approaches were entirely different. Perhaps, as the saying went, the stones of other hills may serve to polish the jade of this one. Of course, Orochimaru was a man with loose moral boundaries, a chaotic figure whose allegiances were unpredictable. If he truly succeeded, there was no guarantee he wouldn't suddenly switch sides and ally with the Otsutsuki clan, turning his blade against them. Thus, research was acceptable, but actual success could not be permitted. Having reached this conclusion, Kaito made up his mind. His expression turned serious as he met Orochimaru's gaze. Very well. In accordance with our prior contract, I am willing to lend you my assistance. Keh. Excellent. Orochimaru's excitement was palpable as his tongue flicked out to wet his lips. When do we begin? I still have unfinished business here, so I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in your plans immediately. After a brief pause, Kaito proposed, since this is research and not combat, why not have one of my paper clones accompany you for now? Once I've settled my affairs, I'll join you in person. How does that sound, Orochimaru-senpai? A small paper figure flew out from Kaito's sleeve, landing on the ground before transforming into a perfect replica of himself. The clone nodded at both Kaito and Orochimaru. Orochimaru hesitated briefly before slowly replying, very well. I'll be waiting for you, Kaito-kun. I'll make my way to your location as soon as possible. Kaito watched as Orochimaru and the paper clone departed before finally turning his attention to the three mountains in the distance, each occupied by a different summoning clan. The great toad sage of Mount Myaboka sat atop the leftmost peak, surrounded by toads of all sizes. The atmosphere among them was somber, likely due to the recent deaths of the elder toads, Fukasaku and Shima. The snakes of Ryuchi Cave occupied the central mountain, though they were clearly divided into two factions, one led by Shinya and the other by the White Snake Sage. The massive forms of Shinya and the White Snake Sage stood at the forefront of their respective groups, ignoring each other entirely. Behind the White Snake Sage, the three Snake Sannin maintained their humanoid forms, standing respectfully. On the rightmost hill, the enormous form of Katsuyu, the Slug Sage, lay in serene silence, exuding an aura of tranquility. After assessing the situation, Kaito leisurely made his way toward Shinya. SSS. SSSS. Shinya raised its head excitedly, proudly glancing at the White Snake Sage before letting out a series of hisses. The snakes behind it also lifted their upper bodies slightly, swaying in unison. The other summoning creatures watched the scene unfold but refrained from interfering, allowing Kaito to approach Shinya undisturbed. Though we've communicated before, this could still be considered our first meeting. Kaito's sleeves fluttered lightly as he looked up at Shinya's colossal form, his smile warm and friendly. Greetings, Shinya-dano. Contrary to its usual fiery temper, Shinya obediently lowered its massive head, doing its best to meet Kaito's gaze at eye level. Kaito-sama. Though its voice rumbled like thunder to Kaito's ears, it was clear the serpent was making an effort to speak as gently as possible. A flicker of surprise crossed Kaito's face before he responded kindly, just Kaito is fine. Aren't we already friends? Shoki was deeply moved. To think Kaito-sama would consider me a friend. What an honor. It hurriedly declared, rest assured, Uchiha Kaito. I, Shinya, may not be the brightest serpent, but I am the most honorable one. I know. Kaito's laughter was hearty. Then, from now on, let's rely on each other, my friend. Of course. I'll be counting on you too. At this moment, Shinya almost wished it had arms to thump its chest in a show of determination. As for the conditions I promised you, I'll fulfill them as soon as possible. Kaito's expression shifted to one of slight apology. However, it might take some time. That's fine. Shinya nodded repeatedly. I'm in no hurry. There's still much for you to handle right now. I can wait. Good. Kaito smiled again. Thank you for your understanding, Shinya. Shinya let out an unpleasant-sounding laugh. Ha ha ha. No need for thanks, after all, we're friends, right? Kaito nodded in agreement. Then I won't keep you from your pressing matters any longer. Without further ado, Shinya prepared to leave, though not without casting one last triumphant glance at the White Snake Sage. Kaito pretended not to notice the underlying meaning in its words and simply waved. Thank you. I'll seek you out later, Shinya. The giant serpent dipped its head in acknowledgement, bid farewell, and vanished in a puff of white smoke. The snakes that had followed it also disappeared one after another. This new friend might look terrifying, but its personality is quite endearing. As Kaito pondered this, his mind was already racing through various ways to utilize his new friend. Thus, standing under the collective gaze of countless summoning creatures, he fell into a thoughtful silence. At this moment, both the White Snake Sage and the Great Toad Sage felt an inexplicable sense of speechlessness. Only Katsuyu remained as serene as ever. Though Kaito's expression remained neutral, he was secretly observing their reactions. As sages who cultivated natural energy, their emotions resonated with the surrounding energy, subtly altering the atmosphere. Kaito, of course, was highly sensitive to such changes. However, he didn't leave them hanging for too long. Great Toad Sage, White Snake Sage, Slug Sage. His gaze swept from left to right. As the three most renowned summoning realms in the shinobi world, Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest, will you stand with us in resisting the Otsutsuki clan when they arrive? Chapter 372, 372. The Brothers' Secret War. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. Clip. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The Allied Forces encampment. In the central clearing of the Konoha shinobi stationed area, a bonfire crackled brightly. Above the flames, skewers of roasted wild rabbit sizzled, their crimson skins glistening with dripping fat that hissed as it hit the fire. Madara and Hashirama sat comfortably beside the bonfire, each holding a bottle of sake, occasionally raising them for a mutual drink. Meanwhile, Izuna and Tobirama sat stiffly beside their respective brothers, their expressions dark, their auras simmering like dormant volcanoes on the verge of eruption. The rest of the camp's occupants instinctively kept their distance, though they couldn't resist stealing occasional glances in their direction. How many years has it been since we last drank together, Madara? Hashirama's cheeks were faintly flushed with intoxication as he raised his bottle in a toast before taking another swig. At these words, Izuna's expression darkened another shade, his icy gaze boring into Hashirama with lethal intensity. Ha! Madara scoffed. Who would bother remembering something like that? He then tilted his head back and drank deeply. Fair enough. Hashirama chuckled good-naturedly. He reached over, plucked one of the roasted rabbits from the fire, tore it in half, and handed one portion to Madara. Madara wrinkled his nose in distaste but ultimately accepted it. I'm really glad to see you again, Madara. Hashirama's face was smeared with grease, yet his smile was utterly genuine. The moment those words left his mouth, the cracks on Tobirama's face seemed to deepen further. His glare at Madara was so full of disdain it was practically overflowing. Yeah. Madara responded dismissively. As for Tobirama, Madara had always treated him as nothing more than air, completely indifferent to his glares. But Izuna was nearly bursting with rage. Damn you, Senju Tobirama. How dare you look at my brother like that? Without hesitation, he shot back a glare on his brother's behalf. Their eyes finally met. In that instant, malice surged in both their gazes, killing intent erupting like a storm. Each wished for the other's immediate and permanent disappearance. As they locked eyes, Izuna suddenly smirked, his gaze flickering meaningfully toward the shattered remains of Tobirama's right shoulder, where his arm should have been. His lips curled in mockery as he silently mouthed. Ha! One-handed freak. Tobirama's crimson eyes flared like molten lava, his murderous aura thickening into something almost tangible. Izuna remained unfazed, continuing his silent but relentless taunting. Madara, sensing the disturbance, exchanged a glance with Hashirama. Both promptly decided to pretend they hadn't noticed their little brother's antics. So, about your plans from now on. Hashirama deliberately avoided discussing the rights and wrongs of their past. He knew Madara well enough, such conversations would be meaningless to him. Especially now that Izuna was back by his side. But even as he broached the topic of the future, he could already read Madara's expression. The answer was clear. Of course, that's the choice you'd make, Madara. Hashirama casually tossed aside the bones he'd finished gnawing on and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Then he sighed. I've always believed we belong to history now. The future should be left to the younger generation. We have to trust them, Madara. Ha! Madara scoffed at Hashirama's words. You always overthink things, Hashirama. He tilted his chin up, looking down at him. I do what I want because I want to. I'm not like you, hesitating at every turn. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama threw his head back and laughed. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should be a little more reckless too. Madara didn't respond, though a faint smirk tugged at his lips. Meanwhile, Tobirama's glare at Madara was that of a disapproving father watching a bad influence corrupt his child. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught Izuna's latest silent taunt aimed directly at him. Trash. Seeing Izuna's mocking grin, veins bulged across Tobirama's forehead, his chakra surging uncontrollably. Just as he was about to snap, Uchiha Kaito appeared soundlessly beside the bonfire. Food. Perfect, I'm starving. Without a hint of shame for intruding, he calmly took a seat beside Madara. Then, without ceremony, he grabbed one of the roasted rabbits, tore off a leg, and took a bite. Huff. He blew on the steaming meat, chewed, and swallowed. Just as he was about to take another bite, he suddenly looked up, puzzled by the other's expressions. What's wrong? He lifted the rabbit leg. Why aren't you eating? Ha ha ha, Madara and I already had our fill. Hashirama waved a hand, raising his sake bottle to clink it against Madara's before taking another drink. Izuna-senpai. Kaito turned to Izuna. Izuna had been about to snap that he didn't need to eat, but then a thought struck him. I'll have some. He reached over Madara, yanked the other leg off Kaito's rabbit, and began eating with exaggerated relish, all while smirking victoriously at Tobirama. Ha! Edo Tensei. Can't eat, can you? Tobirama, along with the other three, instantly deciphered the taunt from his expression. How childish. Kaito internally rolled his eyes, pretending not to notice as he focused on his meal. Madara and Hashirama also averted their gazes, continuing to drink as if nothing had happened, leaving Tobirama to suffer Izuna's provocations alone. Fortunately, before long, Tsunade and Jiraiya approached from a distance, their faces weary. At the sound of footsteps, Izuna and Tobirama instantly schooled their expressions back to stoic seriousness. Catching this out of the corner of his eye, Kaito stifled a laugh. Grandfather. Tsunade called out to Hashirama from afar. Tsunade. Come here. Hashirama immediately beamed, waving her over. Seeing his smile, Tsunade seemed to revert to her childhood self, jogging over to plop down beside him. Her unusually bright grin left Jiraiya staring, dumbstruck. Hashirama studied Jiraiya thoughtfully before suddenly turning to Tsunade. Tsunade, are you married? No. Her mood instantly deflated. Ah. Hashirama scratched his head awkwardly. You're not exactly young anymore, are you? Tsunade's head drooped, veins throbbing at her temples. Watching her reaction, Hashirama grew even more flustered. Ah. He forced a laugh, then pointed at Jiraiya. I thought maybe this guy was your husband. Ah. Jiraiya burst into laughter, his expression both lecherous and bashful. And me? Oh no, I'm just Tsunade's teammate. Yet, no one missed the longing in his voice. Even if you're my grandfather. Tsunade's head snapped up, her fists clenched so tightly her knuckles cracked. I'll still punch you for that. Kaito, sensing danger, swiftly grabbed the remains of his rabbit and vanished. As the earth-shattering boom of Tsunade's punch echoed behind him, he shook his head and slipped into the forest bordering the camp. Mountaintop. No sooner had Kaito settled onto a tree branch to finish his meal than a faint whoosh of movement rustled the leaves beside him. The branch trembled slightly as two figures landed gracefully. You two followed me. He turned to see Madara and Izuna standing on the adjacent branch. Chapter 373, 373. Observations of the Underworld. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. Clip. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Enough nonsense. Izuna leaned against a tree trunk, looking down at Kaito. Tell me, how are things in the underworld? How impatient? Kaito said before leisurely tearing a piece of meat from the roasted rabbit in his hand and popping it into his mouth. Since both of you are so curious, why not go and see for yourselves? Fine. Izuna nodded in agreement, then glanced at Madara. Madara gave a slight nod. Wait a moment, Kaito said, swallowing his food. King Enma will summon you shortly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Madara and Izuna vanished, leaving only two small wooden dolls falling toward the ground. Kaito swiftly reached out, his spiritual energy shooting from his palm to envelop the dolls and pull them back into his sleeve. Then, unhurriedly, he tore off another piece of roasted meat and ate it. Meanwhile, Madara and Izuna felt their vision blur for an instant before finding themselves standing in a familiar grand hall. The vast hall was bustling with activity, most of whom were clearly members of the Uchiha clan. Some were bent over desks, writing, others carried documents as they weaved through the crowd, still others escorted deceased souls deeper into the hall. The entire chamber was noisy and chaotic, yet every Uchiha present wore a cheerful smile. List. Uncle. Have you finished organizing the list of souls under your jurisdiction? Of course. I've been waiting here for you to finish your work, didn't you see me, brat? Fugaku, here's the list of souls confirmed for reincarnation today. Got it. I'll submit it to King Enma for approval before execution. Understood. Thank you. Elder Hikaku, these are the records of the condemned souls. King Enma has ordered you to escort them to their designated hells for punishment. Understood. Hikaku, who had been moving through the crowd, accepted the documents and looked up, spotting Madara and Izuna. Lord Madara, Lord Izuna. He waved and walked straight toward them. You've arrived. Izuna glanced around in amazement. I didn't expect the underworld to be this busy just hours after its establishment. Has everything already been set in order? Far from it. Hikaku's expression was complicated. If anything, there's too much to handle, everything's still a tangled mess. He glanced toward the elevated platform at the far end of the hall. King Enma is the busiest of all. Most matters require his personal judgment. Madara and Izuna followed his gaze, observing the figure of King Enma hunched over his desk, with Uchiha Chiri assisting beside him. At any rate, it'll take a while before the underworld reaches an ideal state of order. Hikaku lifted the documents in his hand. Apologies, but I still have duties to attend to. I'm afraid I can't accompany you on a tour. Go ahead. Madara waved him off. See you later, then. Hikaku nodded and hurried away. Madara and Izuna exchanged a glance before weaving through the busy crowd and ascending the platform. You're here. King Enma didn't look up, his voice identical to Kaito's. Apologies, but I'm too occupied to entertain you at the moment. With that, he plucked a wooden tag from a container on the desk and casually tossed it onto the head of a soul below the platform. Prisoner Yamada Taro, sentenced to the black rope hell for 30 years. What? I refuse. I refuse. The soul named Yamada Taro immediately began thrashing and shouting. Take him away. 2 Uchiha youths acting as jailers dragged him off. The underworld is overflowing with souls, and its affairs are complex. Even I am struggling to sort everything out. King Enma addressed Madara and Izuna. Thus, we must quickly select the remaining 9 kings of the 10 courts. Only then can the underworld's operations stabilize. And you're telling us this because? Izuna asked. Naturally, I'm asking if either of you is interested. King Enma finally looked up, revealing a face identical to Kaito's. Madara raised an eyebrow. How do you plan to select them? Through a grand examination, of course, King Enma said matter-of-factly. Not just for the 10 kings, every department in the underworld and every level of hell is severely understaffed. The Uchiha souls alone can't meet the demand. I recall the Uchiha clan being quite numerous, Izuna remarked, surprised. On one hand, many clansmen have no interest in serving in the underworld and prefer reincarnation, King Enma explained. On the other, I can't exclusively appoint Uchiha, that would lead to problems. Understood. Izuna nodded. Chiri leaned in and added in a low voice, the 10 kings have the authority to appoint their own subordinates. If an Uchiha secures one of the positions, more of our clansmen can obtain official roles. Izuna turned to Madara. I'm not interested, Madara said flatly. What about Indra? Lord Indra also has no interest in administrative work, Chiri replied, her tone slightly exasperated. So, how exactly will this examination work? Izuna asked curiously. King Enma is still drafting the rules, Chiri explained. Broadly, it will consist of written exams and combat trials. Oh. Combat is involved. Madara's interest was piqued. Chiri elaborated, some clerical positions only require passing the written exam. But others, like jailers or guards, demand combat prowess. Especially for the selection of the other 9 kings, King Enma interjected. Only the strongest candidates can command respect. Interesting. Madara smirked. I'll be sure to observe when the time comes. Me too. Izuna also looked eager. Thus, I plan to use my connection with Kaito to promote this examination in the living world as well. King Enma continued writing without pause as he spoke. We might even broadcast the trials in the underworld directly to the living world via a formation. That would certainly motivate everyone, Chiri said with a chuckle. After all, no one wants to embarrass themselves in front of their descendants. It would also expand the underworld's influence in the living realm, King Enma added. Truly a brilliant idea, Chiri remarked, covering her mouth with a smile. It's going to be quite the spectacle. Another voice suddenly chimed in. Who's this? Izuna looked toward the young man ascending the platform steps. Though clearly an Uchiha, he had an unusually soft mop of curly hair and a rounded nose, traits rare among the clan. Yet the moment Izuna saw the distinctive pattern in the boy's eyes, his identity became clear. Uchiha Sasuke. Izuna addressed him directly. Yes. Sasuke bowed to Madara and Izuna. Heh. King Enma chuckled. This kid had been hiding in the Enma palace for a long time. I knew but didn't bother him. Only after the underworld's re-establishment did he finally show himself. Hearing this, Sasuke smiled sheepishly. Chapter 374, 374. Useless. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. Clip. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. So, you are Uchiha Sasuke. Madara looked him up and down and smiled. Your eyes are quite impressive. You flatter me. Sasuke's face still wore a somewhat shy smile. What a pity. Madara bluntly added another comment. Those were all my own choices. Whether right or wrong, there's nothing to regret. Sasuke's gaze was calm. You probably never expected Itachi to act the way he did after your death, did you? Izuna asked curiously. Indeed, I didn't, Sasuke replied with a bitter smile. But I don't blame Itachi. He was still young at the time, yet he carried far too much weight on his shoulders. You weren't much older yourself, Izuna observed. Sasuke still retained the appearance he had at the time of his death, a boy of only 16 or 17. True, Sasuke said self-deprecatingly. That's why I was foolish enough to believe I could change things all on my own. I suppose that's the recklessness of youth. Have you come to understand things now? The great King Enma spoke up. I have, Sasuke replied with a bright smile. Especially after speaking with my grandfather earlier in the Hall of Judgment. Uchiha Kagami. The great King Enma mused. He turned out to be quite different from what I had previously heard of him. No, during his lifetime, my grandfather was likely just as you'd heard, a devout believer in the will of fire. Sasuke shook his head. But, his death was likely related to Danzo, as was my father's. Izuna's left eyebrow shot up in disbelief. Are you saying, 3 generations of your family all fell into the same man's hands? He felt like he was about to be driven mad by the sheer foolishness of these naive people. Yes. Sasuke smiled bitterly again. Now I understand. The Uchiha have always acted with the mindset of shinobi, never truly engaging with politics. Yet we failed to realize that even though Konoha is a shinobi village, it is still deeply entwined with political machinations. Itachi has been studying politics for a long time now, the great King Enma said as he handed Sasuke a stack of signed documents. He's even planning to write a book. Really? Sasuke accepted the files with both hands, his face lighting up with joy. That's wonderful. I'm so glad Itachi has moved on from the past and found a new purpose. Izuna chuckled. Kaito thought his previous actions lacked coherence because he hadn't read enough, so he sent him a pile of books. That's good too. Sasuke seemed genuinely happy as he bowed deeply to the great King Enma. Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll get back to work, Your Majesty. With that, he turned and descended the platform, files in hand. This kid's personality seems more adaptable than Itachi's, Izuna mused, stroking his chin as he watched Sasuke's retreating figure. And his talent was greater. What a waste. His soul's aptitude is indeed among the finest, the great King Enma remarked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have possessed a dojutsu like Koto Amatsukami. Madara smirked. So, you think highly of him? The great King Enma nodded. In the Pure Land, the quality of one's soul is what matters most. Though his current strength here is still lacking, that's only because he died too young. In time, who knows how far he'll go. Heh. Interesting. Madara smirked and turned toward the steps. Since everyone's busy, Izuna and I will take a walk on our own. Very well. The great King Enma remained bent over his paperwork. Kaito will summon you when the time comes. The living world. Allied shinobi forces camp, outside a Megakure. The 4 Kage, excluding Tsunade, had gathered in private. Inside a spacious tent, the 4 sat cross-legged in a circle. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, their expressions grave. Finally, Anoki, the eldest among them, let out a sigh and spoke first. It's good to live a long life, he said self-deprecatingly. You get to see all sorts of strange things. The other 3 looked at him but remained silent. Unfazed, Anoki continued, at my age, I've only just realized that I still don't truly understand the world. What about you? He lifted his drooping eyelids and studied the others, then chuckled. Seems you youngsters aren't handling this any better than I am. Scowled. Enough with the nonsense, Sasuke. The priority now is figuring out how to handle tomorrow's discussion with Uchiha Kaito. He's right, Lord Sasuke, Mei said, brushing aside a strand of hair that had fallen over her eye. Our circumstances align, so our stance should too. We should agree on a plan beforehand. Are we just going to let Uchiha Kaito dictate everything? Clenched his fists in frustration. At this, Anoki's eyelids drooped further, his face sagging with weariness. Then what do you propose? For some so-called Otsutsuki threat that may never come, are all our villages supposed to submit to a man who isn't even a shinobi? Ei's eyes blazed as he growled in a low voice. We must make it clear, if these Otsutsuki ever appear, of course we'll fight. But as things stand, he can forget about meddling in our village's affairs. Aren't you overreacting, Lord Raikage? Mei turned to him. Kaito's intention is surely just to form an alliance against the Otsutsuki. Naive. Snapped, glaring at her. With the moral high ground on his side, whether Uchiha Kaito has ambitions of domination or not, we must take precautions. This. Mei hesitated, privately acknowledging that A had a point. She glanced back at Anoki. The old Sasuke lowered his gaze and spoke slowly. Let's not forget, we shinobi are merely armed forces employed by the daimyo. As Kage, we don't have the authority to decide many matters of state. What are you implying? A's expression twisted in shock. Are you saying Uchiha Kaito's real goal is to unite the shinobi and overthrow the daimyo? Impossible. Mei gasped. But you can't deny the possibility, can you? Anoki's sharp eyes locked onto the other Kage. At that moment, the aged weariness in his round eyes vanished, replaced by a piercing intensity. Well, he murmured, voice low. The moment you heard that idea, didn't you feel even the slightest temptation? Nonsense. Slammed his fist down. The shinobi's way has endured since ancient times, we cannot allow it to be undermined. Anoki remained unfazed by his outburst. Instead, he chuckled dryly, meeting A's glare head-on. Held his ground, retorting sharply, or is it that you, old men, have other ideas? T/N, use this code Polaris on my Patreon for 30%. Chapter 375, 375. Must we compete? A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Aziz Makta. Orion Chung. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. Clip. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Heh. Anoki chuckled again. He withdrew his gaze, waved his hand dismissively, and once again assumed the demeanor of a frail old man. At my age, all I seek now is peace and stability. Moreover, Iwagakure has suffered heavy losses in this war. I fear we cannot endure any further turmoil. Scoffed, his expression making it abundantly clear that he didn't fully believe Anoki's words. Anoki merely laughed noncommittally, unbothered, before turning his attention to Mei Terumi, who sat across from him. What are your thoughts, Mizukage? Mei seemed melancholic, her voice carrying the delicate softness unique to women as she spoke. Though I am the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure, I have only recently assumed the position and have yet to establish sufficient authority. Moreover, Kirigakure has only just emerged from the bloody mist policies enforced by the 4th Mizukage. Our village was already weakened, and now, after enduring this war, we find ourselves in an even more precarious state. I believe stability and development should be our priority moving forward. Is that so? Anoki responded, nodding along with her words. Indeed, it hasn't been easy for any of us. Pointless. Gaara, who had remained silent until now, abruptly cut in like a splash of cold water. What do you mean, Kazekage? Turned his head sharply, glaring at Gaara with displeasure. Anoki and Mei also shifted their gazes toward him. Pointless. Gaara sat upright, his posture immaculate, his gray eyes calm and unreadable as he regarded the three. Konoha, the yokai, the underworld, Uchiha Kaito already wields absolute power. Nothing we do will change that. Anoki, A, and Mei's expressions darkened immediately. They were all too aware of this fact. Wasn't it precisely because of their unease that they had gathered here, despite their past hostilities, to discuss the matter? Any plan we devise hinges entirely on Uchiha Kaito not taking an overly aggressive stance. Gaara continued bluntly. Thus, no matter how much we debate here, it's meaningless. We should wait until tomorrow to see how things unfold. With that, he stood, gave a slight nod of courtesy, and strode out of the tent. The remaining three exchanged glances. Ha, ha 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 ha. A suddenly burst into laughter. Still laughing, he rose to his feet and headed for the exit. As he lifted the tent flap, he turned back and declared, "Did you think I, of all people, would lack the clarity of a mere boy? Kumogakure has never shied away from storms. There's no need for me to participate in this farce." With that, he marched out. The falling curtain obscured his towering silhouette, along with the faint sunlight that had seeped into the tent. When Mei turned her gaze away from the entrance, she noticed Inoki's expression had turned grim. "Have I truly grown so old?" he muttered, fists clenched. "No. I still carry the will of stone, passed down through generations, unyielding as bedrock." It seems this premature discussion has reached its end. Seeing Inoki's reaction, Mei sighed and slowly rose to her feet. Then, until tomorrow, Tsuchikage-sama. She bid her farewell and gracefully exited the tent. A long silence followed before Inoki's raised voice echoed from within. "Bungo, summon Kuratsuchi and Tsuchi here." "Understood, Tsuchikage-sama." Bungo, the Iwagakure jonin guarding the tent, acknowledged the order and swiftly departed. Heh. On a nearby mountaintop overlooking the camp, Uchiha Kaito lay comfortably on a tree branch and chuckled to himself before retracting his dragon vein perception, which had been spread throughout the entire camp. Ah, why must they make me out to be so complicated? He rested his arms behind his head and shook it slowly. All I want is to unite everyone's strength to face the Otsutsuki. That's it. Conquer the world. He had no patience for such trivial ambitions. As a perfectly ordinary onmyoji, he was only interested in matters involving gods and spirits. He had no interest in the living, all right. Kaito inwardly grumbled. Though, now that I think about it, conquering the world does sound somewhat amusing. He mused aloud to himself. No, no. He shook his head again. No, he truly had no interest in ruling the world. His sights were set on the stars and the sea. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted in the distance, accompanied by the crash of falling trees and tremors that shook the earth. The force nearly sent Kaito tumbling from the branch. What the hell? Kaito flashed to the treetop and peered into the distance. There, deep in the forest, a massive golden nine-tailed fox was locked in fierce combat with an equally towering purple Tengu warrior. TCH. Naruto and Sasuke. Kaito leaped down from the treetop, his body dissolving into a golden liquid that merged with the earth. Sasuke. The golden fox raised its hands, each clutching an enormous Rasen Shuriken. Naruto. The Susanoo drew back its bowstring, two blazing black arrows nocked and ready. Sage Art, Ultra Biju Rasen Shuriken. The fox hurled both colossal spiraling discs. Sage Art, Susanoo Kagetsuchi. The Susanoo released its arrows, the two massive black projectiles slamming squarely into the spiraling shuriken. Boom. Another earth-shattering explosion erupted, the resulting hurricane further ravaging the already devastated forest. Spectators raised their arms to shield themselves from the blast. Tisk, TSK. These two just won't quit. Kaito emerged from the ground, materializing beside Minato. Ha. Minato forced a dry laugh. Naruto's always been competitive. After gaining new power, he just had to challenge Sasuke. No need to explain. Kaito flicked open his fan, shielding his face from the dust. I know Sasuke's just as stubborn. At this level, even I might not be able to stop them in time. Minato grimaced, feigning helplessness. Enough. Kaito knew he was being modest but humored him. I'll keep an eye on things. Then I'll leave it to you, Kaito. Minato immediately brightened. Go, Sasuke. Kairin's furious roar echoed from afar. Naruto. You can do it. Sakura's voice rose in challenge. Ha. Minato grinned triumphantly. Hear that? Even my Naruto has girls cheering for him. Kaito shot him a pitying glance, refraining from pointing out that both girls were infatuated with Sasuke. Poor guy. He didn't even realize who truly had feelings for Naruto. Kaito's gaze shifted to Hinata, who stood in the distance, her eyes filled with worry as she watched Naruto. Beside her stood Niji. Kaito narrowed his eyes. Niji's eyes. The first awakening was nearly complete. He strode toward Niji. T/N, use this code Polaris on my Patreon for 30%. Chapter 376, 376.3-Way Battle. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Aziz Makta. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. Clip. J. Wolf. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Before Kaito could approach, Niji turned around. Uncle Kaito. Niji bowed slightly. How are your eyes progressing? Kaito lowered his gaze to Niji's pupils, which now shimmered with a brilliant blue radiance. The first awakening of the Tensigen has been completed. Niji touched his lower eyelid and smiled faintly. It seems further replenishment of ocular power will be needed to trigger the next stage of awakening. With a single glance, Kaito discerned the condition of Niji's eyes. He reached into his sleeve and retrieved a golden crystal, handing it over. Here. This seal contains the ocular power required for the next phase. Thank you. Niji accepted it with both hands. I'm merely borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. Kaito waved his hand dismissively, then turned his attention to the distant, earth-shaking battle between Sasuke and Naruto. Niji, he said, don't you want to test the capabilities of your eyes as they are now? What do you mean? Niji's voice carried a hint of eagerness. A three-way battle could be quite interesting. Kaito smiled meaningfully. Very well. Niji's demeanor became spirited as a surge of green chakra erupted around him, forming a cloak. Then, in an instant, he shot into the air, gliding swiftly toward the distant battlefield. Just like the Rinnegan, it possesses the fundamental ability to manipulate attraction and repulsion. Huh? Kaito's eyes gleamed with interest. Sasuke. Naruto. A towering purple Susanoo and a massive golden nine-tails fox stood locked in a contest of strength, their colossal hands pressing against each other. Meanwhile, the nine-tails' 9 whipping tails clashed relentlessly with the Susanoo's enormous wings. A flash of green streaked between them. Niji, clad in his chakra cloak, hovered effortlessly in the space between the two behemoths. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, barely recognizing the suddenly appearing Niji. Niji, he said, irritation lacing his tone. What are you doing here? Niji. Naruto exclaimed in shock. What happened to you? It's me. Niji raised his arms and crossed them. Uncle Kaito suggested a three-way battle might be interesting. I agree. Oh. Sasuke's voice dripped with amusement. So you've mastered a new power. Let's see what you've got. Naruto, still not fully grasping the situation, shouted, what are you two talking about? Niji, get out of here. It's dangerous. Don't underestimate me. Niji compressed chakra in both palms before suddenly thrusting them outward, unleashing twin strikes toward Naruto and Sasuke. Sage Art, Twin 16 Vacuum Palms. High-density chakra erupted from his hands, carrying layers of compressed force as it shot toward the golden nine-tails and the Susanoo. This move. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. Is it modeled after Kagaya's 80 Gods vacuum attack? Pretty impressive. Even Naruto sensed the overwhelming power behind Niji's strike. Exchanging a glance with Sasuke, the golden nine-tails and the Susanoo simultaneously released their grip and leaped back. The Susanoo raised the circular shield on its left arm, blocking Niji's attack. Meanwhile, the nine-tails entwined two of its tails into a single massive whip and lashed out, dispersing the high-density chakra. So. Niji's green chakra cloak blazed fiercely around him, radiating immense pressure. Am I qualified to join this fight? Ha 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 ha. Bring it on, Niji. Don't blame me if you get hurt. Naruto roared with excitement as the golden nine-tails hurled a colossal spinning shuriken toward Niji. Sage Art, Wind Release, Super-Tailed Beast Rasen Shuriken. However, the moment the nine-tails turned, Sasuke's voice rang out from behind. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Susanoo Chidori Sharp Spear. The Susanoo's right hand gripped an enormous lightning spear, thrusting it straight toward the nine-tails' back. You sneaky. Naruto nearly choked on his fury. Facing the spiraling, shrieking Rasen Shuriken, Niji spread his hands, unleashing a powerful repulsive force from his palms. Sage Art, Repulsion Rotation. Immediately, he spun midair, forming a massive green chakra sphere. Boom. The Rasen Shuriken collided with the sphere, only to be violently repelled back. Niji already said it's a three-way battle. Sasuke taunted Naruto. Aya. Naruto bellowed as the golden nine-tails leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding both Sasuke's lightning spear and the rebounding Rasen Shuriken. The gigantic spinning shuriken arced through the sky, howling as it shot towards Sasuke's Susanoo. But you're both ganging up on me. Naruto protested loudly as the nine-tails opened its maw, compressing dark red chakra into a sphere. Quit whining. Sasuke's eyes darted strategically. His Susanoo swung the lightning spear, cleaving the Rasen Shuriken apart, then continued its trajectory, slashing toward Niji. At the same time, his gaze locked onto a target. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted inside the Ninetales' mouth, engulfing it in an inferno. Niji maneuvered gracefully through the air, tracing smooth arcs to evade the lightning spear. Then, biting his thumb, he smeared blood across his left palm and formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. A massive seal unfolded in the sky as the ground beneath them shattered. A stone statue, rivaling the Ninetales and Susanoo in size, emerged with a thunderous crash. Its blade-like hand severed the lightning spear in a single strike. Hot hot hot. Naruto yelped as the Ninetales whipped its head, firing the tailed beast bomb in a wide, sweeping arc. Then, the colossal fox vanished, leaving Naruto clad in a golden chakra cloak as he descended from the sky. With no fuel left to burn, the Amaterasu flames gradually died out. Meanwhile, the tailed beast bomb's catastrophic explosion birthed a towering mushroom cloud, the ensuing shockwave hurling Naruto backward. The onlookers had long since retreated to a safe distance, yet the gale force winds still forced them to shield their eyes. Damn it! Kiba roared, arm raised against the storm. What the hell's up with those three? How are they this strong? Grr. Akamaru, his fur thoroughly disheveled, nuzzled Kiba's leg in solidarity. Seems they've left us far behind. Shikamaru, sheltered behind Choji's massive frame, slumped with his usual deadpan expression. MMPHGRFF. Choji, stubbornly chewing through the chaos, mumbled something entirely unintelligible. I thought I was finally catching up to you guys. Sakura stared silently at the distant explosion, her eyes dimming with resignation. Naruto-kun. Niji and Ai-san. Hinata's fingers dug into the tree bark, leaving deep indentations. So that's the power Niji obtained. Well, seems I've fallen behind as a teacher. Kakashi's tone was laced with wry resignation. You were always far behind. The blood puppet, still masquerading as a Beto, delivered the jab flawlessly. At the forest's edge, Takuma and a group of Hyuga clansmen watched with barely contained exhilaration. So our Hyuga bloodline truly hides such power. Niji may very well become the next heavenly ninja of the Hyuga clan. T/N, use this code Polaris on my Patreon for 30%. Chapter 377, 377. The Final Showdown. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Aziz Makta. Patrick Darman. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. Clip. J. Wolf. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito, you bastard. Minato pulled Kushina along as they walked up to Kaito. I asked you to keep an eye on Naruto and Sasuke, but instead, you went and roped Niji into this mess. Now everything's even more chaotic. What's the big deal? Kaito continued using his fan to shield himself from the swirling dust, his eyes brimming with amusement. Don't worry, I'll keep watch over them. If you say so. Minato could only sigh in resignation before immediately turning back to Kushina, both of them eagerly watching the gradually dissipating dust clouds in the distance. This guy. Kaito shot a sidelong glance at the couple before subtly shuffling his feet to put some distance between them. As the dust settled, the scene that had been obscured was finally revealed. Both Sasuke's Susanoo and Niji's colossal stone golem had lost an arm to Naruto's tailed beast bomb, though the limbs were slowly regenerating. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto's golden chakra rapidly expanded as the massive Ninetales materialized once more. The three of them stood in a triangular formation, locked in a tense standoff. Ha 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 ha. Naruto's laughter rang out. Now you see how strong I, the great Naruto, am. Sasuke snorted coldly. His Susanoo's left arm had already fully regenerated, its enormous hand flexing open and closed before reforming the massive bow and round shield. Let's continue. Niji stood atop his stone golem's head, his body enveloped in a green chakra cloak that flickered like flames in the wind. The fully restored golem raised its fists and slammed them together. Bring it on. Naruto roared as the golden Ninetales lunged forward with agile ferocity. At the same time, the Susanoo and the stone golem charged as well. The three titans clashed in an earth-shaking battle. The Susanoo wielded its bow as a shield in its right hand, while its left gripped a massive lightning blade. Its wings flapped intermittently, making it resemble a flying warrior. The stone golem's fists blurred as it weaved through the battlefield, stirring up gales of wind like a battle-hardened taijutsu master. Meanwhile, the golden Ninetales fought like a wild beast, using its claws, fangs, and tail as weapons in a display of raw, untamed ferocity. At the forest's edge, two figures clad in green spandex hobbled forward, supporting each other. Lee, Gai-sensei. Tenten trailed behind them with an exasperated expression. You two should be resting in your tents right now. Due to their earlier use of the 8 gates, Guy and Lee's bodies hadn't fully recovered yet. No problem, Tenten. Guy flashed her a thumbs up. As their teacher, I must witness Niji's burning youth. Tears welled in his eyes as he gazed at the devastated battlefield in the distance. As expected of Niji. Guy exclaimed passionately. I always knew he was a true genius. Niji. Lee's round eyes widened, his fists clenched tightly. If Niji has grown this strong, then I can't afford to slack off either. With flames blazing in his eyes, he immediately dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups. Oh. Lee. Guy burst into tears. That's the spirit. Your unwavering determination in the face of genius is blindingly bright. As your teacher, I won't lose either. With that, he flipped upside down and began doing handstand push-ups. Whatever. Tenten covered her face. I give up on you too. Idiots. She walked ahead and stopped beside Sakura. The two girls exchanged a silent glance, instantly understanding each other's suffering. Hang in there, Sakura. Tenten pulled her into a hug. You too, Tenten. Sakura, deeply moved, patted her back. What's this? Ino crossed her arms, eyeing them. The pitiful Heartbreak Alliance. Ino. Sakura and Tenten whipped their heads around, glaring at her with darkened expressions. Geez. Ino's lips twitched before she quickly backtracked, forcing a sheepish smile. All right, my bad. Sorry. You traitor. Sakura shot her another glare. How could you switch sides so easily? Huh? Isn't it better with one less rival? Ino flipped her bangs and casually straightened her posture, subtly flaunting her well-proportioned figure. Which only made Sakura and Tenten's expressions darken further. Boom. A deafening explosion cut off their conversation. On the battlefield, the three titans skidded backward from the impact, toppling countless trees in their wake. It seemed their close-quarters brawl had ended in a stalemate. Fine then. Panting heavily, Sasuke manipulated his Susanoo to knock 2 enormous arrows wreathed in black flames. Let's settle this with the next attack. Bring it on. Naruto shouted defiantly. The golden nine-tail sprouted 2 additional forelimbs, all 4 hands now holding massive-tailed beast bomb Rasen Shuriken. Niji pressed his palms together before slowly pulling them apart, 2 tiny black truth-seeking balls forming between them. As he extended his arms, the orbs rapidly spun, gradually morphing into a raging storm. After a brief moment of silent tension, all 3 unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Sage Art, Susanoo Kagutsuchi. 2 black flame arrows shot toward Niji and Naruto. Sage Art, Lightning Release, 1,000 arrow bolts. The Susanoo fired 2 more arrows crackling with lightning, which merged with the black flames, accelerating them to blinding speeds. Blazing Thunder Arrows. Sage Art, Tailed Beast Bomb Rasen Shuriken. The golden nine tails hurled all 4 spinning projectiles in arcing trajectories towards Sasuke and Niji. Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. The silver storm between Niji's palms expanded violently, its rotation growing fiercer and its range widening until it blotted out the sky. With a final thrust of his hands, the cataclysmic tempest surged forward, engulfing both Sasuke and Naruto in its path. Just as their ultimate techniques were about to collide, all 3 finally reached their limits. The golden nine-tails, the Susanoo, and the stone golem vanished simultaneously, sending the trio plummeting from the sky. These damn brats. Kaito smacked his forehead before lightly stomping the ground. Extreme Ryamayaka Barrier. A golden energy erupted from the earth, instantly forming a massive translucent dome that encased the battlefield. At the same time, 3 golden chains burst from the ground, snaking through the air to wrap around the exhausted fighters. Inside the barrier, their combined techniques erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the sheer density of chakra condensing into something terrifying. Pull them out, now. Minato's frantic shout echoed as Kushina sprinted forward. The chain's golden energy enveloped the trio, yanking them toward the ground. Just as the explosion detonated, a blinding white light swallowed the world, chasing after their falling bodies. Don't panic. Kaito placed a hand on Minato's shoulder. At the last possible second, the chains dragged the 3 into the earth. A heartbeat later, the battered figures of the boys emerged from a golden ripple at Kaito's feet. T/N, use this code Polaris on my Patreon for 30%. Chapter 378, 378.so Pitiful. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Aziz Makta. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The blinding white light that dyed the heavens and earth pure reached its peak intensity, and only then did the deafening chain of explosions finally erupt. The golden barrier Kaito had erected began to expand, forcing him to continuously draw upon the energy of the earth's Ryumayuka to sustain it. After what felt like an eternity, the intense light gradually faded, and the explosion ceased. Everyone slowly opened their eyes again. Kaito stomped his foot once more, and the massive golden barrier began to dissipate. The interior of the barrier was now a scene of utter devastation. The forest had completely vanished, replaced by a colossal crater. The ground had turned to scorched earth, still emitting faint wisps of white smoke. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Kaito crouched down, looking mockingly at the three battered boys lying on the ground. Enjoy yourselves. You three really have no regard for your lives, huh? Ahahaha. Naruto grinned foolishly. Neji closed his eyes and remained motionless, pretending to be dead. Humph. Sasuke turned his head away, refusing to let Kaito see his dirt-streaked face. Heh. Kaito chuckled lightly and stood up, beckoning to Sakura, who was hesitating not far away. Sakura, right? Come over and treat them. Yes. Sakura's eyes lit up, and she immediately dashed towards Sasuke with clear determination. Sasuke. She crouched down and extended her hands, putting on a serious expression. Let me heal you. Hey. Sakura, you're being way too biased. I'm right here too. Naruto complained loudly. Just wait. Sakura shot him a glare before turning back to Sasuke with a radiant smile. Sasuke, I'll heal you right away. Move aside. Karin suddenly appeared, shoving Sakura away with force. She rolled up her sleeve and pressed her wrist to Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke, let me handle this. She smirked triumphantly at Sakura. After all, I'm your actual teammate. What about me? Neji silently stared at Karin. Karin ignored Neji completely and pushed her wrist closer. Hurry up, Sasuke. Damn it. Sakura glared furiously at Karin, her fists clenched. This red-haired freak dares to ruin my moment. She was about to reclaim her spot when Sasuke glanced at Naruto and Neji and spoke. Sakura, go check on Naruto first. Karin can handle me and Neji. Yeah, my ability is way faster than medical ninjutsu anyway. Karin shot Sakura another challenging look before offering her other wrist to Neji. Consider yourself lucky, bastard. She muttered internally. If it weren't for the sake of crushing this flat-chested brute, I wouldn't even bother with you. Sasuke and Neji each bit down on one of Karin's wrists, and their injuries visibly healed at an astonishing speed. Ah. Karin's face flushed red as she let out a shameless moan, her gaze lingering on Sasuke with infatuation. This is. Sakura stared in disbelief, her words failing her in her rage. This is, utterly shameless. Sakura. Naruto weakly raised his hand. Don't forget about me. Sakura took a deep breath, exhaling twin streams of air from her nose as she barely suppressed her violent impulses. Resigning herself to the situation, she turned and began treating Naruto's injuries, deciding it was better not to witness the spectacle behind her. Huh. Minato blinked in confusion at the unfolding drama. So Sakura likes Sasuke. You only just noticed. Kaito and Kushina gave him identical looks. Ahaha. Minato laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. My mistake. But. He glanced at Karin before turning to Kushina. That red-haired girl, her abilities. Could she be from your clan? She is indeed a surviving member of the Uzumaki clan, Kaito confirmed. And she has awakened the adamantine sealing chains. Really? Kushina's face brightened with joy. That's wonderful. She now looked at Karin with newfound affection. What an adorable girl, she cooed, cupping her cheeks. No wonder I felt such a strong connection to her the moment I saw her. Farther away, beneath a tree, Ino and Tenten watched Sakura's back with pity. Ah, she's completely lost this round, hasn't she? Ino wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. So pitiful. Total defeat, Tenten deadpanned. Whether it's enthusiasm or ninjutsu, she's been completely outmatched. You too. Shikamaru, who had just walked over, broke out in a cold sweat. This isn't right, Shino suddenly materialized like a ghost, pushing up his sunglasses with a solemn expression. If you ask why, it's because Sakura is already pitiful enough. As her friends, you shouldn't openly pity her like this. Otherwise, she would truly be too pitiful. Huh. The others stared at him in disbelief. What kind of logic is that? Is your pity somehow superior? My apologies. Realizing his misstep, Shino silently retreated. Kaito shook his head, having no intention of getting involved in the teenager's convoluted discussions. Instead, he quietly walked away with Minato. Kushina stayed behind, eager to get to know Karen better. The two men strolled through another part of the forest, still untouched by destruction. Earlier, I sensed the Kage from the other 4 villages secretly gathering, Kaito shared. They must be feeling uneasy. Minato could empathize with their concerns. Naturally, Kaito sighed. They're worried about whether I harbor ambitions to conquer the world. Is that so? Minato suddenly stopped and looked directly into Kaito's eyes. Do you have such ambitions, Kaito? Kaito blinked before breaking into a smile. I've thought about it for a second or two, but then I immediately dismissed it because it seemed like too much trouble. That's what I figured. Minato resumed walking. It's hard to imagine you having any interest in ruling over others. True, Kaito nodded. After all, I'm just an ordinary, unremarkable onmyoji. Minato chuckled. I, for one, am looking forward to the day I become the Flash Warrior, guardian of the stars, traversing the void. That day won't be far off, Kaito assured him. The two exchanged a glance and laughed. Once their laughter subsided, Minato spoke again. There's one more thing. Oh. Kaito motioned for him to continue. I remember you once said, Minato's expression turned serious, that if we reclaim the planet's essence stolen by the divine tree, the world can be restored, even the deserts of the land of wind could become fertile land. That will be my most crucial bargaining chip in tomorrow's negotiations. Kaito smiled mysteriously. Sounds like you've already secured an unbeatable position for tomorrow. Minato felt a wave of relief wash over him. T/N, use this code Polaris on my Patreon for 30%. Chapter 379. 379. The meeting begins. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Splendid. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Aziz Makta. Sashionas. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. The next day. Shinobi from the 5 great nations jointly took over the now-deserted Omegakure, Hidden Rain Village. In the traditional Japanese-style room atop the tallest building in Omegakure. Present were the current 5 Kage. Tsunade, 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. Gaara, 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure. Meitarumi, 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure. 4th Reikage of Kimogakure. Anoki, 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Also in attendance were Mifune, the general of the land of iron. Cheyenne, the shrine maiden of the land of demons. Chiriku, the monk of the fire temple. Leaders from various factions across the shinobi world had gathered in one place. Additionally, there were 3 former Hokage. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Along with them were the guards who had accompanied their respective leaders. What was once a relatively spacious room was now packed to the brim. Even the 3 great sage leaders of the summoning realms had voluntarily shrunk their sizes to peacefully share the space with the humans. The great toad sage of Mount Mayaboku. The white snake sage of Ryuchi Cave. The slug sage of Shikatsu Forest. Is everyone here? A sudden voice broke the silence as Kaito finally appeared at the entrance. Today, he was dressed unusually, wearing a pure white Korijinu, hunting robe, and a tall black eboshi cap, the traditional attire of an onmyoji. Behind him stood 2 young guards, Sasuke Uchiha and Neji Hyuga, positioned to his left and right. Removing his geta, wooden sandals, Kaito stepped onto the tatami-covered floor in white tabi socks. Sasuke and Neji also took off their shinobi sandals and followed barefoot. Kaito walked straight to the head of the room, elegantly kneeling in Saiza posture and lightly flicking his wide sleeves. Sasuke and Neji knelt quietly behind him, their usual rebellious demeanors replaced with rare humility. Everyone, please make yourselves comfortable. Drawing a Nukamori Oji, bat fan, from his sleeve, Kaito swept his gentle gaze across the room. The attendees settled into their seats. Today, we have gathered here to discuss the threat posed by the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan. Kaito smiled warmly, his tone calm. As leaders of your respective factions, and many of you my seniors, I need not elaborate further on the dangers the Otsutsuki pose to our world. He bowed slightly. I ask that we set aside past grievances and unite to face this enemy that threatens our entire planet. First Hokage-sama. Noticing Hashirama raising his hand, Kaito inquired, do you have any questions? I do. Hashirama indeed looked puzzled. Then please, speak freely. Kaito nodded. I will answer to the best of my ability. Hashirama cheerfully lowered his raised hand and asked. Where's Madara? The entire room collectively stiffened at the question. First Hokage Hashirama Senju. What a terrifying man. Kaito nearly lost his carefully maintained composure. With a swift snap, he unfurled his fan to hide his twitching lips. What's wrong? Hashirama glanced around, oblivious. Didn't you say you'd answer anything? Yes. Struggling to keep his expression neutral, Kaito slowly lowered the fan. Perhaps Madara-sama found the idea of a meeting too tedious and chose not to attend. He attempted to lighten the mood with a joke. I see. Hashirama nodded, then smacked his lips. It does seem pretty boring. He looked around once more before abruptly standing. With 4 Hokage already here, you probably don't need me. And with that, he leaped out the nearest window. Big brother. You forgot your shoes. Tobarama's face darkened, though his inner voice screamed in silence. As expected of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. The others collectively sighed in a mix of awe and exasperation. Ahem. Kaito cleared his throat, steering the awkward atmosphere back on track. Regarding the Otsutsuki invasion, does anyone else have questions? He casually fanned himself, as if Hashirama's abrupt exit had never happened. If so, please speak freely. I will do my best to address them. A brief silence followed. Cough, cough. Then allow this old man to say a few words. Anoki, the eldest among the human attendees, finally spoke up. Kaito gestured politely. Tsuchikage-sama, please. After our battle with Kagaya, I have no doubts about the threat posed by the Otsutsuki. Anoki kept his eyelids drooped, deliberately playing up his aged frailty. However, his voice creaked weakly. How should we prepare for an enemy whose arrival is uncertain? As Tsuchikage, I must prioritize my village's survival. We cannot afford to abandon profitable missions and exhaust our resources on hypothetical threats. Kaito Dano, you are the one who saved the world. Anoki bowed slightly, his posture trembling. Forgive this old man's bluntness. Trying to flatter me first, huh? Kaito raised an eyebrow but remained silent. The truth is, both I and Iwagakure are stretched thin. If we invest too much before the enemy even appears, the village may collapse under the strain. His tone carried a practiced, weary apology. So this is Anoki's weak old man tactic. Internally amused, Kaito maintained a diplomatic smile. You exaggerate, Tsuchikage-sama. I am not asking for total mobilization, only that everyone make some preparations. With a flick, he snapped his fan shut. Unless the Otsutsuki arrive in overwhelming force, I can hold the line long enough for reinforcements. Kaito Dano, are you suggesting? Mei Terumi's eyes widened slightly. You intend to shoulder the defense alone? Not at all. Kaito chuckled lightly. While I'm not demanding full commitment yet, I do hope for your support in another way. Go on. Gaara cut straight to the point. The Omega-kure shinobi fled in haste. Now that the village is under joint occupation, I propose we formalize this arrangement. Kaito laid out his plan. Let us collectively invest in transforming Omega-kure into the frontline fortress against the Otsutsuki. Omega-kure. A land grab. The Kage's eyes gleamed with interest, until Kaito added. Of course, I will personally oversee its defense. Meeting each leader's gaze, he asked, what do you think? After speaking, Kaito fell silent, carefully observing the subtle shifts in the room. He could see the 5 Kage's initial excitement, quickly dampened at the mention of his direct involvement. Chapter 380, 380. Progress in the discussion. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Not interested. Kaito slightly furrowed his brows, seeming somewhat troubled. Sasuke, sitting behind him, barely lifted his eyelids, his entire demeanor radiating an unspoken, can you stop acting? Fair enough. Kaito tapped his folded fan against his palm. After all, the land of Omega-kure technically belongs to the daimyo of the Land of Rain. It's not something we can just occupy without reason, this would involve diplomatic negotiations between feudal lords. Everyone in the room stared at him in dead silence. If you already knew that, why did you bring it up like that earlier? Are you messing with us? Completely ignoring the silent resentment in their gazes, Kaito unfurled his fan and waved it leisurely, then suddenly brightened as if struck by inspiration. In that case, I have an even better idea. Yet, no one in the room showed the slightest hint of anticipation. Kaito smiled faintly, raising his left hand as a massive sphere of spiritual energy materialized above his palm. The moon. The glowing orb began to rotate slowly, its surface gradually forming intricate topographical details, oceans, forests, and land masses all clearly visible. This is an accurate representation of the moon's surface. The group's attention was instantly captivated by the spiritual model. And Kaito's next words only intensified their fascination. An area equivalent to that of a major nation in the shinobi world, completely unclaimed land with immense developmental potential. Surely, you must have some interest in this. Their eyes gleamed brighter and brighter. Especially the siblings from the land of wind, Gaara and his siblings, whose desire was practically palpable. Moreover, smaller orbs began to orbit the lunar model as Kaito continued. With these satellite-like celestial bodies, we can establish a defensive line on the moon, potentially intercepting the Otsutsuki clan's invasion in outer space before they ever reach our world. The breathing of many in the room grew heavier. Once I construct the necessary teleportation arrays, you will be able to travel directly from your villages to the moon. With a wave of his hand, Kaito dispersed the spiritual model and smiled again. So, what do you think? Would any of you be willing to join this plan to construct a planetary defense system in space? To protect the world we all share, I and Iwagakure cannot stand idly by. Anoki, his eyes wide with fervor, declared with a vigor that made him seem 20 years younger. You shameless old fox. The others inwardly cursed in unison. Kumogakure joins. The fourth Reikage, immediately followed. Sunagakure joins. Amegakure joins. Gaara and Meitarumi were quick to respond as well. Kaito nodded repeatedly, feigning deep satisfaction. Konohagakure will naturally participate too. Tsunade stated calmly, though not without a hint of amusement. Kaito Dano. Mifune's expression betrayed a trace of urgency. Might the Land of Iron also have the honor of joining your plan? Of course. Kaito smiled warmly. To protect our world, I hope to unite all available forces. Mifune's face lit up, and he immediately declared solemnly, then, on behalf of the Land of Iron, I formally announce our participation in your plan. Cheyenne also spoke up, though the Land of Demons is small and weak, we are willing to contribute what little strength we have to protect the world. Excellent. Kaito appeared genuinely pleased. With this, we can form a united front for the planet's defense. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly excited as everyone turned their attention to the remaining faction leaders. Chiriku, a renowned former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja and a monk of the Fire Temple, was a unique case. The Fire Temple was funded by the Land of Fire's nobility and had little need for land. Moreover, he was known for his unwavering loyalty to the daimyo, likely placing him at odds with the shinobi's stance. As for the three great sage creatures of the summoning realms, they each possessed their own secluded habitats and lacked any real desire for territory. Namu Amida Butsu. Chiriku, noticing the collective gaze upon him, calmly pressed his palms together in a Buddhist gesture. Master Chiriku. Kaito set down his fan and returned the gesture with the Kiko seal. This humble monk has witnessed your reopening of the Pure Land and the restoration of the cycle of reincarnation, a deed of immeasurable merit to save all living beings. Chiriku bowed slightly toward Kaito. Though I lack the ability to partake in such an endeavor, I am deeply awed. Oh. Kaito's lips curled into a faint smirk. From what I understand, Master Chiriku, as a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, possesses considerable strength. How could you lack the ability? The Fire Temple has few monks, and I cannot speak for other temples. Chiriku bowed again. Namu Amida Butsu. I must ask for your understanding. That said, should battle come, I will gladly lend my strength to repel the invaders. I see. Kaito slowly reopened his fan. Master Chiriku's integrity is truly admirable. You flatter me. Chiriku bowed once more, lowering his eyes in silence. Kaito did not press further. At this point, it no longer mattered which side Chiriku stood on. The tides of fate were already in Kaito's hands, an unstoppable force that even the daimyo could not resist. Thus, his gaze finally settled upon the three summoning sages. Great sages, Kaito's tone remained cordial. Might I ask your thoughts on the matter? Kaito Dano, as I've said before. The White Snake Sage, currently in the form of an elderly human woman, idly twirled her pipe, uncharacteristically refraining from smoking. Ryuchi Cave will support all your actions, unconditionally. Indeed. In that case, I can only express my deepest gratitude for the White Snake Sage's unwavering support. We shall discuss the specifics later. Kaito accepted the pledge without hesitation. Great Slug Sage. Kaito turned to the small, resting form of Katsuyu. As you've stated, you are Lady Tsunade's summon and will support her in all matters. I suppose no further discussion is needed. That is correct. Katsuyu's voice was gentle. Unlike Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest has only ever been home to me. I will continue to serve as Lady Tsunade's summon in battle, as always. That works as well. Kaito nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Katsuyu. Tsunade couldn't help but smile. How cunning, Katsuyu. The same thought crossed the minds of the White Snake Sage and the Great Toad Sage. The latter, still in its wizened toad form, though now only half a person's height, barely twitched its drooping eyelids before speaking. Mount Myaboku has no need for land on the moon. Like the Great Slug Sage, we shall fight alongside our summoners, Jiraiya, Minato, and Naruto. It continued, however, should Kaito Dano require it, Mount Myaboku may also dispatch toads to assist in constructing the space defense line. Chapter 381, 381. Pandemonium. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The issue at hand concerned the restoration of their nation's most critical environmental landscapes. Aside from Tsunade, who had long been aware of the situation, everyone else was visibly agitated. The most excited among them were undoubtedly the representatives from Iwabakure and Sunagakure. The majority of the land of Earth was composed of desolate rocky wastelands, while the land of Wind was blanketed in endless deserts. These barren lands had led to severe resource shortages, plunging their citizens into hardship and serving as the underlying cause for Iwabakure and Sunagakure's repeated involvement in the Shinobi World Wars. If the rocky wastelands of the land of Earth and the vast deserts of the land of Wind could be restored into fertile soil, their national power would, over time, likely catch up to the land of Fire, the most naturally abundant of all. At this moment, Anoki, the Tsuchikage, and Gaara, the Kazakage, were practically overwhelmed with emotion. Though the Reikage, and the Mizukage, Terumi, were also somewhat moved, their excitement was noticeably more restrained. In fact, if the land were truly restored, the land of lightning and the land of water might end up at a disadvantage. Though one was an isolated island nation and the other a peninsula, both countries were dominated by mountainous terrain. The lack of arable land due to excessive mountains was not an issue that could be resolved simply by restoring the planet's natural energy. Everyone, Kaito reminded them, each nation's topography is also influenced by its terrain and climate. Moreover, the planet's natural energy, channeled through the dragon veins, will restore the land through a slow and gradual process. Immediate, drastic changes may not be visible in the short term. However, he continued, we shinobi possess immense power in our own right. Altering terrain and climate is not an impossible feat. As long as we persist, we will eventually breathe new life into these barren lands. His words gradually calmed the room. As Kaito had pointed out, land restoration was a slow process, and its authenticity could not be verified immediately. Thus, the currently accessible land on the moon suddenly became all the more valuable. The discussion then shifted to the specifics of establishing a defensive line in space. Each participating faction would contribute a certain number of personnel, coordination between forces had to be determined, and, most importantly, the distribution of the coveted lunar land had to be outlined in advance. Finally, Kaito promised that within 2 months, he would establish teleportation arrays in each of the 5 great shinobi villages, allowing direct access to the moon. As for the other, smaller factions, since they were not primary contributors, they would have to rely on the arrays set up in the 5 great villages. Once all the arrays were in place, it would be time for everyone to ascend to the moon and begin constructing their defenses. With that, the meeting concluded. After finalizing the general plan of action, the allied shinobi forces promptly began their withdrawal from the Land of Rain. Due to the presence of Otsutsuki Tonari, Kaito instructed Sasuke to lead a squad ahead to the moon. Meanwhile, he returned alone to Mount Oyama via a summon paper clone. However, would someone care to explain what is going on here? Kaito rubbed his temples in exasperation as he surveyed the utter chaos that had overtaken the Uchiha residence. The estate was overrun with yokai of all sizes, drinking, laughing, dancing, brawling. It was a scene of absolute pandemonium. Expression stern, Kaito waded through the crowd of rowdy yokai until he reached the main hall. Welcome back, Kaito-sama. Bwahahaha. Sprawled across the floor, Shutendoji raised an enormous sake bowl. Kaito. Come. Drink with me. My dearest friend, I shall join you. Ibaraki Doji was clearly already heavily intoxicated. Drink. Even the usually composed and dignified Otengu was red-faced, downing alcohol with abandon. Meanwhile, Yurei was huddled with a group of female yokai, behaving no better than the men. Even the typically aloof and reserved Kaoru had adopted an uncharacteristically bold demeanor. The only one maintaining any semblance of dignity was Saimai, who sat gracefully to the side, completely untainted by the yokai's debauchery. Not bothering to review my paper clone's memories beforehand was a mistake. Kaito pressed a hand to his forehead and loudly demanded, "So, why exactly did you all decide to hold a banquet in my house? Isn't it obvious?" Hai suddenly popped up in front of him, thrusting a cup into his hands. "We're celebrating your victory over Kaguya-hime, of course." "Exactly. What better place to celebrate your success than your own home?" "Oh. Come, everyone." Shutendoji refilled his bowl to the brim. "A toast to Kaito's triumph." "A toast." Completely ignoring Kaito's protests, the yokai resumed their raucous revelry without hesitation. TCH. Resigned, Kaito strode over and took a seat beside Saimai. "I don't feel even remotely happy about this." Saimai chuckled lightly and patted his arm in consolation. Suppressing his irritation, Kaito straightened and spoke seriously. "Saimai-sama, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "Oh. Of course." Saimai set down his sake cup, noticeably smaller than those of the yokai, and stood, straightening his robes. "Then please, follow me." Without another word, Kaito led Saimai out of the hall. "Oi. Saimai. Kaito. Where do you think you're going?" Noticing their departure, Shutendoji bellowed in displeasure. "The party's only just begun. Don't you dare ruin the mood." "That's right, Kaito-chan, come drink with me." Yurei suddenly lurched to her feet, cheeks flushed, and stumbled toward him. "Saimai-sama and I have matters to discuss. We'll return shortly." Kaito caught her before she could fall and gently guided her back to Kishi's side. "Go on without me for now. I'll join you later." After giving her head a light pat, Kaito turned and walked out. "Honestly, Kaito-chan." Ignoring Yurei's grumbling for the time being, Kaito escorted Saimai to his laboratory. He opened a hidden door in the stone wall, stepped into the secret chamber, and activated a barrier. Finally, some peace and quiet. With a snap of his fingers, a row of candles flickered to life. "Please, have a seat, Saimai-sama. It seems you truly do have something important to discuss." Saimai made no objection as the two knelt on the provided cushions. "Yes." Kaito began with a respectful bow. "This concerns the path ahead, and I wish to seek your guidance, Saimai-sama." "There's no need for such formality." Saimai unfolded his fan with a graceful motion. "If it is within my power to assist, I shall." Kaito hesitated briefly before broaching a heavier topic. "If I recall correctly, you once said your choice remains unchanged." He met Saimai's gaze. "Which means you still refuse my offer of a position in the underworld?" Saimai nodded. "My apologies, but I have no such desire." "Then, you intend to pass on to the cycle of reincarnation?" Kaito sighed. "You are correct." Saimai confirmed without hesitation. "Had I the choice a millennium ago, I would have lived and died as an ordinary man, experiencing the natural cycle of rebirth." A serene smile crossed his lips. "But now, thanks to you, I may finally fulfill that wish. I suppose that day is not far off, then." Kaito smiled wryly. "You truly are, remarkably at peace with this. I'll take that as a compliment." Saimai's fan swayed gently as he laughed, free of restraint. "So, let us make the most of our time. If you have further questions, Kaito, I am happy to answer them." Chapter 382, 382. Kaito's Contemplation. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Cephas. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Mount Oyama, Uchiha residence. The raucous banquet had lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, yet the yokai, whose perception of time differed entirely from humans, showed no signs of exhaustion. The great yokai continued to gather in the main hall, drinking without pause, while the lesser yokai frolicked and played in every corner of the sprawling estate. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber shielded from all noise, Kaito sat cross-legged, carefully studying a scroll left behind by Abe no Saimai. The Taizen Fukuin ritual, originally a secret onmyoji art that exchanged one's life for the resurrection of the dead, had been refined over generations by Master onmyoji, particularly by several geniuses in history. It had evolved into one of the most formidable secret arts in the Onmyoji tradition. The modern Taizen Fukuin ritual no longer merely facilitated life-for-life resurrection, it had gained numerous powerful and practical applications. However, with each refinement, the prerequisites and difficulty of mastering this art had also escalated, to an almost unimaginable degree. Even with Kaito's current spiritual power, he barely met the threshold to begin learning it. Truth be told, Kaito's innate talent as an Onmyoji was not exceptional. When his spiritual power first awakened in childhood, it was merely average. Yet, in this world where even small animals possess trace amounts of chakra, his status as a complete chakra insulator made him the sole candidate of his era. Still, Kaito was well aware of his own advantages. The Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, traced its origins to the Rinna Sharingan born from Kagaya Otsutsuki after consuming the fruit of the god tree. This was a new power born from the fusion of the planet's essence and the Otsutsuki clan's physique. Within the shinobi power system, the Sharingan's ocular techniques were classified as applications of yin-release chakra. In the chakra system, physical energy was yang, while spiritual energy was yin. The reason Kaito, devoid of chakra, could awaken the Sharingan lay in the sheer strength of his spiritual power. After arriving at Mount Oyama in his youth and inheriting its legacy, his spiritual power surged, and his mental strength grew exponentially. Yet, a lingering dissatisfaction remained. As an Uchiha, he harbored an innate obsession with the Sharingan. Especially as an outlier within the Uchiha clan, Kaito, upon gaining power during his rebellious teenage years, became desperate to awaken his eyes, as if to prove something. For a time, he feverishly researched, attempting to unlock his Sharingan through Onmyoji methods. In the end, it was Yurei, a yokai, who snapped him out of it. Upon hearing of his goal and witnessing his relentless, sleepless experimentation, she remarked with genuine confusion. From what you've said, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is an ability latent in their bloodline. Why are you trying to awaken it through such convoluted means? What do you mean? At the time, Kaito had no idea what she was getting at. It's like the innate abilities we yokai possess, they're inherent to our blood, Yurei explained, even more puzzled by his struggle. If it's an innate talent, then you already have it. It should come naturally. Though Yurei's perspective, based on yokai biology, wasn't entirely accurate, it gave Kaito a crucial insight. In that moment, he conceived what could be called the simplest, yet most arduous method. From childhood, he knew that the awakening of the Uchiha's Sharingan was often triggered by intense emotional turmoil. Powerful emotional surges typically accompany profound mental stimulation. Having trained in mental arts, he believed his spiritual power was already formidable. Yet, even when he deliberately subjected himself to mental shocks, his Sharingan refused to awaken. The root of the problem lay in his eyes themselves. The Sharingan was an ability inherited from Kagaya Otsutsuki and her eldest son, the Sage of Six Paths. Its activation required chakra as a foundational element. For Kaito to achieve the same with spiritual power, he needed to fundamentally alter his eyes. His solution? To ceaselessly temper his eyes with spiritual energy, transforming them from organs adapted to chakra into vessels compatible with spiritual power. Through relentless effort over time, he succeeded. Perhaps I should thank my younger self for that stubborn fixation. He often reflected on this later. Though different from the yin-release chakra of shinobi, the eyes he cultivated, fueled by his immense spiritual power, were in no way inferior to those of other Uchiha who wielded chakra. In fact, as his mental strength grew, his eyes evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan without the risk of blindness from overuse, a flaw that plagued other Uchiha. With his unique Sharingan, Kaito possessed an advantage no other Onmyoji could claim. Beyond the innate abilities of the Sharingan, its greatest boon was the refinement and amplification of his spiritual power, making the manipulation of spiritual energy far more efficient. In the dimly lit chamber, candlelight flickered as Kaito sat in meditation, methodically assessing his strengths. Since awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, his mastery of techniques had elevated by several tiers, not to mention the unique abilities granted by the Mangekyo itself. Whether it was Jikin no Hana and Jibaku, two formidable ocular techniques that distorted the target's perception of time, or the even more formidable Susanoo, all had lulled him into complacency. Compared to the many Onmyoji arts ill-suited for combat, the Mangekyo Sharingan delivered pure, unadulterated power. Looking back now, I realize I lost myself somewhere along the way. Kaito lowered his gaze in contemplation. And after successfully linking with Ryumayaku, he dove headfirst into researching their applications. The abilities he developed afterward were largely built around harnessing Ryumayaku power. Whether in battle or when setting up formations, he had grown utterly reliant on their augmentation. I've truly put the cart before the horse. Kaito murmured to himself, his fingers absently tracing the scroll in his hands. Now that the grand scheme was in motion, there might not be enough time for gradual, methodical training. He needed to resolve this issue swiftly. His goal was to reach a state where his strength remained unaffected, no matter the environment. Fortunately, I still have you. Kaito suddenly spoke aloud. Ripples of violet energy spread across the floor. Heh. A miscalculation, but a fortunate one. An identical voice echoed through the chamber as Enmadeo emerged from the ripples, crowned and clad in white robes. Save for his regalia, his appearance and voice were identical to Kaito's. Unlike the original Enmadeo, his form was now the same size as Kaito's. This isn't your true body, is it? Kaito studied him intently. Of course not. This is merely a wisp of my presence projected here. Enmadeo replied irritably. Do you have any idea how busy I am now? Even Madara and Izuna have been conscripted to assist in the underworld. Chapter 383, 383. The Art of Borrowing Fate. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. But there's no other way. Kaito looked at Enmadeo, whose face was identical to his own, and smiled without a trace of concern. I need your help. This king knows. That is why I have appeared before you. Enmadeo lay sprawled lazily on the ground, one hand propping up his head while the other reached behind to scratch his backside. His bare feet, having kicked off his wooden clogs, rubbed against each other idly. At least pretend to have some dignity as the lord of the underworld, will you? Kaito frowned at him in dissatisfaction. Ha! This king is you. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Enmadeo remained unmoved, staring back at him. This king is merely exhausted from endless duties. What's wrong with taking a break? Hey! You're just a wisp of spiritual energy. Kaito rolled his eyes. What break are you even talking about? What do you know? Enmadeo rolled his eyes even harder. Life requires a sense of ceremony. Even if this king is just a wisp of energy, I must express my burning desire to rest. I can't believe I'm arguing with myself like this. Kaito covered his face with his hand. This king can't believe it either. I'm so ruthless I'm even mocking myself. Enmadeo chuckled. Truly a ruthless person. All right, let's get to the point. Kaito's expression turned serious. This king already knows what you're thinking. Enmadeo remained lying on his side. Though the exact effects are uncertain, this king believes it's worth a try. The Taizen Fukuin ritual. Kaito unrolled the scroll again. This secret technique arrived at just the right time. It must have been Saimai's doing. Enmadeo speculated. After all, he's the only one who knows this king's true nature. I thought the same. Kaito placed the scroll between them. Especially given my current situation, having a true, unique doppelganger, there's so much room for manipulation. This king is no mere doppelganger. Enmadeo curled his lip. Fine, I'm the doppelganger, happy. Kaito didn't care about such meaningless titles. Alright, since this king already knows your intentions. Enmadeo's reclining body floated into the air. I shall lend you my strength. As soon as the words fell, his form dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke that merged into Kaito's body. Kaito's black eyes faintly glowed with a purple light as he assessed the changes within himself. Then, his hand swiftly formed a series of seals. Tenpo Tanro, Ichiyo Shinken, Tennai Kaiman, Chizai Shinken, Tencho Rokuzan. As he chanted, a flowing purple light enveloped his body. The incantation was neither hurried nor slow. When it ended, his hands froze in a final seal. The purple light dispersed. Kaito steadied his mind, sensing that the already deep connection between him and Enmadeo had grown even stronger. The technique he was now practicing was a special art from the Taizen Fukuin ritual. The art of borrowing fate. Here, fate did not refer to life or lifespan but rather to one's destiny. Though Enmadeo could be considered another version of Kaito, the two were fundamentally different. Now, as a doppelganger who had ascended to the position of a true god of the underworld, Enmadeo's destiny was incomparable to Kaito's mortal existence. Though Kaito could borrow Enmadeo's power, it was not inherently his own. As a true deity, moreover, the ruler of the underworld, Enmadeo had been forged through sacrificial offerings that accelerated his maturation by the world itself. With the remnants of the previous Enmadeo's divine power and body as his foundation, his strength had already diverged drastically from Kaito's. Most importantly, the essence of his soul, having ascended to godhood, had transcended mortal limitations by several orders of magnitude. By using the art of borrowing fate, Kaito could temporarily receive the blessing of a divine destiny from Enmadeo. This blessing was no trivial matter, it could instantly accelerate his cultivation several times over, nourish his soul at an unprecedented rate, and amplify his spiritual power. The underworld, Enma's court. Enma Deo, who had been writing at his desk, paused briefly before resuming with even greater speed. What's wrong? Madara, ever perceptive, noticed even this slight change. It's about Kaito. Enma Deo answered without looking up. He's currently in seclusion, training. Training. Izuna, who had been helping Chiri organize documents, turned around. I thought that kid was busy building a space defense for the planet. Does he even have time to train now? After returning to Oyama, Kaito didn't even attend the celebratory banquet, Enma Deo explained. He left everything to his paper clones. What's really going on? Madara raised an eyebrow. Kaito realized he's become too reliant on Ryumayaka's energy, Enma Deo continued. Considering that future battles may take place in other dimensions or outer space, he can't afford to keep consuming Ryumayaka crystals every time. I see. Madara nodded. What he truly needs is power he can fully control. And while the planet's Ryumayaku is vast, its energy isn't inexhaustible, Izuna added. From the planet's perspective, the amount Kaito borrows is negligible, Enma Deo shook his head lightly. But the fact that his combat ability plummets outside the planet's sphere is indeed a problem that must be resolved. Humph. A displeased snort came from below the platform. Without looking, Enma Deo spoke. Obito. Do you have something to say? You people. This was the real Obito, stomping his foot in frustration. TCH, quiet. Madara shot him an annoyed glance. Damn it. Obito, seething, looked ready to charge up the steps. Obito. A brown-haired girl with 2 purple markings on her cheeks grabbed his hand from behind. Obito, don't cause trouble for his majesty. Rin. Obito turned to look at Rin's upturned face, and his anger immediately subsided by half. Rin. A blush crept onto the grown man's face. I'll listen to you. TSK TSK TSK. Izuna's voice drifted down from the platform. How pathetic. A grown man acting like a love-struck fool over a girl. You bastard. Obito's fury reignited, and this time, even Rin couldn't stop him from storming up the steps. What a majesty. He pointed at Enma Deo and roared. I'd recognize you even if you turned to ash, Kaito. Dying by your hand was one thing, but what's the meaning of this fake in the living world? Make him disappear. And you. He turned his finger toward Madara, his voice even louder. You're the one who deceived me. You're the one who got Rin killed. TCH. Enma Deo finally set down his brush and looked up at the raging Obito. Silence. The moment their eyes met, Obito's voice cut off abruptly, his spectral body freezing in place. You're too noisy, Obito. Enma Deo's voice was cold. Chapter 384, 384. The truth behind. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Still unwilling to accept it, Obito. The face of the great King Enma, identical to that of Kaito, radiated cold indifference as his black eyes slowly shifted to a deep purple. As the ruler of the Yellow Spring Hell, it was only natural that he possessed the absolute power to suppress all the dead. At this moment, Obito found himself completely immobilized, unable to move even a fraction. It doesn't matter if you're unwilling. No amount of screaming or struggling will change anything. After uttering these words, the great King Enma lowered his head and resumed his work, simultaneously releasing the pressure that had been bearing down on Obito. Obito trembled violently as he stared at the great King Enma and Madara, the suffocating resentment in his chest swelling to the point of explosion. Hey! Madara frowned as he observed the thick, swirling black energy emanating from Obito's body. Are you turning into a vengeful spirit, Obito? Obito paid no heed, the hatred within him continuing to condense. Even the whites of his eyes turned as crimson as the Sharingan. It makes no difference. The great King Enma's indifferent voice echoed through the hall. Even if he becomes a vengeful spirit, he can simply be cast into the hell. Wait. Rin, her face filled with anxiety, rushed up the steps and knelt before the desk. Your Majesty, please forgive Obito's transgression. The great King Enma did not even glance up from the documents in his hands. Obito. Rin crawled on her knees to Obito's side, grasping his hand, now adorned with sharp, blackened nails. Look at me. Obito lowered his head, as if finally recognizing Rin's face, and the swirling resentment around him momentarily stilled. Rin. His voice was even more hoarse now, like gravel grinding against stone. Obito, it's me. Rin looked up at his twisted, monstrous face. Control yourself, Obito. Don't forget, I've always been watching over you. Rin. The black miasma of hatred around Obito began to dissipate. At last, the great King Enma lifted his gaze from the documents, glancing at the two of them. Noticing his attention, Rin tensed immediately. Your Majesty. Leave. With an impassive flick of his wide sleeve, the great King Enma caused Obito and Rin's spirits to vanish from the spot. Rubbing his temples, he surveyed the chaotic state of the Enma Hall and declared in a low voice, order must be established as soon as possible. Many souls must be sent to their rightful places. Otherwise, anyone will think they can barge in here and challenge me. Then let us expedite the selection process for jailers and administrative personnel. Uchiha Chiri placed a folder on the great King Enma's desk. I've already organized the procedures. You've worked hard. The great King Enma opened the folder, skimmed its contents, signed it swiftly, and handed it back. For now, I'll leave this matter in your hands. If you need assistance, feel free to recruit them yourself. Chiri accepted the folder, cradling it against her chest as she smiled and replied, Understood, Your Majesty. She bowed slightly before descending the steps with the folder in hand. As for the two of you. The great King Enma turned his gaze to Madara and Izuna. Kaito is currently in seclusion. Would you be willing to stay and assist me a while longer? Madara and Izuna exchanged glances before reluctantly nodding. Very well. The great King Enma seemed pleased. He picked up another stack of documents from his desk and handed them to Madara. Since you must be bored here, why not inspect the 8 hot hells and the 8 cold hells on my behalf? The current number of jailers is insufficient, and we must prevent any uprisings among the tormented souls. Fine. Madara took the documents and began flipping through them. Izuna leaned in to take a look and asked, the number of souls undergoing punishment isn't small. How is it determined who gets punished? If we judge solely by the act of killing, shouldn't we shinobi bear the heaviest sins? Indeed. The great King Enma's voice remained cold. But I am not the true great King Enma. At present, I cannot act with the impartiality of a true deity. Izuna chuckled teasingly. So this counts as favoritism. It's also about establishing order in the Yellow Spring as quickly as possible. The great King Enma straightened. I cannot handle everything personally. Madara suddenly spoke up. The 10 kings of the 10 courts are the most crucial positions. If selection is based on strength, do you intend to let shinobi occupy all 9 remaining thrones? The great King Enma raised his head with a mysterious smile. As long as they are strong, it doesn't matter if they are shinobi or yokai. Once appointed by me and seated upon the throne, they will no longer be shinobi or yokai, they will become gods of the Yellow Spring. Madara's eyes sharpened as he discerned the hidden implication. In other words, during their transformation into gods, they will be stripped of their former selves. The great King Enma shook his head, still smiling. Not entirely. Their memories will remain, though only their memories. Izuna lowered his voice. Your Majesty means that the emotions tied to those memories will vanish. The great King Enma smiled wordlessly and returned to his work. No wonder Kaito didn't take the throne of Enma himself. Izuna murmured. It's not just because he'd be confined to the Yellow Spring Hell. Let's go. Madara had already stepped past him, descending the stairs. Wait for me. Izuna quickly followed. The great King Enma watched their retreating figures, his lips curling into a faint, knowing smile. Mount Oyama, Uchiha Residence, Secret Chamber. Kaito opened his eyes to find the great King Enma lounging on the floor beside him, watching him with amusement. Why are you here again? The glow of spiritual power in his eyes gradually receded. Izuna asked an interesting question earlier. The great King Enma repeated Izuna's inquiry. Oh. Kaito smirked with interest. Defeat Kaguya, rebuild the Yellow Spring, and ensure the Uchiha clan reaps the greatest benefits. This was the plan from the beginning. I didn't expect Izuna to hesitate about it now. The great King Enma chuckled. For this world, the Yellow Spring Hell bears an immense responsibility. Perhaps I should thank Izuna for considering things from my perspective. Kaito mused, why didn't you tell him the truth? The truth can be cold and harsh. Sometimes, warmer words are better for maintaining unity. The great King Enma replied matter-of-factly. Fair point. Kaito nodded sagely. The great King Enma's expression turned solemn. Only we know that the Yellow Spring Hell carries the duty of eradicating chakra. Kaito continued, the shinobi of this world, those most deeply affected by chakra, will either remain in the Yellow Spring Hell as officials or undergo countless reincarnations to purge chakra from their souls, until chakra vanishes entirely from the living world. This was the revelation I received upon ascending as a true god. The great King Enma said. Perhaps, as you once speculated, the world itself is trying to communicate with us. Chapter 385, 385. The Divine Tree Sapling. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis Nguyen. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. MP Gaming. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Eliminating chakra. Kaito still seemed hesitant. I'm not entirely sure if this is the right path. Are you worried about humanity losing its power? Enma Deo understood his concerns. Kaito nodded. I understand that chakra is a double-edged sword. Its existence enhances human strength, but it also carries the risk of being controlled and exploited by the Otsutsuki clan. Moreover, the influence of chakra can only be gradually erased, Enma Deo said. We may face a situation where shinobi grow progressively weaker, yet due to the lingering presence of chakra, they remain unable to awaken spiritual power. Kaito sighed helplessly. We can only take things one step at a time. After all, the cycle of nature operates on its own, even you, Enma Deo, cannot interfere. Enma Deo sat up and asked, how much longer do you need for your seclusion? There's no fixed duration, Kaito replied. Enma Deo continued, recently, after expanding my senses, I detected a peculiar alternate dimension, likely one left behind by Otsutsuki Ishiki. An alternate dimension? Kaito asked curiously. What's special about it? Enma Deo smiled and revealed the answer, there is another divine tree sapling there. Kaito closed his eyes, receiving the memory fragment transmitted by Enma Deo. Within a confined space, a miniature Ten-Tails was imprisoned, its body pierced by numerous black rods. So that's it. His eyes lit up. Send me there. No problem. Enma Deo stood and waved his sleeve, opening an irregularly shaped black portal. Follow me. He stepped through first. Kaito quickly rose and followed. Upon passing through the portal, Kaito found himself in a desolate, stone-dominated alternate dimension. This way. Enma Deo walked purposefully in one direction. Kaito followed behind, observing the surroundings, towering stone pillars, ruined stone structures, and mysterious altars built from rock. The two traversed the collapsed remnants of ancient buildings until they arrived outside a black hall. Peering through the windows into the sunken interior, Kaito saw the same scene from Enma Deo's memory. Roar. The imprisoned miniature Ten-Tails sensed their presence, opening its enormous single eye and baring its fanged maw in a furious roar. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Kaito leaped into the air, floating toward the Ten-Tails. Roar. The Ten-Tails fixed its gaze on Kaito and roared again, its meaning unclear. Indeed, a Ten-Tails that hasn't absorbed planetary energy is still a sapling, an unplanted divine tree, Kaito mused. And a sapling is incomparably weaker than its mature form. Wait. He suddenly stared at the Ten-Tails' eye. Why does it have a 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan? Enma Deo placed a hand on the Ten-Tails' massive eyeball and shook his head. Don't be fooled by its appearance. Its eye is merely an empty shell now. I see. Kaito stroked his chin, examining the Ten-Tails from all angles, even circling it midair despite its furious thrashing. It seems the divine tree truly is a mass-produced tool of the Otsutsuki clan, a weapon of war designed to plunder a planet's energy. He turned to Enma Deo and asked, can you sense it? Does it possess a soul? Enma Deo's eyes glowed bright purple as he scanned the Ten-Tails' body before finally shaking his head. Only a faint consciousness remains. This monster operates on simple instincts, its mind no more complex than an insect's. Because it's a weapon, it doesn't need intelligence. Kaito speculated. But that's fine. I'll uncover more secrets. Clapping his hands excitedly, Kaito declared, now, how should we handle this thing? Suddenly, he clasped his hands together again. Let's seal it and take it back to Oyama. I have a new research subject. Without delay, he sprang into action. Landing on the ground, Kaito began pulling out one Ryumayaku crystal after another from his sleeve. Enma Deo materialized silently beside him. This king wouldn't mind dragging this creature into the yellow spring hell as a pet. TSK, don't waste such a crucial research specimen, Kaito retorted, his hands moving swiftly as the sealing array around the Ten-Tails took shape. Begin. He crouched and slammed his palms onto the ground. Array, activate. The countless Ryumayaku crystals embedded around the Ten-Tails emitted a golden light. Lines of sealing formulas surfaced, quickly interconnecting into a cohesive whole. A pillar of golden radiance erupted, engulfing the Ten-Tails' body. Yoo-woo. The Ten-Tails let out an eerie howl. Kaito formed hand seals and clapped his palms together one last time. Bind. Golden chains shot out from the array, weaving through the air at blinding speed before tightly restraining the Ten-Tails. Without needing verbal coordination, Enma-Deo lent his assistance. Raising his right hand, streams of purple energy slithered from his sleeve like a swarm of serpents, swiftly yanking out the black rods that imprisoned the Ten-Tails. Aayawiawa. The divine tree screeched, thrashing violently. Good thing this dimension is entirely made of stone. It couldn't absorb anything through its roots, making it much easier to subdue, Kaito remarked. Heh. Enma-Deo chuckled. Perhaps Otsutsuki Ishiki deliberately designed the space this way to imprison the sapling. Fair point. That's likely the truth. Once all the black rods had been removed, Kaito clapped his hands together forcefully. Seal. The golden light intensified. The chains binding the Ten-Tails tightened further as its wails grew increasingly distorted. Simultaneously, the array began shrinking. The radiance grew brighter as the array condensed. A blinding flash erupted, then faded. The Ten-Tails and the array had vanished, leaving behind a golden crystal half a person's height. Sealing formulas shimmered across its surface, and within its depths, the faint silhouette of the Ten-Tails could be seen. Kaito walked over and stored the crystal in his sleeve. Then he turned to Enma-Deo. Take me back. The irregular black portal reopened. The two crossed through, returning to the secluded chamber in Kaito's residence in Oyama. Why bring it back? You could have claimed that alternate dimension for yourself, Enma-Deo suddenly pointed out. It would have been more useful than this chamber. Kaito sighed. You know why. I'm concerned other Otsutsuki might infiltrate that space. Don't forget. Enma-Deo stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. Their identical faces drew near. Now that this king holds the position of a true deity, that alternate dimension can belong solely to us. Chapter 386, 386. Paying the price. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis Nguyen. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. KD. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Kaito blinked, staring at Enma-Deo with an indescribable expression. For the first time, he realized how irritating himself could be. With a hint of annoyance, he spoke up. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already packed everything up, and now I have to put it all back. This king intended to remind you of something important, Enma-Deo replied, mimicking Kaito's blinking. Do you understand now? This is the drawback of not personally occupying a divine position. Although this king is also a part of you, as the main body, your level has been left behind. You cannot personally experience the perspective of a god or think with the mindset of one. Kaito nodded calmly. In other words, since you've already taken the position of a true god, you could very well reverse our roles, make me the subordinate and yourself the main entity. Precisely. Enma-Deo leaned closer, his eyes shifting into an eerie violet hue. His right hand gripped Kaito's shoulder, and his words seemed to carry the chill of the underworld. This king could completely replace the identity of Kaito. He tightened his grip, and reduce you to nothing more than a mere clone. Stop joking around. Unfazed, Kaito raised his hand and pressed it against Enma-Deo's face, pushing him away. Enma-Deo released his shoulder and took a few steps back, clicking his tongue in mock disappointment. Tisk, TSK, TSK. No fun at all. Weren't you even slightly nervous? I don't need to question whether you're lying, Kaito retorted with a roll of his eyes. I just know myself too well. Fine. Enma-Deo chuckled. You know, the so-called king of the Yellow Spring Hell, the seat of a true god of the underworld, none of it holds any temptation for me, Kaito said, smiling back at him. Otherwise, I would have taken that role myself from the beginning. Understood. Enma-Deo waved his sleeve again, opening a spatial gate. This gate will remain open for a day, he said with an undignified eye roll. Hurry up and set up the teleportation array yourself. Yes, yes. Kaito stepped through the gate without hesitation. See you. Enma-Deo's body dissipated like smoke. Land of rice fields. In the dim underground passageways, a paper clone of Kaito walked alongside Orochimaru, with Kabuto silently trailing behind them. So, what do you think, Kaito-kun? Orochimaru's voice was thick with excitement. I'll handle the physical aspects, and you'll take care of the soul. This way, I can obtain the perfect body. Hehehe. You're truly bold, Orochimaru. Kaito sighed, then turned to study Orochimaru with a probing gaze. To place so much trust in me. As an onmyoji, I possess many techniques targeting the soul. If I were to tamper with it, you might not even realize it until it's too late. Keh. Orochimaru let out an eerie laugh. There's no need for such words, Kaito-kun, he replied, meeting Kaito's eyes. The gap between you and me now isn't something mere caution can bridge. In that case, the only option is to gamble. Gamble. Kaito repeated the word, then shook his head. That doesn't seem like your usual style, Orochimaru. It appears you've already prepared yourself for failure. A sharp glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes before he laughed again. Keh. As expected of you, Kaito-kun. You've seen right through me. Orochimaru. Kaito suddenly stopped walking, staring at Orochimaru's back. If your safety net lies in the fragments of your soul that you've separated, like the one you left in Sasuke's cursed seal. Orochimaru also halted, turning around. He habitually licked his lips before responding in a hoarse voice after a long pause. So, you already knew, Kaito-kun. Kaito remained unfazed as he finished his sentence. Then I advise you not to rest too easy. The fragments of your soul still maintain a connection with your main body. In other words, Kaito-kun could easily sever all my escape routes. Orochimaru grinned widely. Kaito nodded. Indeed. So, what will you do now? Instead of answering, Orochimaru countered, then why are you telling me this, Kaito-kun? I simply believe you should be aware of it, Kaito replied. Hehehe. I see. Orochimaru's tone turned playful. Are you trying to dissuade me from becoming an Otsutsuki? What you choose to become is your own freedom, Orochimaru, Kaito said. Is that so? Orochimaru turned and continued walking forward. In that case, I'd still like to try. Even if I fail, it'll be a valuable experience. Then, as you wish. Kaito followed. To be honest, I'm not overly concerned about my safety, Orochimaru added. Given the difference in our strength now, Kaito-kun, you could do anything you want to me with ease, couldn't you? Hey, you flatter me. Kaito responded lightly. So that's it. Kaito observed Orochimaru's back. You're using that reasoning to convince yourself that I won't kill you, Orochimaru. He had grasped Orochimaru's thoughts. Faced with the immense temptation of obtaining an Otsutsuki's body, the shinobi, who had spent his life evading death, was now willing to take the risk. After all, no matter how bad the outcome, he wouldn't die, right? How cunning and greedy. Kaito mused. Unfortunately, Orochimaru, this experiment has no possibility of success. At the same time, another paper clone of Kaito stood inside the cavern of Shinya, the giant red serpent of Ryuchi Cave, coiled around a massive stone pillar. So, as promised, I've come to fulfill our agreement, Shinya. You finally arrived, Kaito. Shinya's enormous head lowered from the pillar, his single remaining eye burning with urgency. Is there a way? His voice echoed through the cavern. A way for me to become a yokai again. Kaito smiled gently. Let me confirm once more, are you truly certain about this, Shinya? I'm certain. Shinya answered immediately. At this rate, I don't have much time left. Kaito nodded in understanding. Then you should know that to obtain something, you must pay the corresponding price. Price? Tell me, Kaito, what is the price? Shinya demanded. Weakness. Kaito emphasized. After shedding chakra and returning to your yokai form, your strength will diminish significantly. He met Shinya's gaze. Can you still accept that? Chapter 387, 387. A thorough study. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis and Gwyn. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. KD. Merp. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Weak. Shinya froze. Whether 1,000 years ago as a yokai or in the past millennium as a summoning beast, its essence had always remained that of a serpent. A wild beast. And as a beast, its instincts made it despise weakness above all else. Just like how its desire to become a yokai again was ultimately driven by the pursuit of strength. Weak. Shinya asked cautiously, how weak? You've been tainted by chakra for far too long, Shinya. Kaito's gaze carried a hint of pity, which only deepened Shinya's unease. From your body to your soul, chakra has seeped into every corner of your being. Kaito continued, to become a yokai again, you'll have to abandon your current body, even restructure your soul. This. Shinya gulped, its throat producing a loud, guttural sound. When that happens, you'll become an entirely new version of yourself. Kaito took a step forward, still craning his neck to meet Shinya's single eye. Tell me, just how weak do you think you'll be then? Shinya struggled to speak. Does that mean I'll revert to a newborn yokai? Not necessarily. Kaito offered a reassuring smile. I've reviewed historical records and know how strong you were 1,000 years ago as a yokai. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded, at best, even with my full effort, the newly transformed you will retain only a third of your former power. A third? Shinya exhaled heavily in relief. After Kaito's terrifying explanation, retaining even a third of its original strength felt like a blessing. At least it wouldn't be reduced to a snake egg. So, can you accept this? Kaito asked again. Shinya was about to agree, but hesitated at the last moment. What's troubling you? Kaito raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering his role as a friend and deciding to show some understanding. Once I become weak. Shinya actually seemed embarrassed. Kaito blinked, suppressing the urge to sigh, and gave it an encouraging look. Bolstered, Shinya continued, once I'm weakened, I probably won't be able to survive in Ryuchi Cave anymore. Ah, I see. Kaito stroked his chin thoughtfully before nodding. You're right. Setting aside your relationships with the other snakes, Ryuchi Cave's environment is no longer suitable for yokai cultivation. That's something I overlooked. No, it's not your fault. Shinya looked at him with deep gratitude, touched by this friend who truly cared for its well-being. Kaito quickly made a decision. In that case, you can come to Mount Oyama afterward. Really? Shinya's single eye gleamed, as if it had been waiting for this very offer. Of course. Kaito nodded firmly. But Shinya still hesitated. But, snakes have never joined Mount Oyama before. Before Kagaya arrived, my relationship with yokai from Mount Oyama was. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to them. Kaito cut off its rambling concerns, then teased, I always thought you were the decisive type, Shinya. Fine. I'll go. Shinya immediately affirmed, puffing up with pride. That's right. I'm bold and resolute. Its eyes seemed to declare. Then the transformation ritual will also take place in Mount Oyama. Kaito's body gradually turned translucent. Wait for my summons, Shinya. Understood. Shinya's massive coils shifted along the stone pillar, its enormous head slowly retracting to the top. Well then, farewell, my friend. Kaito's fading figure waved before vanishing completely, leaving only the shattered remnants of a paper talisman drifting to the ground. Farewell. Shinya rested its head atop the pillar. Inside the alternate dimension now fully controlled by Enmadeo, the previously sealed miniature Tentails had been returned to its room. This time, however, it was no longer restrained by black rods of yin-yang release but by an array of dragon vein crystals. Standing atop the room's ledge, Kaito looked down at the roaring, thrashing beast. TCH. This setup requires regular replenishment of energy crystals. What a hassle. After a moment's thought, he flicked his sleeve. A swarm of tiny paper talismans poured out, fluttering to the ground before standing upright and gathering around him in a lively, bouncing crowd. The most basic shikigami technique of an onmyoji, and I haven't used it in so long. Kaito was mildly surprised at his own negligence. I really have grown complacent after obtaining Ryumayaku. Indeed. That's worth reflecting on. Enmadeo materialized beside him without warning. You again. Seriously, don't you have anything better to do? Kaito scowled. Shouldn't you be busy managing the underworld? Weren't you the one who said Hell's reconstruction keeps you occupied? This king is extremely busy. Enmadeo floated in a lazy circle around him. As I've said before, this is merely a wisp of my energy. Whatever. Kaito ignored him, shaking his sleeve downward again. Clattering loudly, perfectly sized dragon vein crystals spilled out, quickly forming a small pile. He addressed the paper shikigami. Your task is to monitor the barrier and replenish the crystals when necessary. The palm-sized paper figures obediently hopped toward the pile, each embracing a crystal before marching away in an orderly line. Kaito watched them briefly before turning his attention back to the Tentails. So, how do you plan to study this thing? Enmadeo glanced dismissively at the beast. The Tentails, or the Divine Tree, is essentially a mass-produced plundering tool of the Otsutsuki clan. Kaito's eyes gleamed crimson as he observed the creature. To understand it thoroughly is to uncover the secrets of the Otsutsuki themselves. In that case, he added, there might even be hidden knowledge about their race within it. Enmadeo nodded approvingly. Well said. Know your enemy, and victory is assured. Kaito rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he paused. What is it? Enma noticed immediately. About Shinya. Kaito explained. It wants to move into Oyama. I agreed. You agreed. Enma raised an eyebrow. If I recall correctly, Oyama is Shuten Doji's territory. I'll discuss it with the yokai later. Kaito floated forward. For now, let's focus on studying this thing properly. A blinding golden light erupted as the Tentails let out an unearthly howl. Chapter 388, 388. Tsukumo and Dai. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis and Gwyn. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. KD. Merp. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. The center of the land of the dead. Hataki Tsukumo walked all the way from the river Sanzu and stopped outside the gates of Enma's Hall. Normally bustling with the comings and goings of countless souls, Enma's Hall was now surrounded by a massive crowd of the deceased gathered at its entrance. Tsukumo swept his gaze over the crowd and spotted a familiar face. Without hesitation, he walked up behind the men and tapped him on the shoulder, casually asking, "What's going on?" "Huh." The man turned around, and his face immediately lit up with joy. "Mr. Tsukumo. It's really you." Dai, Tsukumo sighed helplessly as he looked at the thick-browed man before him. "Just call me Tsukumo." "Right, Tsukumo. It's been so long." Might Dai was clearly overjoyed. Tsukumo glanced around at the crowd, all of whom had turned to stare at them thanks to Dai's booming voice. He patted Dai's shoulder again. "It's been a while," he said gently. "Let's take a walk together." With that, he turned and walked away from Enma's Hall. "Sure thing." Dai followed eagerly, his enthusiasm undimmed. "Tsukumo, I never thought I'd see you again," Dai began, launching into an animated conversation. "After the land of the dead was rebuilt, I met so many old comrades from when I was alive, but I never saw you. I thought you must have already reincarnated. Sorry about that. I just arrived from the Yomi no Kuni side," Tsukumo explained with a hint of frustration. "I didn't make it into the land of the dead in time, so a few Uchiha forcibly brought me here." Dai's eyes widened in surprise. "What happened?" Tsukumo looked up at the perpetually gloomy sky of the land of the dead and sighed. "Maybe it was because my guilt as a father left too deep a regret. After I died, I wandered alone near the entrance of the Pure Land, waiting for Kakashi to arrive. No matter what, I wanted to see him one last time, to hear about his life. Only then could I rest in peace." He sighed again, only to suddenly hear a sniffling sound. Turning, he saw Might Dai's face streaked with tears and snot. Such a radiant father-son bond. Dai sobbed, wiping his nose. "I'm moved, Tsukumo." Tsukumo was momentarily stunned before hurriedly changing the subject. "Looks like you didn't live to old age either." "What happened, Dai?" Dai immediately thrust a thumbs up into the air, beaming with pride. "I fought to the death against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to protect Guy and his comrades." "You used the 8 gates formation." Tsukumo instantly understood. "That's right." Dai grinned broadly. "I succeeded in protecting my son and the young saplings of the village." "That's wonderful," Tsukumo said, a touch of envy in his voice. "I wish I could have died in front of Kakashi with such a towering presence." "No." Dai suddenly shook his head, his expression serious. "Even if our methods were different, I know you did what you did to protect Kakashi too. Even though we only met when we sent our sons to the Ninja Academy, I've always known you were a man of true understanding." Dai, Tsukumo said with a faint, relieved smile. "The village always underestimated you, both your strength and your wisdom." "Ha ha ha ha. It's not that impressive. I was just an ordinary genin, after all," Dai replied humbly, waving his hand. "You're clearly thrilled." Tsukumo smirked to himself. The two walked along the banks of the river Sanzu, silently watching the murky yellow waters flow endlessly. After a long pause, Tsukumo suddenly spoke. "I wonder what Kakashi is doing now." "Yeah, I'd love to know how Guy's doing too," Dai chimed in. "We'll just have to wait," Tsukumo murmured. He thought for a moment, then added, "Though, given the rules of the land of the dead, I don't know if we'll still be here when they arrive. We might have already reincarnated before they come. But even so, I hope they don't come too soon." "Oh. Right." Dai's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "I almost forgot. There's an important opportunity right now that could let us stay here for a long time." More importantly, even if we can't find out how they're doing, we can still make sure they see us. What do you mean? Tsukumo asked, surprised. Back there, at Enma's hall, Dai said, pointing in its direction. According to the latest announcement from Uchiha Shiori, the secretary of the Great King Enma, the Great King is recruiting staff at all levels, including jailers and guards, to maintain the daily operations of the land of the dead. Tsukumo's eyes brightened slightly. I see. That's an opportunity. But that's not all. Dai grew even more animated. The highest level of judgment in the land of the dead requires the establishment of the 10 courts and 10 kings system. Right now, aside from the 5th court, Enma's hall, which has already been claimed by the Great King Enma, the other 9 courts are still vacant. Even the 9 thrones for the kings are empty. Thrones. Tsukumo mused. Are even positions that important open for selection? Dai nodded vigorously, his eyes shining. Exactly. Since the land of the dead and its hells were recently re-established, there's been a backlog of work, and things haven't been running smoothly. The Great King Enma wants to quickly restore order, so he's speeding up the selection process for necessary personnel. Seeing Tsukumo's nod, Dai continued with undiminished enthusiasm. But most importantly, the finals for the 9 remaining kings' thrones will be broadcast live in the living world using a special jutsu. Tsukumo's eyes widened. So, Tsukumo, are you interested now? Dai grinned and thrust out his thumb again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Great King Enma is doing this to make the living world regain its reverence for the land of the dead. There won't be another chance like this. He clenched his fists in a determined pose. Go, go, go. Let's give it our all and show Guy and Kakashi their dad's long-lost heroic spirits again. Tsukumo couldn't help but smile at Dai's fiery passion. Unconsciously, he opened and closed his right hand, his heart stirring with emotion. So that's how it is. After being dead for so long, it seems I have to start striving again. Even though White Fang is no longer in my hand. I'm sorry, Kakashi. The last memory I left you with was so shameful. But wait for me, Kakashi. This time, I'll only leave you with a father's towering silhouette. The White Fang of Konoha, who once shook the shinobi world, didn't earn his reputation for nothing. Ooh. Dai, sensing Tsukumo's resolve, pumped his fists in the air. That's the spirit, Tsukumo. He pointed dramatically toward Enma's hall in the distance. Let's go sign up. Youth. Burn bright once more. Hey, hey, hey. Tsukumo chuckled. We're already dead. Do we really have to keep shouting about youth? Chapter 389, 389. Kaito and Enma. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis Nguyen. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Another dimension, the prison of the Ten Tails. Kaito lowered his hands as the dazzling golden light gradually faded. Greawa. The nearly mindless roars of the Ten Tails still showed no sign of stopping. TCH. Kaito frowned slightly and stomped his foot lightly. A golden barrier rose from the restraining seal, completely enveloping the Ten Tails and cutting off the irritating noise. He leaped from the bottom of the doorless space, landing lightly on the high window ledge above, then clapped his hands together. A pitch-black, irregularly shaped spatial gate immediately opened. Enma stepped out slowly, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Raising an eyebrow at Kaito, he said, "This time, you were the one who summoned me." Kaito looked surprised. "This time, it's actually your true form." Ahaha. Enma laughed triumphantly. "I temporarily handed my work over to someone else. Even I need a break now and then." Ah. Kaito's eyes turned dead fish-like. No wonder Madara and Izuna still haven't returned yet. What can I do? Enma huffed irritably. Even though there are many Uchiha clansmen in the Yellow Spring Hell now, most of them are just battle-crazed idiots who can't think flexibly. Talents like Izuna, who are truly intelligent and useful, are rare. Aside from a few former clan heads and elders who are capable of handling affairs independently, the rest of them, TSK. At best, they can only work as prison guards. Even their old specialty from the Konoha days, police work, I don't trust them with that either. Didn't you already know that? Kaito massaged his temples. If they had been competent enough at police work, the Konoha military police force wouldn't have ended up the way it did. Enma waved a hand impatiently. Ugh, too many of them just rely on brute force. All of them think they're geniuses, but they're just stubborn blockheads. So. Kaito lowered his hand and smiled at him. What exactly are you trying to say? Enma reached out and clasped Kaito's hand between his own, his expression full of deep affection. Let Izuna stay in the Yellow Spring as my advisor, Kaito. EW. Kaito yanked his hand back, his face full of disgust. Even if you are technically a part of me, this is still way too gross. He shook his hand vigorously, as if trying to fling off something filthy. It is pretty gross. Enma's expression immediately returned to normal as he nodded solemnly in agreement. Kaito's face darkened. Ha. He took a deep breath. Don't get angry. If you get sick from anger, no one will take care of you. Unconsciously, he recited the words that the doctor who had delivered him used to mutter when he was still alive. So. I can actually be pretty annoying sometimes. He stared at the great King Enma's face, so familiar, yet so irritating, and silently acknowledged this fact. But he had no intention of changing. As for Izuna, it's up to him. I don't have any objections, Kaito said seriously. The question is whether you can convince him. Besides, haven't you already started recruiting staff for the Yellow Spring? Izuna is just easier to use. As long as you don't object, there won't be a problem. Enma puffed out his chest confidently. Humans are complex creatures, much like different animals with different attributes. Naturally, people with different traits are suited to different environments. Please speak in terms normal people can understand. Thank you. Kaito's dead fish eyes made a reappearance. Yep. I really am kind of annoying. Ah. Enma smoothly switched to a more casual tone. Izuna is the type who thrives on conflict, not the straightforward, brute force kind like Madara, but the subtle, underhanded kind. So he'll love this job. Really? Kaito maintained his dead fish stare. Then why don't you take Senju Tobirama back with you too? Izuna will be even more motivated. Brilliant idea. As expected of you, Kaito. Enma couldn't help but applaud. If we assign them to different but competing departments, their work performance will skyrocket. He nodded approvingly at his own idea, then sighed dreamily. With that, I might finally get some rest. Kaito feigned shock. What kind of devil are you? The same kind as you, the great King Enma replied with a grin. TCH. Kaito rolled his eyes skyward. By the way. Enma suddenly turned serious again. Why did you summon me? I really am annoying. Kaito felt a pang of defeat. Thank you. To all those who tolerated me in the past. I sincerely appreciate it. No. It must be because he changed after becoming the great King Enma. Even if he was originally part of me, the process of becoming the King of Hell must have mixed in too many impurities. That's right, he's not the pure me anymore. And I, Kaito, am definitely not someone people dislike. Shaking off the unsettling thoughts, Kaito finally got to the point. It's about this alternate dimension and the Ten Tails, he said seriously. First, I want to construct a complete small-scale Ryumaika cycle within the earth of this space. Enma immediately understood his intention. Not bad. Highly feasible. You think so too? Kaito brightened. I wanted you to assess it from a god's perspective. Seems like it's a solid plan. Your idea is sound. Enma nodded in approval. Even though your current focus is on spiritual energy, you shouldn't abandon a useful power like the dragon veins. Exactly. Kaito continued smoothly. Now that this space completely belongs to you, which, in a way, means it belongs to me, I'll be able to freely borrow its Ryumaika energy during battles in space. Enma nodded. I'll help. Good. Kaito smiled. Then there's the matter of the Ten Tails disposal. Enma raised an eyebrow. Disposal? You've finished studying it? Yep. Kaito turned and looked down at the Ten Tails, still trapped in the barrier below. This thing, maybe we can reverse its function and relocate it to the Yellow Spring Hell. Oh. Excellent idea. Enma instantly grasped the implications. After reversal, it can absorb the chakra that shinobi bring into the Yellow Spring Hell, accelerating the world's goal of purging chakra. At the same time, I can link it back to this dimension to replenish the space. He grinned at Kaito. As expected of you, Kaito. TCH, you caught on pretty fast too, Your Majesty. Kaito smirked back at him. The two identical faces exchanged knowing smiles. TCH. Am I mocking myself right now? After a long pause, Kaito came back to his senses and covered his face with his hand. Chapter 390, 390. Saimai's departure. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis Nguyen. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Next, Kaito and Enma began working together to reconstruct the alternate dimension. The initial tasks were simple. Kaito condensed Ryumayaku crystals outside the alternate dimension and tossed them inside. Meanwhile, Enma, leveraging his control over the space, manipulated the earth within the dimension to bury the crystals in predetermined locations. Yes, it was as monotonous and tedious as it sounded. Do you think this counts as embezzling public resources for personal gain? Kaito suddenly voiced the whimsical thought. Completing the Ryumayaku circulation system in this dimension requires a substantial amount of energy, Enma replied. It might very well slow down the land restoration you previously promised. It's fine. I'm being careful. Kaito sat cross-legged in the sealed chamber, mechanically forming hand seals toward the golden energy surging from the array before him. Condense. A flash of golden light flickered, and a massive crystal, nearly the height of an adult, took shape. With another mechanical clap of his hands, golden chains automatically wrapped around the crystal and flung it into the dark spatial rift beside him. I'm taking the energy evenly, Kaito added. When spread across the entire world, the impact is negligible. Enma's voice echoed from the spatial rift. If not for the preparations you made while clearing the Ryumayaka pathways earlier, extracting such a concentrated amount from a single location would have severe consequences. Heh. Kaito continued his repetitive motions. Consider it payment for my work in restoring the Ryumayaku's circulation. The golden light flashed again, and another crystal formed. Besides, I already informed Lord Saimai. Outside the sealed chamber. The month-long celebratory banquet had finally ended, and the Uchiha estate had returned to its usual tranquility. Countless white paper shikigami now bustled about the compound, cheerfully cleaning up the mess left behind from the prolonged festivities. In Kaito's bedroom, Yuri lay sprawled across the futon, her face flushed from intoxication, mumbling incoherently in her sleep. SHHHK. The sliding door opened gently as a paper clone of Kaito, barefoot, stepped inside. After quietly closing the door, it knelt on the tatami and silently watched over her. Stupid. Yuri turned over in her sleep, her expression pouting. Idiot Kaito. Her hand slipped out from under the covers, waving vaguely in the air. I worked so hard to help, and you didn't even say anything. The paper clone smiled faintly at her drunken, childlike demeanor. It rose, tucked her hands back under the futon, and then returned to its seated position, motionless. Meanwhile, the real Kaito in the sealed chamber chuckled in sync. He knew Yuri was deliberately speaking for him to hear. As a yokai, she couldn't get drunk so easily, unless she wanted to. Looks like I'll have to properly apologize later. Maybe even prepare a surprise. He mused to himself. After being with Yuri for so long, he prided himself on having improved significantly in matters of romance. He wouldn't be at a loss in a situation like this. Truly, I'm a naturally gifted genius in love. He thought smugly, completely unaware of his own lack of self-awareness. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard, Saimai sat leisurely on the wooden veranda, his gaze fixed on the early blooming camellias in the garden as the cool breeze brushed past him. Lord Saimai. Another paper clone of Kaito stepped out, carrying a tea tray. After setting it down, it knelt across from him. Pouring 2 cups of steaming green tea, it offered one respectfully. My apologies, Lord Saimai, for the poor hospitality. Only my true self can condense the Ryumayaka crystals. Thank you. Saimai accepted the cup, cradling it in his hands before turning back to admire the camellias. No need for formalities, Kaito. His voice carried a distant, ethereal quality. You. The paper clone hesitated, then suddenly asked, are you leaving? Yes. Saimai smiled, still gazing at the white blossoms. To see such beautiful flowers at the end is more than enough for me. Golden motes of light, like fireflies, began drifting from his body. Wait. Lord Saimai. The paper clone panicked. My true self will be here soon. It clasped its hands together, summoning Kaito's main body. Why fuss over such things? Saimai's form grew translucent as he turned to face the newly arrived Kaito. We've already said all that needed to be said. Goodbyes need not be a ceremony. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. Indeed, it's very likely I'll encounter your reincarnation. Kaito's smile was strained. But by then, you won't remember me. Saimai seemed even more amused. Wouldn't that be interesting in its own way? Lord Saimai. A cry rang out from beyond the courtyard. In an instant, the garden and surrounding walls were filled with yokai. Lord Saimai. His 12 divine Shikigami knelt in the courtyard, their expressions grief-stricken. Saimai. Tamamonome stood beneath the camellia tree, her face unreadable. Honestly. By now, the entire garden was bathed in golden light as Saimai's body faded into transparency. His eyes swept over each familiar face. I had hoped to slip away while you were all still drunk. He sighed. Yet here we are. You fool, Saimai. Shutendoji stood atop the gate, glaring down at him. What's so bad about being a yokai? Why insist on remaining human? Saimai only smiled at him, offering no answer. TCH. Shutendoji clicked his tongue in frustration, understanding the unspoken sentiment. I respect your choice, Saimai. Tengu hovered midair, his black wings spread. You've lived a life without regret. Saimai nodded gratefully. More yokai called out to him, and he responded to each with a quiet smile. Finally, his gaze returned to his 12 Shikigami. Lord Saimai. From now on, you are all free. With those final words, and an apologetic glance toward Tamamonome, Saimai dissolved into the air. Lord Saimai. Several of the female Shikigami burst into tears. Kaito, watching Saimai vanish, immediately reached out to Enma through their mental link. Did Lord Saimai go to the underworld? He asked. Truly, he was the legendary Onmyoji to the end. Enma's tone was complicated. Did he fear I'd force him into service in the underworld? He didn't even say goodbye, just reincarnated straight away. That does sound like something Lord Saimai would do. Kaito sighed. Chapter 391, 391. Why the Persuasion? A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis Nguyen. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Konoha Hokage building. A blinding golden light flashed within the sealed room before gradually fading away. It's done. Kaito's paper clone clapped his hands and looked down at the dormant array on the ground. He turned to face the others behind him. Once the array on the moon is fully prepared, we can officially activate it. Tsunade nodded and asked, so, the teleportation arrays in the other villages have already been completed. They're finished, Kaito confirmed. This is truly incredible. With this array, we can directly teleport to the moon. Hashirama, brimming with curiosity, stepped onto the array and examined it from all angles before turning to Tobirama. Right, Tobirama. Tobirama gave him a cold glance. Right, Tobirama. Hashirama persisted, calling out again. Tobirama remained expressionless but gave a slight nod. By the way, Kaito interjected, Hashirama-sama, Tobirama-sama, Minato, Enma is currently recruiting staff for various positions in the Yomi no Kuni, Land of the Dead. Would any of you be interested? Work. Hashirama shook his head vigorously. No interest at all. Haha. I'm more interested in the battle to protect the planet. Minato chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Explain in detail, Tobirama said, seemingly intrigued. Of course. Kaito proceeded to elaborate on the current state of affairs in Yomi no Kuni. You should go, Tobirama. Hashirama immediately egged him on. Who knows? You might even ascend to the throne under the gaze of the entire world. Tobirama frowned, lost in thought for a moment, then retorted, don't get ahead of yourself, brother. Over the past millennia, countless souls have gathered in Yomi. I have no confidence in winning against them all. Tobirama. Hashirama pointed at his younger brother in dissatisfaction. Why must you be such a downer before even trying? I'm merely being rational, Tobirama replied matter-of-factly. Then, turning the tables, he added, though, if you were to participate, brother, you'd stand a real chance. No way. Hashirama refused outright. Too much trouble. I want to enjoy my afterlife, not work. Then hurry up and return to Yomi. Tobirama glared at him. For all you know, Mito and your descendants are waiting for you there. Mito, huh? Hashirama seemed to recall something unpleasant, his face twisting into a grimace as he shuddered. Tobirama-sama is right, Kaito chimed in. Hashirama-sama, as things stand, you're fine staying in the living world since we formed a contract. But if you enter Yomi no Kuni without an official position, your stay will be limited. Once the time's up, you'll be forced to reincarnate. Wah. Hashirama looked dumbfounded. Kaito continued, however, if you were to claim one of the 10 thrones of the Yomi courts and still didn't want to work. He glanced at Tobirama and lowered his voice. You could always appoint Tobirama-sama as your personal advisor. Seeing Hashirama's eyes light up with interest, while Tobirama's expression darkened in protest, he added, speaking of which, Enma intends to appoint Uchiha Izuna as the first advisor of the 5th court, the King Enma's court. That position is essentially second only to Enma himself in the entire Yomi hierarchy. Tobirama swallowed his objections, his face darkening further. A mere advisor? How could that compare to the other kings of the 10 courts? Well, Kaito smiled, while the other kings do hold higher status, Enma is the supreme ruler of Yomi no Kuni. Serving as his advisor. He gave Tobirama a meaningful look. Tobirama's expression turned even grimmer. Kaito, what's in it for you, pushing me and my brother toward Yomi? Aren't you worried about losing combat strength when the Otsutsuki invade? Well. Kaito smiled sheepishly. I need to borrow Enma's power, so I have to put in a good word for him. In any case, if you two successfully secure positions in Yomi, you'll be transformed into official Shinigami, death gods. At that point, even if I form a contract with you, I can still borrow a portion of your power. He then turned to Minato. Minato, even if you take a position in Yomi, you'll still have a chance to participate in the planet's defense. Think it over. Minato shook his head with a smile. No thanks. I'd rather stay in the living world and watch Naruto grow up, get married, and have kids. Fair enough. Kaito moved past him and addressed Tobirama again. Tobirama-sama, as a Shinigami, your power would grow significantly. Even if you lent me some of it, you'd still be as strong as you are now. What about me? Tsunade suddenly interjected. Tsunade, you, Jiraiya tried to stop her. Move. Tsunade shoved him aside and faced Hashirama. Grandfather, I'm sorry for never telling you. You still want to say it, little Tsuna? Hashirama cut her off. I could tell something was off about your condition, but since you didn't bring it up, neither did Tobirama nor I. He laughed heartily. After all, you're all grown up now. Since it's come to this, explain everything clearly, Tobirama said sternly. Allow me to elaborate, Kaito stepped forward. So, it is related to you, Tobirama remarked, his wariness toward Kaito still evident. It is, Kaito admitted. Back then, Tsunade-sama was accidentally caught in an enemy's Shishikufuin, for symbol seal, on the battlefield. To save her, I had to expend a vast amount of her life force. He paced slowly before them. Afterward, with her body severely damaged and her strength completely gone, Tsunade-sama chose to have me assist in transferring her consciousness to a new body. Tsunade nodded in confirmation under Hashirama and Tobirama's questioning gazes. And as I've said before, Tsunade-sama never actually died. He looked at her. Thus, you currently cannot enter Yomi no Kuni. So my little Tsuna gets to live forever? Hashirama asked naively. Impossible, Hashirama-sama. Kaito shook his head. While Tsunade-sama's body no longer ages, remember, humans consist of both body and soul. When the time comes to cross over, she won't be exempt. Soul. Hashirama remained puzzled. Then what am I? Your situation is entirely different from Tsunade-sama's, Kaito explained. Your soul was summoned from the Pure Land, a dead spirit. Tsunade-sama's living soul is fundamentally distinct. I think I get it now. Hashirama stroked his chin. Basically, even though little Tsuna's body has issues, she's still alive, right? He beamed at her. That's great. At least you're still here, Tsuna. Now I can face your grandmother with a little less worry. Chapter 392, 392. The Art of Multiplicity. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis and Gwyn. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Clip. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Uchiha Graveyard. As the setting sun cast its fading light, the secluded graveyard grew dim. Itachi lit a candle and bent over his desk by the window, writing intently. It's been a while, Itachi. A figure appeared soundlessly outside the window, its shadow stretching across the lattice. Not that long. Itachi pushed the window open, glanced up at Kaito, then resumed writing without another word. So, how's your masterpiece coming along? Kaito leaned casually against the windowsill. After all, I did promise to help you publish it. It's not finished yet. Itachi set down his brush and began organizing the scattered manuscripts on the desk in order. Mind if I take a look? Kaito reached out a hand. Wait until it's done. Itachi weighed down the stack of papers with a few smooth river stones, blew out the candle, stood up, and closed the window. Kaito stared at the abruptly shut window for a moment before turning toward the wooden door nearby. How boring. Itachi exited the small study, shut the door behind him, and walked silently toward another wooden house meant for living quarters. Kaito chuckled and followed. Before long, the interior of the small house was illuminated by the flames dancing in the hearth. The two Uchiha sat around the fire, their eyes fixed on the kettle hanging from the ceiling. After a long silence, Itachi spoke. Congratulations on your victory in the war against Akatsuki and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Wasn't that inevitable? Kaito replied. You knew some of my preparations. Itachi didn't respond, merely staring silently at the flickering flames. Ah, you probably don't know yet, Kaito continued unprompted. I offered Kagaya and the divine tree as sacrifices to reopen the Yomi no Kuni, the land of the dead. He turned his gaze toward the graveyard outside the window. Now, aside from those who have already reincarnated, the rest of the Uchiha clan reside in Yomi. Many of them have even found work under Enma, the king of hell. Is that so? Itachi looked at Kaito, then suddenly spoke with solemn sincerity. Thank you. Kaito turned back to him and smiled. Want to thank me on behalf of the clan? That's unnecessary, this was something I chose to do myself. Itachi lowered his eyelids and fell silent again. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke once more. No. I'm thanking you for myself. He raised his eyes to meet Kaito's, a self-deprecating smile on his lips. Perhaps, after hearing this news, I'll be able to sleep a little better. Kaito didn't comment on that. Instead, he regarded Itachi with mild surprise. You actually didn't ask about Sasuke this time. Itachi replied as if it were obvious. Sasuke has grown up. Besides, you're his only remaining elder relative now. I trust you'll take care of him, no need for a brother he doesn't acknowledge to meddle. Oh. Kaito's expression turned even more astonished. You actually realized that? That's unexpected. He chuckled. You should have understood long ago, children need to grow independently. Guidance is fine, but you can't mold them into whatever shape you want. Itachi lowered his head again, silent. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Unfazed, Kaito continued, elders who do that just end up being hated. Like how I absolutely despise that old man of mine. Itachi's head seemed to sink even lower. Ha. So this is the weakness of a brother-con. Kaito found this mildly amusing. But as he took in Itachi's thoroughly dejected demeanor, he reconsidered. Well, better not push it. What if he actually breaks down? Anyway, I just came to check on your writing progress. Kaito stood and walked outside, opening the door. I'll visit again another time. With those words, his figure vanished without a trace. A long while later, Itachi lifted his head and glanced at the now empty doorway before silently rising to close the door. Meanwhile. Welcome to the Hyuga clan, Lord Kaito. Guided by Hanabi at the forefront, the ever-busy Kaito stepped into the main residence of the Hyuga clan. Thank goodness for autonomous paper clones. This particular Kaito, a paper clone himself, sighed inwardly. If not for them, the real me would be completely overwhelmed. Following the Hyuga clansmen through the front courtyard and into the main hall, Kaito's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Lord Hayashi. He removed his wooden sandals at the Engawa and stepped onto the polished floor, facing the men seated formally inside. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Kaito took a seat opposite Hayashi, kneeling properly. Father has acknowledged my capabilities as clan head, so I invited him to join us. Hanabi took her place at the head of the room without hesitation. After the trials of recent times, especially the world-shaking war, the young girl who had once hastily assumed leadership of the Hyuga clan now carried herself with far greater composure. Hayashi offered no objection to his daughter's words, merely nodding at Kaito with polite courtesy. Kaito's eyebrow twitched imperceptibly. So they're really handing full authority to Hanabi. Lord Kaito. Hanabi bowed deeply toward him. I've invited you here today primarily to express the Hyuga clan's gratitude for your assistance. You're too kind, Lady Hanabi. Kaito responded with somewhat awkward politeness. Because. He was well aware that his past schemes regarding the Hyuga clan, while not malicious, hadn't exactly been altruistic either. When he first dangled the bait of a solution to the caged bird seal, it had mostly been for his own amusement. Later, after uncovering the secrets hidden within the seal, his focus had shifted to unraveling the mysteries of the moon. Now, he couldn't in good conscience accept their gratitude. But he also knew that this meeting wasn't really about thanks. It was about Niji's Tensigen. Though Hanabi, being young, hadn't participated in the war and might not grasp the full significance, those who had been to the moon, Hinata, Ruka, and Toka, likely already suspected something. Moreover, during the battle in the Land of Rain, numerous Hyuga clansmen had witnessed Niji's ocular evolution and his newfound strength, now only slightly inferior to Sasuke and Naruto's. And then there was. Kaito subtly observed Hayashi's composed demeanor from the corner of his eye. This man is anything but simple. With that in mind, Kaito maintained his calm facade, waiting for the other side to make the first move. Yet what followed was an extended exchange of pleasantries and formalities. Finally, as moonlight spilled into the room, Kaito, who had been carefully monitoring Hayashi the entire time, noticed the man discreetly signaling his daughter. Lord Kaito, Hanabi began, adopting the tone of a junior seeking wisdom from an elder, though her next words were bluntly straightforward. I have one last question. Regarding my cousin Niji's evolved eyes, though I didn't see it myself, I'm deeply curious. Can the Byakugan advance like the Sharingan? Could you elaborate?